What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4BM Chapter 118 Trapped. A dazzling light came from between the two, and countless thunderlights and magma collided and disappeared continuously. The ground under their feet was completely vulnerable to the power of the two, and the entire land was violently upturned from the depths. After the thunder and magma disappeared, a round pit with a size of 100 meters appeared on the ground. Half of the crater is scorched black, and the other half is red-hot magma. Enel vomited blood under this collision, flew backwards and broke several trees. When Akainu's figure reappeared in front of Enel, the lava fist covered by armament hockey swung towards Enel in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. After several punches in succession, Enel was beaten black by Akainu. At 2H a carat at plus the thunder and lightning protecting his body have also been scattered. Enel kicked out in desperation, releasing lightning in an attempt to interrupt Akainu's offensive. And Akainu's molten arm easily blocked Enel's attack, and before Enel could stand still, he attacked again. Dark Hound. Akainu's magma arm instantly extended and shot towards Enel quickly. If pierced by his magma arm, Enel's internal organs must be scorched. Just when Enel was about to be hit, a sharp sword light flashed. Akainu had to dodge sideways, and his attack landed on the big tree beside him, and sawdust flew everywhere in an instant. Enel, how are you? Kuina asked, standing in front of Enel with a sword in hand. Ahem, I can't die. Enel raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, where's Asa? Advertisement, rounded up by the Marines, they want to grab the celestial dragons. At this time, Akainu did not give the two of them a chance to continue talking, and another move of great eruption, a huge lava fist hit the two of them. Kuina slashed out with a sword, and a sword energy burst out, facing Akainu's attack, but this blow did not cause any waves like a stone falling into the sea. Akainu's giant lava dog attacked without stopping, and was about to hit the two of them. Just when Kuina was about to block with another slash. Suddenly a transparent barrier appeared in front of the two of Kuina. Bardo looked back at the two of them, crossed his hands in front of him, and made a gesture of crossed fingers. Big sister, Senior Thor, leave this to me. While speaking, Akainu's lava dog had crashed into Bardo's barrier. Everyone felt a wave of heat in an instant. Since the area of the barrier was not large enough to completely defend against Akainu's attack, the three people hiding behind the barrier were still affected. Aoki formation. In an instant, countless thick trees sprang up around Kuina and the others, forming a huge semicircle like boa constrictors with intertwined roots, enveloping them. However, Akainu seemed to be playing with a few people, attacking the defense of Barry and Bador with one punch. On the other side, Asa is holding two celestial dragons in his hand and is chased by Momosagi with the sea soldiers and fled around. Outside the gravity space, Konus and Little Betty stood outside anxiously. No matter what they did, they couldn't get in. At this moment, the gravitational space is filled with magic vindictiveness of different colors, each of which is incomparably violent. There are only two dragons around Lin Feng left, one white and one black. After each dragon merges into Lin Feng's body, there will be an additional color of magic battle energy in the gravitational space. As the white dragon slowly blended in, a trace of white magical grudge appeared in the gravitational space. Advertisement, what should we do, Sister Konus, we can't get in at all. Barry and Bardo looked anxiously at Kuina's direction and shouted. But Sister Kuina and the others are very dangerous. Konus also had a sad face on his face. The current state of the captain doesn't mean that we can't wake him up. Even if we can wake him up, we can't wake him up. No one knows what will happen if he interrupts him rashly. After Kuina rushed out, she jumped high into the sky, holding Sakura on her chest. Big sister is big. Boss lady. Go to Kuina. It seems that the captain is about to end here. At that time, the captain will know what happened. We're useless here. Why don't we rush over there and see if we can help? Yes, Senior Thunder God, let's go. Bardo also shouted. Where are you going? Little Betty asked. Seeing that Barry and Bardo were about to lose their hold, the defense was about to be broken. After Konus finished speaking, he turned into an elf and flew out. Seeing this, Little Betty knew that there was no hesitation at this time, so she immediately turned into a nightmare and flew over. Little Betty jumped on the spot anxiously. Go, Konus said with a serious face. From Akainu's position, Kuina just blocks the sun. Enel, if you don't die, take the proprietress and leave as soon as possible. You're the only one who is going fast. Barry gritted his teeth and said to Enel. Kuina, who were in danger at this time, were trapped in place by Akainu's continuous lava attack, surrounded by a sea of magma fire. Before Enel could speak, he saw Kuina running to the rear with his sword in hand, slashed out with the sword, tore a hole and rushed out. Chapter 119. After Kuina was broken, Enel broke his arm. Now only she can hold back Akainu for a while. I hope the three of them can hurry up and escape. The sword falls into the sky. In an instant, the sword light shone like the sun, and 100-meter-long sword energy fell from the sky. The sword energy blessed by armament hockey quickly cut towards Akainu. Akainu had to give up the attack on Barry and the others, and quickly dodged aside. The sword energy collided with the ground, cutting out a 100-meter-long gully. Then Akainu jumped up too, sending the lava dog straight in front of Kuina. Sword dance breaking the sky. Snow Sakura twisted a sword flower in her hand, swung the sword out, and slashed towards Akainu with a sharp sword aura. Then he quickly swung the sword energy toward the sky, and the whole person quickly fell to the ground. HMPH, it's useless. Akainu snorted coldly. Akainu dodged Kuina's attack and threw his fist at Kuina on the ground. But at this moment, Kuina waved snow soccer lightly, took a step forward, and slashed again from bottom to top. Bladestorm. In an instant, dozens of sword chi swept the wind and sand and met Akainu's giant lava fist fiercely. Great eruption. A huge molten fist was born in an instant, and the hill-like red fist shot towards Kuina with black smoke. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying high temperature on the fist attacked her first. Advertisement: where the giant magma fist passes, the ground is dry and cracked, and the air is ignited. After colliding with Kuina's bladestorm in the air, it was only blocked for a few seconds. A sense of overwhelming oppression came towards Kuina. However, at this moment, the sword energy that Akainu avoided before suddenly disappeared, and then appeared behind him. Sword dance break the sky. After Kuina slashed out, this sword chi was hidden in the void. What Akainu evaded before was just an appearance, but now it was the real slash. But Kuina never expected that Akainu had no intention of evading the blow from behind. The sword energy slashed on Akainu's back fiercely, drawing a spark. He didn't take any damage at all. Although Akainu's arm color is not as perverted as Garp's, it is still very strong. Now Kuina can't even break through his defense. On the contrary, Kuina, who did not expect Akainu to be so reckless, had no time to dodge in the face of the giant lava fist that was close at hand. He could only cover his whole body with the arm color as much as possible, holding the sword across his chest with both hands. At this critical moment, Enel turned into a thunderbolt and entered the battlefield, quickly grabbed Kuina and retreated. It's just that it was a little late, and the two did not completely avoid Akainu's attack range. Enel stood behind Kuina and was affected by the great eruption. His back was burned all over and his right forearm was melted by the lava. He dragged his seriously injured body and fought hard to bring Kuina out, and he no longer had the extra ability to protect himself. Even so, Enel still didn't stop, and fled frantically towards the distant woods. Kuina, while being dragged away by Enel, lamented the strength of Akainu, who was much stronger than Momosagi, the so-called alternate admiral, and was not at the same level at all. Soon the two escaped to other islands, where Barry and Bardo were brought by Enel while Kuina was dragging Akainu. Advertisement: seeing the two coming back, they immediately went up to meet them. Enel, your hand. Barry had just said. Enel suddenly closed his eyes and fell down. Kuina quickly supported him. Quick, stop the bleeding. Kuina yelled. Then the three of you looked at me, and I looked at you, Wanduzi. There was no one who knew how to heal, and there was no tool. The imperial robes worn by the three of them are not torn at all. Akainu found the location of several people by using his knowledge, and did not pursue immediately, but chased in the direction of Asa. Momosagi has been working on it for a long time, but they still haven't rescued celestial dragons. Akainu didn't dare to let celestial dragons have an accident, so he simply went to deal with Asa first. Seeing that Akainu did not come after him, the three of Kuina quickly rushed towards the gravitational space with the unconscious Enel. Luckily, they met Konus and little Betty on the way. After seeing Enel's injury, the two gasped, and then Konus released the recovery and healing spells in succession. Soon Enel's injury was stabilized, but the broken arm wanted to grow again, and even Konus needed to use the healing technique for a long time to do it. At least for a few minutes now it is completely impossible. In the gravitational space, as the last dark dragon fully integrated into his body, Lin Feng's aura instantly became extremely powerful, and 10 different colors of magic battle chi gushed out of his body. Immediately afterwards, the violent magic vindictiveness slowly became peaceful, gradually quieted down, and finally flowed into space like a stream of water, very silky. After everything calmed down, and the magic battle energy in the space disappeared, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled lightly and said, as expected of a move that took 2 skill books to succeed, it even raised my magic fighting spirit by more than 1 level. Chapter 120. Asa's injured Lin Feng came out in a hurry. Enel was put on the ground by them. Konus crouched aside and continued to heal Enel. Lin Feng glanced over the crowd one by one, and finally stopped on Enel's severed arm. He asked calmly, what's going on? At this time Enel had already woken up, opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng vigorously, and then felt relieved. Then Kuina told Lin Feng what happened, but when it came to celestial dragons, he was a little bit speechless. Lin Feng asked, what did they say? Kuina was a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to speak. Although she would not lie to Lin Feng, such words were not so easy to say, let alone there were other people around. But Enel, who was lying on the ground, was in a hurry. What if Lin Feng didn't understand clearly, and he didn't beat people hard enough? No, absolutely not, you must tell him. I know. Enel tried desperately to speak and made a whining sound, but probably only he knew what it meant. Lin Feng looked at him when he heard the voice and said, what are you talking about? Don't talk, and heal your wounds well. Then Enel said for a long time. Lin Feng didn't understand a single word, and at this moment Bartolomeo said, boss, Senior Thor is saying. After listening to Bador's translation, Lin Feng was not only angry at the words of celestial dragons seeking death, but also shocked that Bador could understand what Enel said. What about the others? Lin Feng asked. Advertisement. Robin, they're all hiding. After speaking, Barry suddenly realized, that's right, Asa. Only a few others remembered that there was another Asa. Lin Feng heard the words and said, you all stay here and wait for me to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng soared into the sky. With his current strength of magic battle energy, the speed was so fast that he couldn't even see anyone. On the other side of the Sabaldi archipelago, on the coast. Two old people who are over 50 years old are fencing here. Ah la la, it's terrible, Pluton really, I didn't expect you to live in seclusion here. Haha, why don't you just go back and don't embarrass me, an old man? Rayleigh said with a smile on his lips. The sword in his hand kept waving, colliding with the Amakongan sword in Kizaru's hand. That's not okay, I can't afford it if something happens to the celestial dragons. Aren't you making too much of a fuss? Forget it when Akainu comes, and you come with me, don't you Marines have other things to do? Rayleigh said. At this time, he was extremely worried about the situation on Kuina's side. He also knew that Lin Feng was practicing, so when Akainu appeared, he wanted to rush over there, hoping to save him at a critical moment. Just as he walked out of the tavern, there was a message from Shaki that someone saw Kizaru's warship on the shore. Rayleigh can only come here to stop Kizaru. If the two admirals meet, even Lin Feng can't stop it. Kizaru heard what Rayleigh said. Sengoku sent me here. I don't know why Akainu is here. I guess he just came back from New World and passed by. Advertisement. Rayleigh cursed in his heart. This dog thief will pass by sooner or later, but today. Neither of them could convince the other, one wouldn't back down and the other wouldn't give in. He had no choice but to continue fighting, but Rayleigh also knew that it was impossible for him to repel Kizaru with his current status, but it was also impossible for Kizaru to defeat him in a short time, as long as he delayed and waited for Lin Feng to come out. Ace's side is extremely dangerous now, with two celestial dragons in his hand, he won't let go of anything, just running around the island like this. Momosagi is constantly rounding up with people. If the difference in strength is not too big, if one party really wants to escape, basically it will not be able to stay. What's more, no one knows whether Momosagi is serious about hunting down or not. After all, the current celestial dragons are the bargaining chips of Kuina and others. She doesn't know why Lin Feng hasn't appeared yet, but she can guess that something must be delayed. Just as you were chasing each other, everyone felt a sudden heat wave from behind. Momosagi looked back, it was Akainu. Momosagi's heart suddenly screamed, Akainu appeared here, doesn't that mean? The moment she lost consciousness, Akainu had already passed them and rushed towards Asa. Asa in front of him also noticed Akainu, but before he could react at all, he just turned his head, and a fist with magma had already appeared in front of him. After a bang, Asa was already sent flying, but the celestial dragons in his hand were still held tightly by him, refusing to let go. In desperation just now, he could only bear the punch forcefully with his arms, but at this moment Asa only felt severe pain in every part of his body. This will also make Asa honest, replace Enel and the others, and directly use celestial dragons to block the knife. Resisting the discomfort in his body, he quickly got up from the ground, turned around and continued to run. Chapter 121 Lava. I have it too soon. Akainu's fist swung again and hit Asa's back. With a loud bang, Asa flew out again like a cannonball. The celestial dragons in his hand were also snatched by Akainu. Asa struggled to get up from the ground, and stared at Akainu fiercely. This magma monster actually snatched the celestial dragons away. At this time, Asa felt extremely angry and remorseful in his heart. In his opinion, the two celestial dragons also had to die and were to be handed over to Lin Feng and Kuina. But before he could think about it, Akainu saved the two celestial dragons, put them on the ground and rushed over again. And Lin Feng also arrived at this moment. From a distance, I saw Akainu's fist braving lava and mercilessly killing Asa. Huowu Liuyan burst out from his hand like a javelin. A wind dragon surrounded Huowu Liuyan, and appeared in front of Akainu in an instant as if jumping through space, plunged into the ground and appeared a big hole was formed, and a heat wave was set off. Akainu also stopped at this moment, looking at Lin Feng who had already rushed in front of him. Lin Feng. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't show up until your people were dead, Akainu said with a sarcasm. Ignoring him, Lin Feng turned back to Asa and said, you go back to heal your wounds first, and leave it to me here. Enduring the pain in his body, Asa stood up and said, Captain, he took the celestial dragons away. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's okay, don't worry, they can't run away, but how did you make it like this? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Asa also squeezed out a smile and was about to speak, when suddenly his face changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted, Captain, be careful. Boom. Akainu's fist slammed into Lin Feng's palm hard, and the molten liquid and magic vindictiveness collided constantly between the two. Holding Huowu Liuyan in one hand and blocking Akainu's fist with the other, Lin Feng stood firmly in place, with the red royal robe on his body fluttering with the airwaves. Akainu, you really are an idiot, Lin Feng said with a smile as he twitched his lips. Advertisement. His tone didn't sound angry at all, but instead had a feeling of spring breeze. As soon as the words fell, Huowu Liuyan was already pressing against Akainu's abdomen. The angry dragon pierces the heart and breaks the golden leather. A golden dragon filed out and slammed into Akainu's body. At such a close distance, if Akainu's arm color was not strong enough, he would have been pierced through the body by this blow. Akainu, who was knocked into the air, was a little annoyed that Lin Feng grabbed his fist so easily and restrained his movements. The most difficult thing for him to understand is why his elementalization doesn't work. In fact, Marine also has information about Lin Feng, and has done some research and guesses on the particularity of magic battle chi. But Akainu did not expect such a terrifying suppression of elementalization. Akainu restrained his mind, touched his abdomen with one hand, blood flowed from the wound, and the blow just now broke his defense. Very good, you actually hurt me. Akainu glanced at his blood-stained left hand, and said in an unknown mood. Oh, Really, that's really embarrassing. Then Lin Feng flew towards Akainu with Huowu Liuyan. It's a pity that you don't just need to be injured today. Huh, you're not ashamed to speak out. Akainu admitted that Lin Feng was very powerful, but it was absolutely impossible to kill himself. If you have some strength, you will be defiant. I will teach you how to behave today. Akainu, who was already hot-tempered, couldn't bear Lin Feng's words. Without further ado, Akainu stepped on the moonwalk to meet Lin Feng, who was soaring into the sky. Double-headed dark hound. The two arms turned into lava and sprayed towards Lin Feng. Advertisement cracks suddenly appeared in the land around Lin Feng, and then spread rapidly. Immediately, Huowu Liuyan hit the ground, and countless fiery red and gray-brown magic grudges gushed out from his body. As the lava collided with each other, the sky was instantly dyed red, and countless magma fell on the ground, turning the island into a sea of flames. Lava, who can't? Lin Feng said, looking at Akainu, who kept releasing meteor volcano in the distance. The lethality is huge, and it is still a range attack. Lin Feng also has to be careful. Two kinds of magical grudges spewed out from the ground, and then merged into one, turning into lava dragons soaring into the sky. After the attack of the carrier ice dragon collided with Akainu's dark hound, a large amount of fog was generated in the air, and the ice dragon spread out and turned into an ice wall to separate the two. Oh, this move is really good. Huge lava fists filled the sky instantly, and then fell towards Lin Feng like meteors. There is no way to teach Laozi to be a man just by this, Lin Feng sarcastically said. Fight to break the mountains and rivers, the lava of fire and earth. Lin Feng muttered softly. The billowing heat can be felt from afar. Fire dance and flowing flame stabs out, dragon fang, the rhythm of ice. Lin Feng did not dare to be careless about Akainu, who came from the hedge. Lin Feng took the opportunity to go around behind Akainu, and slammed down a strong dragon pressure. Akainu stepped on the moonwalk to avoid it, then fell to the ground and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng landed on the ground, looking at the giant lava fists all over the sky, he frowned. Meteor Volcano. Chapter 122 Lava Storm. Is Aokiji dead? The fruit was obtained by Lin Feng? Then he denied this terrible idea, until now seeing Lin Feng use the same lava as him, he is sure that Aokiji is definitely not dead. This Lin Feng doesn't know what method he used to possess so many abilities, if he can be captured and handed over to Vegapunk. Akainu's heart became excited in an instant, maybe Marine's strength will get a huge leap by then. The collision between the lava burned all the locations except where Lin Feng and Akainu were. Even Momosagi and others have long since withdrawn from the battlefield. At this moment, the two stood in the raging fire and looked at each other, without a trace of emotion in their eyes. One of them must have fallen here today. Kuina and others on Island 49 also saw this terrifying scene in the sky. Everyone on the entire Sabaody archipelago was terrified, for fear of being affected. Allah, what is Sakazuki doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Kizaru said angrily when he saw the burning red sky in the distance. Ha ha ha, maybe I was beaten stupid, Rayleigh said with a smile as he dropped his sword. Hearing this, Kizaru frowned. He was aware of Akainu's strength. Although it was impossible to take down Lin Feng, it wouldn't break his brain, but what happened when the lava attacked the lava? Play. On the battlefield, just as Akainu was about to continue his attack, a ringtone of a phone bug rang out inappropriately. Akainu suspiciously took out the phone bug from his pocket and put it to his ear. Sakazuki, immediately, come back to me. Who told you to act without authorization? Do you know that Lin Feng and Marine are cooperating? What are you doing? Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug, and Akainu pursed his lips after hearing it and said, it's my job to catch the criminal. Advertisement, Lin Feng and his gang attacked celestial dragons. They're the key criminals of the world government. I have the right to arrest them. Akainu is also very rigid and doesn't give Sengoku any face. Lin Feng watched this scene from a distance but smiled, and even answered the phone in the middle of the fight with Laozi. You Akainu take yourself too seriously or look down on me, Lin Feng. Regardless of what Akainu was doing, Lin Feng carried Huowu Liuyan through the raging fire and instantly killed Akainu. You take yourself too seriously. Do you really think you are invincible? Lin Feng stabbed Akainu's chest mercilessly. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** fist with the hand holding the phone bug and swung at Lin Feng. Under the collision, the phone instantly disappeared. The two continued to fight back and forth in a sea of fire and magma. Soon after the two separated, some injuries were added to their bodies. Akainu stood in the air on moonwalk, billowing smoke all over his body, looking like a demon climbing up from hell. Boy, let you taste the true power of lava fruit. Lava storm. Akainu squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground. In an instant, the whole island seemed to be shaken by a violent earthquake, causing landslides and ground torn apart. Dozens of huge deep pits appeared on the ground, and countless magmas sprayed into the sky. Under Akainu's control, these magmas chased Lin Feng around as if they had eyes. The magma came from all directions, and each column of magma was tens of meters thick. Lin Feng also gasped, Akainu still has such powerful moves. Seeing that the overwhelming magma was about to hit him, the Huowu Liuyuan in his hand swept out 360 degrees. Lin Feng stood on top of the ice dragon with a spear in his hand, looking coldly at Akainu below. Advertisement. Both of them ran towards the battlefield involuntarily. At present, they can only forcefully break through the encirclement of magma. Lin Feng believes that even Akainu cannot release such terrifying magma for a long time. Lin Feng. Kuina couldn't help shouting loudly. Lin Feng, big brother. Little Betty also had a look of disbelief. Lin Feng, who was in the magma, grasped the Huwu Liuyan tightly and stabbed upwards quickly. As time passed, the ice barrier became smaller and smaller, and Lin Feng also knew that it was absolutely impossible to continue like this. Upon seeing this, Barry immediately stretched out two branches and grabbed the two of them. The magic grudge turned into a huge spherical ice barrier that enveloped Lin Feng, and it became bigger and bigger. Don't worry, trust the captain, everything will be fine. Fulong soars to the sky. The huge ice attribute magic battle energy scattered like water, and the spear in Lin Feng's hand kept spinning. Flood dragon going to the sea, the rhythm of ice. Akainu's magma submerged the ice ball in an instant, and it kept melting Lin Feng's ice barrier. The others also looked at the distant sky with sad faces. And everyone on Island 49 also saw this terrifying scene in the sky. Seen from a distance, this scene is like hell. Akainu is still attacking non-stop and magma is continuously gathering around Lin Feng. The magic vindictiveness of the ice attribute led Lin Feng to break through the magma of Akainu, and then condensed into an ice dragon thousands of meters long. Chapter 123. 5 Dragons Conquer the Sky, Akainu Coma. Seeing that Lin Feng escaped from his lava, Akainu looked at Lin Feng in the sky in disbelief. It's time to end, Akainu. Lin Feng's voice resounded through the heaven and earth under the effect of magic grudge. As soon as the words fell, 5 giant dragons thousands of meters long once again condensed in the sky. The ice dragon under its feet turned into starlight and slowly disappeared. 5 dragons trapped the sky. Lin Feng's newly developed Battle Mage's big move is 5 giant dragons condensed from 5 different magical attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Feng stood suspended in the sky above Akainu, and 5 behemoths stared at Akainu all around. Akainu, Feng Shui turns around, you can follow my trick too. After the words fell, the 5 giant dragons opened their bloody mouths and roared towards Akainu in the middle. Then it flew towards Akainu fiercely, and the 5 attributes of magical vindictiveness formed a special position, and people trapped in it could not rush out at all. Akainu could only watch the giant dragon attack from all around, and there was nowhere to hide. Lava Storm. Akainu used this trick again, trying to resist Lin Feng's attack. However, the number of lava storms this time is not only insufficient, but also the size is not as terrifying as before. 5 dragons shattered Akainu's lava storm in the blink of an eye, exploding around Akainu. Countless magical vindictive energy gathered towards the center of the explosion, and Akainu struggled to resist in it, screaming non-stop. Kizaru, who has been paying attention to the battle here, sees that the situation is not good, so he no longer entangles with Rayleigh. Advertisement. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Rayleigh. When Kizaru arrived, it was already the scene in front of him. Kizaru rarely spoke, and looked at the place that was still exploding ahead with a serious expression. With such a powerful energy, no matter how fast he is, he dare not approach. Kizaru silently prayed to Akainu in his heart, then flew into the air, looking at the indifferent Lin Feng in front of him. He felt very different from the Lin Feng he knew before. Brother Lin Feng, you really made a big fuss this time, Kizaru said. Lin Feng heard the words and said, he asked for it. If something happens to Sakazuki, Marine won't be able to stand by. Kizaru's voice also became serious. After all, no matter how he disagrees with Akainu, he is also a comrade in arms who fought side by side, and he still has feelings. If I don't arrive in time, my people will die, and it will not be whether you Marine will stand by and watch. I'll sink Marineford. Lin Feng looked at Kizaru unkindly. At this time, the explosion below had also ended, and as the smoke cleared, Akainu's dilapidated body half kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath, with extremely serious injuries all over his body. The left arm is completely gone. Then he fell heavily on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this scene, Kizaru couldn't help shivering. But Lin Feng rushed down first, and Kizaru also chased after seeing that the secret path was not good. Stop! Kizaru yelled. Akainu must never be allowed to die here. But Lin Feng rushed to Akainu's side, grabbed him and flew up. Kizaru stood in front of Lin Feng and asked, what else do you want to do? Advertisement. Lin Feng smiled and said, if you want him to live, you can exchange those 2 celestial dragons. Don't worry, I promise he won't die during this time. Or, you want to fight with me too? If I don't call Aokiji, I really can't fight 2 admirals now, really, try? Kizaru said, you should know it's impossible. Looking at Akainu in his hand, Lin Feng smiled and said, in short, that's it, either you go back and inform the 5 old gangsters of the world government now, or I will kill Akainu now, and then you Marines will try to arrest me. Do you have to? Kizaru said. Those 2 trash must die. Lin Feng's tone was firm, without any room for negotiation. All this was caused by those 2 dogs, how could Lin Feng let them go? I'll inform Sengoku first. After speaking, Kizaru took out the phone bug. A few minutes later, after hearing Kizaru's full report on the situation, Sengoku yelled at Akainu, Kizaru, and Lin Feng on the phone. Then asked Kizaru to give the phone bug to Lin Feng. Hey, I won't answer. My conditions have been made very clear, I don't want to say anything else. In 3 days, I must bring those 2 garbage here. Sengoku on the other end of the phone heard Lin Feng's words and shouted loudly, Lin Feng, are you going to fight against the world government and Marine? The sound was so loud that the phone bugs were deformed. HMPH, so what? Lousy doesn't owe you Marine anything, but Marine injured me because of 2 pieces of garbage. There is no need for our cooperation to continue. If we don't play anymore, let's put it here. Either die celestial dragons or die Akainu. Lin Feng's tone was quite unkind. This time something almost happened. Now let's just forget about it, it's absolutely impossible. Chapter 124. The end. Kizaru didn't dare to follow. Now that Lin Feng's strength is too terrifying, is there anyone in this sea who is his opponent one-on-one? Kizaru said to the phone bug again, Sengoku, what should we do now? Sengoku said fiercely. How'd I know? Sakazuki is now in Lin Feng's hands. What else can we do? You are waiting in Sabaody. I will go to 5 elders to communicate. After speaking, he hung up the phone with a snap, and Kizaru looked at the phone bug in his mouth, pouted and said, Kuine, Marshal Sengoku. Knowing that Akainu can't die for the time being, Kizaru returned to his usual lazy and wretched appearance. Then they flew elementally to Marine's base in Sabaody. On Island 49, just as Lin Feng landed and dropped Akainu on the ground, Kuina threw himself into his arms. Gently stroking Kuina's head, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling scared. If he hadn't come out, they wouldn't be able to enter the gravity space to wake him up. The consequences would be unimaginable. Okay, it's okay. Lin Feng said softly. Kuina raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Come down a little bit. What? Come down. Lin Feng bent down obediently, and Kuina quickly brought her lips together, and it took a long time before they parted. Ahem. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen other people kiss? One by one. Lin Feng said with some embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng's words elicited bursts of laughter. Advertisement Enel even sat cross-legged on the ground with his broken arm dragging his body, and said weakly, I know how to show love. If there is no this Thor, you two kiss each other. Lin Feng heard the words and walked over, squatted in front of Enel and said, this time, thank you. Enel was stunned for a moment. He thought he was about to be beaten again. He stammered a little at a loss. Well, I just don't like that. What kind of dog is that? Ha ha ha. Okay, let's heal your wounds. After speaking, he looked back at Asa, who was also receiving Kona's treatment, and said, you are also good. Just as Asa was about to smile, he heard Lin Feng continue to say, don't be so brainless next time. I can catch the celestial dragons if they're lost, and I will be sad if you die. When Asa heard the words, the big tears couldn't help falling down, and he couldn't stop them no matter what. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, and next time you encounter such a situation, don't think about hiding your fruit ability. If you made a few clones and ran away, even Akainu would be confused. Asa nodded while sniffling and crying. Remember, life is the most important thing, none of you can die. Everyone nodded heavily when they heard Lin Feng's words. On the other side of the arena, Robin and Reiju took Lu Chi, K-Lock Doll and others to watch the battlefield just now from afar in a room at the highest point of the arena. I don't know what happened to them, Reiju said worriedly. Robin smiled and said, don't worry, it's fine, they're back. Saying that, Robin withdrew a hand with eyes near the gravity space. But Reiju, weren't you captured by Captain Lin Feng? Why are you still worried about him now? Reiju teased calmly when he heard the words. I heard that Miss Robin is protected by the captain now, don't you worry about him? Advertisement. The two women were clearly in a state of distress just now, but now they started a war between women inexplicably. Lu Chi and Lock Doll behind them looked at each other, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The two of them watched the battle here just now, and they were really shocked. The world's top combat power is too terrifying. If any of them went there, I'm afraid they would be wiped out soon. At this time, Marineford and Sengoku kept spinning in the office, and Garp stood aside with the same ugly expression. Okay, Sengoku, stop spinning, I'm dizzy, Garp yelled at Sengoku. Then tell me, what should we do now? Lin Feng refuses to let him go. Do you think we have the right to decide the life and death of celestial dragons? Or do you think those old guys from the world government will agree to exchange celestial dragons for Sakazuki? Sengoku stopped and said angrily. Garp was also speechless for a while, and held back for a long time before he could say. Sakazuki, that B**************** D, actually acted without permission. Kizaru is also an idiot. He fishes for fish and fishes for fish. He doesn't do things well every day. This time something happened. Sengoku hastily added. Boom, the office door was pushed open. You two still have the mood to say this here, staff officer. He walked in and saw two old friends still talking nonsense at this time. He couldn't help scolding. Little Crane, no. HMPH, quickly discuss a solution. Sakazuki must not die. Staff officer Crane interrupted Garp, and said to the two very seriously. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other. If there was a way, would they still vent their emotions here by scolding Akainu and Kizaru? Chapter 125. Akainu is not worth it. Yangmu. If there are too many casualties at that time, there is no guarantee that the bastards from New World will not take advantage of it, and then things will really become a big mess. In the end, Sengoku decided to call the world government first, talk about Lin Feng's conditions, and look at Lin Feng's attitude. If he doesn't exchange celestial dragons, Akainu may be in real danger. When the call was made, Sengoku was cut off in the middle of his sentence. Sengoku, I know what you want to say, but it's impossible. Don't be delusional. By the time 5 elders finished speaking, Sengoku's face fell to the ground. These old things, couldn't Akainu be saved? That's Marine Admiral. Sengoku couldn't help but roared. This is your Marine's own business. During this period of time, the Zhanlong organization's frequent attacks on celestial dragons have caused the world government to lose face.
Now if that be asterisk 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 D Lin Feng is also successful, where will the world government's face be placed? Face and face, isn't a marine admiral not as good as your face? Sengoku almost said this sentence with his loudest voice. Sengoku, who do you think you were talking to? Don't forget who gave you your marine marshal. If you don't want to do it, there are people who do it. At this time another 5 elders did say, Sengoku, we understand your feelings, but it is absolutely impossible to exchange celestial dragons. This is a matter of principle. What's more, we heard that Akainu was seriously injured. It seems that he lost his arm. Hey, I don't know if he can recover his previous strength after recovering from the injury. It's a pity. We are also sorry about what happened to Akainu, but in the end all of this was caused by his own actions. Advertisement. Well, if Marine wants to attack Lin Feng, the world government will send CP to help. And next year Marine's military spending will increase by 20%. After speaking, he hung up the phone without caring whether Sengoku wanted to talk or not. Sengoku has a phone bug in his hand, his eyes are on fire, and his hair is turning white. What 5 elders said just now made him feel extremely chilled. The meaning of the last few words is obvious. Akainu is seriously injured now. It is estimated that it is worthless to save it. It is not worth spending such a high price to rescue it. Not to mention that even Akainu who is intact is not qualified to use celestial dragons. Change. And Sengoku knew in his heart that the world government would definitely not agree to Lin Feng's conditions, and he just wanted to try, just in case. But who would have known that before he could speak, those 5 old fellows blocked his mouth. Return 20% of the military expenditure. Are you planning to exchange the life of a marine admiral at this point? That's my marine admiral? Staff Garp and Crane in the room naturally also heard what was said on the other end of the phone bug. These bastards, rubbish, eat shit. In the past, both Sengoku and Suru's staff would remind Garp not to talk nonsense. But now they feel that Garp is so right, and they even want to scold him. The 3 just stood in the room without saying a word, and finally Garp said, forget it, the old man will go talk to that kid Lin Feng. You go, what do you say, play the emotional card? Sengoku said. And what's his purpose? Garp asked. Advertisement. Xiaohei, do you mean that Lin Feng did it on purpose? Sengoku asked. Judging from the current situation, no matter whether we agree to his conditions or not, whether Akainu or celestial dragons will die, the final result will be complete hostility between the 2 sides. Sengoku and Garp nodded simultaneously. Garp almost choked on what Sengoku said. Sengoku, think about it carefully, if Lin Feng really just wants to kill celestial dragons, why does he need to negotiate terms with us? Hearing Staff Officer Yi's words, the 2 old men looked over. This time his people were almost killed by Akainu, and even the girl Kuina was almost killed. Do you think playing the emotional card is useful? Hearing this, Staff Officer Yi nodded and said, for Lin Feng, killing Akainu will not do any good other than to relieve his chi, not to mention that Akainu has been almost crippled by him. Killing Akainu at this time is better than making good use of him. Sengoku suddenly realized when he heard the words, after all, if he was called the resourceful general, he would have reacted as soon as Staff Crane reminded him. That's right, if Lin Feng wants to kill them, I don't think he can't kill them. Yangmu. Sengoku said 2 words suddenly, since this is the result, why did Lin Feng let go of those 2 celestial dragons? The celestial dragons were rescued and brought back to Mariajoy in Sabaody. At this time, Staff Officer Crane suddenly said, I think Lin Feng's purpose may not be simple. Garp felt dizzy after hearing this. Can you explain clearly? Chapter 126 Analysis of Staff Crane. Staff Officer Crane continued. Lin Feng knows that the world government will not agree to his conditions, and his purpose is to create a gap between the world government and Marine. With the identity of Akainu, it can be said that there is a lot of response in Marine. Even people like him can be given up, so what about others? What will other people think? Will they think that even Marine Admiral is just a pawn that can be discarded at any time, let alone their low-level officers and soldiers? When this kind of thinking spreads in the army, sooner or later it will explode. Hiss. After analyzing the matter one by one, Sengoku and Garp only felt chills in their backs, which was shaking the foundation of Marine. Murder. Staff Officer He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Why, am I wrong? Garp heard the words and said, no, Xiaohei, go on. Staff Officer Crane put down his teacup and said, actually, you can understand it from another angle. If I were Lin Feng, I would not kill Akainu no matter whether the world government agrees to my conditions. Huh? Why? Although killing Akainu can also intensify the conflict between Marine and the world government, it is also not conducive to Lin Feng's next actions. I can be sure that Lin Feng definitely has a dark secret. Then if it's me, I'll put Akainu back in 3 days, so that not only can Marine see Akainu's miserable situation, but also make an example to others. It can also show his strength and show his generosity. The final result will be that the celestial dragons caused trouble, Akainu acted without authorization, and the world government abandoned Marine Admiral. Lin Feng hoped to let go of his personal grievances with Akainu on the basis of past affection and Marine's past contributions and let Akainu go. Advertisement. What Lin Feng did was nothing more than a last resort. In order to protect himself, he had to do so. Everything that happened with Marine was a misunderstanding. It was the fault of the world government. Both Marine and Lin Feng were victims. And you can also sell a favor to Marine, and you have to repay the favor if you don't want to. In the end, it's all the celestial dragon's fault. It's the world government's fault. He said everything he had analyzed in one breath. Staff officer, he raised his teacup and took another sip. At that time, there may be many voices in Marine who are on Lin Feng's side, and more Marines will be dissatisfied with the world government. Sengoku and Garp both looked dumbfounded. There are still so many twists and turns. Sengoku is a little better and can get through with a little bit, while Garp is beyond shock. But this doesn't look like Lin Feng's style. Could it be that he just let the two celestial dragons go? Sengoku asked. This is the only thing I can't figure out. According to his personality, it is impossible to let them go, but this time it is really unpredictable. Staff officer, he said. Sengoku also couldn't figure it out, but he still said, since we already know his purpose, should we let him succeed? Otherwise, what else do you want to do? This favor Marine has to keep it, naked conspiracy, unless you really want Akainu to die like this. Staff Crane glanced at Sengoku and said. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, since this is the case, we can only wait. I hope it is true. However, this kind of backbone is probably only available when facing us so-called civilians. It's a pity. Hearing Lin Feng's words, even though Akainu was lying on the bed unable to move, he still erupted with a terrifying aura. If you want to kill, kill. I didn't expect you to talk so much nonsense. Advertisement, what do you want to do? Although the voice was very soft and weak, it still did not lose hockey. In an ordinary room, Lin Feng sat on a stool and looked at Akainu, who had been treated urgently and was still dying. A pug when it comes to celestial dragons, an accomplice to their mischief, a tail-wagging dog. Isn't it? When facing the civilians, it is the Marine Admiral who stands tall, the embodiment of justice. It wasn't until he tilted his head and saw Lin Feng smiling on the chair that he realized that he was captured. Akainu glared at Lin Feng angrily. What do you mean? It's not that I'm talking about you. The world government didn't even let you come, but you insist on licking your face. Isn't that cheap? Tisk tisk, it's really ironic that the dignified Marine Admiral has become like this. Or in your heart, your justice is to be the accomplice of the celestial dragons. Lin Feng's voice came to Akainu's ears clearly. Sabadi Archipelago, inside the arena on Island 49. Yo, are you awake? Hey, are you angry? Did it reach your heart? Lin Feng smiled and said, as expected of Admiral, he has such a backbone after all this. However, he has already woken up. Akainu opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at the ceiling, felt the bandage wound on his body, and thought he had returned to Naval Headquarters. Chapter 127 Fudge Akainu. If everyone is like you, more people will die. Lifting up the wine on the table and taking a sip, Lin Feng said, it turns out that it is like this. If you can't solve the people who caused the problems, you can solve the people who raised the problems and the people who resisted. This method is so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought. Ah, since Akainu Admiral understands the righteousness so well and wants to sacrifice a small number of people to maintain world peace, then I can only help you, Lin Feng said with a malicious smile. Akainu didn't understand what Lin Feng was saying. What do you mean? Come in. Lin Feng ignored him and shouted towards the door instead. Bartolomeo, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately opened the door and walked in. Boss. Notify our people in North Blue, let them check to see if Akainu Admiral has family, relatives or friends over there, invite them over, and let's entertain them well, Lin Feng said casually. That's right, not only North Blue, but Marine should also conduct a thorough investigation. In fact, where can Lin Feng find out the internal affairs of North Blue and Marine? But it's a fool, you have to believe yourself first before others will believe you. Bartolomeo is also worthy of being the boss of the underworld. He showed a cruel smile and said, yes, boss, I like this kind of thing the most. After Bardo walked out of the room, Lin Feng saw bloodshot eyes appearing in Akainu's eyes. You scum. Akainu cursed. Seeing Akainu like this, Lin Feng knew he had made the right bet. Thank you for the compliment, but don't worry, I won't do anything to your family and friends, I will treat them well. I suppose it would be their honor to send them as slaves to the noble celestial dragons. Akainu said, you won't succeed. Advertisement, I don't need to bother you, you won't be here anyway. I don't know if the world government and Marine will protect your family after you die. Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. The world government rejected my proposal and is unwilling to exchange you with celestial dragons. You have been abandoned, so pitiful. Lin Feng covered his mouth and said exaggeratedly. Nonsense. Stay by yourself, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked out of the room without the slightest hesitation, leaving Akainu lying on the bed alone, daydreaming. Come to a very spacious room. This is a hidden tavern specially built by Lin Feng. Lin Feng plans to let Rayleigh and Shaki move here later. Anyway, there is no need to rely on the tavern to make money now. What Shaki is doing now is a bit dangerous, and it is better to hide it. Everyone has been waiting for Lin Feng here, and Enel has recovered to the spirited guy he used to be, but the broken arm has not fully recovered. After all, it is impossible for Konus to treat him 24 hours a day, so it will take time. Going to sit next to Kuina, Lin Feng said, I have to go out tonight. Where are you going? Kuina asked. After all, you cut off one ear of celestial dragons this time. Don't look at the world government's actions now. They just don't do anything because Akainu is in my hands. When this matter is over, the world government will definitely trouble us. Kuina leaned on Lin Feng and asked, then what are you going to do? Divert their attention. Well, but I'm going with you. At night, Boa Hancock is taking a bath in the palace on Dyer's Island. Advertisement. When she came out of the bath after washing her body, she saw a man sitting in the room. Ah, Lin Feng. You be asterisk 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 d. Lu Qi. You should know who should be killed and who should not be killed. Don't kill Red Eyes, Lin Feng reminded. Exist, and Barry and Bardo, you two too, look after Akainu. Yes. The two replied in unison. Oh. Enel obediently sat back on the chair like a bullied little daughter-in-law. Yes, boss. You stay and watch Akainu. Lin Feng stood in front and said, everyone knows what happened today. In order to prevent the world government from troubling us, we can only take the initiative. Yes, Mr. Lin Feng. Half an hour later, in the same tavern, all the members of the dragon-slaying organization except Hawkeye had changed into their dragon-slaying robes and gathered here. Enel said excitedly after hearing the words, haha, I still need this Thor. Lucci, Lok Dar. Heal your wound well, there is no need to discuss it, Lin Feng said firmly. The two of you set off overnight with your people. Lu Qi is in charge of assassinating nobles in various places, and K Lok is in charge of attacking the warships of the world government. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and continued, Enel, yes, Captain. Ah. The expression on Enel's face froze instantly. Why? I don't agree. Chapter 128 Attack on the Holy Land. Mariajoy, you guys come with me. That's right, Reiju was also taken by Lin Feng, the future queen of North Blue. What's more, she now knows too many secrets, it is impossible to let her go back. And Reiju didn't have any resistance because of his younger brother Sanji, and he couldn't beat Lin Feng himself, so he had to join. HMPH, stinky man. Hancock heard Lin Feng's words and said, it's all women. Lin Feng heard the words and took a look, only to realize that it was true. He and Asa were the only two men involved in this operation, 5 women. Forget it, don't care about that much, okay, let's go too. Kuina walked up to Hancock and said, it's the first time we act together, happy cooperation. As Lin Feng's eyes turned red, a spatial fluctuation appeared in front of everyone. Lin Feng had been to the Holy Land Mariajoy last time, assassinated 2 celestial dragons here, and left a space imprint when he left. This time, they still appeared in that room with everyone. Since the death of that celestial dragons, this room has been deserted. Everyone appeared in the room without attracting anyone's attention. Attention everyone, don't leave alone. Everyone divide into groups and act together. And don't reveal your identity. Hancock, remember not to use the fruit ability. Hancock snorted coldly and said, do you think the concubine will not think of it? Soon everyone walked out of the room. Not far from here is the gathering place of Tianlong. Everyone watched from a distance, and there were magnificent palaces everywhere. This time our goal is to capture the celestial dragons. 2 of each is enough, don't fight. Advertisement, action. Several people rushed out together after hearing the words. Lin Feng directly used Susanoo. Now Susanoo is nearly 100 meters tall. During this time, the integration of Sharingan has improved fairly well. Susanoo wrapped everyone together and quickly flew to the gathering place of celestial dragons ahead. Rushing forward, Lin Feng's Susan raised his huge fist and slammed it hard on a building. The time was too short, celestial dragons, CP, and even the guards didn't have time to think about what happened. Lin Feng and his group had already started to wreak havoc here. A large part of the guards died soon, and the CPs who rushed over were of no use at all, so they had to die. Conus and Little Betty turned into elves and nightmares and flew quickly in the air, looking for the escaping and hiding celestial dragons. Asa even tried his best to separate out his clone, and rushed out from several directions. It seems that his harvest should not be bad. Kuina took Hancock and Robin together. After all, the 2 women had a deep hatred for celestial dragons. Lin Feng was worried that they would not be able to stop, so he asked Kuina to follow along. Lin Feng took Reiju with her. After all, she couldn't use the transformation device here, otherwise she would be exposed immediately. In the shortest period of time, a few people destroyed most of the buildings in this area. Reiju also personally captured 2 fat celestial dragons under the cover of Lin Feng. Lin Feng drives a Gundam and walks in this palace complex, and wherever he goes, it will be turned into ruins. After everyone came back, the captured celestial dragons were also taken into the Kamui space by Lin Feng. The top executives of the world government and the 5 elders who lived in the center of the Holy Land were lying in bed dreaming a moment ago, but now they were all woken up by the phone calls one after another. When the people they sent arrived, there was only one Lin Feng left. Lin Feng saw the person coming, but he didn't know him either. Advertisement standing on Susanoo's head, he asked, it's been a long time, and finally a stronger dog came. Come on, tell me, who are you? The visitor looked at Lin Feng without saying a word, not feeling any pressure from Lin Feng's displayed strength. Draw your sword. A huge slash struck Lin Feng. Alala, it's really scary, Lin Feng said while holding the back of his head. This person's slashing power was indeed good, but it was wishful thinking to break through Susanoo's defense. Lin Feng reckoned that this person's strength was about the same as that of Marine's backup admiral, just at Momosagi's level. It's still far from the real admiral. After a loud bang, Lin Feng stood on the spot unharmed. Not even a trace was left on Susanoo. Oh, hello, it's amazing, it scared me to death. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he didn't give the opponent a chance to continue attacking, and the huge Susanoo flew into the sky. Inferno-style Susanoo flame control. Lin Feng just spent 10,000 points to purchase the ability of flame control, and gained a lot of ways to use it. At this time, under Susanoo's state, Lin Feng transformed the black flames into the form of huge arrows, which split into countless black flame arrow rains in the air, and fell on every part of the palace complex. In an instant, the black flames that claimed to be able to burn targets including ordinary flames to ashes before they can be stopped spread all over every corner. Those guards and CPs burned to ashes one by one under the burning of the black flame. Lin Feng finished all this, looked at the powerful swordsman rushing over in the sky, smiled and said, "You come up." Susanoo even imitated Lin Feng's movement and hooked her fingers. The swordsman was so angry that his face was livid, and he rushed to the sky while stepping on the moonwalk. When he came to Lin Feng opened the Kamui space and got in. The swordsman was yelling to vent his anger when he saw this scene. When Uzumaki suddenly appeared in a space, Lin Feng stepped out of half of his body and looked at him and said, "I'll be back." Chapter 129 Get Rich Overnight. For the first time in 800 years, several old men kept clamoring to kill Zhanlong, but after discussing for a long time, they couldn't find any solution, and they couldn't find anyone at all. "Why don't you ask that lord? No, you must not disturb that adult because of this kind of thing." The other 3-5 elders also nodded. "If you disturb that lord casually, I'm afraid something serious will happen." Fortunately, the place where Zhanlong attacked this time was not particularly important, and not much information was leaked. Then he ordered CP to organize a worldwide search for Zhanlong organization, disdainful of all costs to obtain information about Zhanlong. Although this incident happened in the holy land of Mariajoy, who knows if someone will spread the news, or Zhanlong himself will make a big publicity. At that time, the world government will lose face. Sabadi Archipelago. After Lin Feng brought everyone back to the arena, he came to the prison inside the arena alone. The 3 celestial dragons captured here were imprisoned here. At this time, they were all sallow and emaciated, and they didn't have the previous high-spirited appearance. Seeing Lin Feng coming in at this time, one by one, with disheveled hair, crawled over like dogs and lay on the iron railing to eat. The matter of guarding the celestial dragons is now in charge of Bartolomeo, and I don't know how he tortures these celestial dragons every day. It looks really miserable. But Lin Feng didn't intend to take pity on them, and opened up a lot of space to release all the celestial dragons caught tonight. It was agreed that one person would catch 2 and then retreat, but it turned out that the guards there were basically no threat to Lin Feng and the others, and finally captured a full 24 celestial dragons. Advertisement. It is estimated that the world government would not have thought that someone would appear directly in the hinterland of the Holy Land Mariajoy, and the guards on the periphery would not be able to play a role at all. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that there are so many celestial dragons living in such a big place. What a big dog. A total of 24 celestial dragons were released by Lin Feng. 15 males and 9 females appeared in the prison one by one. After watching Lin Feng tremble, he never received such treatment since he was a child. At the beginning in the Kamui space, some bold ones pointed at Lin Feng and cursed them, but after being taught one by one by Bartolomeo, they all became honest soon. Lin Feng looked at the big fat sheep in front of him, and he was very happy. 27 of them. That's 270,000 points. But you can't just kill him like this, you have to find a suitable opportunity for public execution. Locking these celestial dragons into a small cell, Lin Feng returned to the tavern. Hancock is still here, she needs to be sent back. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Hancock walked over with long legs, and before Lin Feng could speak, he said, "I will stay here for a while." "Huh? Why?" Lin Feng asked. "What why? Isn't a concubine the one who slays the dragon?" Hancock said. "Okay, but you don't care about the number of people on your daughter's island?" Hancock gave Lin Feng a blank look when he heard the words. "Don't you know about phone bugs? If something happens, you are responsible for sending the concubine back." Lin Feng walked up to Kuina and sat down next to him and asked, "Why did Hancock stay here all of a sudden?" She heard about the gravitational space. Kuina poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "So that's the case, no wonder." At night, the two hugged each other and lay on the bed, panting heavily with sweat. Advertisement open black lens bracket high. The company holiday is relatively long, so I'll be back right away as soon as the holiday is over. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hey yo. Close black lens bracket. Don't be surprised. Lin Feng had black lines all over his head and said helplessly, "How about saying hello before you disappear next time?" Hearing that Lin Feng was no longer sleepy, he just lay on the bed and waited dryly. Open black lens bracket. It's me. It's me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host. I'm back. Close black lens bracket. When Kuina gradually fell asleep, Lin Feng also closed his eyes and prepared to take a good rest. Too many things happened today. Lin Feng realized this and quickly asked in his mind, "Where have you been running all this time?" "The boy is too skinny, I'm afraid I can't help but whip him." Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Kuina who was sleeping beside him. "Huh? Who is speaking?" Open black lens bracket. Let me see, you have done a lot during this time. Close black lens bracket. Come on, let me calculate your gains during this period first, and I will reward you later. Don't bother me. Lin Feng, do you think our first child will be a boy or a girl? Kuina stretched out her fingers and drew circles on Lin Feng's chest. Well, it's fine, but I like my daughter better, Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, go to sleep, I'm exhausted. Kuina arched in Lin Feng's arms and said, "You slave. Open black lens bracket. Hey, forgot close black lens bracket. Chapter 130, congratulations to host for getting the weapon spear but evil. Get 25,000 points and 3 blank devil fruit. After Lin Feng heard this, he almost jumped out of bed. Points are not important, he has no shortage of points now. But evil. This is the weapon that Lin Feng has been thinking about for an unknown amount of time. If it wasn't already very late, he would have rushed out immediately and held it in his hand for fun. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Feng asked, "System, what does the blank devil fruit mean?" Open black lens bracket. As the name suggests, it is a devil fruit without any ability. Close black lens bracket. You said it as if you didn't say it, you really listened to what you said. Open black lens bracket. However, it can deprive others of their fruit ability and pass it on. Close black lens bracket. What? Lin Feng asked in surprise. As long as you stick it on the body of demon fruit power for 5 minutes, all the fruit power of the opponent will be absorbed. After listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, he had already thought about what devil fruit he wanted. Are there any other rewards? Lin Feng asked. Open black lens bracket. Gone. Close black lens bracket. Turning over in disappointment, Lin Feng chatted with the system before slowly falling asleep. The next day, Lin Feng was still sleeping on the bed. The story of Mariajoy abducting the celestial dragons last night has gradually spread. Of course, this is what Lin Feng ordered as soon as he came back last night. On Marine's side, Sengoku was sitting on the marshal's chair in a state of anxiety, while the matter on Lin Feng's side hadn't been resolved yet. Zhanlong jumped out to make trouble again. Advertisement with the ferment of time, Lin Feng's feat in Sabaody was overwhelmed by the deeds of killing the dragon. Not to say that no one cares at all, but most of them are discussing how many celestial dragons Zhanlong has captured. Sengoku, on the other hand, received an order from the world government early in the morning to cooperate with CP to increase the investigation of Zhanlong organization. But how does Sengoku know how to investigate? These people have always come and gone without a trace. Reluctantly, he could only deal with it first and agree. His current thoughts are still on Lin Feng's side. After all, Akainu is Marine's admiral, and this is what he cares most about now. Those bastards in New World will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble while Akainu is not there, and the thought of this makes my head hurt even more. Just as he was about to take a sip of the tea on the table, footsteps sounded outside the door. There was a knock on the door, and a Marine from the intelligence department walked in. Marshal Sengoku, we have received a report that the warship of the world government was attacked by the Zhanlong organization this morning. Puff. Sengoku spit out the tea just after he drank it, and then slammed the table. It's Zhanlong again. Get out, Sengoku said to the visitor. Then he leaned back on the chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Sengoku only felt that being a marshal was exhausting. Unlike Sengoku, after Lin Feng woke up, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast, so he ran to the biggest duel arena in the arena. Standing in the center of the field, Lin Feng lovingly stroked Keishie in his hand. Then hold, stab, pick, chop, chop with one hand. After trying the feel of the hand, Lin Feng tried several moves of the Battle Mage one after another. Sky Strike, Longya, Liantu, Round Dance Stick. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng stood where he was, looking at Keishie with satisfaction. According to Lin Feng's estimate, Keishie's power is at least 5 layers higher than Huo Liuyan's. Putting away the evil, Lin Feng hummed a little song and returned to the tavern in the arena. Shaki and Rayleigh also moved here at Lin Feng's invitation. Yo, what's the matter, so happy? Advertisement. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Shaki lay on a boss chair with a cigarette in his mouth and said, "Hey, it's nothing, I just got some good things." Lin Feng said with a smile. Others followed suit. Time flew by, and it was the 3 days agreed between Lin Feng and Marine. Lin Feng smiled and said to Shaki, "Shaki, I'm hungry." Sitting on a chair, Lin Feng smiled as he watched the lively crowd, and then began to think about the next thing. Lin Feng came to Akainu's room early in the morning. These 3 days Akainu had a very uncomfortable life. Lin Feng didn't let anyone treat his injuries, and he remained in a state where he couldn't die. In the end, I just spit out a few words weakly. The black and red color scheme looks very hockey, and everyone gathered here to touch and touch there. Shaki reluctantly got up to prepare food for Lin Feng. Marine won't let you go. Barry, who was eating breakfast, looked up and asked. Walking up to Akainu, Lin Feng said, "Akainu Admiral, how do you feel these days?" Akainu glared at him, but didn't speak. Later, the public execution will be held at Sabaody. Tisk tisk, what a big scene. Lin Feng didn't disappoint everyone. He took out Keishie and put it on the table. "Captain, what a good thing, show us. I forgot to tell you, today is your death day. You are really abandoned. I feel sorry for you. After working hard for so many years, the world government doesn't care about your life." Yes, Captain, share it." Hearing this, Akainu looked at Lin Feng angrily and wanted to scold Lin Feng fiercely, but he had no extra strength in the past 3 days. Chapter 131 Press Conference. After a while, grab all your family and friends and give them to Celestial Dragons. They must like it very much. After all, they're the family and friends of Admiral before Marine. It must be very fulfilling. After saying this, Lin Feng saw Akainu's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Lin Feng without saying a word, and could see his chest heaving violently due to anger. "What are you doing, angry? It seems that you also know what it means to be a slave of the Celestial Dragons. Didn't you not care about it before? You even wanted to destroy those who resisted. Why can't you bear it when things happen to you?" After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the room, and Barry and Bardo walked in. Bardo punched Akainu unconscious, and then the two carried Akainu and walked out behind Lin Feng. At this time, on the periphery of Island 49, Kizaru and Momosagi are guarding here with a group of marine soldiers. They already knew Staff Crane's analysis from Sengoku, but no one was sure that Lin Feng would really hand over Akainu to them. It's just that they never expected that when they came here, there was already a group of journalists around. Lin Feng, what does he want to do, is this? Momosagi said to Kizaru beside him. Allah, the old man doesn't know. Kizaru cut his nails as usual and didn't care about the reporters who were stopped by Marine. After waiting here for a long time, Lin Feng and others arrived late. Seeing Akainu being held up by Bardo and the others, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Too bad, if you don't say this, who would have thought it was Marine Admiral? Why, did someone bring it? Lin Feng stood in front of Kizaru and Momosagi and said. No, you know it's impossible for the world government to do that. Advertisement, Momosagi explained. Lin Feng said regretfully after hearing the words. Hey, that's the only way to go. What's up? Momosagi asked. At this time, the reporters had already pointed their cameras at Lin Feng's side, and the flashes kept flickering. Ahem. Lin Feng straightened his clothes, coughed twice, and adjusted his state. In the past 3 days, after thinking about it, I still can't do it. Although Akainu Admiral shot and hurt my man, he was also punished. The relationship between me and Marine has always been very close, and our relationship cannot be affected by two wastes. So, I have already decided that even if the world government abandons Akainu Admiral, I, Lin Feng, will return Akainu Admiral to Marine. Even if under the pressure of the world government, Marine will definitely arrest me. I don't care. First, no, Marine is not at fault. There were a lot of righteous and awe-inspiring words, and the expressions of the reporters became more and more exciting. Marine deliberately wanted to drive these reporters away, but Lin Feng was still here, and it was really difficult for them to do so. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is Lin Feng's special call. After Lin Feng's performance, Bartolomeo solemnly carried Akainu to Kizaru. Seeing Akainu dying, the corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, and then ordered Marine behind him to pick Akainu up. Kizaru and Momosagi also don't want to continue acting with Lin Feng here, and they are ready to go back immediately after connecting Akainu. As soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Lin Feng. Kizaru Admiral, I think Akainu Admiral's injury is very dangerous, and I don't know if he can recover. Advertisement. Kizaru turned around when he heard the words. What does brother Lin Feng mean? Lin Feng said with a smile. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll talk about it later when I think about it. After the matter was settled, Lin Feng also returned to the arena with his people. Brother Lin Feng, is what you said true? Sitting in the tavern, Lin Feng sat alone and drank wine alone. What are you doing to lie to you? But I also have conditions. That's right, you said that this arena has just been built, and after spending so much money and so much time, will it not be used at all in the end? Lin Feng said with a sigh. Sengoku finally said these 3 words. Momosagi on the side asked, what conditions? Of course, and his broken arm can grow back. Lin Feng smiled and said, I can cure him. What? Kizaru, who was always calm, couldn't control his surprise at this moment. Kizaru took out the phone bug and reported to Sengoku. Kuina asked, what's the matter, aren't you happy? I didn't catch those 2 bastards this time, and I don't know where they went. But the 2 of them must die, so let them live for a few more days, Lin Feng said. Kuina reached out and pressed Lin Feng's temples and rubbed gently. It can't be helped, who would have thought that such a thing would happen, it's all because of the 2 celestial dragons. Promise him. If you believe me, you can take Akainu back first. In 3 days, I will go to naval headquarters in person. If you want to do something to me, it will be a good opportunity. Chapter 132. Old Man Garp, can you bear this? Calling Sengoku beforehand, the 2 flew straight to Marine's nursing home. Knowing that Lin Feng would come over, Marine also assembled quite impressive combat power here. In any case, the current relationship between the 2 parties is far from good. Except for a few common bosses, most of them are the former vice admirals under Akainu. At this moment, they all looked at Lin Feng angrily, not hiding their desire to kill Lin Feng at all. Humph. As soon as Lin Feng landed, he released a terrifying aura. You. A vice admiral straightened up with difficulty and pointed at Lin Feng. If you don't want your hands anymore, I'll be happy to help you, Lin Feng said coldly. Lin Feng, stop. Lin Feng put away his aura indifferently when he heard the words, and then looked at Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, your subordinates seem to be very ignorant. Don't talk about it, get down to business, Sengoku said. Lin Feng waved his hand to Konos and said, go ahead, don't worry, if they dare to mess around, I'll level this place. Konos smiled and nodded, she wasn't worried about what would happen at all, as long as Lin Feng was around, she didn't know what it meant to be afraid. Sengoku glanced at Konos and said, just this little girl? What? Are you looking down on people? Well, no. Hurry up and take this girl in and treat Sakazuki, Sengoku said to Kizaru who was beside him. Kizaru nodded and showed Konos the way, and the 2 went to Akainu's ward. After the 2 left, Lin Feng stood alone in the circle surrounded by these marine generals. He took out a reclining chair on his own, and lay down under the incomprehensible eyes of everyone, holding a bag of melon seeds and a bottle of wine in his hand. Advertisement. Seeing Lin Feng's arrogance, those vice admirals from the Akainu faction couldn't hold back anymore, and just about to say something, Lin Feng spoke first. Well, Marshal Sengoku, Why don't you let these people go? I'm afraid they can't help talking later, and then I can't help but shoot them to death. That's quite the arrogance to say. Even Sengoku could barely resist cursing. Boy Lin Feng, restrain yourself, don't go too far. Garp winked at Lin Feng while talking, and his mouth was tilted so hard that Lin Feng almost laughed. Okay, I'll show you some face. But I'm a little curious, I want to know why you hate me so much. Do we have hatred? Lin Feng asked the vice admiral of the Akainu faction while nibbling seeds. The melon seed shell in his hand was thrown on the ground casually. If it wasn't for you, how could Akainu admiral be like this? There was a vice admiral yelling loudly, others followed suit. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng burst out laughing suddenly. Why are you laughing? Aren't you being stupid as Marine? Someone is going to kill me, can't I resist? Why don't you resist if I kill your parents now? The person who spoke just now stopped short. Am I being too friendly to you? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Why don't you count one of you present and come out and make gestures? You come? Are you coming? How about Aokiji? Aokiji fell asleep and didn't hear it. Advertisement. Lin Feng ignored him and looked at Sengoku and Garp. You two should come. Lin Feng, you are too arrogant. Sengoku scolded angrily. TCH, if it weren't for seeing that you Marines have indeed contributed to the stability of the sea, you would think I'm so talkative. Marshal Sengoku, feel your conscience and say, is there such a thing? Puff. After taking a mouthful of melon seed shells, Lin Feng said again. It was only after I finished speaking that I realized that I had said the wrong thing. What you said just now is not counted, ha ha ha. If it wasn't for Marshal Sengoku and Old Man Garp's face, Akainu would have been reincarnated now, and he's still G yelling at me. Where did you get the qualifications? Lin Feng said to the group of vice admirals again. Don't you think it's a pity that we would have had a close collaboration and everything was ruined by celestial dragons? Old Man Garp, can you bear it? TCH, if it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid the corpses would stink. The cooperation between us was about to start soon, but 2 pigs were killed halfway to make trouble. If it were you, would you bear it? Everyone also looked at Garp, who knew that the old man subconsciously said, I can't bear it. The result? Akainu still wants to kill my people. If it gets out that Lin Feng called the celestial dragons pigs in front of many generals at naval headquarters, he will not be able to explain it. Those vice admirals in the crowd who were not from Akainu's faction took a few steps back, obviously telling Lin Feng, it's none of our business, don't scold us too. Although Sengoku didn't say anything on the surface, his heart was so sad that the money was gone. Lin Feng, pay attention to your wording. Sengoku looked at the expressions of the people around him and said with some embarrassment. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. All right, really fussy. At that time, Marshal Sengoku will avenge me. Avenge me? What a joke. Lin Feng spat out the melon seeds all over the floor in disdain. Chapter 133. Comfort me. Quick Sengoku looked at Lin Feng with quite a headache. Do you think it is possible for us to cooperate after this kind of thing happened? That must be possible, otherwise I would have spent so much money in vain. Do you think the world government will agree? Lin Feng smiled and asked, why don't you agree? How about I analyze it for you? Sengoku stroked his beard and said, you are now a thorn in the side of the world government. Let me ask a question, what do you think of my current strength? Lin Feng asked disdainfully. Do you think the world government plus your marine want to arrest me? Assuming you can do it, how much will it cost? Can you afford this price? In an instant, marine, from the marshal to the generals, all looked very unsightly. Obviously, they all thought of this problem. What's more, I'm not a pirate. Why do you have to make trouble with a powerful civilian? Are you looking for guilt? The expressions on the faces of Sengoku, Garp and others are wonderful, as if they are constipated. G say you are a commoner, you are so embarrassed, what about your face? No more. Also, the #1 enemy of the world government is the dragon-slaying organization, tisk tisk, it's really a headache for you. Tell me, in this situation, even if I have conflicts with the world government, will they take action against me? No way. What the world government should do is to find a way to appease me and soothe my wounded heart, otherwise I will pull up the flag and become a pirate, or join Zhanlong. The revolutionary army is also fine, it is probably quite interesting. Hiss. No. Sengoku said hastily, advertisement. You promised the old man that you would not be a pirate, and you would not join other forces. Lin Feng heard the words and said, you also said that was at the beginning. I was too naive at the time, and I was fooled by you. I was really too young. Who would have thought that celestial dragons would always bump into me and cause trouble? I'm just a commoner. I can't stand the oppression of the world's nobles, so I can only stand up and resist. It's all forced. This performance really disgusted everyone present, even if what you said is true, don't make such an exaggerated expression, okay. You be D. You. Okay. Marshal Sengoku. I just have this idea now, don't get excited, who will be the marshal if you get angry? Actually, I just want to make money honestly. How comfortable, I'm not the kind of person who likes to fight and kill. As long as we can continue to cooperate, we are still good friends. Don't you agree? Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, hurry up and agree, I have analyzed it so clearly, is it possible that I really plan to turn my face, really turn my face and kill you? Sengoku looked at the expression on Lin Feng's face, as if there were a few big characters, come and comfort me. After thinking for a while, Sengoku had to admit that what Lin Feng said was true. Although Lin Feng and his gang wounded the celestial dragons, if they were ordinary people, they would have been chopped into pieces long ago, but what about Lin Feng, or the four emperors? If you are injured, you will be injured, so what if you kill a few? Can the world government and marine really start a war with the four emperors because of this kind of thing? Advertisement: how much damage would it cause? In the final analysis, it still depends on strength. But even if the world government doesn't really go to war, it will still cause you some trouble. Lin Feng just didn't want to be pestered all the time in the future, so he attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy, making them annoyed. And if you put aside your position, Sengoku doesn't think there is anything wrong with Lin Feng. I will report this matter to the world government, Sengoku finally said. And your condition, Kurokainu's condition. Lin Feng laughed and said, my condition is related to celestial dragons. Sengoku's face tightened. Impossible, the world government won't give you people. What are you in a hurry for? My condition is that the future Sabaody archipelago, no matter who it is, even celestial dragons, must abide by my rules. If there are more celestial dragons making trouble and killing people, if one dies, I will kill 2 celestial dragons. Lin Feng's tone was full of murderous intent, without any sympathy. Everyone present felt Lin Feng's determination, and I'm afraid he was really going to do it. You. Forget it, I'll report it, but don't expect too much, Sengoku said helplessly. Lin Feng touched his nose and smiled. Okay, if it doesn't work, I will put a sign at each entrance of Sabaody land, celestial dragons and dogs are not allowed. Everyone sweated again when they heard the words, this kind of words are only what you can say. Hey, what are your expressions? I haven't finished yet. Sengoku took a deep breath when he heard the words. I am not angry, there is no one to replace my body when I am angry. Chapter 134. I want another island, just the one next to Island 49. Lin Feng is going to transfer the gravitational space to Area 50 to expand the range to the maximum. You're too much, don't be too greedy, Sengoku said. Add 1 billion every year. Actually, it's not impossible to talk about it. 15. Okay, the old man will report together. Sengoku finally agreed. There's no way, it's too much, it's Marine's private money. Don't look at the bounties of those pirates, which can easily reach hundreds of millions. The 4 emperors all have billions of bounties, but the money is not from the Marine, but from the world government. At this moment, Kizaru came back with Konus. Lin Feng looked at Konus, and Konus gave him a sweet smile. Then Lin Feng waved, and Konus walked up to Lin Feng and stood there obediently. How is it, Kainu? Sengoku asked. The arm has fully recovered, but it's just not awake yet, Kizaru said and looked at Konus again. What a scary little girl. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng didn't care that there were so many people around, and asked openly, how about the newly developed skills? Very well, Captain, it works great. After Konus treated Enel 2 days ago, he directly developed new skills, and a great healing technique was one of them. Advertisement: now it seems that the effect is really good, and Akainu's broken arm was cured in such a short time. Everyone present, including Sengoku Garp, looked at Konus in shock. Sengoku even said directly, little girl, what's your name? Konus looked at Lin Feng upon hearing the words, and seeing Lin Feng nodded, he said without hesitation, Konus. Miss Konus, do you know if you are interested in joining our marine? Sengoku couldn't even control his emotions, and his expression was extremely excited. The others also stared at Konus like hungry wolves. Hey, what are you doing? Dig my people in front of me? It's not kind. Lin Feng said aloud. The old man didn't ask you again. Why, you still want to restrict other people's personal freedom? Sengoku said hastily. This is talent. The rebirth of a broken arm is 2F********** G exaggerated. If this girl can join the marine, so many injured and disabled sailors will be saved. Didn't see that even the former admiral of Zephyr can only install a mechanical one after the arm is broken. How can I feel comfortable with my own hands, no matter what I do? Konus stood behind Lin Feng and said generously, sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I will not leave our captain, I will be where the captain is. Although the voice sounds gentle, it is very firm. Sengoku looked at Konus very regretfully, he knew that no one could be dug out. Then he looked at Lin Feng with envy. Why is this These boat full of geniuses, if only they could all come to marine. But how did Sengoku know that Konus's abilities were given to her by Lin Feng? Advertisement: after Konus finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to help Lin Feng pinch his shoulder, while Lin Feng looked at Sengoku provocatively. The old guy still wanted to poach my corner, and wanted to eat the fart. On the other hand, Garp's eyes flashed a light, as if he had thought of something. Hey, Lin Feng boy, your little girlfriend is so good, so you can cooperate with our marine, Garp said. Don't talk nonsense, old man, if Kuina hears it, I'll pluck your beard off. Lin Feng looked at Garp speechlessly. Why is this old man so skinny? Konus stood behind Lin Feng and covered his mouth with a chuckle. Konus, I think what the old man said makes sense. You can open a medical clinic in Sabaody later, and you can earn some pocket money. Okay, I will listen to the captain. Lin Feng smiled and said, no matter what the injury is, it's all 1 million pele, how about it? The injury will be cured. You steal money. Sengoku said loudly. Cut, otherwise what do you think I'm doing? It's not necessary for you Marines to pay for it themselves. It would be fine if the world government reimbursed them. If they refuse to pay, then the morale of the army may be in turmoil.
Besides, you can heal minor injuries by yourself. The worst thing you can do to go to Konus is a broken arm or leg. Isn't 1 million worth it? 1 million can restore health, buy a life, buy a future, and buy the pillar of the family. Lin Feng talked endlessly, and finally wondered if the price had been set low. All right, it's only 1 million, and the price can't be raised. Sengoku hurriedly cut off Lin Feng's thought of raising the price. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. He should go back after finishing his work. Say hello to Sengoku and take Konus to the sky. Watching the figure gradually go away, Garp said to Sengoku. This kid has grown up too fast. Maybe it's not a bad thing, Sengoku said softly. Chapter 135 Little Fairy Doctor. Konus, congratulations, you will be the proprietress from now on, Lin Feng said. Captain, may I take Lil Betty along? Konus asked. Of course, you can go there if you have time after you finish practicing every day, and don't go if you don't have time. In short, you can arrange it yourself. Yeah, okay. Back at Sabadi, Lin Feng found Shaki and asked her to inform the World News Agency that due to the previous accident, the opening of the arena will be postponed to August 15th. And with the passage of these few days, the conflict between Lin Feng and the world government has long been known to people in the sea. The news that the world government abandoned Marine Admiral also spread to every corner, and Lin Feng is the one who likes to raise the reputation of a great benevolent person. The 5 old men from world government jumped their feet angrily again, but there was nothing they could do. With Lin Feng's current strength, it was too difficult to take him down, so they couldn't do it themselves. To make matters worse, Sengoku called and told Lin Feng's conditions. After a while of scolding, he could only agree, this trivial matter was nothing. If you don't agree, then the sign that celestial dragons and dogs are not allowed will be put up. At that time, it will really become a laughing stock. The 5 elders just cursed Lin Feng a few words, and then turned their attention to the dragon-slaying organization. It has been almost 2 years since the first appearance of the dragon-slaying organization, and no information can be collected, which makes several people very disturbed. The person who arranges the CP is always paying attention to Lin Feng's movements. Long Zan organization continue to intensify the search. The defense of the Holy Land should also be improved to prevent this from happening again. Advertisement. A few old things are discussed with you one by one. As time goes by, August 15th is coming soon. At the beginning, due to the incident of the previous celestial dragons, many people questioned whether Lin Feng's rules were effective. Until later, it was reported that Lin Feng had reached an agreement with the world government, and celestial dragons must abide by the rules when they come to Sabadi. At first people didn't believe it, but after several days passed, the world government didn't come out to clarify it, and everyone knew that it should be true. Lin Feng also issued a statement in the newspaper after that, if anyone dares to break the rules, one will be killed, and celestial dragons is no exception. So the sea boils. More people poured into Sabadi archipelago than before, and Lin Feng's properties could hardly handle such a large flow of people. But this is just the beginning. With the opening of Konus's medical clinic, within a few days, the sea is bustling again. Broken arm rebirth? Live and die with flesh and bones? No matter how badly you have been injured, as long as you persist in coming to Sabadi, you will be able to recover. For a while, the popularity of this news even surpassed the news that the arena was about to open. After all, this is a major matter concerning one's wealth and life, and countless people are planning to come over to see if it is true or not. So much so that before the 15th, the topic of Lin Feng having a fairy doctor under Lin Feng's subordinates spread in the sea. In fact, where Konus knows any medical skills, it is all thanks to the fruit ability. Although Konus can indeed cure diseases, she always feels that she is not a real doctor and cannot be called a fairy doctor. Lin Feng and others said to her when they found out, as long as it can save lives, no matter what means, you will be a fairy doctor from now on, ha ha ha. On the marine side, Sengoku and Garp's senior management gathered together. Why didn't I think of it at the beginning? Then what should we do now? Tell Lin Feng not to heal the pirates. Do you think he will listen to us about this kind of thing? Advertisement, forget it, let me contact him. Sengoku took out the phone bug and called Lin Feng. Huh? What are you talking about? Louder, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng knew what it meant as soon as he heard it. Of course there is a problem. You cured those pirates, but they went around burning, killing and looting. This is your responsibility, Sengoku said excitedly. Sengoku barely caught his breath. I have something to discuss, isn't it convenient for you now? Sengoku asked. It's me, Sengoku. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, it's convenient for you to call here, tell me, what's the matter? In fact, the marine executives are most worried about Whitebeard and Redhead. One is sick and the other has a broken arm. If both are cured, it will be quite unfavorable to Marine. You. The Xingshan Medical Center over there is also planning to do business with pirates? Of course, is there a problem? They dare. Pressing his chest with one hand, he muttered in a low voice, no gas, no one to replace the body. Sengoku quickly said, it's nothing, in short, you must not treat pirates, you should know what it means, and you don't want those pirates to harm others after recovering from you. Yo, moral kidnapping, don't do this, I said, it doesn't work, I don't have that stuff, you can't kidnap me. Who is it? Lin Feng said, taking the phone bug that Konus handed over. What happened again? Okay, don't worry, I've thought about it a long time ago, okay, I'll hang up. Chapter 136 Official opening of the clinic. Today's Sabadi archipelago is crowded with people, especially in Area 49. Have you heard?
In this arena, as long as you win a match, you will get a lot of money. Not only that, I heard that if you lose, you will get money. Ha ha ha, let's go over now, and register an identity first. Hey, I said, do you really want to register? Why don't you take a look first? Someone has a different opinion. What to look at, you have nothing to lose by signing up. Forget it, I'll go to the Xingshan Medical Center first. I don't know if this finger can be cured, he said and looked at his left hand with only 2 fingers left. Then he walked straight towards the medical hall. At this time, there was already a long queue at the entrance of the medical hall. Marine pirates and ordinary people have them. 1 million Baileys per Marine was negotiated a long time ago. Before Marine came over, Sengoku sent the money to Lin Feng, and if the money ran out, he would continue to give it. This time he was generous, he gave 500 million directly, and Lin Feng wouldn't ask for a cent of the money, it belonged to Konus, besides, he didn't lack the money. Sengoku doesn't feel bad at all, anyway, it's not spending Marine's military expenses. For the world government, this cannot be rejected, not to mention that the Marine is a violent institution of the world government. When the Marine's power becomes stronger, the world government's power will also become stronger. The people from Marine are all living on the Sabaody archipelago at this time, and some are on their way. In the next period of time, as long as Konus is free to open, they will be notified to come and receive treatment. Since everyone did not practice today, Konus came to the clinic early, and some of the Marines came, hoping to receive treatment earlier. Others feel that they are not in a hurry, the current Sabaody has changed too much, and they are going to have a good time first. Advertisement due to the existence of Lin Feng, not only Lin Feng's 49 area, but the atmosphere of the entire Sabaody area is much better. Whether it is those pirate forces or those forces in the underground world, they are all extremely honest, doing business obediently, and no one dares to cause trouble. When Marine asked Lin Feng and Marine to take charge of the law and order of Sabaody, they did not expect that Lin Feng would be so thorough, and all dirty transactions were cleared away. Human slave trade has also completely disappeared from Sabaody, and those underground forces and nobles hate Lin Feng so much. Even the auction house of the Don Quixote family was cleaned up by Lin Feng, and Doflamingo didn't dare to talk nonsense, so he could only transfer those shady transactions to other places. Everything is going according to Lin Feng's idea, even if someone is dissatisfied, they can only hold back, everyone knows that this uncle must not be messed with. In the medical hall, Konus performed a healing operation, healed the first Marine with a broken arm after the official opening of the medical hall, and said with a smile, "Next." The cured Marine left the hospital in tears, thanking her constantly as she walked. After treating several Marines in a row, Konus found that his healing technique was getting stronger and stronger. It took a long time to treat Enel's broken arm before, and it took nearly half an hour to use the large healing technique when treating a Kainu. Now with a healing technique, as long as the injury is not too exaggerated, it will be healed within 10 minutes. Even a Marine who had just lost her entire left leg recovered within half an hour. Seeing her lost left leg grow back visible to the naked eye, this Marine almost fainted from happiness. The next one came in was the pirate. Konus looked up at him, his limbs were still alive, but there were only 2 fingers on his left hand. Konus imitated Lin Feng's appearance and leaned on the recliner without speaking. The person who came was called Huan, and he was a bounty hunter. Lost 3 fingers in a battle with pirates last year. Standing in the medical hall at this time, I looked around this rather simple room, there were no medicinal materials or any medical items. But Huan didn't doubt whether the very beautiful girl in front of him could heal his injury. He saw all the Marines who just went out from here. When they went in, their arms and legs were broken, and when they came out, everyone was so excited that tears and snot were flying. Advertisement Konus got up and took out a piece of paper and handed it to him, "Look for yourself." Seeing this, I feel like the whole person is down, this. He took the paper in Konus's hand and looked at it suspiciously. "Yeah, that's fine. Well, what's your name and what is your identity?" Konus asked. "Sit down," Konus said softly. "My name is Huan, and I'm a bounty hunter. This is to let the pirates kill each other, too cruel." Huan sat on the chair a little awkwardly and said, "Hello. Don't think about lying, or the consequences will be serious. Marine, world government, 1 million Baileys per person. Pirates, 10 heads of pirates before treatment, and 20 heads of pirates after treatment." "Oh, what do you mean?" Huan couldn't understand what Konus was saying. "It says the cost of treatment, but then I saw what was written below." Although Konus's voice is very gentle, but in Huan's ears, it is very intimidating. Some nervously walked to 5 meters in front of Konus and stopped. Hiss. When I saw this, I wanted to run out, it's too G expensive. Chapter 137 Pirates gather crowd to protest others, look at my mood. Feeling a little confused, what does it mean depending on your mood? Looking up at Konus again, your treatment cost is 100,000 berries, and you need to kill 5 more pirates after that. How can it be done? Konus asked. Konus looked at him with a smile, and stretched out his hand to signal him to sit down on the chair. Huan took a few steps back and sat down and said, "No problem, I can do it, but my strength is not very strong, and I may not be able to kill a powerful pirate." "Don't worry, as long as you are a pirate, you are not allowed to do anything in Sabaody, you know?" Huan quickly nodded, he still knew this rule. "Then let's get started." As Konus said, she stood up from the reclining chair, walked in front of Huang. A green light slowly appeared from her hand, and finally landed on Huang's hand. Soon I felt a warm feeling from my severed finger, a little itchy, but within a few tens of seconds, the originally severed finger began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. This, I was incoherent with excitement for a while. As a bounty hunter with 2 guns, since he was injured, his combat effectiveness has dropped by half. In just a few minutes, Huang's left hand had recovered to its original state, and no trace of injury could be seen. At this moment, he understood the feeling of rebirth of those Marines who went out from here. Thank you, little doctor. Huang quickly stood up and bowed. No need to do that, just give the money first. Kuina smiled and held out his hand. Advertisement. I was a little embarrassed for a while, and almost forgot to pay. After accepting the money, Kuina said, 5 pirates within half a year, don't forget. Don't worry, although my strength is not very good, I keep my word, Huang assured, patting his chest. Okay, you can go out. By the way, take out this piece of paper and stick it on the door. Kuina handed him the fee sheet. Okay. As Huang came out of the medical hall, the people queuing outside all opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what had changed. Ignoring them, he followed Kuina's instructions and pasted the paper on the outside wall. Soon a group of people gathered around. Everyone was stunned when they saw the above conditions for treating the pirates' injuries. After reacting, there was a burst of noise, and the Marines looked at those pirates with smirks. This condition is simply great. Want to treat an injury? Then go kill the pirates? And those pirates are uncomfortable. Isn't this going to betray the organization? Killing one's own people just to see a doctor is still a mess. For a while, the pirates outside the medical hall were furious, and they gathered together and loudly shouted that it was unfair. Kuina is treating an old lady's broken leg in the medical hall. According to the old lady, it was chopped off by pirates when she was young. Kuina has no interest in what's going on outside, it's not her business. It wasn't long before the pirates outside made noise. 2 people, one big and one small, a man and a woman, appeared at the entrance of the medical hall. Stretching out the red royal robe, he looked coldly at the pirates who gathered to protest. Seeing the people coming, Marine and those ordinary people gloated and smiled, and the pirates also shut their mouths for a moment. You guys are not small, dare to make trouble here? Barry said with a sneer. Advertisement. The pirates shuddered collectively when they heard the words. They were so excited just now that they almost forgot what this place was. Do you want to die? Little Betty stepped forward and pointed at the pirates with his sword. The pirates did not speak, but took a step back. Upon seeing this, Barry said, everyone wants to be cured. You must obey the rules, and if you can't do it, get out. Anyone who dares to make trouble, lousy will die here. Understood. The pirates said hurriedly. Speak up, haven't you eaten yet? The old lady selling popsicles next door is louder than you, Barry roared angrily. Understood. Very good, if you let me know that someone is making trouble again, hum. After speaking, Barry walked into the medical hall with little Betty. Within minutes, word of what happened here reached Sengoku at naval headquarters. Ha, this kid is okay, it's interesting, Sengoku said with a big laugh after putting down the phone bug. It is indeed possible to do this, but if you are a powerful pirate, this condition is too easy, Staff Officer Crane said. Don't worry, this kid must have thought about it a long time ago, he won't do a loss-making business. On the arena side, Robin and Reiju stood at the door wearing masks, looked at the crowd pouring into the arena and said with a smile. Fortunately, there were enough people recruited before, otherwise there would really be problems today. Yeah, I've been exhausted recently. Reiju rubbed his arms and said. The captain is still the same as before. This hands-off shopkeeper is worthy, but he hasn't woken up until today. Kuina hasn't gotten up either. The two looked at each other with smirks, everything was silent. Chapter 138. The red-haired landing on the island. There were more than 6,000 registered people on the first day of opening, and some of them were waiting to see. Next, group these people according to their level of strength and arrange them to compete as soon as possible. Let the people at the World News Agency ensure that the publicity and live broadcast must be done well at that time. The name of the arena has not been announced yet. Let's put it on the first day when the competition is held. It will be called the Star Dueling Arena. There is also the matter of the casino, which is a big piece of fat. After explaining a lot, Lin Feng took a sip of his wine and said, when the arena is on the right track, you leave the matter to others. Robin and Reiju nodded in agreement. Half a month passed quickly, and since 10 days ago, there have been dozens of duels every day in the Star Dueling Arena. In addition to the ordinary competitions, there were also people signing up for the life and death competitions. Whether it's pirates or marine, as long as they play, they get a lot of bonuses and ticket shares. In the past 10 days, Star Dueling Arena has made a lot of money from tickets, broadcast fees, advertising fees, and casinos. Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to the things here. As the world government intensifies the search and pursuit of the Zhanlong organization, it can be said that K. Lokadar and his party are unable to move a single step while performing missions outside. Shi Chong faced the pursuit of the CP, and Lin Feng went to save them several times. Advertisement. It's not a big problem for Lu Qi, after all, it's an assassination. Usually by the time the assassinated target is discovered, Lu Qi and the others would have already fled. Just today, after Lin Feng rescued someone through the Kamui space again, he was lying on a lounge chair in a tavern drinking some wine. However, they received news that some heavyweights had landed on the island. Marine also received the message. Redhead Shanks entered Sabahati, looks like he's going to Area 49. The meeting of the 4 emperors and Lin Feng, don't know what will happen. Do you need to stop it? No. Just pay attention to the situation over there at all times. No one can mess around in Sabadi, not even red hair. Sengoku said with a smile. As long as Lin Feng is not a pirate, there will be absolutely no problem with Sabadi. One-on-one, in Sengoku's perception, there are very few people in the sea who are Lin Feng's opponents. Well, maybe Hongfa came here this time just to treat his broken arm. Staff officer, he guessed. If that's the case, it depends on how that kid Lin Feng responds. Anyway, the Redhead will definitely lose a lot of meat. Going back to Sabadi, a group of red-haired people stood outside Area 49, and they didn't come in and out like other people. After all, if a big pirate like him breaks into other people's territory rashly, it will easily cause misunderstandings. At this time, the red-haired Shanks put his hand on the shoulder of the person next to him and laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Mahawk, you still said that you were not familiar with Lin Feng, so I caught you this time." Advertisement. It was Hawkeye who was hugged by Shanks on the shoulders. Originally, Hawkeye wanted to come to Sabadi to drink with Lin Feng in his own boat, but when he was about to reach Area 49, he ran into Shanks and his group by accident. Being caught on the spot, there was no chance of sophistry. "You guys are so unkind. You lied to me last time, it's so sad," Shanks said. And Hawkeye stood there with an embarrassed expression on his face, and it was rare to explain his character, he might as well shut up. Beckman and others stood behind the two, looking at their naughty captain with helpless expressions on their faces. "Boss, don't forget the purpose of coming here. If Lin Feng refuses to treat your broken arm, we will laugh at you," Legilu said while eating the big bone. Hearing the words, the red hair waved his hands and said, it's okay, ah ha ha ha, anyway, I'm used to the way I am now, it doesn't matter if it's cured or not, and I didn't have much hope at first, I'm 4 emperors, even if that Lin Feng agrees, and Marine will probably stop him as well." "Captain Idiot, do you think Lin Feng will listen to Marine?" Usopp said from the side. "That Lin Feng, as long as he wants to, no one from Marine or world government can stop him. If he really doesn't treat you, it must be because the captain is too stupid and afraid of being infected, ha ha ha." The red-haired man pretended to be angry and said, Hey, Usopp, if you make a crow's mouth, I will strip you naked and send you to the duel arena to participate in the competition." At the same time that Hongfa finished speaking, a bolt of lightning came suddenly and landed in front of everyone. Hongfa looked at the person vigilantly, and everyone behind him also got ready to fight. "Ah ha ha, great swordsman with a paralyzed face, you are here again." Enel looked at Hawkeye and laughed. The two crazy cultivators didn't know how they did it, but they hit it off unexpectedly. Enel always challenged Hawkeye in the gravitational space, and Hawkeye was very impatient at first. "But after a long time, I still have a little appreciation for this discharger who is not very good at thinking." At least Hawkeye liked this obsession with becoming stronger. Chapter 139. Enel challenges the Redhead. The red hair and the others looked at Hawkeye in surprise, and then everyone lay on the ground covering their stomachs and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, the sword hero with a paralyzed face. Mahawk, this really suits you, ha ha. No, I'm laughing to death." Enel looked at the Redhead rolling on the ground laughing and said to Hawkeye, "This is the 4 emperors?" Anyone with a discerning eye could see that tone and expression, full of suspicion. Hawkeye glanced at the red hair, he was also very helpless for this few friends, yeah. Humming again, Hawkeye really didn't know what to say. At this time, the red hair has had enough laughs. Standing up and walking in front of Enel, he said, "Big man, you belong to Lin Feng, right? Are you the 4 emperors, Shanks?" Enel asked instead of answering the redhead's question. "Fight with Ben Thor, and I will take you to see the captain." "Are young people nowadays so belligerent?" the redhead said with a smile. Hawkeye held his forehead aside, he knew it would turn out like this. "Isn't it possible? I heard that the 4 emperors are very strong, so I've wanted to try it for a long time." Enel clenched his fists and was eager to try. "Ha ha ha, come on, boss, come on, captain, if we lose, we will hold a banquet to celebrate. That discharger, beat our captain hard, and we'll buy you a drink." Advertisement. Everyone could see that the guy who discharged the discharge was a fighting maniac, so this was a friendly invitation to fight, without any malice. So the red hair pirates didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, and the guys who usually liked to tease the captain started to run on their own captain again. Seeing so many people cheering for him, Enel laughed and said, "Ah ha ha ha, okay, no problem, it seems that you have been bullied too badly, and I will vent my anger on you today, ah ha ha ha." In an instant, the court fell silent, only Enel's laughter remained. The red-haired crew looked at Enel a little speechless, this guy didn't seem to get what they meant, but it doesn't matter. "That's right. Teach him a lesson, this stupid captain usually bullies us. That's right, they often rob me of my flesh and blood. Still stealing my wine, and often get lost, so everyone has to find him." Everyone started to accuse the red hair of the crime. The red hair touched his head in embarrassment and smiled. "Ha ha ha, let me play with you, but is it here?" Seeing that the redhead agreed, Enel said excitedly, "Come on, hurry up." After speaking, he walked ahead, leading the red-haired group to Area 50. At this time, in Area 50, the gravity space was expanded to 1 square kilometer by the system under Lin Feng's begging. Right now, only Konis, Little Betty, Robin and Reiju are practicing here. Konis and Little Betty have mastered both armament hockey and observation hockey under Hancock's training during this period, which is one of the reasons why Lin Feng wants to expand the gravity space. The two collided with each other with punches and kicks in the gravitational space, panting loudly from time to time. Robin has already mastered two-color hockey under the guidance of Rayleigh, and is currently teaching Reiju. Advertisement. When Enel brought the red-haired group over, the four girls were about to take a rest. When they came out of the gravitational space, they happened to see the group in the distance. He recognized who the red hair was at a glance. Although he had never seen a real person, he had seen the reward order for the red hair. Robin stepped back and put on a mask. The less people knew about her identity, the better. Enel, who are you? Don't worry, I've already told the captain, Enel said, patting his chest. That's fine. Then he greeted Hawkeye and set his gaze on the red hair. Hello, Konus said. Ha ha ha, hello, beautiful lady. The red hair and others greeted each other. Enel couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly said, come on, it's right here. Okay, no problem. What are you going to do? Little Betty asked. Duel. After understanding the situation, everyone dispersed to make room for the two. Come on, Discharger. As soon as the red-haired man finished speaking, Enel had turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. Just when Enel was about to get close, the redhead casually took a step back, raised his hand to cover armament hockey, and slashed down with an unceremonious blow. Enel also revealed his figure at this moment, also covering the armed arm to block the red hair's attack. Oh, not bad. The red hair said with a smile. Enel quickly jumped away from the red hair, then turned his golden stick, and attacked the red hair again. He didn't intend to use Thunderfruit's ability. He had always heard that this red-haired man had an incomparable conqueror's hockey. He wanted to use his body to feel it. Chapter 140 Conqueror's Coil. Originally, he thought that at least he could make the opponent seriously fight, but who knew that the opponent was so capable? No matter how he attacks, he can't even touch the red-haired Yui Kakuzu. Your physical skills are not bad. The red-haired man said with a smile while avoiding Enel's attack. You are clearly an ability user, but you still don't use ability to attack. Why? Stop talking nonsense. Take this Thor seriously, Enel said angrily. Ah, don't worry, is it because I'm not capable, so I don't need to fight? You are really a good person. HMPH, Enel didn't speak and the attack didn't stop. Seeing this, the red-haired laughed loudly. Don't be angry, I don't mean anything malicious, it's just that you can't hurt me like this. Why don't you tell me your purpose? Enel stopped attacking and said, I want to meet your conquerors. After hearing this, the redhead looked at Enel seriously and said, Are you sure? Enel nodded, although he had already felt Rayleigh's conquerors, but he still wanted to see the man with the strongest conquerors. This is his Enel's way, the way to become stronger. Interesting guy. The red-haired face became serious, and he already understood the meaning of the discharger in front of him. In an instant, an extremely powerful coercion hit. Enel even felt a feeling of suffocation. This feeling was too similar to when facing the captain. That feeling of being irresistible made him very upset. He was the god of thunder. Come on, Enel yelled. The red-haired conqueror's pressure rushed forward. The red-haired raised his hand, and his whole body exuded a red light. Advertisement. With a light punch, the rushing Enel suddenly flew upside down and hit the ground hard. It's really an exaggeration to use conqueror's winding directly, Beckman muttered softly. The captain is too much, actually bullying the discharger. That's right, shameless. Even Hawkeye accidentally glanced at the red hair. Is it so direct? Although Enel challenged him many times, Hawkeye didn't hit him directly. Such a self-motivated guy. What if he is completely devastated by the blow? That would be a great sin. At this time, the redhead didn't think too much. Since the other party wanted to see his conquerors, let him take a good look at it. Enel got up from the ground in embarrassment, and looked at the red hair with firm eyes. As expected of the four emperors, as expected of you, ha ha ha. Come again. Enel still didn't use the fruit ability, and fought against the red hair with his half-baked armament hockey. He was beaten up again, and then got up again. He still didn't stop until his body was covered with bruises, and he kept muttering incessantly, I'm Thor, I'm Thor. Suddenly, Enel shouted to the sky, I am Thor. A blue breath burst out from Enel's body, only to disappear for a moment, and then rushed towards the red hair again. The red-haired one raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What an incredible guy. After speaking, he rushed forward, and after a loud bang, Enel fell into the redhead's arms. Advertisement, ha ha ha, little girl, come quickly and bring this guy back, let him rest well. The redhead said to the Konus and others in the distance. Konus and the others stepped forward and quickly took Enel aside, and began to treat his injuries. Seeing Konus's actions, the red-haired eyes were slightly startled, and then came to Hawkeye with a smile. How, did you feel it? Hawkeye nodded. Yes. Beckman on the side also came up. I really didn't expect this guy actually. Okay, let's wait, see that little girl? The redhead said, looking back at Konus who was treating Enel. Well, she should be the fairy doctor under Lin Feng, Beckman said. Boss, your hand. Legilu stepped forward and said excitedly. Don't worry, we'll talk about it later. The red hair waved his hand and said. His eyes were fixed on Konus and he didn't move. Although all the members of Red Hair Pirates, including the Red Hair himself, usually look carefree, they don't seem to care about the Red Hair's severed arm. But that was in the past, there was no cure, but now that hope has appeared. Who would not be excited, even if the Redhead himself has healthy hands? Who would be willing to be a person with a broken arm? Within a few minutes, Enel's wounds were completely healed, and Konus finally used a healing spell. Enel, who had already passed out, slowly opened his eyes. Thank you, Konus. Thank you, it's not just once or twice to heal your wounds, I have to thank you, otherwise I wouldn't have improved so fast. Konus laughed. That's right, you're being polite, don't you think we are our own people? Little Betty said with wide eyes. Enel stood up and said with a smile, little girl, if you are bullied in the future, the god of thunder will cover you. The four girls covered their mouths and laughed lightly, this guy is still so arrogant. Chapter 141 The Balance of Red Hair, Lin Feng's Guess. Enel heard the words and said, come with me. The red-haired group hurriedly followed behind. Boss, do you think this Lin Feng is really strong? I heard that a Kainu was captured by him some time ago. Haha, boss, do you think he will give you a blow first, and then arrest you and give it to Marine? That's right, he seems to have a good relationship with Marine. We have to save you when the time comes, what a bother. The redhead didn't care about the teasing from his crew members at all, and touched his chin and said to Hawkeye beside him, how did you meet Lin Feng? I'm surprised that you can make friends with your personality. Ha ha ha, boss, are you jealous? It must be, let's see if our boss looks like a jealous little daughter-in-law, ha ha ha. When Usopp said this, all the crew burst into laughter again. The red-haired man also laughed when he heard the words, but he didn't say anything. Hawkeye answered the redhead's question at this time, we met after drinking. Huh? Drink? This is a very good way, it suits you very well. Everyone soon came to a back door at the back of the duel field. After entering, they went through various secret passages before finally arriving at the hidden tavern. Push open the door and go in. Apart from Shaki, only Lin Feng and Kuina are in the tavern at this time. The two sat on a sofa with their legs crossed, and both held a glass of wine in their hands. Seeing the red hair coming in, Lin Feng waved at them and didn't get up. Advertisement Hawkeye naturally walked to Lin Feng's table and sat down, picked up the wine, opened it, poured it, and the set of movements was smooth, extremely skillful. After Enel came in, he went to the bar alone to drink. The four girls also went about their own business. The redhead looked around the tavern, and said to Legilu and the others, go and drink by yourself, and Beckman will follow me. Okay, boss. Redhead and Beckman walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised a glass of wine and said, red-haired Shanks, I've heard of you for a long time. Ha ha ha, Captain Lin Feng, your name is also very popular, I didn't expect you to be so young. The redhead laughed and sat opposite Lin Feng. Drink? Lin Feng picked up the wine on the table and threw a bottle to the redhead. Haha, happy. The redhead took the wine and opened it as skillfully as Hawkeye, but not as elegantly as Hawkeye. This person blew directly on the bottle. Lin Feng didn't care about these things, but liked the red-haired character very much, so he picked up another bottle and threw it to Beckman, who naturally wouldn't be polite. Lin Feng put down his wineglass and carefully observed the man with the broken arm. Lin Feng was extremely interested in this man. Mysterious identity, strong strength, careful thinking, sitting on the double imperial team, a group of reliable partners, and elites on board. These conditions are not available in other four emperors, and they are also committed to maintaining the balance of the sea. As for why he did this, Lin Feng also had some guesses. Although Hongfa didn't complete the final voyage with Luo Jia, after Luo Jia came back, Hongfa still asked some kind of answer he wanted to know, and then lay in Luo Jia's arms and wept. This shows that there are some secrets hidden by Raft and Lu Yin, and the red hair also has a certain understanding. Advertisement at this time Lin Feng asked, Shanks, have you been to Raftel? In addition, from the perspective of the outside world at that time, since the red hair was a member of the Luo Jia pirates, he must have been to Raftel. In the eyes of five elders, a redhead is a person who will not upset the balance and rebel against the government for his own selfish desires. He raised the wine glass again and held it in front of Hongfa, who also gave Lin Feng a face-saving touch. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled with the corners of his mouth curled up, and found that the red hair was also staring at him. Isn't this person too straightforward to ask such a sensitive question after meeting him for the first time? And this balance is what red hair wants to fight for him. With Hongfa's strength, coupled with some unknown secrets that Hongfa has mastered, and for some reasons, he maintains the balance of the sea. And redheads on purpose, Lin Feng thinks that it is very likely for someone who inherited the will of One Piece Luo Jia, who inherited the will of Joey Boy. After all, no one but themselves knows that Redhead didn't make it to Final Island because of Buggy's fever. Perhaps it is for these reasons that Five Elders has such a make-do attitude towards the red-haired pirate. The redhead looked at Lin Feng with a rather complicated expression, and then drank the glass of wine. As soon as these words were spoken, expressions of astonishment appeared on all the faces. So that the red hair was able to go to the Holy Land to meet the Five Elders, perhaps the two sides had reached some kind of agreement to maintain the balance of the sea together. The purpose of the world government is self-evident, and maintaining balance is conducive to control. Even the red-haired canon was stunned, and the wineglass in his hand stopped in the air. For Five Elders in the world government, he is an existence that is unacceptable and impossible to get rid of. The most important thing is that he is not doing anything. Ha ha ha, forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. Lin Feng laughed and drank it down. Chapter 142 Talking. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm just curious. After all, apart from that old guy Rayleigh, this is the first time I met the crew of One Piece. Lin Feng seemed to have forgotten what he said just now, and didn't care at all. As everyone knows, such questions make people think about it. Like the current Redhead, and Beckman. It's just that the Redhead obviously doesn't want to say anything more on this issue. Is that so? It is said that Captain Lin Feng was from East Blue? The Redhead asked. Well, that's right. Then have you ever met a red-nosed pirate? Oh, you mean Buggy the Clown? Yes, you know him? Is he alright? Talking about Buddy the Clown, the redhead seemed very happy, and drank 2 more glasses of wine. It's been a long time since I saw him. Lin Feng smiled and said, I know Buddy the Clown, but I don't know him, and besides, he may not be in East Blue now, maybe he may not be in Grand Line either. The redhead smiled and said, the last time I saw him, he said he was going to East Blue to find treasure. You pirates, even Buddy is serious about finding treasures, unlike some people, you have a lot of eyes. Obviously doing some amazing things, but always pretending to be relaxed, as if he has nothing to do with the world, but it affects the balance of all parties. It's really hidden too deep, Lin Feng said with a strange tone. The redhead squinted at Lin Feng and said, Captain Lin Feng seems to know a little too much. Ha ha ha, I know more than you think, but so what? Lin Feng laughed twice and stared at the red hair with the same serious expression. The momentum of the two collided in a small area at this moment. Hawkeye on the side drank his wine calmly, and Beckman did the same. Ah ha ha ha. The two suddenly laughed at the same time. Captain Lin Feng, you are such an interesting person. You're not bad either. Advertisement. After the redhead laughed, he asked, I want to know what is Captain Lin Feng's purpose? Then who knows? Maybe just to make money. The red-haired man rolled his eyes when he heard the words, who would believe you? But he doesn't like to ask too much. From his point of view, as long as the balance between pirates and marines can be maintained, that's enough. Lin Feng does not belong to either of these two parties, so it should not disturb the balance of the sea. Just thinking about it, the red hair heard Lin Feng say again, actually, we don't need to try and test like this. Cough. Is that how you always talk? Lin Feng smiled and did not answer the question. Have you met Ace? Lin Feng asked. Ace? Who is it? The redhead said, touching his head. Is there such a person? Beckman looked at the questioning look from the red hair and said helplessly, Ace the Fire Fist, Luffy's big brother, he came to visit you before. Allah. I remembered. That's a fine chap, a fine young man, who likes parties as much as I do. The redhead raised a glass of wine and sighed. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Rayleigh said before that the redhead came to Sabaody to look for him, but he was not there. Didn't Rayleigh tell the redhead about him? Not even about Ace? Lin Feng thinks it's very possible, maybe these two guys just focus on drinking and having a banquet. But maybe Rayleigh has other considerations. Advertisement. By the way, do you know Ace too? The redhead asked in response. Why don't you guess? Hearing the words, the red-haired man approached Lin Feng and looked carefully. It's not like that. Huh? What's not like? Could it be that you are also Garp's grandson? Don't be in a hurry to have a banquet, let's talk about business first. After finally suppressing the restlessness of wanting to hold a banquet, the redhead said, I came here this time to see what kind of person you really are, and to find out what your purpose is, but I didn't expect you to have a relationship with Luffy. You or him. Seeing the red-haired man talking to himself, Lin Feng had a bad premonition. Who knows what this nervous guy will say later, so hurry up and stop him from spreading his thoughts. Hawkeye stopped the wine glass in his hand, although his eyes didn't look over, his ears stretched out. The redhead feels that since Lin Feng knows Luffy, it can be regarded as a great help for Luffy's future, which is a good thing. That's it, ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet Luffy's two big brothers, ha ha ha, Lin Feng, can you hold a banquet here? The redhead laughed suddenly. No, Ace and Luffy are brothers, so you don't have to be so guarded against me, Lin Feng said speechlessly. The redhead looked at Lin Feng in surprise, huh? Don't guess. I see. Beckman also looked at Lin Feng in shock. He really didn't expect that guy Garp is so awesome. Lin Feng smiled and said, that may disappoint you. In that case, I don't have to worry about it. No, how is it possible? Ace is my brother. Chapter 143. I am the main character. Sorry, my plan is different from yours. Luffy's life as a pirate can only end in Sabaody. A pirate is a pirate after all. Although there are guys like you among the pirates, they are a minority after all, too few. More of them are scumbags who do all kinds of evil. The red-haired expression gradually became serious. With Lin Feng blocking Saboody's place, Luffy couldn't even enter the New World, so how could he do that? He didn't even react. Obviously he didn't mention Luffy. Why did Lin Feng directly say that he wanted to stop Luffy's pirate career? What, are you thinking of killing me so that no one can stop Luffy? Lin Feng said with a smile. The red hair said after hearing the words. This is more than that, but I want to know your reason. Isn't the reason simple? I don't want Luffy sailing in the sea under the name of a pirate. Who told you that only pirates can take risks? Who made the rules? Lin Feng paused and said to the redhead. You are the 4 emperors now, and you sound very majestic and haughty. There are countless young people in this sea who go to sea because of their admiration for you. You can guarantee that your own pirate group will not do that kind of burning, killing and looting, but can you guarantee that those pirates who go to sea because of you will not? The redhead was speechless for a moment. He had never thought about this question before. Pirates are not engaged in production and have no source of income, so how do they sail and buy supplies? Looking for treasure. Don't be ridiculous. There are so many treasures in this world, and how many can find them? At this time, they will plunder. The evil deeds done by the pirates who went to sea because of you must be attributed to you. I don't want Luffy to become this kind of person in the end. It's okay to play a small game. If he becomes a big pirate in the future, it will affect many people. Although the redhead felt that what Lin Feng said was reasonable, he still said, someone has to do something. Advertisement. You mean Luffy? Lin Feng looked at the red-haired broken arm and said, I know your plan, even this arm is one of the costs, and I know what you want Luffy to do. But that was before, now that I have appeared, I will naturally solve all this. In fact, Lin Feng thought in his heart, since I am here, then I am the protagonist, Luffy or something, just be an adventurer honestly. The redhead was stunned by Lin Feng's words, but he was also thinking in his heart that with the strength and talent shown by Lin Feng, maybe he was really more suitable than Luffy. After all, no matter how much one expects from Luffy, it is still a matter of the future, and who knows what will happen in the future. Redhead experienced countless struggles in his heart, and finally he could only say, Luffy's future is not up to you and me. Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't want to decide his future, as I said before, not only pirates can sail the sea. I just want him to change his identity, and he can still do what he likes. A smile appeared on the red-haired face when he heard the words. If that's the case, then there's no problem. But where on earth did you know all this? I said I can tell fortunes, do you believe me? Hey, the redhead looked at Lin Feng speechlessly, this guy is too mysterious and shameless. Seeing that there was nothing useful to be found, the redhead changed the subject. Since you want to stop Luffy from becoming a pirate, why don't you stop Ace? Isn't he also your brother? Ace is different, that's the way he has to go, Lin Feng said casually. It seems that Rayleigh really didn't tell you. Hearing the words, the red-haired felt as if he was going to know some big secret, so he pricked up his ears and leaned in front of Lin Feng, like a good baby. Advertisement Lin Feng looked at Hawkeye and Beckman, who knew that they should be fine, and then said, don't you know Ace's identity? That's why I didn't stop him. Hawkeye and Beckman were equally astonished. What? I don't know. The redhead turned around and said, haha, Shaki is still so young. Shaki, I'm bothering you at the banquet today, let little Betty help you. I'm so happy today, let's have a banquet, Lin Feng. The redhead opened his mouth wide in surprise, and his jaw fell to the ground as if he had eaten rubber fruit. Hearing that Lin Feng finally agreed to have a banquet, the red hair stood up abruptly, and shouted to the crew sitting on the other side. Little ones, the banquet is here. Shaki let out a puff of smoke and said, no problem, you go and bring that old Rayleigh thing back. It turned out to be the captain's child, this. Immediately there was a commotion in the tavern, and Lin Feng came to Enel by chance and said, go and call the others over, that's right, they don't need to be called by K-Lock. It was Captain Lin Feng before, and now it is Lin Feng. Ace is the son of One Piece Gore de Luogia, ha ha ha, that's great. Suddenly Shanks threw his head back and laughed, and downed a bottle of wine hard. Red-haired boy, you're getting better at talking, Shaki laughed. At this time, Shaki came over with a cigarette in his mouth, put his hand on the red-haired shoulder and said, I don't even say hello when I come. Shanks was talking incoherently. Chapter 144 Banquet. The members of the Red Hair Pirates in the hall have already assembled the tables into several large tables, and the tables are full of food prepared by Shaki and the 4 daughters of Konus. Lin Feng brought Kuina and they still chatted with the redheads. Lin Feng was ignored while chatting. Hawkeye, Red Hair, and Kuina even talked about swordsmanship. All 3 of them use swords, and none of them eat devil fruit. The 3 of them got together and chatted very well. People on both sides quickly blended in together, drinking and chatting together. Soon after all the food was served, Usopp and Barry came over together. Captain, what are you talking about? The banquet has begun. Boss, you guys are too slow, you're just moaning. Lin Feng immediately pulled Kuina over after hearing the words. Okay, stop talking, let's go eat first, it's too uncomfortable to drink for half a day on an empty stomach. Seeing this, the red-haired laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, you guys think we've abandoned you, so just say it, don't you understand what we're talking about? Hearing this, the corners of Hawkeye's mouth also raised up involuntarily, only Beckman followed closely behind Lin Feng. He didn't use a sword, and the red hair laughed at Lin Feng, wasn't he also laughing at him? During the banquet, Enel and Barry sat together, and they talked in a low voice. Enel, I heard that you challenged the redhead today, and you were beaten up badly. Enel. You're quite courageous, but that's the 4 emperors. Enel was speechless. What's wrong with 4 emperors? Look at him like that, he doesn't look like 4 emperors, your crew still asked me to beat him. Advertisement Barry looked at him blankly. Is there such a thing? Maybe this is their way of getting along. Bullying the captain is their daily entertainment. Enel showed a look of longing. If only we could do the same. You're thinking about shit. What do you think of Red Hair's strength? Barry asked. Very strong. If he gets serious, I think he will die soon, Enel said after thinking about it for a while. Barry nodded, not surprised. After all, it was the 4 emperors, but he was curious about who was better, the Red Hair or Lin Feng. Who do you think is more powerful than the redhead and the captain? Enel pondered for a while again. I don't know, didn't you listen to what the captain said? The last time he defeated Akainu, with his current strength, he won't be able to use it a second time in a short time, if it's just normal strength, the captain and it won't force Akainu too much. Barry nodded. Admiral is about the same strength as the 4 emperors, maybe the 4 emperors will be a little bit stronger, but it is limited, that is to say, the captain is now about the same as the 4 emperors, maybe even a little bit stronger, but I want to decide the winner. Very difficult. Unless that's the case, Enel added. Well, that move is too pervert. Barry couldn't help sighing when he thought of the 5,000-meter-long dragons. However, the conversation between the two who thought they were whispering was clearly heard by everyone present. Okay, let's talk. Lin Feng opened the red-haired hand and said. For Lin Feng's strength, the red hair is still very curious. Advertisement, that has nothing to do with me, you just fight with me. Lin Feng didn't use the Sharingan. Hawkeye must have other means. As the world's #1 swordsman, if you say you can't conquer his haki, Lin Feng wouldn't believe it if you beat him to death. It can only be said that he hides too deeply. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, how about we have a trick tomorrow? The redhead looked at Lin Feng expectantly. It's not to say that with Conquerors, it will be much stronger, but at least it will be improved, especially a guy like Redhead who developed Conquerors to ultimate. No, I refuse. Lin Feng refused without even thinking about it. Fighting with the 4 emperors was too tiring, so he quit. What are you thinking? I'd rather be in a daze than fight with me, you're too much, I'm so sad. The redhead kept shaking her hand in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't bother to talk to him, he would be exhausted to fight with this kind of person. That's just acting, otherwise you think people at our level can really decide the winner so quickly. Interesting, really. This may be the gap between 4 emperors and admiral. The current 3 admirals do not have conquerors, and Sengoku has only 1 in the marine camp. Why, didn't you fight Hawkeye before? The redhead was not reconciled. Instead of relying on the fruit ability to forcibly use a pair of fists to play the name of Garp the Fist, who said that it must only be armed, and Conqueror's entanglement is not enough. Maybe it's just that it hasn't been developed to be as strong as the armed color. If you don't believe me, ask him if he used all his strength at that time. Lin Feng pointed at Hawkeye and said to the redhead. He and Hawkeye had been fighting for less than a day, and he couldn't take it anymore, and neither of them was serious. As for the old man Garp, Lin Feng doesn't know, but with his strength, coupled with his character of often disobeying the world government and unwilling to be restricted by celestial dragons, Lin Feng is also very suspicious of this old guy. The redhead suddenly realized that you two have been making trouble for a long time. Chapter 145 Daily Life FK. Forget. Lin Feng suddenly stopped eating, looked up at Shaki in embarrassment. Well, Shaki, the old man really refused to come back no matter what he said. He insisted on saying something. The new croupier at the casino is very beautiful. Sorry, really? HMPH. This old B******************. D. Shaki snorted coldly and continued to eat. It can be seen that Rayleigh is probably going to die. Hey, Lin Feng, did you go out to find Mr. Rayleigh just now? The red-haired asked quietly. Nonsense, of course, when you were chatting, yes? Absolutely. After the banquet, Lin Feng arranged for the red-haired party to stay, and he was dragged back to the room by Kuina. After all, studies have shown that drinking alcohol will last a long time. 3 pulls at sunrise. Lin Feng got up from the bed in a daze. Hiss. My legs are so sore, what happened last night, did I get beaten? He patted his head and got out of bed lightly for fear of waking Kuina up. Shaki came to the tavern, but Shaki wasn't there. Lin Feng felt very surprised, this was the first time he arrived here before Shaki. Did I get up early? Lin Feng couldn't help being suspicious. Boom. The door was knocked open, and someone who came saw Lin Feng rushed over and grabbed his collar with one hand and said, What did you say last night, kid? Do you know what I did last night? Lin Feng looked at Rayleigh's other hand on his waist and instantly understood. Stop talking, it's all in the wine. Lin Feng pulled Rayleigh to sit on the sofa. Come, accompany me to sober up. Advertisement. Rayleigh was stunned by Lin Feng's operation, and subconsciously said, Don't you like drinking in the morning? He took out the wine and threw it into Rayleigh's arms. Do you want to drink? Drink, but don't fool me next time, kid. Rayleigh gave Lin Feng a hard look while opening the bottle. After a few sips of wine, Rayleigh leaned on the sofa and said, Did you tell Shanks about Ace? Well, it's better to let him know. It's okay, I plan to hide it from him first. Why? Aren't you talking nonsense? The less people know about this kind of thing, the better. Just you, talk about it everywhere. Rayleigh looked at Lin Feng dissatisfied. Aren't you afraid to spread the word and make things big? TCH, just spread the word. When Ace stops at Sabahati, who dares to touch him? It's not as simple as you think, Rayleigh said with rare seriousness. If Marine and the world government really find out, something big will happen. Lin Feng looked at Rayleigh speechlessly. Do you think Shanks will speak out? And Beckman, Hawkeye, they're not talkative people. The reason why I told them is also so that Ace can be safer in New World. What's more, Hawkeye is mine now, what are you afraid of? Rayleigh stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. You say it again? Say what? You mean Hawkeye? Well, that's right. FK. When did you fool him? Why didn't I know? Rayleigh asked in surprise. Isn't it strange that you don't know? It's not like I have to tell you everything, and besides, you didn't ask. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. You. Brat, I don't bother to talk to you. The angry Rayleigh took a few sips of his drink. 10 seconds later. Yes, I heard that you were going to duel with Hawkeye. Advertisement. Yo, 10 seconds, not bad. Lin Feng laughed. Seriously, are you really going to fight Shanks? Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. Shanks told you? Yes. Anyway, I didn't agree. I'm not interested in beating you. After speaking, Lin Feng got up and walked towards the kitchen. Shaki isn't here, so I'll get something to eat myself. It's just that as soon as he walked to the door of the kitchen, he heard the door of the tavern being opened. A few girls came in laughing and playing. Lin Feng looked back. Hey, what a coincidence. Little Betty. Little Betty heard Lin Feng calling her and quickly ran over with small steps. Hey, Lin Feng big brother, what's the matter? After rushing forward, he gave Lin Feng a bear hug and asked sweetly. Lin Feng pampered her head and said, I'm hungry, Yushaki hasn't come yet, go make breakfast. Little Betty nodded obediently and rushed into the kitchen. Looking at her back, Lin Feng thought it would be nice to have an obedient little cook. Soon, Lin Feng and the others chatted while eating the breakfast made by Little Betty. Shanks walked in with Beckman and Hawkeye. Seeing Lin Feng and the others eating deliciously, Shanks rushed over and asked, do you have mine? No, if you want to eat, cook it yourself, there is everything in the kitchen, Lin Feng said without raising his head. Oh, Shanks looked back at Hawkeye like a little girl being bullied. Hawkeye's scalp was numb from his gaze. Sit down, I'll do it. Ha ha ha, as expected, you are the one who treats me well. Shanks patted Hawkeye proudly and sat directly at Lin Feng's table. Chapter 146 Are you stealing money? Shanks couldn't wait to rush to Lin Feng and said, let's go, let's do 2 tricks with me. Seeing Shanks' impatient look, Lin Feng was a little speechless. He would never wake up early in the morning to fight. Did you forget something? Lin Feng said, slapping Shanks' hand off. Have it? Shanks tilted his head and tried hard to remember, as if he hadn't forgotten anything. Sighing, Lin Feng pointed to his broken arm and said, hey, do you still want to heal your hand? Hearing this, everyone, including Shanks, remembered. He drank too much last night and forgot about it, and now thinking about it, Shanks' eyes immediately fell on Konus, and he couldn't look away. Hey, what kind of eyes do you have? Scared all our girls. Shanks scratched the back of his head and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I'm so excited. You are so excited, do you think it is so simple to treat a big man like you? And our Konus treatment is very expensive. Lin Feng smiled and walked behind Konus, put his hands on her chair and said. Don't you have to come up with something sincere? Shanks' face collapsed when he heard this. To be honest, he is probably the poorest among the 4 emperors. Well, didn't you say that you only need to kill a few pirates? Shanks was going to struggle a bit. Ha ha, do you think you can be the same as those normal pirates? Looked at Shanks like an idiot. Advertisement, then I kill 100, Lin Feng didn't speak. 200 G. As far as your status and strength are concerned, is there a difference between 100 and 200? You really have the nerve to say that. Lin Feng looked at Shanks with incomparable contempt. Shanks smiled awkwardly, it seemed that he was going to get away with it. Then tell me what to do, if you don't have money, you won't give it, Shanks said recklessly. You shameless. Lin Feng complained and then said, I don't want anything from you, you just need to do something for me. Lin Feng's smirk made Shanks feel a chill in his heart, and for a moment he didn't even want his arm. Why don't you tell me first? Shanks asked tentatively. You probably haven't watched my duel match yet, Lin Feng asked. Not yet, but Usopp they've passed now, it doesn't matter if you don't watch it, what I want you to do is related to the duel field. Lin Feng said mysteriously. At this moment, Beckman stepped forward and asked, could it be that Captain Lin Feng wants us to participate in the competition in the dueling arena? That can't be done, Shanks shook his head hastily upon hearing this. If the 4 emperors all ran to the competition, they wouldn't be laughed at. Lin Feng shook his head and said, of course not. Your red hair pirates also have their own territory. Lin Feng looked at Shanks and asked. Of course there is. That's it, you just need to help me build a duel field on your site. Lin Feng looked at Shanks with a smile after speaking. You still have to spend money, advertisement. Don't do it, change the terms, Shanks refused without thinking. Lin Feng didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and turned to look at Beckman. You explain to him. Beckman bowed his head and thought about it. Although he hadn't watched the game and didn't understand the twists and turns, Lin Feng said it at the party last night. In just 10 days, Lin Feng has already made a lot of money. According to Lin Feng, Beckman roughly estimated that the duel field in Sabaody can net at least 1.5 billion Bailey in a month. Are you really shameless? Do you want to exchange an arm for 10% of the profit? 4 emperors are so worthless, Lin Feng said speechlessly. 60% can be less. After a long time, Beckman looked at Shanks solemnly and said. Under Shanks' puzzled look, Beckman pulled Shanks aside and began to analyze the pros and cons for him. Well, then let's talk about the share, Lin Feng said flatly. 70%, 20%, floor 1? Shanks cautiously held out a finger. No, up to 30%. Just a few minutes later, Shanks happily ran over and said, Lin Feng, I won't say more, I agree to this matter. Otherwise what do you think I'm doing? Lin Feng said indifferently. I think this is feasible. HMPH, 80%, Lin Feng said. How much do you think your arm is worth? What? 40% can be more, but it will definitely drop down later, but it won't be too bad. If you plan to build such a duel field on your own site, although the income will definitely not be as good as here, it will not be less. Are you stealing money? Shanks suddenly became violent. This person is actually more shameless than himself. Chapter 147 The red-haired adventure group. Lin Feng thought about it for a while and said, that's fine, but you won't need that much for maintenance and operation, and the excess will be used to build local infrastructure and improve people's livelihood. From the masses to the masses, the people's lives are better. Only when they are rich can they make more money, right? Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone suddenly fell silent. After a long while, Beckman suddenly said,
Ha ha ha, that's right, from the crowd to the crowd, Captain Lin Feng is really a good man. Ahem, just understand. This is Shanks walking up to him and asking, so can I heal my arm now? Why are you so anxious? I still have one condition, Lin Feng said. What? Not only Shanks, but Beckman also looked at Lin Feng in puzzlement. Logically speaking, the conditions have been negotiated, right? How come? Do you think you are a serious pirate? Lin Feng looked at Shanks and asked. Oh, a serious pirate? Shanks didn't understand Lin Feng's words. That is to say, do you think you are a real pirate? Shanks pointed to himself. Aren't I? I'm 4 emperors. Are you? Lin Feng asked back. Why don't you tell me what bad things you have done, and let me learn a lot? Advertisement. Shanks fell silent upon hearing this. Boy, am I really not a qualified pirate? He felt his 3 views were shattered. Why did you go to sea in the first place? Is it to seek freedom? Or what do you want to do? Lin Feng, as always, started to use his strongest mouth to deceive people. In short, it must not be for burning, killing and looting, right? Shanks nodded. Then why do you insist on calling yourself a pirate? Because pirates are free. Lin Feng raised his forehead. He really wanted to know who spread this idea to these people. Pirates represent freedom. I can go to your code. Let me ask you, with the things you are doing now, can you not do your adventures without flying the pirate flag? Shanks and Beckman shook their heads simultaneously. Then that's it. Why do you have to give yourself the name of a pirate? Isn't it good to be a traveler? Or is it ugly to be an adventurer? You have to make trouble for yourself. My last condition is that your red hair pirates will be called the Red Hair Adventure Group in the future. How about it? Does it sound more in line with your temperament and more pleasant? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at Shanks expectantly. Beckman didn't say a word. He had to listen to the captain for such matters. Even if we change our name, won't the world government think we are pirates? Shanks asked. What do you care about them? Just do what you think you can do. Anyway, they won't be jumping for a few years, Lin Feng whispered at the end. Shanks didn't notice what Lin Feng said at the end, but Beckman heard it. His eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Advertisement. I can agree to this condition, but you have to agree to one condition, Shanks said seriously. Go ahead. Alliance. No matter whether one of us encounters troubles in the future, the other must help unconditionally. That's all, no problem, Lin Feng agreed casually. Everything was settled, the group sat down again, and Konus began to treat Shanks for his severed arm. Lin Feng looked at the nervousness of the 2 big brothers of the royal team at this time. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Under Shanks' nervous and worried eyes, Konus directly gave him a VIP service, a big healing technique. Majestic energy poured into Shanks' broken arm, and soon, like a sprout, new flesh and bones began to grow from the broken arm. Ahahaha, it's so itchy, I can't stand it, Shanks yelled suddenly, scaring Konus to stop his movements. What are you doing? You've scared our sister again, and the elders are all taken aback. Beckman was covering his face, it was so embarrassing. Lin Feng didn't expect that Shanks, the 4 emperors, would actually be ticklish. Shanks also realized that he had lost face in front of so many people, and immediately said seriously, come on, I promise I won't laugh anymore. Konus heard that the big healing technique was released again. A few minutes passed quickly as Shanks choked back his grin, and with the last finger fully grown, Konus stopped the treatment and stepped back with a heavy breath. Shanks looked at his newly grown arms and kept yelling awesome. Lin Feng stood up at this moment and said to Shanks. How about it, do you want to try this newly grown arm? Shanks looked up at Lin Feng and said, oh, don't you want to fight? I am willing, can you control it? Lin Feng walked out of the tavern after speaking. Chapter 148 Fighting Red Hair. Except for Lin Feng and Shanks, almost everyone else came. Even Kuina, who was still sleeping, was called by Konus. The 2 standing among the onlookers in the distance, Yasop pointed to Shanks and said, the boss's arms really grew out. Unbelievable. Then we won't be afraid of getting hurt in the future? Yeah, with our current relationship with Captain Lin Feng, it's all trivial. But our pirate group has changed its name, do you know? What a big deal, the adventure group is also very nice. Let's take a bet on who will win. As soon as this sentence came out, a bunch of people gathered around. Even Rayleigh and Barry sprinted past. It's a bit difficult to choose. Although the boss is very powerful, Lin Feng is also very strong. This is a ruthless character who can fight Admiral if he wants to fight Admiral, and Celestial Dragons if he wants to fight Celestial Dragons. I bet on Captain Lin Feng, said a red-haired crew member. Me too. I bet on Lin Feng too. The red-haired crew all bet that Lin Feng would win, so that if Shanks won, it meant that they were a good leader, and Lin Feng would also make money if he won, so he didn't lose anything. You're not right, isn't anyone betting that Shanks will win? Rayleigh said as he pushed his way into the crowd. Yo, Mr. Rayleigh wants to play too. Haha, I would never miss such an interesting bet. Rayleigh laughed and said, since you all bet on Lin Feng to win, then I bet on Shanks to win. As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned. As we all know, Rayleigh's gambling luck is ridiculously bad. Behind him, Barry quietly placed his bet, betting that Lin Feng would win. Advertisement. I bet Shanks wins, Beckman said, drawing on his cigarette. Count me in, I bet Lin Feng wins. Beckman heard the words and said, you have great confidence in Lin Feng, is he really that strong? No, I don't know who will win, I just want to see Shanks lose, Hawkeye said lightly.
Lin Feng and Shanks stood in the distance and looked at the group of guys who bet on themselves, looked at each other and smiled. Shanks pulled the griffin out of his waist. This move caused an uproar from the red-haired crew watching the battle. Hiss, it's serious from the beginning. Left hand, it's the left hand, someone exclaimed. Hawkeye's eyes were also fixed on Shanks at this time, and they hadn't competed since the redhead lost his arm. The reason is because Shanks is left-handed, and a broken left hand will undoubtedly affect his strength. And now, the man's severed arm has recovered, and Hawkeye is extremely looking forward to a good match with Shanks in this state. Lin Feng also solemnly took out his new weapon, but evil. At this moment, neither of them spoke, each standing in place with their weapons in hand. Suddenly, there was a strong wind, flying sand and rocks everywhere. The aura of the two collided fiercely in the middle, the collision of magic vindictiveness and conquerors. Here we come. Hawkeye's deep voice sounded. Is this Lin Feng's strength? That doesn't look like conquerors, Beckman said. Well, no, this is a kind of power unique to him. What a mysterious guy. At this time, another change occurred in the field. Advertisement. Lin Feng raised his hand to show his respect, and it was a huge dragon breaking the army. The battle dragon roared and rushed towards Shanks. A look of surprise flashed in Shanks' eyes. He had never seen such a unique energy and attack method before. Immediately swinging the griffin, two seemingly random slashes, but two powerful sword glows burst out. Shanks was not surprised. Such an attack was nothing at all. If Lin Feng couldn't handle it, he would feel strange instead. After how long Pojun came in front of him, he disappeared instantly. Are you being too careless? The collision of Quixi and Griffin? Shanks was startled. At this moment, he found that the dragon breaking the army that he had just avoided turned around and appeared behind him, attacking his back fiercely. A horizontal blow met Shanks' blow without hesitation. You're quite ugly, kid, the red-haired man said standing in the distance. Shanks stepped on Shunpo's figure and suddenly disappeared in place, and How Long Pojun, who had bypassed Lin Feng, appeared in front of Lin Feng and slashed towards Lin Feng with a sword, so fast that most of the people watching the battle had no time to react. Who told you not to notice it? Is knowledge and knowledge just for display? Lin Feng rushed over with a spear in his hand. The eagle eye in the distance saw this scene and said, this is it. After the two collided, it was still How Long who broke the army. After smashing Shanks' slash, he continued to attack Shanks. If Lin Feng knew what Hawkeye was thinking, he would definitely tell him, of course it's different, this is the dragon's back. At that time, I was defeated by this move, Hawkeye said generously. Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded. Bang! At this time, Shanks in the field had already discovered the crisis behind him, and hurriedly dodged to the side, while Lin Feng stood still. What? Beckman asked, but if you look closely, it's a little different. Chapter 149 Fierce Battle. The two soon fought hand to hand, the sound of weapons colliding came out one after another, and waves of air blasted the surrounding terrain beyond recognition. In less than a minute, the two have already exchanged hundreds of moves. There are more and more magic chasers behind Lin Feng, and the fighter's will is also activated under this situation. With a V-shaped sky strike, Shanks was thrown into the air, and Lin Feng was forced back several steps by the slash. Holding Quixi with one hand, and facing Shanks with the other, the magic chasers behind him immediately bombarded Shanks like missiles. The magic chaser exploded violently, and the smoke blocked the sight of the two of them, but they still moved at high speed with their vision blocked by relying on their knowledge and magic vindictiveness. After landing, Shanks rolled twice in succession, and quickly dodged from his original position. The remaining magic chaser immediately blasted to the ground, but everything went as Lin Feng expected. He quickened his pace of charging and approached Shanks' original position. Without hesitation, the spear swept viciously. Sorry, I'm here. Shanks slashed out from the side with his sword. This sword is extremely powerful, and it has already killed Lin Feng with a single stroke of the sword light. Ah! Lin Feng speeded up in an instant. Shanks missed the sword, and when he looked again, Keishie in Lin Feng's hand had already turned around and stabbed at him, with Long Yu behind his back. Shanks judged quickly, and immediately swung his sword to block. It's just that Lin Feng's attack was more than that, the other hand quietly stretched out, and the falling flower palm blasted out. Shanks was hit solidly by the falling flower palm, and slid a considerable distance on the ground. Lin Feng was also amazed secretly. The conquerors of this product is really strong. It actually forcibly resisted the blowing effect of falling flower palm. Advertisement. After Shanks stood firm, he rushed towards Lin Feng's position. A flash of sword light opened the way, and passed Lin Fei's side. Rub. Shanks' weapon, Griffin, slashed hard at Quixi. Lin Feng resisted Shanks' slash with his hands held up, and Shanks raised his foot to Lin Feng's stomach the moment the weapon collided. Lin Feng quickly flew upside down. In these two short confrontations, no one lost. Shanks followed without hesitation. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, Lin Feng flipped over, but fell to the ground from top to bottom. Breaking through the mountains and rivers, the invisible water. As a large amount of water attribute magic vindictiveness poured into the ground, Lin Feng pulled Keishie out, and the ground suddenly gushed out of nowhere like waves of water. The overwhelming crowd surrounded Shanks, and then swept away. Shanks watched the scene with an incredulous look in his eyes. He now knows that Lin Feng is not demon fruit power, so what is going on with the water? It is unscientific. But he didn't panic. The aura on his body suddenly expanded, a red sword light cut out, and a crack was cut out of the overwhelming water wave. Shanks rushed towards the crack, just as he was about to rush into the crack. A bolt of lightning flashed past his eyes, and Shanks stopped to take a closer look, and there were thunderbolts-like splashes condensed in the waves all over the sky. Flood Dragon going to see the law of thunder kills. At the same time as the fight broke the mountains and rivers, Lin Feng then used this trick of Flood Dragon to go out to sea, and instantly condensed into a wave of thunder attribute magic fighting energy like water flowers, spreading all over the water waves. Advertisement: the combination of water and lightning made Shanks unable to underestimate it. He retreated to the center and watched the attack that surrounded him. Shanks applied Conqueror's Haki to ultimate, and then the sword light flickered wantonly, and countless sword chi burst out. The light was shining instantly, and from the outside, the wall formed by the water waves was pierced by sword lights, and the thunder and lightning were all detonated under Shanks' attack. There was a booming explosion, and the sky was covered with splashes pierced by lightning, flickering and scattering in all directions. Shanks, in the center, stood still, unmoved by the powerful explosion. The red Conqueror's Haki forms a protective shield covering it, and the armament Haki on his body also protects Shanks from too much damage. Hiss. This Lin Feng is so pervert, it's water and lightning, let's hang it up. The boss is so pitiful, I don't know if he is dead or not. Hey, get ready, I'll collect the boss's body later. Shanks' crew members were joking, but they didn't have any worries. Lin Feng's move was indeed powerful, but didn't you see it was cut by Shanks? HMPH, it's really shameless to steal a lesson from the Thunder God, Enel said with a pouted mouth. You are shameless, the captain's lightning has half a dime to do with you. Barry never forgot to hit Enel. The two immediately started a new round of bickering. Bartolomeo folded his hands on his chest and stared in a daze. The boss is so handsome. At this moment, Kuina was still thinking about the trick that Shanks broke Lin Feng's attack just now. The others were also watching the battle between the two intently, but Beckman leaned into Hawkeye's ear and said, "Did you fight such a pervert back then?" "He's stronger than ever," Hawkeye said. Chapter 150 Still fighting? Then you come up. At this moment, Shanks was still standing in the center of the explosion, which seemed to be a good opportunity for Lin Feng to attack again, but at this time, Lin Feng's body had already floated into the air. Strong dragon pressure. A strong dragon pressure carrying a golden magical fighting spirit fell from the top of Shanks' head, and Shanks also swung a sword at the same time. The two collided again at this moment. In terms of power, Lin Feng's strong dragon pressure is definitely not bad, but in the end result, one of the two people is stuck to the ground, and the other is flying in the air. It seems that neither of them can do anything to the other. But that's just what it looks like, because Shanks dodged at this moment, and then punched Lin Feng in the air, and applied Armament Haki's advanced use, emission in the attack. Boom. This punch penetrated the mana shield and directly caused damage to Lin Feng's body. Shanks swung a few more swords immediately after, not giving Lin Feng too much reaction time and avoiding angles. This distance, for a long-distance attack, is too close, close at hand, so close to the flying speed of Jianmeng. At this distance, the time used can be completely ignored. Lin Feng adjusted his figure in the air, but he still couldn't dodge the several slashes that were too close. He could only wave Quick C, and also cut out a few magic grudges to meet him. The air waves generated after the impact all exploded onto Lin Feng's body, and countless flying sand and rocks rolled in midair. Lin Feng quickly flew into the air, circling Shanks at an extremely fast speed. Then it fell down from the sky again rapidly, bursting, Longya. Lin Feng held the Quick C in his hand, as if he wanted to pierce the void, and slashed towards Shanks on the ground. Advertisement Shanks leapt, refusing to budge, and the two quickly engaged in a new round of confrontation in the air. As expected of the man who claims to have the strongest conquerors, his strength is recognized as one of the top powerhouses at the top of the ocean. Even under the influence of the fighter's will, Lin Feng still couldn't effectively suppress Shanks. Bang! However, the spear was sealed horizontally across his body, and the attack he blocked was clearly Shanks' slash. Not to be outdone, Lin Feng swept out with a round wrestling stick, and Shanks immediately raised his sword to block, and then he adjusted his figure again. The sword light deflected, Griffin had already stretched out, and a sword circle cut through the air. This sword intersected with Lin Feng's Keishiei, and it landed on Lin Feng's body. The raised blood spray formed a circle in the air, and the Keishiei in Lin Feng's hand also stabbed Shanks' leg at this moment, causing the blood spray to scatter instantly. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. It's really Shanks. It's Lin Feng. Rayleigh clapped his hands and applauded loudly, showing the melon-eating crowd vividly. From the beginning of the confrontation, the two separated, and then they collided and shot. In a short moment, various tricks change. In the end, Shanks' exquisite sword skills injured Lin Feng first, and was also stabbed by Lin Feng at the same time. However, at this moment, the magic chaser condensed again behind Lin Feng burst out, leaving no time for Shanks to react, and all bombarded him. Hiss. How miserable. Rayleigh gasped. He knew very well that Lin Feng's attack was very restrained by Logia and Armament Haki. Even if Shanks hardens himself with armed colors, those weird magic grudges will also cause damage to the body. By the time the explosion was over, Shanks looked a little distressed, but there were no serious injuries. Come up and I'll fight you. Advertisement I can't fly myself, even if you can stay in the air for a short time, it's useless, this Lin Feng is too shameless. Hey, you guys come down to me, I haven't hit enough, Shanks said very unconvinced. After 2 moves, I'm tired. If you want to fight, then you come up, Lin Feng said with a smirk. I said, you come up. No, I haven't warmed up yet. Shanks rushed to Lin Feng with Griffin in his hand, and immediately slashed at him several times with his sword. Lin Feng waved his hands indifferently, and the two walked towards the crowd watching the battle. TCH, I'm not interested in that stuff, Shanks said with a curl of lips. Lin Feng said. Fortunately, Shanks is not the kind of dead-headed person. Seeing that Lin Feng really didn't want to fight, he stopped pestering him immediately. Okay, why don't you eat a flying devil fruit, so that you can chase me to the sky and kill me? Okay, let's stop here today. It was originally agreed that it's just 2 tricks, just to try your new arm. Lin Feng fell slowly from the air as he spoke. Lin Feng quickly flew up in midair, looking down at Shanks. At this time, Shanks was falling to the ground, looking at Lin Feng in the sky, his teeth itching with anger. Next time, we must have a good fight, and we must stop playing rascals. After thinking about it, Shanks was still a little bit reconciled. Hey, are you still fighting? Shanks held up the griffin and yelled. You scoundrel, shameless. B******************, D, coward, Baga. Chapter 151 Feeling Lovelorn. What's the matter, are you here? Lin Feng asked. You guys, stop fighting? Well, let's stop fighting. I told you it's just a competition. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went to Konus's side. Help me heal. With a wave of Konus's hand, Lin Feng's wound disappeared quickly. Seeing this, Shanks immediately leaned over. I want it too. When the two of them finished their treatment, they saw Rayleigh and a group of them talking about something. What are you doing? Lin Feng walked over and asked. It's not the two of you, you played well, why did you stop fighting all of a sudden? We can't even count on this bet, Rayleigh said dissatisfied. Oh, we're in a draw this time, Lin Feng said. A draw? Everyone shouted together. Anyone betting on a tie? Someone yelled. Who came out in a draw? After shouting for a long time and no one answered, the person who opened the market became excited. Since no one bets correctly, I will take all the money. Everyone cast angry glances upon hearing the words. At this moment Shanks walked over with a yawn. I'm sleepy, Lin Feng. What are you doing? After Lin Feng told him, Shanks immediately rushed over and hugged the money. Since no one is right, then the money belongs to us. Ah! Everyone cried out in dissatisfaction. Boss, you didn't place a bet, why are you joining in the fun? That's right, I'm really shameless. Shanks held the money and didn't care about the people's verbal criticism at all. Who told you to bet on me privately? Advertisement, I don't know how to respect the captain at all. I confiscated the money. Seeing his rascal appearance, everyone has no choice but to let him go. Who made him the captain? Who do not pet him? Hey, red-haired boy, and my money, do you want to swallow it too? Rayleigh said dissatisfied, and mine, it was Barry's voice. And me. This was Hawkeye, and he stared at Shanks with sharp eyes, as if Shanks would rush up and strike him with a sword anytime he dared to swallow his money. After Shanks exchanged the 3 people's money back, he shamelessly put the rest of the money into his little gold curry. Beckman smiled helplessly, there was nothing he could do. That night, everyone gathered in the tavern again, and Lin Feng knew that as long as Shanks was there, the party would be impossible not to hold. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy today, come and drink. Seeing that he was obviously drunk now, Hawkeye patted his hand off his shoulder in disgust. Mahawk, what are you doing? You despise me, Shanks said aggrievedly. Hawkeye ignored him and drank the wine on his own. We've known each other for so many years, and you're still alone, aren't you lonely? Everyone cast curious eyes upon hearing this. Or you join my red hair pirates. Hi. No, it's the red-haired adventures. How is it? Now my arm has recovered. I will fight with you every day. I will also take care of your wine. As Shanks said, he put his hand on Hawkeye's shoulder again. Brother, I'm so mean. Hawkeye glanced at him lightly. I refuse. Hearing this, Brother Xion seemed wronged like a little daughter-in-law. Why? I've joined someone else. Hearing this, Shanks was shocked and sober from the wine. Advertisement, he invited Hawkeye just for fun, and he failed to invite so many times before, so he naturally didn't think it would work this time. But he really didn't expect that Hawkeye would be taken first. Yes, who is it? Shanks asked with trembling lips, a hint of jealousy in his tone. It's not convenient to tell you. Inconvenient? Could it be Whitebeard? No, Hawkeye isn't the type to be someone else's son, Kaido? Big MOM? Yes. Hawkeye said helplessly. Grass? Shanks held his chest and looked at Hawkeye sadly and said, my old friend for so many years, you actually do this kind of thing behind my back. The reason why I tell you is also because Lin Feng won't mind letting you know. I knew it, I was going to duel with him, Shanks yelled angrily. Shanks also quieted down after hearing the words, and asked after careful consideration, so you are together? Hawkeye pressed him on the seat again. Hush your voice, don't let others know. There is a feeling of falling in love. That means you are on the same boat now? Are you partners? Keep your voice down. Hawkeye pushed him back into his seat. This sound attracted everyone's attention. Don't do anything bad, Hawkeye reminded the redhead in a low voice, lest he slip up. A figure flashed across his mind, and Shanks shook his head secretly, until he inadvertently saw Lin Feng who was sitting opposite and was feeding each other with Kuina. He grabbed Hawkeye with both hands. Is it him? Shanks suddenly realized that it was this B*******************. D. Is it him? Shanks still didn't stop asking. This question was too important to him.
just like a girl he liked for a long time suddenly told you one day that she was married. Chapter 152 The arrival of Zephyr. No one knows what the four of them talked about. 3 days later, Shanks and his party left. Marine also received news that the red hair had left. Hearing the report below, Sengoku laughed out loud in the office. Then he took out another phone bug and called Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng and Hawkeye were sitting in the tavern drinking some wine. Both of them had unconcealable smiles on their faces. Lin Feng is because the guy who knew all day long that the party was held finally left, and has been **Street UTED for many days. Hawkeye is because he finally lost an annoying guy who buzzed in his ears all day long. When the two clinked glasses to celebrate, Konas pushed the door open and walked in, handing the phone bug to Lin Feng. Captain, Marshal Sengoku is looking for you. Well, thank you. Hey, what are you doing, Marshal Sengoku? Ahahaha, you're not bad. I heard you got into a fight with that B*************** D with red hair. How was it, didn't you get hurt? Sengoku said with a big laugh. He could tell he was very happy. Oh, you're talking about this, Lin Feng said and glanced at Hawkeye. Ha ha ha, yes, the old man received the news that the red hair looked bad when he left Sabadi today, and the broken arm still hasn't recovered. You did a good job. It's going to be a big problem if you get the red hair back, Sengoku exclaimed. Yeah, after we had a fight, I don't know where he went. He must be hiding to heal his injuries, Lin Feng lied without blushing. The redhead had already disguised herself when she left, and it was no problem at all to fool a few little sailors, not to mention they didn't dare to step forward to observe carefully. Well, not bad not bad. Advertisement Sengoku praised twice and said, your dueling field has been doing well recently, when will you divide the money? Lin Feng was completely speechless. How long has it been open, just thinking about asking for money? At the end of the year. What are you in a hurry for? I won't give it to you. I have so many Marines to take care of. Do you think everyone has a big family like you? You're right, it's fine if I don't say anything. Lin Feng paused and said again, if it's convenient for you, please inform Zephyr Admiral and let him come to Sabadi. Sengoku was excited when he heard this. What do you mean? That's right, he's also a Marine now. Why? You don't want to heal his broken arm? Think about it, just wait, I'll contact him right away. Beep. The phone hangs up. This old thing is in a hurry. Lin Feng handed the phone bug back to Konas, muttering softly. Konas smiled and tucked the phone bug into his clothes and turned away. A month later, on an island in New World, Shanks grinned from ear to ear as he watched the red-haired arena that had already started construction. Beckman stood beside him and said, I still think it's better to change the name. Yeah, boss, why is it called the Red Hair Dueling Field? It's really narcissistic to use your own name or title for everything. Yasop leaned over and said. Ha ha ha, I think it sounds good. Shanks laughed loudly with his hands on his hips without any embarrassment. Advertisement everyone has nothing to say, what else can they do, spoil them? Don't worry, I'm good at acting. At that time, we must bring that kid Lin Feng over to have a look. My duel field is definitely better than his. This lovely-looking beauty is Ian, one of Zephyr's right-hand men. Wearing a purple vest and black shorts, with an X-shaped scar on his right leg, holding a pistol named Gebrushat, wearing black-pointed high-heeled shoes on his feet, and wearing a blue cape. And standing on the other side of Zephyr, dressed fancy as his other student, Binz, one of the survivors. One of the newcomers trained by Zephyr when he was Marine Admiral, and one of the survivors of the ability user attack. Shaking his iron arm, Zephyr continued, but since it's Lin Feng, I trust him. Another month passed, and another big man came to Sabadi, but it was not a pirate. Even on the way to Sabadi land, I caught a few unlucky guys. So what, When he just received a call from Sengoku, Zephyr was not in a hurry to come back to treat his broken arm. He was still catching pirates in the sea and has been busy until now. Teacher, we're here. The beauty with long, smooth sea blue wavy hair said standing next to Zephyr. Zephyr glanced at her and said with a smile. I don't know, haha, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the old man is used to it, and this iron bump is quite useful. Forget it, anyway, pay attention and hide your arms, Beckman reminded. The two behind quickly followed, while the other soldiers stayed on the warship and did not get off. Beckman reminded. Did you forget that he also has shares? Well, let's go. I haven't seen that kid Lin Feng for a long time. He has done a lot of great things during this time, ha ha ha. Zephyr laughed and walked off the warship. Teacher, can that Lin Feng really cure you? In trotted up and whispered. Chapter 153 Zephyr, granddaughter. Yes, teacher. Binz on the side echoed. You guys, you've been floating in the sea with me, an old man, don't you know what happened in the sea? Zephyr smiled and said, not offended by the doubts of the two students. Now everyone in the world knows that a little fairy doctor has appeared under that kid Lin Feng, and it is said that it is Devil Fruit's ability. What's more, Sengoku told me this personally. In nodded and said, I heard that a Kainu admiral had his arm broken by Lin Feng some time ago, but he was cured later. It should be the ability of that little fairy doctor. HMPH, let's not talk about Sakazuki, but you know about this. Why do you still doubt whether Lin Feng can cure my arm? Zephyr asked. Hey, didn't you think about it for a while? Ain smiled sweetly. Yeah, it's chaos if you care about it, Bin said. Ha ha ha, that's fine. You too, take a good walk with me. The Sabadi land today is quite different from before. Zephyr laughed a few times and walked forward quickly.
On the way to Island 49, Zephyr kept observing the situation around him. A smile gradually appeared on his originally serious face, and the smile became more obvious as he walked. Until the end, he suddenly stopped and laughed. Ian hurried forward and asked, "Teacher, what's the matter?" Zephyr ignored it, and smiled to himself, and the people around him looked curiously at the old man wearing the marine justice cloak. It took a while for Zephyr to stop laughing. Quietly touched the tears from the corners of his eyes that were blown out by the wind and sand. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly a little girl ran up to Zephyr, looked up at Zephyr and asked innocently. Advertisement. Zephyr was taken aback when he heard the words, looked at the cute little guy in front of him, and laughed again with his head raised. Suddenly a woman rushed out of the crowd, and seeing the little girl standing in front of the big marine, she hurried over and said, "I'm sorry, my lord, I'll take the child away." The woman was about to leave as soon as she hugged the child, but when she turned around, she found herself held by Zephyr. The woman immediately turned around and begged for mercy. Zephyr spoke first. "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people." Zephyr Admiral, who was usually very serious, forced out a strange but kind smile. The woman became quiet after hearing Zephyr's words, but she still looked at Zephyr with some fear. Zephyr set his eyes on the little girl in the woman's arms. "Little guy, what's your name?" Compared with her mother, the little girl was not afraid at all, and said openly, "Grandpa, my name is Xiaoyin." "Ha ha ha, come, let Grandpa hug you." Zephyr stretched out his hand to hug Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin's mother took a step back subconsciously, and Zephyr's outstretched hand stopped in midair awkwardly. The little girl took a look at her mother, broke free from her arms, and bounced on Zephyr's body. Zephyr smiled and picked up the little girl and asked, "Your name is Xiaoyin, right?" "Yeah." The little girl nodded. "What did you call me just now?" "Grandpa," the little girl said with her big watery eyes. "Ha ha ha. Do you want to ask Grandpa to know?" Zephyr held the little girl in his arms with one hand and pinched her little face with the other. Okay, wait a minute." Advertisement. At this moment, several people came out of the crowd and shouted in surprise. "Conus, little Betty. Okay, you will be my granddaughter from now on, haha." In saw the person coming and shouted in surprise, and then ran over. "Why did you come here? That kid Lin Feng asked you to pick me up." "Ha ha ha ha." Zephyr laughed happily. Zephyr looked at Conus and Betty while hugging the little granddaughter he had just met, and said, "It's you, didn't you tell me before? Don't call me a teacher, I didn't teach you anything." Zephyr froze for a moment, then continued walking forward with a smile, while Ain quietly gave Binz a look, and Binz understood and left. The little girl looked at Zephyr suspiciously, as if she couldn't figure out why she was called Grandpa. After thinking for a while with her head tilted, she softly called out under Zephyr's expectant eyes, "Grandpa." Ain and Binz stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't they come to treat the arm? How come there is an extra granddaughter? The little girl returned to her mother with some reluctance, looked at Zephyr who was leaving and shouted loudly, "Grandpa, goodbye." After speaking, Zephyr put the little girl in his arms on the ground and said to her, "Lil guy, go home, Grandpa has something to leave." Teacher Zephyr. Seeing the old and the young laughing ha ha ha, In felt that the two were quite alike. Zephyr smiled helplessly and said, "It's up to you, haha." Conus stepped forward and looked at Zephyr's broken arm, smiled and said, "We have been with your captain for so long and learned a lot, we should call a teacher." Yes, Lin Feng big brother asked us to pick you up when he heard that Mr. Zephyr was coming, little Betty said. Chapter 154 Healing Zephyr. Conus just smiled and didn't speak. After this trip, Zephyr is undoubtedly very satisfied, but what makes him a little upset is that occasionally he sees a few pirates, but he can't do anything, and he is really a little panicked. "Let's go, take me to meet your captain Lin Feng." Conus nodded and led the way. At this time, Lin Feng, Kuina, and Barry were waiting for Zephyr to come over in a living room in the duel field. After all, this was Marine, and Lin Feng didn't intend to let Marine know too many of his secrets. Soon, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Boom boom boom, "Come in." There was a knock on the door, and Lin Feng said. When the door opened, Zephyr was the first to come in, followed by 3 girls. Barry walked over immediately and said very politely, "Mr. Zephyr, you are finally here." Hearing Barry call him Mr. Zephyr, Zephyr thought it would be nice to call him that way, since he didn't teach anything, so it's inappropriate for those 2 girls to call him his teacher. Zephyr patted Barry's shoulder with a smile and said, "Very good, it has become a lot stronger." After finishing speaking, he looked at Lin Feng who was still sitting on the sofa and said, "You boy, the old man finally came here, is this your attitude?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him, "Enough drinking." "Hey, you kid, why don't you just say you're sensible?" Zephyr strode over to Lin Feng and sat down. Advertisement, "Young man, you are very good, the old man likes it, ha ha ha." While laughing, he picked up a glass of Kuina's poured wine and drank it. Lin Feng looked at Ain who was standing not far away and said, "Stop standing, sit down, I don't need to care about your Marine's messy rules." In was looking at the legendary Lin Feng, thinking that such a cynical guy is really as strong as rumored. Is there really a way to heal the teacher's broken arm? He was suddenly awakened by Lin Feng. Then his face flushed and he looked at Zephyr. Zephyr nodded to signal her to sit down, and then Ain hurried over. Kuina waved to her and asked Ain to sit beside her. Conus and little Betty went to prepare food for them, and Barry was lucky to be captured by the 2. "Boy Lin Feng, you made sabadi well, I like it very much." After a few sips of wine,
Zephyr began to think about everything he saw after landing on the island today. This is a scene that he has never seen before after traveling all over the world. The smiles on people's faces are sincere. There is no oppression or pirates making trouble here. And everyone seemed to be quite rich, which made him a little incomprehensible. Afterwards, questions were thrown out one by one, and Lin Feng answered impatiently. Huh? You were the little fairy doctor? Zephyr said in surprise. Kuina stepped forward to check Zephyr's severed arm, and felt that it was similar to Shanks's, and then a big healing spell fell on Zephyr. Advertisement as in Shank's case, a full arm grew after a few minutes. Hearing Kuina's explanation, the two stopped asking any more questions, and Zephyr also saw that Kuina was not telling the truth, so he glanced at Lin Feng and said, come on. Hearing Zephyr laugh from time to time, the wine on the table was quickly drunk by the two of them. After speaking, he quickly removed his mechanical arm and put it aside very carefully. In walked to his side and said softly, Teacher. Well, it's me. Kuina said playfully. Kuina covered his mouth with a chuckle, stepped forward and pointed at Zephyr's mechanical arm and said, Teacher Zephyr, take this off first. Ain also showed a shocked look. Both Zephyr and Ain showed puzzled expressions. You must know that Kuina had been on their warship for so long, but he had never said that he was a fruit-capable user. Lin Feng looked at Zephyr who was lying on the sofa and stroking his stomach and couldn't help but smile. This old guy also ate too much today. How about it, is it time to heal your arm? Lin Feng asked. Hearing this, Zephyr sat up and looked at the mechanical arm that had been in use for many years, feeling a little bit reluctant for a while. Hearing her voice, Zephyr raised his hand to interrupt her, then looked at Lin Feng. Come on. It was the fruit the captain gave me later. Kuina lied a little. Lin Feng smiled and said to Kuina who had already prepared, Hey, give him a big one. After eating, it was finally time to treat the arm. Chapter 155. Back to East Blue. When their warship was attacked, it was Zephyr's desperate efforts that allowed her and Binz to survive, but Zephyr lost an arm forever, as well as the lives of so many students. Zephyr was not as excited as Ain, but sighed heavily and said, I really didn't expect that. My hand will grow out one day. Kuina smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll help you heal your body again. After speaking, the great healing technique enveloped Zephyr's whole body, and it didn't take long for Zephyr to feel that all the old injuries that had plagued him for so many years had disappeared. After the treatment, Zephyr stood up and moved his body, and said to Lin Feng a little excitedly, Do two tricks with the old man? Lin Feng complained secretly when he heard the words, how could this man be like Shanks, wanting to fight right after he was cured? Farewell, if you want to fight, go back and find old man Garp, he must be very interested in fighting you. Hearing this, Zephyr said with some disinterestedness, You kid can't do it, Lin Feng stood there speechless. Are you planning to go back now, or stay here? You don't need to worry about it, the old man has a good time on the island and will leave tomorrow. Zephyr said while squeezing his new arm. Okay, as long as you are happy, then I don't care about you. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng looked at Kuina and said, Take them to the duel arena to register for a VIP. Kuina nodded and said, Okay, Captain. After seeing off the two Zephyr, Bartolomeo walked in after a while. Boss. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Advertisement. Bardo sat across from Lin Feng with a sinister smile on his face. Boss, I have some news here, do you want to hear it? Lin Feng looked at him expressionlessly, wondering who this guy learned from. How dare he play tricks on himself? Being stared at by Lin Feng like this, Bardo felt his hair stand on end for a moment, and quickly took out a piece of information from his pocket and put it on the table. It's from Shaki, Lin Feng picked it up and opened it. Hey. It's Ace's news. It says that Fire Fist Ace has officially become the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Smiling and putting down the information in his hands, Lin Feng could not help but mourn for Whitebeard. Even if he was assassinated nearly 100 times, he is not far from death now. Tell me, do you want to kill that B************ D Blackbeard in advance? Lin Feng leaned on the sofa and thought to himself. The next day, Zephyr and his group left Sabadi. Before leaving, Zephyr asked Lin Feng to take care of his new granddaughter. Reluctantly agreeing, Lin Feng immediately sent someone to check on the situation of the little girl's family. It was only later that I found out that the old man Zephyr didn't stay with him yesterday, but went to play with his little granddaughter. Back at naval headquarters, Zephyr rushed into Sengoku's office immediately. Seeing his old friend's intact arm, Sengoku and Garp were also excited and applauded. I wanted to hold Zephyr to celebrate, but Zephyr turned his attention to Garp aside. Let's fight. Garp was a little confused. Did he offend him? Why did he want to hit him as soon as his arm recovered? Advertisement however, Garp is not a person of Moji, so if he can't figure it out, he doesn't want to think about it, so he said loudly. Hit it, I'm afraid you won't succeed, Now it's Zephyr's turn to be confused. This old guy has such a temper? Or did I offend him before, and now that my arm is fine, I can finally give myself a good beating? Walked. Two people who add up to more than 100 years old walked towards the school field one after the other. Sengoku had no choice but to keep up, so as not to cause trouble to these two reckless men. Lin Feng, who has been staying in Sabadi recently, feels a little bored. Called Robin and Reiju over, and learned that their work in the duel field had been handed over to others, Lin Feng said excitedly. Come on, it's time for us to go out for a stroll. Lin Feng quickly stood up and walked towards the door. Robin stopped him just 2 steps away. Captain, where are you going now?
Lin Feng stopped and turned around and said, ahem, yes. At this moment, Kuina walked in, and Lin Feng immediately came up with an idea after seeing her. Why don't we go back to East Blue? Half a month later, East Blue. All the crew members of the starship were on board, and only K-Lock Doll and his group stayed in Sabadi. Lu Chi and the others still haven't come back, and are now in New World, happily carrying out the assassination mission assigned to him by Lin Feng. As long as those who are a bit contradictory to the world government are on his death list, he will occasionally kill a few unsuitable nobles who are attached to the world government. So now a group of them has been offered a reward. In the eyes of many people, this group of people may be the executioners launched by the world government. Offering a reward or something. Chapter 156. Being scolded by the father-in-law. Standing on the deck, Lin Feng looked at Kuina, who was a little homely in his arms, and gently stroked her back. It's been more than 2 years since I came out, and I don't know how the old man Koshiro is doing now. Lin Feng also wanted to leave a space mark in Shimotsuki village when he came back this time, so he can come back anytime in the future, and Koshiro can also go to Sabadi occasionally. Soon, an island appeared in everyone's field of vision. Is this the hometown of Lin Feng big brother and sister Kuina? Little Betty squeezed between them and asked. Kuina pulled her into her arms, rubbed her and said, yes, your Lin Feng big brother was a celebrity here back then. Oh, tell us quickly. Barry heard Kuina talk about Lin Feng, and immediately came over. I want to listen too. 5 others also spoke out. Enel quietly came behind the crowd and stood without saying a word. Amid Kuina's story about Lin Feng's embarrassing childhood and everyone's joyful laughter, the Xingqian soon docked at the shore. East Blue has never seen such a mighty hockey ship, and it has already attracted a large group of people before approaching the island, and now it has attracted onlookers as soon as it landed. Lin Feng and his party of 10 people got off the boat, and their red royal robes immediately caught the attention of the crowd. Some people have already recognized them. It's Lin Feng and Kuina. There were also people in the crowd who knew the two of them, and they immediately shouted. Advertisement, hey, Captain, it seems that Sister Kuina is right, you are really a celebrity, Konus said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled when he heard the words. All the previous things were stripped away, touching this fruit and stealing the chicken, even peeking at other girls taking a bath and being chased and beaten were also exposed by Kuina. A group of people greeted the onlookers enthusiastically, as if the leader was going to the countryside to inspect. After asking the enthusiastic parents and folks, they came to a small road, and it didn't take long to see the Yixin dojo where Lin Feng and Kuina had lived for many years. At this moment, not to mention Kuina, even Lin Feng himself was a little nervous. Firstly, it was because he was a little close to home, and secondly, because he ate someone else's daughter. Although Koshiro didn't know it yet, it was always I have a guilty conscience. When he came to the door, Lin Feng heard a familiar shout coming from inside. Lin Feng smiled and glanced at Kuina. Then he raised his foot under the surprised eyes of everyone. Boom! The door was kicked open. I'm back. Familiar and unfamiliar voices came into the yard, and a group of teenagers who were practicing swords heard it and looked over. Some of them knew Lin Feng, and when they saw this familiar style, they knew that Lin Feng, who hadn't seen him for 2 years, was back. And those teenagers who came to study in the past 2 years looked at Lin Feng and his party in surprise. Me too, I definitely didn't see you being scolded by your father-in-law, boss. Seeing that both of them shouted, Asa quickly followed suit, me too. I've been out for 2 years, and I'm still so rude, and I'm not afraid of being beaten to death. Advertisement Koshiro, who was sitting under the eaves drinking wine and supervising the practice of the teenagers, squinted his eyes towards the door. Several girls covered their mouths and smiled without speaking. Koshiro said while drinking with his head down, but the glass just touched his mouth. This sudden anger frightened the group of boys and girls practicing swords, and Lin Feng said awkwardly, this. Enel put his hands on his chest and said with a smug smile, don't look at this Thor doesn't know anything. Who is this? How dare you make trouble in the Yixin dojo, what a show to watch. Seeing that Lin Feng was talking about Kuina, Koshiro stood up and said, you have the nerve to say that you took Kuina out for 2 years and didn't even know how to call home, so what are you doing here? Lin Feng looked at Koshiro. I was very happy and excited, but he just didn't want you to see it and smiled. Hey, old man, you just don't welcome me, so you have to welcome your daughter home. What is this? Get out of here quickly. Kuina, come with me. After speaking, he walked into the room alone, and Lin Feng seemed to wipe his tears when he saw Koshiro turn around. After cursing the brat softly, his eyes fell on Kuina, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes, and then disappeared immediately. Okay, Captain, I definitely didn't see you being scolded, Barry shouted loudly. Enel walked last, quietly took out a camera, and admired what he had just captured, with a tricky smile on his lips. Kuina obediently followed into the room, while Lin Feng looked back at his companions in embarrassment and said, hey, well, let's just pretend you didn't see what happened today. Lin Feng looked at them with black lines, and resisted the urge to hit them, turned around and took them to the guest room. Chapter 157 Enel's learning is broken. When Lin Feng entered the room, he immediately pressed his ears against the door, wanting to listen to 8 trigrams. Asa, give way, you have occupied all the doors by yourself. Hey, I want to hear it too. Easy, it's crowded to death. Unsurprisingly, the 3 people in the house heard such a big commotion outside. Your friends are very lively. Koshiro had just finished saying this when he suddenly saw an ear growing out of the window. The picture was extremely weird. Lin Feng and Kuina noticed something wrong with Koshiro's eyes, and immediately looked back, and the two had black lines instantly. There isn't any other possibility, it's definitely Robin. While the others were still rushing to eavesdrop, Robin had already successfully penetrated into the room. Call them in, tell me about your partners, and by the way, tell me about your experience in the past 2 years. Koshiro pushed his glasses and said. Lin Feng immediately got up and walked to the door, and quickly opened the door. Clang. A group of people fell directly to the ground. Seeing the scene where this person turned his back on his back, Lin Feng just felt that today was really embarrassing. Get up quickly. Everyone stood up from the ground as quickly as possible, and then Lin Feng introduced everyone to Koshiro. When introducing Robin, Koshiro's glasses flashed a light. They are all very reliable partners, but I don't have so much to eat here today, I'm afraid you have to figure out your own way. Advertisement. Hearing this, everyone said it was okay, and then Lin Feng sent them all out to buy things, and Koshiro said to Lin Feng, Nico Robin. Since you have become partners on the same boat, it's not convenient for me to say anything, but it's better not to let her reveal her identity in the short term, Koshiro said. Lin Feng said slightly, well, I will pay attention. However, I don't really care about it in my heart. Even if there is no Robin, when their identity of Zhanlong is exposed, I am afraid that they will attract guys many times stronger than the lineup that hunts down Robin. Seeing Lin Feng's cooperation, Koshiro was still not used to it. Just about to say something, Lin Feng spoke first. Old man, we came back this time, and we came out to see that there is one more thing to do besides you. Koshiro wondered. Oh, sure enough, I just came back to see me casually. Kuina at the side quickly comforted. No, what we do when we come back is also related to father. This time Koshiro was even more confused. How many years he had lived in seclusion, what else could he have anything to do with him? Lin Feng smiled and said, Old man, you should also know how to kill dragons. Lin Feng is going to confess his identity to Koshiro directly, otherwise he will have to explain it later when Sharingan leaves the mark of Kamui, and he doesn't think Koshiro will miss it. Hearing the word Zhanlong, the expression on Koshiro's face instantly became serious. He asked very solemnly, could you be the ones who provoke Zhanlong? Ha ha ha, no, what are you thinking? Lin Feng laughed. Boom. Koshiro punched Lin Feng on the head, click. Advertisement. He thought about many situations, such as whether Lin Feng and others have become enemies with Zhanlong, or whether they have joined Zhanlong and so on. You still take Kuina to do such a dangerous thing now, you. But what he never expected was that Lin Feng turned out to be Shitong, and they didn't join, but they were originally. Immediately looking back, he saw that the door had been opened a small crack, and Enel was pointing at himself with a camera. Hey, don't worry old man, I will protect Kuina well. Lin Feng was in pain when he heard the sound of a shutter. Kuina nodded without denying it. After a while, Lin Feng had already left the Kamui space imprint and then closed the Sharingan. As long as we don't take the initiative to reveal our identity, no one will know who we are at all. Koshiro let out a heavy breath. It's incredible, you guys, you're doing well. Koshiro, who has always been calm and refined, stuttered angrily. Koshiro looked at him complicatedly, and then looked at Kuina after a while. So you are the deputy leader of Zhanlong, Blood Sword Princess? Enel, stop, Lin Feng yelled and was about to get up and chase. As soon as he stood up, he was grabbed by Koshiro. Where do you want to go? Make things clear. The two were about to say something when they heard the words, but Koshiro continued. Boy Lin Feng, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Lin Feng sat back helplessly, while Enel, who had already run away at this time, held the camera and muttered regretfully. Hey, I forgot to turn off the sound, I'm careless. Call. In the room, Lin Feng opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan under Koshiro's murderous gaze. The blood-colored pupils carried a domineering and gloomy chill, and the expression on Koshiro's face froze instantly. Chapter 158 Reiju's softness. Seeing Koshiro's fierce appearance that has completely disregarded his own image, Lin Feng nodded in cooperation, saying yes again and again. Not long after, little Betty and the others came back from buying food, and everyone had a happy meal together. Lin Feng and his group stayed in Shimotsuki village for a week. During this time, Kuina was pulled by Koshiro to guide swordsmanship every day. Lin Feng really didn't expect this old man to hide so deeply. There is something. After a lively year in Shimotsuki village, Lin Feng and his party are about to leave. This time, Koshiro was not as sentimental as he left 2 years ago. He had already learned about the usefulness of the Kamui space from Lin Feng. When he wanted to see Kuina, he would call him directly with the phone bug left by Lin Feng and ask him to take him there. Just 2 days after leaving Shimotsuki village, Lin Feng and others came to the sea restaurant Barati. Barati is a very famous sea restaurant in East Blue. Many people come here specially to taste the delicious dishes made by the owner and chef Sheppu. Even the important characters of Marine will come here to eat. When dining here, you must follow the principle of absolutely not wasting food. Because Barati has a large number of fully armed battle chefs, it also has the name of Battle Restaurant, and few people dare to make trouble here. The reason why I came here is naturally because of Reiju. Lin Feng had promised Reiju when she first boarded the boat that she would meet his younger brother Sanji. After returning to East Blue this time, Reiju kept mentioning this matter in Lin Feng's ear. Balati Restaurant is actually a ship floating on the sea. It looks like a giant ship, with fish-shaped heads on both ends of the ship, and the whole ship can be transformed into a fighting state. The store manager Zhepu used to be a pirate. Because his pirate group was suddenly shipwrecked when he attacked the passenger ship, he starved for 85 days on an isolated island with the trainee chef Sanji on the passenger ship. Advertisement. After being rescued, Zhepu felt the pain of starvation, decided to sell all the treasures, and opened the sea restaurant Bharati together with Sanji. When the star appeared in the distance of Bharati, the people on board saw the huge ship. All the guests in the restaurant talked a lot, and the store manager, Zhepu, was also called out. At this time, he was standing on the edge of the boat with Sanji, who was wearing a chef's attire, looking at the star with heavy eyes. Stinky old man, that's the star number that the newspapers mention. Sanji lit a cigarette and said in his mouth. Well, it should be, it can't be wrong, Zhepu said worriedly. So, the captain is Lin Feng's group? Zhepu didn't speak, and Sanji didn't ask any more questions. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, the Xingqian had come to the front. Lin Feng and others were standing on the deck, looking at each other with Bharati's people. Reiju stood next to Kuina and stared at the blonde boy on the opposite boat, carefully observing every detail of his face. Curly eyebrows. That's right. Tears welled up in Reiju's eyes. And Sanji also saw everyone on the star after getting closer, when his eyes fell on Reiju. Sanji froze suddenly. He couldn't believe his eyes, rubbed them hard twice, and opened them again. Curly eyebrows. That's right. At this moment, his heart was overwhelmed, excited and worried. What happened to Reiju who came to bring him here? Could it be that he came to arrest him and go back? Advertisement. Kuina rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and then cast her eyes on Reiju. It is good. So soft. Thinking of this, Sanji immediately said to Zhepu next to him, Stinky old man, be careful, the other party may be a bad person. There was a burst of exclamation on the boat, all the chefs including the manager Zhepu. Pushing Reiju away, he took a few steps back in a hurry, pointed at Reiju with a very exaggerated expression, and said, You. Be careful. Sanji stepped in front of Zhepu with his hands outstretched. What? Are you envious? Kuina's voice came. Sanji was held in Reiju's arms at this time, and it was difficult to even breathe. Don't worry about it so much, anyway, we may be very dangerous now. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng felt that it was not suitable for children. Tisk tisk, what a touching reunion of siblings. It took almost half a minute for Sanji to react from the softness. Seeing Sanji's nervous expression, Zhepu asked suspiciously. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a red figure jumping up from the Xingqian and rushing over at a very fast speed. Lin Feng knew what she meant, and quickly said, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Elder sister. Just at this moment, the red figure had already rushed in front of him, pulling him into his arms. What me? My own sister doesn't even know me anymore. Reiju touched his lips with a finger and said. Zhepu looked at Sanji strangely when he heard the words. Why, as far as I know, this Lin Feng doesn't look like a person who killed innocent people indiscriminately, nor is he a pirate. What are you afraid of? Chapter 159. The smoker is here. Everyone who knew Sanji was stunned at this moment. Especially Zhepu. Sanji can be said to be raised by him, and Sanji has never heard that he has a sister. Smelly brat. What's going on? Zhep rushed to Sanji and grabbed him. She is indeed my sister. Sanji said this fact with a little hesitation. There was another exclamation on the boat. Ah, is this the expression after seeing me? It makes me sad. Reiju's voice was extremely charming, and love hearts popped out of the eyes of the men on the boat. What are you doing here? Sanji asked in a low voice. Isn't it obvious enough? To see my long-lost brother, of course. Sanji became more cautious when he heard the words. He would never believe that Reiju came here for such a simple reason. It is impossible for that man in North Blue to do such a boring thing. Just when Sanji was about to continue asking questions, Lin Feng, who had already parked the boat, jumped up with everyone and landed on Bharati. At this moment, except for Lin Feng's group and those guests, everyone on Bharati held their breath. It was Lin Feng's menacing appearance, as if they were looking for trouble. What are you doing? We're here for dinner. Lin Feng shouted as he saw the group of people in full armor and ready to strike at any time. This voice stunned everyone I met. I'll just say it again, we're here for dinner, so hurry up and serve the food, as long as it's expensive, don't be wrong. After speaking, Lin Feng pushed open the red door of the restaurant and walked in. When passing by Sanji, he patted him on the shoulder and said, Come in and cook first. Advertisement. Sanji looked at Lin Feng's back with a dazed expression, and just as he was wondering, another hand fell on his shoulder. Don't be in a hurry to reminisce, go and cook. That's what Barry said. As Barry walked in, another hand fell on his shoulder. Boy, the food is not good, Ben Lishan will kill you by electric shock. As he spoke, a few bolts of lightning popped out of his other hand. This move completely stunned these guys who had never seen devil fruit. Then came Bartolomeo. Ahahaha, our boss can eat a lot. And finally Asa. They're right, after a few shameless people went in, the girls went over and dragged Reiju into the restaurant together. Sanji was still standing there in a daze, and was slapped on the head by Zhepu. Smelly brat, hurry up and cook. Are you really going to do it? Sanji was a little surprised by the current situation. Nonsense, otherwise you are responsible for offending the Lin Feng? Zhepu said angrily. Sanji walked into the restaurant, gave Lin Feng a meaningful look, and then walked into the kitchen. Zhepu walked up to Lin Feng and asked, Mr. Lin Feng, your dishes are already being cooked, and they will be ready soon. One more thing, I wonder if Mr. Lin Feng can answer me, Zhepu asked cautiously. Lin Feng leaned on the table and looked back at Zeppu and said, "Oh, what do you want to know?" Zeppu lowered his voice and said, "As Mr. Lin Feng, he shouldn't come to my small place specially, so your goal is Sanji, right?" Advertisement saying that, Zeppu turned his gaze to Reiju, and found that Reiju was also looking at him. "You're right, but we don't mean any ill intentions, just treat it as a simple touching drama about searching for relatives from thousands of miles away," Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Zeppu's old face froze. "What nonsense are you talking about, this young man?" But he could see that Lin Feng and the others probably had no malicious intentions, so the answer to all this lies in the woman who claims to be Sanji's sister. Zap didn't ask any more questions, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Not long after, a burly man with a big mouth and a face like an orangutan came over with 2 dishes and said, "Your dishes." Lin Feng glanced at him. It was Patty. Patty was originally a pirate, but later defected to the sea restaurant and became the chef and combatant here. "Well, let's put it here," Lin Feng said. Kuina took out a stack of Baileys from her bag and put them on the table. "Is this money enough?" Since there was no cash for meals before, Lin Feng exchanged a full 5 billion Baileys in cash and put them on the boat. Kuina is usually in charge. Anyone who needs money can go to Kuina directly, there is no limit. When Patty saw the money on the table, he immediately beamed with joy, and the nervousness he had faced with Lin Feng and the others disappeared in no time. After all, there will be money for meals, so there must be no bad intentions. "The customer is God. Everyone, please wait a moment, other dishes will be served soon," Patty said with a smile, then turned around with the money and went to serve the dishes again. While everyone was chatting, Barati's door was pushed open from the outside again. 2 men in marine uniforms walked in, a beastly man and a petite woman. "Welcome, Colonel Smoker." Barati's staff saw the person coming and greeted him with a smile. Smoker waved his hands without responding, his eyes fell on Lin Feng's table. Chapter 160 Robin exposed. After all, no matter how you say it, the appearance of such a powerful combat power in East Blue really makes Marine have to care. Seeing Lin Feng again after 2 years, Smoker couldn't believe it. This guy is now a strong man who no one knows in the whole world. Even if Lin Feng has not entered the new world, it does not prevent people from knowing his strength. Withdrawing his thoughts, Smoker found that Tashigi beside him had rushed to Kuina's side, and the 2 girls hugged and chatted happily. Robin, on the other hand, looked at Lin Feng in a panic. It was obviously too late to put on the mask again at this time. Lin Feng also smiled helplessly at Robin. He did not expect to meet Smoker here. He gave Robin a look to signal her not to worry, and then Lin Feng said to Smoker who came over, "What are you doing here?" "What? Can't I come over to eat?" Smoker looked around at the people present with a cigar in his mouth, and pulled a stool over to sit down. But his gaze stayed on Robin, and he was stunned with his butt pouted. After reacting, he said in a deep voice, "Nico Robin." After these words, the atmosphere in the field instantly became solemn. All the crew members of Lin Feng knew about Robin now, so naturally they would not let her be hunted down by the world government again. Recognized by Marine at this time, everyone stared at Smoker with unkind eyes. Even though Smoker has strengthened his cultivation in all aspects since meeting Lin Feng 2 years ago, and his strength has made great progress, but facing everyone's eyes at this time, he still feels a burst of great pressure. At this time, Robin was not as flustered as before. Seeing everyone defending her so much, Robin smiled generously and said, "It's me, Mr. Marine, what's the matter?" Only then did Smoker come to his senses, and said with an ugly face, "I didn't expect you to appear here." Advertisement, and then, is Mr. Marine trying to arrest me? As soon as the words fell, a different pressure fell on Smoker. Tashigi watched the tense situation beside Kuina in a daze. At this time, she didn't know about Robin. HMPH. Smoker snorted coldly, turned to look at Lin Feng. "How did you get together?" "If you want, let me tell you, don't meddle in your own business, or I will beat you." Lin Feng waved his fist in front of Smoker's eyes. "You. Hey, step aside, the food is here." Patty squeezed in abruptly and put the dishes on the table, only to turn around to see Smoker standing there with a sullen face. "Oh, isn't this Colonel Smoker? Why are you standing here?" Smoker gave Patty a cold look, and Patty hurried to the kitchen to serve the dishes. "So you're going to protect her now?" Smoker asked. "Hey, who is that? Our captain told me not to meddle in other people's business, don't you understand? Believe it or not, Thor gave you a face." As Enel said, a bolt of lightning blasted towards Smoker. Sanji stood on the side with a heavy heart, watching everyone eat their dishes with great gusto. "Smelly old man, you." It passed through Smoker's body in an instant. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing, stretched out his hand and pulled the stool over to signal Smoker to sit down. Advertisement. This is one of the reasons why he came to the weakest East Blue to become a colonel. Zap walked up behind him and said, "Don't be too impatient, things may not be what you think." Without waiting for Sanji's objection, Zeppu immediately said, "Okay, let's go to the inner room." "Okay, stop making trouble, eat well if you want to eat." Lin Feng's voice was tepid, but it made both of them dare not make any more moves. Lin Feng still knows about Smoker. This is a Marine with his own bottom line and thinking. He is very dissatisfied with the nasty things of the world government. He is also very dissatisfied with the Marine who always wipes the A** of the world government. Acting in its own way, not obeying control. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* the two said at the same time, looking at each other. In the kitchen, Sanji confessed his life experience to Zeppu and also expressed his worries. But seeing the appearance of Lin Feng and his party now, Zhepu felt that there might be something else hidden. Smoker's eyes flicked back and forth between Lin Feng and Robin, and suddenly burst into a swear word. FK, it's none of Lousy's business, eat. Sanji had no choice but to take Reiju into an empty room. With the addition of Smoker, the atmosphere on the table became weird. Fortunately, Zhepu led Sanji and the others to bring all the dishes over. Reiju put down the bowl and chopsticks, stood up and walked towards Sanji, not paying attention to Sanji's complicated eyes. Reiju asked Zhepu beside him, "Can I have a private chat with Sanji?" Lin Feng cast a sideways glance, then winked at Reiju. Chapter 161 Sanji remembers Zhepu's legacy. "Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng." Sanji came to Lin Feng and said, "Oh, it seems that you know everything. Okay, you two have a good time talking about the past, don't worry about us." After finishing speaking, Lin Feng waved to Zhepu and said, "Boss Zhepu, I have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it?" Zhepu hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Lin Feng, just tell me, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Feng smiled and turned to look at Lil Betty. "Little girl, do you want to learn some new dishes from Zhepu?" Little Betty became interested as soon as she heard it. The meal just now was indeed delicious. "Okay, Captain, but I can't stay here forever." "Ha ha ha, who told you to stay here?" "That." Lin Feng looked at Zhepu and asked, "Would you like to sail with us for a while? Teach little Betty how to cook." Hearing this, Zhepu refused without any hesitation. "Mr. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I don't want to leave here." "Don't rush to refuse, it's not like you won't be allowed to come back, besides, don't you want to hear my conditions?" Lin Feng laughed. Zhepu was stunned for a while and said, "No matter what, I will not leave Bharati. If I leave, what will happen here?" Lin Feng said helplessly, "Isn't there Sanji, what are you worried about?" Zhepu still wanted to refuse, but Lin Feng continued, "I really hope you can teach little Betty to cook better food. And I don't like people rejecting me." Everyone around felt a chill, even Smoker was a little surprised. Is this Lin Feng going to forcibly steal someone? He still does this kind of thing? This advertisement. Zhepu didn't dare to speak anymore, for fear that Lin Feng would be upset and wipe out all the people on board. Sanji wanted to say something when he saw this, but just as he opened his mouth, Reiju slapped his mouth. "Don't move, don't worry, nothing will happen to the captain, this should be a serious problem for Mr. Zhepu. Good thing." "A good thing?" Sanji asked doubtfully, clutching his sausage mouth that was sore from the beating. "That's right, in short, you stay here and don't mess around." Seeing Zhepu's embarrassment, Lin Feng didn't intend to push him any further. "Think about it for yourself, we'll leave after a break, and give me the answer then." At this time Sanji came over and said to Zhepu, "Smelly old man, come with me, I have something to tell you." Zhepu gave Sanji a strange look but didn't speak, and followed into the room. In the room, Zap came in and closed the door. "Smelly boy, if you have anything to say, hurry up and say it." Sanji touched a cigarette and handed it to Zhepu, who was slapped away by Zhepu. "Say. I think you should go out with that Mr. Lin Feng, it's not a big deal anyway," Sanji said with a smile, exhaling smoke rings. Boom. "You brat, what are you talking about?" Zap punched Sanji a few times. "Stinky old man. Why are you hitting me?" "Why hit you? Lousy immune to death, you still want Lousy to go?" "What? Can't wait to inherit Lousy's legacy?" Sanji quickly hid aside and said, "Who cares about your ruined inheritance? Anyway, you can go at ease, Bharati and I are here." "Sure enough, I'm so mad at you, you're plotting something wrong." "Advertisement, you fart. Also, you must pretend not to know about this matter, and you must never say that you knew it from Reiju." Enel and Bartolomeo behind Lin Feng stood beside Lin Feng while speaking, looking at Zhepu viciously. Reiju walked up to Sanji and said, "Sister, I'm leaving, you can stay in East Blue Well, this place is very suitable for you." At this moment, Lin Feng and others were about to leave. Seeing Zhepu coming out, Lin Feng asked with a sullen face, "How are you thinking?" Sanji walked up to Zhepu and whispered. Reiju said, "As long as you agree to Lin Feng's request, your leg will be cured." Sanji reminded. Zhepu was so annoyed by these words, he knew that Sanji said that on purpose, but he didn't dare to bet. What if Lin Feng really killed Bharati in a fit of anger? After finishing speaking, he turned and left without giving Sanji a chance to speak. "I don't know either, but I trust Reiju." "Oh, the stinky old man is getting hypocritical. Anyway, you have to go if you don't want to go. In my opinion, if you don't agree to Mr. Lin Feng's request, I'm afraid we will all be implicated by you," said. However, what he didn't know was that all of this was arranged by Lin Feng. "I'm an old guy who's half buried in the ground, so what if this leg is healed?" Zhepu said with some melancholy. "Really, why is it so troublesome to eat something delicious?" Lin Feng complained a few words before turning around and leading the people away. After standing there silently thinking for a few minutes, Zap went out. "I promise you, but you said you would let me come back." Before he had time to pack his things, Zhepu was dragged out by Bardo as if kidnapped. Zhepu was taken aback when he heard the words, "Stinky boy, you are bragging, how is such a thing possible?" "Don't worry, half a year to a year." Chapter 162 Arriving at Magnetic Drum Island. Tashigi stood beside him and waved happily to Kuina on the Zodiac. "Marshal Sengoku, I am Smoker, I have something to report to you." On the Shinshin, everyone lay on the chair with a big belly and howled. "So full, belch. Captain, you are so wise, you brought this old man here," Barry said. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and Asa looked at the little Betty who was also struggling and said, "Little Betty, you have to study hard." Hearing that, little Betty was unhappy. She pouted and said, "Why, do you dislike the food I cook?" Everyone shook their heads quickly. No one can offend the little cook. HMPH, wait for Boss Zeppu and I to learn a few more tricks, and you will be so hungry. Little Betty snorted coldly, turned her head and stopped talking. A few days later, Lin Feng and others had entered the Grand Line. At Robin's request, Lin Feng planned to go to Alabasta again. However, on the way to Alabasta, Lin Feng received a call from Shaki. "Shaki, what's the matter?" Lin Feng asked. "The news came from the Bloody Tavern that there is a figure suspected to be the person you mentioned on Drum Island." Shaki's voice came from the phone bug. After a while, hanging up the phone, Lin Feng said to Robin, "We have to change the sailing route a little bit." Advertisement. Robin didn't ask why. Lying on the recliner with his long legs crossed, coffee in one hand and a book in the other, he looked up and smiled and said, "It's okay, Captain, don't worry." 2 days later, in a sea area of the Grand Line, a winter island with several peaks like a magnetic drum appeared in front of the star. As the distance got closer, everyone on the Shingshan felt that the temperature was getting lower and lower. At this time, the royal robes of all the people on board changed into winter clothes collectively. Only the old man Zeppu was still wearing cool clothes. But Barry quickly found a thick coat from the cabin and put it on for him. After approaching Magnetic Drum Island, everyone saw a group of people wearing thick clothes and holding shotguns standing on the shore, looking at the huge Shingshan in horror. But someone soon recognized it. Compared to East Blue, Lin Feng and Shingshan are much more famous in Grand Line. As someone shouted the name of the Shingshan, the group of people quickly disappeared. Lin Feng stood at the bow of the boat speechless for a long time. In his impression, at this point in time, Magnetic Drum Island should still be ruled by Wapple. The kingdom of Magnetic Drum fell shortly after Wapple succeeded to the throne. The former medical power, because of the tyranny of Wapple, hunted and exiled almost all the doctors on the island, leaving only 20 doctors for its own use. As a result, in today's Magnetic Drum Kingdom, there is no one to save the sick and no medicine to heal. Counting the time, maybe this year, Blackbeard Teach will attack Drum Island, and Wapple will abandon his own people and flee to the sea to become a pirate. Later, when he came back and wanted to take back his kingdom, he met Luffy, who had just left the sea, and was punched away by Luffy. "Zeppu stays on the boat, and the others follow me," Lin Feng said to everyone. Advertisement, yes. Soon everyone disembarked and stepped on the snow-covered shore. Lin Feng also had to lament the various weird weather changes on the Grand Line. "Let's go." Lin Feng stepped forward and entered a town not long after. Along the way, there are countless refugees and patients, lingering in the ice and snow. All the doors in the small town were closed tightly. When they saw Lin Feng and others, they closed the doors immediately, and quietly looked at everyone from the windows. "Captain." Konus walked up to Lin Feng and gave him a questioning look. "Well, go." Lin Feng nodded and said to Enel at the side, "You and Konus are responsible for protecting her. Little Betty, you follow Konus too." "No problem, Captain." Little Betty agreed obediently. After obtaining Lin Feng's permission, the three of Konus walked towards the patients. And when those sick refugees saw three well-dressed people walking towards them, everyone's face was extremely frightened, and they tried their last strength to escape. Some simply closed their eyes in despair. Seeing these ragged and starving refugees, Konus was extremely shocked. Compared with the Sky Island she lived in before, this place is so miserable. Even though there was also an inappropriate guy on Sky Island before, thinking about it, he glanced at Enel next to him. His eyes were quite complicated. Enel showed a puzzled expression. Chapter 163 I'm going to FK you to death. "What the hell is going on here?" Konus said softly. "Why do you care so much? Look at me." Enel walked forward with a smirk, and lightning surged from his body in an instant, forming a huge encircling circle, surrounding all the people in front of him. "Listen to Ben Thor. If you want to survive, just stand still and don't move. Otherwise it will scare our girls, so you don't need to die of illness. Lousy will kill you first." After imitating Lin Feng's tone, Enel glanced at the two girls. Konus and Little Betty couldn't help laughing. "Okay, don't scare them." As Konus spoke, he raised his hand, and a healing technique enveloped all the patients in front of him. What are you going to do? Don't kill me. Quick, run." Fear of the unknown makes these people lose control at once. Some people directly bumped into Enel's lightning, but fortunately Enel had a sense of proportion, otherwise these people would have been turned into coke. But even so, those who encountered the thunder and lightning passed out, and the others stood where they were, not daring to move. Someone immediately turned around and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Enel said speechlessly, "You stupid mortals, feel the changes in your body well." As he spoke, he withdrew the lightning power station and returned to Konus. Soon someone felt the changes in themselves, and shouted loudly, My illness is cured. My illness is cured. Advertisement, me too, ha ha ha, don't die, I survived." After a while of commotion, these people remembered the three Konus standing aside. He scrambled and knelt down in front of the three of them, kowtowed in gratitude, and shouted thanks to the miracle doctor. Then with the help of these people, Konus began to see a doctor for all the patients in the town in an open space. The residents who were hiding also slowly came out of the room and stood watching from a distance. However, such a big thing happened here, and the guards were quickly attracted. There was a burst of gunshots in the distance, and a group of people wearing uniform black cotton clothes and holding guns broke through the crowd and walked in. When they saw Konus treating the patients here, the guns in their hands were aimed at Konus without hesitation. The captain of the guard came out and shouted to Konus aggressively, "Where did you come from? You dared to practice medicine here, do you want to live?" The tone was very bad. Konus turned his head and glanced at him, unmoved at all, and continued to treat others, but as soon as the guards appeared, and the captain of the guard yelled so loudly, these ordinary residents and patients all hid aside and watched from afar. A flash of anger flashed in Konus's beautiful eyes, and she turned to Enel and said, "Don't let them bother me." Hearing this, Enel is gearing up to teach these ignorant guys a lesson. It's just that he hasn't done anything yet, and little Betty has already drawn his sword and rushed out. "Let you roar." A sword slashed on the chest of the captain of the guard, and little Betty kept talking. "Dare to speak so loudly again, I will cut your tongue." Advertisement after speaking, he rushed into the guard, and after a flash of swords, the guards all fell to the ground before they even had time to fire their guns. "Hurry up, get out of here, I'm going to take care of you if you're slow." Little Betty threateningly kicked the guard captain's a. "Run, she is not human." At this moment, Enel clearly felt what double standards are. At this time, little Betty turned her head and smiled sweetly. "Sister Angel, is she amazing?" Little Betty glanced at the frightened captain of the guard, swiped the sword point against his neck. "What, do you want to die?" "That's right, who did you learn from?" Enel couldn't help complaining. After running away, he uttered cruel words loudly. At this time, little Betty exuded a dark aura, which looked extremely strange. The captain of the guard felt a heat flow in his crotch for a moment, then stood up and ran towards the distance in embarrassment. Little Betty put her arm around Konus and said coquettishly, "Okay, I won't talk about it in the future." Then a sword light filed out, and was caught up to the captain of the guard in an instant. After the sword light passed, blood spattered everywhere and split into two. Konus looked at her dotingly and smiled and said, "It's okay if you were good, but next time, can you stop calling yourself an old lady, it's too ugly." Ghost. It's a pity, the chance is given to you," little Betty said softly. Then he looked at Enel again. "You still call yourself Thor, you call yourself grandfather of the great sage, and you still call me, I'm not ashamed. You are dead, King Wobble will not let you go." At this time, Enel stood behind in a daze, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He was not surprised by the strength of the little Betty, but the old lady who was full of mouth. The guards endured the pain and got up quickly, rolling and crawling away. Chapter 164. Terran appears at this time, another town, Kekawate. A man wearing a furry winter fur hat with leopard madara points, 2 small gold earrings on his ears, and very obvious dark circles under his eyes, wearing a long black cotton coat is treating a little boy on the side of the road. The tattoos on his body and hands were so frightening that the little boy didn't dare to move. "Okay, let's go back," the little boy bowed and left. "Captain, you are amazing." A bear wearing an orange long-sleeved jumpsuit, with the appearance and body shape of a polar bear, spoke with a figure larger than that of ordinary humans. "All flattering, hurry up and help get things," Luo said without raising his head. This man is none other than the captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law. "I'm sorry, this white bear is Bebo, the navigator of the Red Heart Pirates." "Well, Bebo has a fragile personality, is prone to depression, has low resistance to stress, and has poor psychological endurance. He is very sensitive to being blamed, and at this time he is bowing his head and apologizing non-stop. Luo also had nothing to do with him, so he could only ask other people to help. "Let's go, let's find a place to live," Luo said calmly. "There are too many patients here, and they have been here for too long." A few people found a hotel that was still open and stayed there. In about 2 hours, Lin Feng and others arrived at Kekawate leisurely. "Captain, this place looks similar to the previous town," Barry couldn't help but said after entering Kekawate, still seeing a lifeless atmosphere. Lin Feng just smiled lightly and didn't answer Barry. Everyone was standing on the street looking at the surrounding residents who were also vigilant against them, and suddenly they felt a continuous burst of magical fighting energy from Lin Feng. Advertisement in an instant, it covered the entire Cocoa-White. In the hotel, Luo was eating with his crew when the chopsticks in his hand stopped suddenly. "Captain, what's the matter?" Pekin asked. Shachi and Bebo also stopped eating and looked at Luo. Luo came back to his senses and said, "It's nothing, don't worry." After eating a bite of grilled fish, "It must be an illusion, right?" Luo muttered in his heart. But he always had a strange feeling, as if he was being watched. On a street in Kekawate, Lin Feng withdrew his magical vindictiveness and smiled with his mouth hooked. Let's go eat something first," Lin Feng said, holding Kuina's hand and walking forward. Soon everyone came to a tavern. "Ah, Captain, isn't this our own tavern?" Robin glanced at the bloody tavern and said with a smile. "Yes, let's go in." Pushing open the door of the tavern, there was no one else inside except for a boss and a clerk. It seems that it is not easy to open a tavern here. Lin Feng sat down at a table while thinking. Others also consciously sat around Lin Feng. Hearing that the door was pushed open, the boss thought there was a guest coming, but when he raised his head, the iconic royal robe came into his eyes. After being stunned for a few seconds, the shop owner tried to ask, "Are you Captain Lin Feng?" "Oh, you know me?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. "It's really you." The shop owner rushed out of the counter and said in front of Lin Feng with a hint of surprise and panic in his voice. I think there are very few people who don't know your reputation. I didn't expect you to come to this place. The shop owner only noticed that his reaction was a bit too much, so he wouldn't be suspected, right? He must not be allowed to see that his place is an intelligence den. Advertisement, so he quickly explained. That's it, okay, give us something to eat, Lin Feng said indifferently. The people in the Bloody Tavern actually didn't know that Lin Feng was their boss behind the scenes, and they didn't even know about Shaki. It was the Enel trio. Lin Feng gave him a very speechless glance, and then looked at the video, when Kuina also came over. Soon, Lin Feng knew what Enel wanted to show him, and it was the scene of little Betty claiming to be his mother just now when she was beating someone. I'm starving to death, he said indistinctly while eating. With Enel's knowledge, Lin Feng is not worried that they will not find a place at all. Without waiting for Lin Feng to think about it, Enel has already opened a video and stretched out in front of Lin Feng holding the camera tightly with both hands. He gave Robin a look, and Robin nodded, quickly responded to the shop owner a few times, turned and walked into the kitchen. You can't reach out and touch it, Enel said, afraid that Lin Feng would rush over and delete the video. Lin Feng knew that this person should be sent to protect the safety of the tavern. Ah, Lin Feng big brother, you guys are eating delicious food here, little Betty yelled as soon as she entered the door, rushed to the table and stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. Everyone was eating leisurely in the tavern, while Enel turned into a thunderbolt and took Conus and little Betty to kick away at high speed. To Lin Feng's surprise, Enel didn't eat right away, but walked up to Lin Feng and mysteriously took out a camera. I'll show you something. Lin Feng looked at him puzzled. What is this guy doing? Could it be that you want to show yourself the video of the embarrassment in Shimotsuki village before? Yes. Conus quietly took a seat and sat down. A few people ate and drank, and not long after resting, the door of the tavern was pushed open. It was the clerk who watched Lin Feng and the others from time to time, and Lin Feng also noticed his abnormality. Chapter 165 I got you, Luo. Hiss, I didn't expect you to be such a Thor, Lin Feng said. I didn't see it. That is, when did you have this hobby? Discharger, if you dare to shoot me, I will fight you hard. Everyone was frantically outputting to Enel for a while, for fear that Enel would accidentally record their black history. Lin Feng thought for a while and asked, you took my pictures and showed them already. Enel. You read it. Everyone, including Kuina, turned their heads neatly and pretended not to hear what Lin Feng was saying. Forget it, fortunately I have a thick skin. Hurry up and eat, it's important to get down to business after eating. Lin Feng urged the three people who were eating. 10 minutes later, come out of the Bloody Tavern. Everyone, there is a scene today, and you all showed me your best acting skills. Huh? What? Everyone asked. Enel, little Betty, Conus. When the three of them heard Lin Feng's roll call, they all pricked up their ears, waiting for Lin Feng's next words. The three of you will find a place where there is no one and change into the dragon-slaying robes, and go to attack Wapple, the king who kidnapped the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Advertisement, what? Everyone was shocked, this is a big deal. Lin Feng ignored everyone's surprised expressions and continued. However, I discovered you when you were acting, so my people fought with you and successfully stopped you. Hearing this, Enel asked puzzledly. What is this for, Playhouse? So boring? You just do it, and remember to act like it, it doesn't matter if you get hurt, Conus is here anyway. The reason why he will do something to Wapple is that Lin Feng only had this idea after he came here. It seems that the Wapple alloy made by this B*** D Wapple is a good thing. Because the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is also one of the member countries of the world government, it is not easy for Lin Feng to do it directly. Although he can use the Kamui space to come over later, Lin Feng thought he would take this opportunity to meet Zhanlong. Let the world government think that he and Zhanlong are completely on opposite sides. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. In this way, the world government should not always stare at him. Asa, Barry, Bardo, the three of you will fight Enel and the others later. Yes, Captain. Boss. After all 6 people left, Lin Feng took Kuina, Robin, and Reiju towards Luo's hotel. Captain, are we going to have new people join us? Several people asked curiously after hearing Lin Feng's purpose of this trip. It depends on the intention of the other party. After all, if the other party is not willing, I can't force him, Lin Feng said. Kuina held Lin Feng's arm and said, really? Then what happened to Enel? He can't count. Why not? What about Reiju? She doesn't count either. Seeing Lin Feng's unrecognizable appearance, the 3 women looked at each other and laughed. Advertisement soon the 3 of them came outside the hotel, opened the door and went in. Bypassing the clerk, Lin Feng and the others went straight to Luo's room without stopping at all. Looking at Lin Feng's appearance, Luo suddenly recalled the newspapers he had read. You are Lin Feng? Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo almost burst out, you guys are too proficient. Lin Feng let go of his magic grudge, checked Luo's room and said, I'm here to find someone, don't worry about us. Why don't you take a closer look, Lin Feng said. By the time Luo reacted, all 3 of his crew members had been captured. After confirming Lin Feng's identity, Luo's heart felt like a turbulent sea at this time, and his face became even uglier. Is he really going to fall here today? It's just that when he was about to activate the fruit ability, the door was shattered with a bang, followed by a flash of sword light, passing between them. Huh? You don't know me? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Isn't he famous enough now? Do you want to do something to increase your reputation? Welcome. The clerk greeted him immediately. Luo, who was in the room, also felt this powerful coercion. looked at the 3 crew members in front of him and said, "It's dangerous. Let's go." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Luo noticed the clothes of several people. "Are you from Lin Feng?" After that, Bei Bo was knocked unconscious with a hand knife, and the 3 girls also knocked Pei Jin and Sha Qi unconscious neatly. Looking at Bibo in his hand, Lin Feng stroked the hair on its head. "You." The clerk stretched out his hand to stop Lin Feng, but just as he said the words, he rolled his eyes and passed out. The boss and customers also passed out together. "Who are you? Let them go." Luo pulled out the weapon at his waist and said in a deep voice. "Congratulations, you got the answer right, but there is no reward." Chapter 166, Of course not, but can't I come to you if I don't have it? Lin Feng threw Bibo aside and sat down and said. Luo also calmed down when he heard what Lin Feng meant, although he wasn't sure what Lin Feng wanted him to do, at least he wasn't here to kill him. "Then I don't know what the head of Lin Feng wants from me." Luo glanced at the 3 crew members who were left aside and said. "It's the first time someone calls me that, which is very interesting." Luo. "Personally, I don't like pirates, usually, I just kill them. You know Hawkins of the North Blue? He's dead like hell." Hearing this, Luo's complexion changed drastically. He always thought that Hawkins died at the hands of Marine, and Marine announced it in the same way. Unexpectedly, it fell on Lin Feng. "So, Lin Feng is going to kill me?" "It's hard to say. Although you haven't done anything outrageous, you are still a pirate. Let me show you the way. How is it? Are you interested in listening to it?" After speaking, Lin Feng looked at Luo with great interest. In the future, this guy will be at least an emperor-level combat power, admiral who can stand alone. Coupled with his help, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This. Luo gritted his teeth, feeling extremely entangled in his heart. Advertisement, either get on my boat or I'll send you into Impel Down, choose one, and see how kind I am to you. It wasn't until this time that Luo finally understood why Lin Feng came to him. But why? With Lin Feng's current strength and influence, how could he fall in love with him? Could it be that he knows his fruit ability? Don't you want to? Then I have to send you to Impel Down to spend the rest of your life, but before that, you have to get rid of your 3 accomplices first. It's really troublesome. Lin Feng imitated Kizaru's tone with his mouth crooked. Luo heard these words but made him anxious. "No, I agree." Lin Feng heard the words and said, "Ah, you actually agreed. It's really embarrassing for me. I'm ready to do it. Or you'd better go to Impel Down." Regarding Lin Feng's ridicule, Luo completely ignored it, and said to himself, "I know that if I don't promise you today, none of us will be able to leave, but I have one condition." Are you qualified to negotiate terms?" Luo's heart skipped a beat for an instant. Is it really not possible? If only I could be stronger. However, I'm in a good mood today, let's talk about your conditions. Luo was a little surprised. He thought he could only endure the humiliation and try his best, but he didn't expect that there would be a chance to raise conditions. Why, didn't you say that I? Lin Feng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "You have 100,000 reasons, you have already said that I am in a good mood today. Besides, good employees are those who have requirements and conditions. If you act like you have no desires and no desires, I don't want you. Speak quickly." Taking a deep breath, Luo said, "I want you to help me kill Shichibukai's doppelmingo." Advertisement. After speaking, he looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. Then another basin of cold water was poured down. After explaining what happened just now with the 3 people's puzzled eyes, the 3 of them didn't say much. What could be done about their own captain's decision, not to mention that if Luo didn't agree, they would all be dead by now. At this moment, Luo felt as if he had seen Doflamingo being beaten by himself. That's it. Luo Wenyan's heart beat wildly. He felt that Lin Feng probably wouldn't agree to his condition. He was hostile to Doflamingo for no reason, and he was Celestial Dragons and Shichibukai. Even Lin Feng probably wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. "I promise you." After speaking, Luo looked at his 3 partners. After the 3 of Bei Bo woke up, they were about to attack Lin Feng immediately, but fortunately they were stopped by Luo. "Join me. It won't take long before you will have the power to fight or even defeat him." "But I don't agree." After thinking about it for a while, Luo nodded and said, "I want to take them to Sabaody first. It's up to them to decide." "Wake them up, it's time for us to go back to the ship." "No problem. Why do you want me to help you? You have a grudge against him, won't you do it yourself?" In the scene of cutting off the head, he didn't think Lin Feng had to lie to him. "They can be with you, as your team members, or they can join me in the duel field in Sabaody, or do something else. It depends on how you plan to arrange them." Seeing Luo's expression, Lin Feng also guessed his thoughts. "Although I don't know what grievances you have, but since you want to kill him, then do it yourself." Luo thought to himself, but he heard Lin Feng say, "Huh? That's it?" Luo was speechless for a while after listening. "Do you think I don't want to? But the difference in strength lies here." Chapter 167. Barry, who avenges himself. Little Betty turned into a nightmare and wandered around the royal city. Except for the King Wapple and Dalton, the captain of the Drum Kingdom, everyone has fallen asleep. This ability is somewhat similar to the Elementary Conquerors, a small soldier clearer. But now Little Betty is not just as simple as making people fall asleep. At this time, she invades the dreams of Jess, the staff officer of the Drum Kingdom, and Chromarimon, the affairs officer of the Drum Kingdom, disrupting their brains and consciousness. After waking up, you can only become a lunatic or a vegetable. Both were staunch supporters of Wapple, and after learning what was going on here, Betty Jr. showed no mercy. After finishing the two, Wapple has been carried by Enel like a pig and walked out. Go! Conus yelled at Lil Betty. Come, come, come. The three of them took the half-dead Wapple and flew towards the agreed position with Asa and the others. At this time, by the side of a frozen lake on Magnetic Drum Island, the three of Asa pretended to be fishing in an ice hole. Suddenly, Enel and the others came from afar. Oh, you are the ones who slay the dragon, Bartolomeo said exaggeratedly. HMPH, don't get in the way, or don't blame us for being rude, Conus said pretending to be angry. It's impossible for you to pass by. As a good friend of Marine, how could I turn a blind eye to it? Barry stepped out and said, the one in your hand should be King Wapple. I didn't expect your dragon-slaying hand to reach here. Since we met you today, your plot will not succeed. If you are sensible, put him down quickly, and roll as far as you can. Enel slammed Wapple on the ground and shouted loudly. Let the horse come if you have the ability. Whoever loves you is the grandson. Hiss. Senior Thor is so handsome. Bartolomeo looked at Enel with stars in his eyes. Barry quietly said to Asa and Bardo. Now Enel can't use the fruit ability. Should we take this opportunity to beat him up? Advertisement. That's not good, Asa said. Will you hit Senior Thor? This is not impossible. Bardo was a little moved. Then it's settled. Later, Asa, you will deal with Little Betty and Conus, and Bardo and I will beat Enel together, Barry said excitedly. This is an opportunity to avenge your personal revenge, Enel, just wait, ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, Barry rushed out first, heading straight for Enel. Bardo followed suit. Asa rushed towards Conus and Little Betty, a huge fist smashed in front of the two girls, splashing snowflakes all over the sky. HMPH, stubbornness, Conus snorted coldly. The dragon-slaying robe was instantly covered by a burst of light, and soon a beautiful woman in armor appeared in front of everyone. Elf armor. This is a new skill for Conus. With a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, his whole body is covered in armor, but it looks even more tempting. Soon the two fought together, and Little Betty immediately turned into a nightmare and besieged Asa together. The three of them became more and more agitated, and gradually moved away from the battlefield in Waple's eyes. Barry and Bardo didn't care about Wapple, who was bleeding profusely on the ground at all. They just wanted to beat Enel up. Ghost Dance Withered Vines. Barry cooperated with Bartolomeo to kick Enel away, and then countless thick vines suddenly grew out of the snow, trapping Enel and attacking him continuously. Several times, Enel almost couldn't resist using his fruit ability, but he still held back abruptly. Advertisement. Barry asked in a low voice, I will protect you. Bartolomeo stood beside Wapple as he spoke, with a barrier erected in front of him. He could only find other things to vent his depression. Unfortunately, Wapple became the target of his venting. You two bastards, wait for me, and sooner or later, I will take pictures of your dark history. Don't be afraid, King Wapple, I'm here to protect you. Barry also removed the cage that trapped Enel at this moment, and then punched Enel in the face. Hey, does it hurt? Quickly shouted to Bardo. Protect King Wapple. Barry noticed the look in his eyes too. Ah, it's in the wrong direction. Bardo looked at Enel, who was clearly still angry behind him, and quickly ran towards Wapple, who had just landed. Just when Enel was thinking wildly, several thick vines hit him hard. Accompanied by Waple's screams, only blood-stained snowflakes remained on the ground. Enel was furious at this time. He couldn't beat these two bastards now that he couldn't use the fruit ability. Aia, those who slay the dragon will destroy it if they don't get it. Wapple was slammed into the air. By this time Enel had already rushed towards Wapple, waving his big black fist. Boom. Wapple looked at Bardo's disrespectful pace, and shouted with all his strength, You, don't come here. Chapter 168. Returning to Alabasta. Enel and Barry glanced at each other, and quickly hit each other again. Seeing this, Bartolomeo ran to Wapple very sensibly and dragged him up. One hand waved at Dalton. Over there, is this your King 8? I helped you get back. Dalton looked at the Wapple in Bartolomeo's hands with mixed emotions. Should he save the tyrant? But I have come here. If I can't be saved, I can't justify it. Dalton really wanted to slap himself at this moment. Why did he chase after him? Bartolomeo looked at Dalton, who was standing still and couldn't understand. What's going on? No more people. Since you don't come to pick someone up, then I'm not welcome. Bardo grabbed Wapple, jumped into the air like throwing a rubber ball, spun a few times quickly, and Wapple was thrown out viciously. Fix it. Bardo shouted loudly. Dalton didn't have time to think too much at this time, so he could only order someone to catch Wapple. When he checked Waple's injury, he realized that Waple's injury was really serious. Limp, it is estimated that all limbs were comminuted and fractured. Even if Wapple goes back, it is estimated that there will be no big waves. Even the most powerful doctor may not be able to heal such injuries. What Dalton didn't know was that even if Wapple wasn't hurt, there wasn't much that could be done. His munch fruit, back when Enel had just caught him, passed it on with the blank devil fruit that Lin Feng gave him. Now a brand new munch fruit is in Little Betty's bag. Bardo and Barry besieged Enel again. After being kicked away by Enel, the two lay on the ground clutching their stomachs and couldn't get up for a long time. Enel took advantage of this time to escape. Dalton immediately ordered soldiers to surround the two. Advertisement. What are you doing? Bardo watched these soldiers pointing their weapons at him, and shouted at Dalton, very unhappy. Who are you and why are you here? Dalton asked. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. We came from the land of Sabaody. We are going to the land of Sabaody. As Bartolomeo Barabara spoke, the people around were stunned for a moment. Barry said helplessly, "We are from Star Dueling Arena." Dalton's expression immediately became serious when he heard the words, and he is someone who cannot be offended. "Don't worry, we were just passing by and helped you get the king back." After speaking, Barry pulled Bartolomeo and jumped out of the soldiers' encirclement, and quickly disappeared into the ice and snow. An hour later, everyone on the Shingshan had returned. Zhepu prepared a large table of food and put it on the table, and everyone devoured it. Enel's mouth was full of food, but his eyes kept staring at Barry and Bardo. Everyone couldn't see clearly, so Asa ate without saying a word, and Luo and his 3 crew members were extremely nervous. Is the atmosphere on this ship like this? Eat by grabbing? And why do you feel like you're going to fight anytime? Hey, what are you doing? Lin Feng asked Enel. HMPH, ask that be asterisk 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 D wooden man yourself, Enel said angrily. Oh, everyone turned their eyes to Barry, and Barry was a little embarrassed for a while. Hey, it's really nothing, just accidentally called him in the face when he hit him just now. That's what they said, but everyone saw that Barry's face didn't show any embarrassment at all, and they were even a little proud. After learning about the situation, Lin Feng threw a big bone at Enel. Next time, let's change roles. Advertisement. Hearing this, Enel's eyes lit up instantly, and his whole body became energetic. Real? Oh, the little girl has grown up so much. Lin Feng rubbed her head and said. Flicking a brainstorm on Vivi's head, Lin Feng said, sure enough, you only think about your sister Kuina. Vivi rushed into Lin Feng's arms happily. Lin Feng, big brother. I don't care, I'm going. I haven't seen Sister Kuina for a long time. How could Cobra agree? So Princess Vivi began to cry, make trouble and hang herself. Lin Feng took Robin and flew to the palace at high speed, while the others stayed on the boat. After getting Lin Feng's clear answer, Enel looked at Barry with a smirk. You wait. Oh, my little princess, it's not that I won't let you go, it's because the road is too dangerous, Cobra persuaded earnestly. I'm going, I'm already this old, why can't I? Vivi pouted. Not seen for more than a year, Vivi is now 15 years old and has grown up a lot. Of course people think about it, but they will also think about you by the way. A week later, the Zodiac docked at the port of Alabasta. Hee. Where is Sister Kuina? When the 2 father and daughter were arguing, Lin Feng appeared in the room with Robin. In the palace, Princess Wei Wei is acting like a baby to King Cobra. But now it makes Cobra even more troublesome. During this time, Princess Vivi has been clamoring all day to go to Sabodi's land to find Kuina to play. Lin Feng was speechless, then looked at Cobra and said, King Cobra, I need your help this time. Robin was still wearing a mask, and neither Cobra nor Vivi knew who it was. But they were very familiar with Lin Feng at the side. Chapter 169. Marine comes. I don't need to tell you how I know, don't worry, just take a look. Cobra pondered for a while before saying, yes, but I hope Mr. Lin Feng will keep it a secret. World government must not let this matter know. I took this risk because Mr. Lin Feng helped Alabasta. Ha, don't worry about it, as long as you don't tell it, no one will know. After getting Lin Feng's answer, Cobra took Lin Feng and Robin to the main hall of their family's royal tomb. There is a huge historical text stele standing here. Lin Feng stared at it a few times to express his incomprehension. Look here, I'm going out first. Lin Feng told Robin, and Cobra went out together. Lin Feng, big brother, can you take Vivi to play in Sabodi? Princess Vivi said quickly when Lin Feng came back. She wanted to go out for a long time, and staying in the palace all day was really unbearable for a teenage girl. Well, you have to ask your father, Lin Feng said with a smile. Just as Cobra was about to speak, Vivi grabbed his hand and acted coquettishly. Let me go, it's safe to be with Lin Feng, big brother, and sister Kuina. The 2 father and daughter argued again, and finally Cobra couldn't stand it and could only agree to Vivi's request. Yeah. Vivi jumped up happily after getting permission. Okay, since we're going to Sabodi, hurry up and pack your luggage. Interrupting Wei Wei's celebration, Lin Feng reminded. Otherwise, we won't be waiting for you later. Vivi ran out as soon as he heard the words, while Cobra asked, are you in such a hurry to leave? Well, I won't stay here any longer. When Vivi has had enough fun, I will send her back. Soon, in less than half an hour, Robin came back. Advertisement? Oh, so fast? Lin Feng asked. I finished reading it and recorded everything. Robin shook the small notebook in his hand and said. That's fine, we'll go back when Vivi comes over. Before the 2 of them had to wait long, Princess Vivi came back with her luggage. King Cobra, see you next time. After speaking, Lin Feng took Vivi and Robin directly to the port. Before landing on the boat, Vivi in the sky saw Kuina, who was practicing sword on the deck, and it turned out to be Konis, who was practicing against him. Since Konis acquired the skill of elf armor, he also began to learn swords from Kuina. Sister Kuina. Vivi waved her hands in the air and shouted loudly to the deck. Hearing the sound, Kuina looked up, just in time to see Lin Feng coming down with Robin and Vivi. Vivi. Kuina looked at the blue-haired girl in surprise. Why are you here? While speaking, she kept looking at Wei Wei, because she had grown too fast and changed a bit. I asked Lin Feng, big brother, to bring me to play with you. After landing, Vivi threw herself into Kuina's arms. Vivi misses you so much, sister Kuina. Kuina was also happily stroking Vivi's blue hair, and suddenly thought of something and said, let's go, I'll take you to meet a little friend. Seeing the two of them directly entering the cabin, Lin Feng guessed that they must have gone to find little Betty. The two little girls are about the same age, so they should be able to play together. Because she has lived in the desert for a long time and rarely has the opportunity to go sailing, Vivi has been very excited since she boarded the boat. Every day, she either follows Kuina's asterisk to act like a baby, or makes trouble with little Betty. Finally, the Star docked at Sabadi, and after getting off the captain, the girls took Vivi to play together. Advertisement. The others also went to do their own things, and Lin Feng left Luo behind. As for the three of Babo, they were taken away by Barry. During these few days of sailing, Luo found that these people on board were easy to get along with, and everyone's strength was not bad. The current him is estimated to be at the bottom of the list. He almost lost confidence for a while, but fortunately Lin Feng told him that as long as he arrived at Sabadi, he would help him practice and improve his strength. And now, Lin Feng is going to take Luo to Area 50. The two of them didn't talk all the way, and when they got to Island 50, Lin Feng discovered that Hawkeye had come again. Seeing the legendary world's #1 swordsman, Luo couldn't help being shocked again. Did even Hawkeye join in? Luo secretly speculated. Hawkeye was immersed in his own world, completely ignoring the arrival of Lin Feng and Luo. After introducing Luo to the use of gravity space, Lin Feng observed Luo's practice for a while and then left. As soon as I returned to the tavern in the duel arena, I received a message that someone from Marine was coming. After Lin Feng asked clearly, he couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, Smoker still reported it. Ever since Smoker saw Robin in Bharati, Lin Feng knew that this matter could not be hidden. Smoker didn't have any reason to hide it for them, he was Marine anyway. And Robin is the wanted object of the world government. We can only take one step at a time. Chapter 170 Aokiji. Confirm one thing. The door was pushed open. A tall man walked in, and the lazy look was still so interesting. Aokiji Admiral, welcome. Lin Feng looked at the visitor and smiled. Saxi not Nadara, brother Lin Feng. Aokiji raised his hand and said hello, his voice sounded weak. It's really a rare visitor. You look very tired, why don't you go to a hot spring and have a good sleep? Lin Feng joked. Aokiji was obviously moved when he heard the words, and walked to Lin Feng's place on the ground and sat down. Brother Lin Feng, don't you have anything to say? Hearing Aokiji's question, Lin Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he calmly took out 2 bottles of wine, opened them and passed one over. Aokiji Admiral, don't worry, talk slowly if you have something to say. After taking the drink, Aokiji took a sip and said, it's better to clarify this matter earlier. Oh, so you don't give face? Lin Feng really wants to eat a fruit of face at this time, who dare not give himself face when the time comes. Ah, brother Lin Feng should know the seriousness of the matter about Nico Robin. Well, you said it straight to the point, so what can I do? Lin Feng said helplessly. Tell me, what is the Marine or the world government going to do? Should I hand Robin over? The world government doesn't know about it yet, Aokiji said. Advertisement huh? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it had been so many days. Has the world government not received any news yet? Smoker passed the message directly to Marshal Sengoku. It turned out to be like this. After Lin Feng knew about this situation, he didn't worry too much. Since Sengoku didn't report to the top, it means that nothing will happen for the time being. Slumped on the sofa, Lin Feng asked. In this case, why did Aokiji Admiral come here? Confirm one thing. Aokiji's rare expression became serious. Tell me, if I came here today to capture Nico Robin, brother Lin Feng, what would you do? Aokiji asked. Lin Feng smiled when he heard the words. If this is the purpose of your visit today, then Marine might lose an admiral. After receiving Lin Feng's reply, Aokiji's expression didn't change. After a while, he said, Marshal Sengoku said that Marine can't add more enemies now, so I will keep this matter a secret for you for the time being. After speaking, Aokiji got up and prepared to leave. It seems that this is a big favor owed to Sengoku, Lin Feng thought to himself. Don't rush to go. Do you want to go to the hot spring? Lin Feng called Aokiji to stop. Ah, I'm really tempted, but next time. Aokiji opened the door and stood at the door, waving his back to Lin Feng and said. Whatever. Lin Feng said. After Aokiji left, it wasn't long before several girls came back. Lin Feng was pulled aside by Kuina alone, and Lin Feng learned that Aokiji went to find Robin after leaving here. The two talked about something unknown, but now Aokiji has gone. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. To be honest, among Marine's current 3 admirals, Lin Feng feels that Aokiji is the one he gets along with the best, but Lin Feng thinks that Aokiji's lazy justice may be evading certain things. Advertisement. As for Kizaru, Lin Feng can't see through it. In the end, Akainu, although Lin Feng doesn't agree with his way of doing things, is the one that Lin Feng agrees with. Even though he acted too extreme, he was still practicing his justice. Looking back at Aokiji and Kizaru, Lin Feng felt that these two guys probably became confused after seeing the darkness of the world government and the powerlessness of Marine. But approval is approval, displeasure is displeasure, and what should be beaten must be beaten. Fortunately, it wasn't Akainu who came this time, otherwise there would have been a fight. At night, when everyone gathered in the tavern, Robin carried a glass of wine to Lin Feng, who was playing a small game with Kuina, raised his glass and said, Thank you, Captain. Lin Feng spat out the big grape in his mouth and looked at Robin blankly. Huh? Oh, thank you, they are all our own people, Lin Feng said indifferently after reacting. Okay, Then I'll have to trouble the captain. After speaking, Robin drank the wine in one gulp. I won't bother you too, you continue. Soon at the end of the month, Lin Feng had just returned from his tour of the arena when he saw Kuina waiting for him in the tavern. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Marshal Sengoku is looking for you. Kuina took out the phone bug and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and called Sengoku, blue blue blue. Inside Sengoku's office, the phone buzzed. Marshal Sengoku, I don't know what you want from me, old man. As soon as he picked up the phone bug, Sengoku heard Lin Feng's weeping voice. You're a busy person. I'll have to make an appointment to find you in the future. I'm afraid that the matter of me, a small marine, won't catch your eye. Sengoku said eccentrically, his tone full of resentment towards Lin Feng. Chapter 171 Goodbye Sabo. What are you talking about? The old man asks you. What time is this? Where's the money? Sengoku's roar almost spread throughout the tavern, and Shaki looked around curiously. Lin Feng waved his hand at her to show that it was okay, and then said, Hiss, yes, I forgot. How about this, you send someone over to get it. But this time it's only half. Didn't we agree on 2.5 billion? Sengoku asked. It's 2.5 billion a year. How long has it been in business? It's good to give you half of it. Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to teach Sengoku math. No, I can go back on my promise. Sengoku obviously didn't want to. He hoped for the stars and the moon, and finally he could get the money, but all of a sudden there was only half left. Come on, I won't argue with you. I'll give you 2.5 billion this time, thank you. Sengoku was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so easy to talk this time, but he could hear Lin Feng's meaning. That's it? You just use these external things to thank me? Things outside the body? Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Marshal Sengoku, can we show some face? With so much money, you tell me about your belongings? Or don't give it to me, it seems that you don't want it very much. Whoever said no, forget it, let it be. Right, don't blame me for not reminding you. Since Nico Robin is with you, you should let her hide well, and don't do anything out of the ordinary. Sengoku stopped here. I think Lin Feng should understand what he meant. Otherwise what? Tell me quickly, otherwise what? Sengoku suppressed the impulsiveness on Lin Feng's face. Take it easy and take care of yourself. Boom. The phone hangs up. Putting down the phone bug in his hand, Lin Feng slumped on the sofa and meditated. In fact, Lin Feng also felt a little strange. Anyway, Sengoku is the Marine Marshal and a member of the world government. Advertisement one after another speaking for himself and even concealing Robin's affairs, Lin Feng feels that the friendship between the two has not yet reached this point. There must be something wrong. This old thing is definitely planning something. But no matter how you think about it, it's useless. At least it doesn't do any harm to Lin Feng now. Kuina, go and call Reiju over, Lin Feng said. Kuina put away the phone bug and went out, and after a while Reiju came in. Captain, what can I do for you? Do you know how much the dueling field's income has been these past few months? Signaling Reiju to sit down, Lin Feng asked. Well, if you add this month, since the opening, the total profit of all entertainment facilities including the duel field is 7,135,430,000 Baileys. Excluding this month, the total profit was 6,894,730,000 Baileys last year. Reiju almost blurted out. Lin Feng nodded and said, take out 2.5 billion Baileys and pack them up. Someone from Marine will come to pick them up later. Take out a fraction to give benefits to employees. Reiju nodded and left. After staying in Sabaody for another month, Lin Feng decided to go out for a trip. Since Kuina and the girls are all ready to practice and improve their strength, Lin Feng only brought Enel, Asa and Bardo. The other sects either stay in the Sabaody land or practice. On a deserted island full of yellow sand and rocks, Sabo is releasing ice flames to continuously bombard the barren ground in front of him. The cold air and hot air collided continuously, and after a while, a violent explosion occurred. A few minutes later, the swept ground looked like after the battle between Akainu and Aokiji, extremely tragic. Sabo's strength has improved again. The girl sitting on the ground with her arms around her knees said softly. Well, indeed, but not enough. A voice suddenly came from behind the girl. Advertisement, Sabo has worked very hard, the girl retorted subconsciously. I didn't realize it until I finished speaking. Is there someone behind me? Turning around suddenly, 4 tall men stood behind. Lin Feng. Why are you here? The girl said in surprise. Ha ha ha, Koala, long time no see. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to come here. Koala said after being surprised. What's the matter for you to come here? Well, there's something wrong, but don't worry, it's you who haven't heard from Sabaody since you left, Lin Feng said. At this time, Sabo had also spotted Lin Feng and the others, and rushed over immediately. Lin Feng. He rushed forward without slowing down at all. As soon as he was about to crash into Lin Feng's arms, Sabo turned sideways in time, and Sabo passed Lin Feng's side, and fell directly on the ground. Sabo didn't care at all, and quickly got up and asked, Lin Feng, why are you here? There's something wrong. Didn't you come to see me? Sabo said with some disappointment. What is your expression? Look at you by the way, Lin Feng said helplessly. Really, I knew it, ha ha ha. Sabo's depression was instantly swept away. Why? What a fool, Enel sighed aside. Chapter 172 Has he always been so brave? Sabo. A pink fist landed on his head. The leader is not here now, have you forgotten? And when he just came, wouldn't you treat him well? Sabo covered his head and said, hey, isn't this exciting? Then let's go back first, Lin Feng, stay here and wait for the leader to come back. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Soon, led by Sabo and Koala, the group came to a huge stone house. It's so broken here, is your revolutionary army so poor? Enel asked Sabo very caringly. Well, Sabo and Koala looked particularly awkward. Boom. No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. HMPH, this Thor is being straightforward, you know what a fart. At this time, several people came out of the stone house. The leading one is wearing a bear-shaped helmet with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. When he got closer to see Lin Feng's appearance, his face changed instantly. As the intelligence control officer of the Revolutionary Army base, Terry Kildeo was sure that the person in front of him was Lin Feng, who stirred up the situation in Sabadi. Sabo, what's going on? Dio asked. Lin Feng and the others are here to find a leader, Sabo said. Hearing this, Deu looked at Lin Feng and said, you guys have come from afar, let's stay here first, the leader just went out a few days ago. But you should be back within a month. What? Advertisement, a month. Enel exclaimed. What are you doing? Yelling, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, are we going to stay here for a month? Enel asked with his mouth wide open. Lin Feng nodded. There's nothing here, a place with new blush will be boring, Enel strongly protested. Dio and several revolutionary soldiers stood there awkwardly and did not speak. Did I say something wrong? Enel still looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Boom. Lin Feng hit Enel's head with a fist without hesitation, followed by a falling flower palm. Accompanied by beautiful petals, Enel flew into the sky and turned into a star. Senior Asa, has Senior Thor always been so brave? Bartolomeo asked Asa, covering his mouth. He was braver before than he is now, said Asa. Hiss, as expected of you, Senior Thunder God. Bardo looked adoringly at the direction in which Enel disappeared. Let's go, leave him alone, Lin Feng said to Dio. Yeah, this way please. Originally seeing Lin Feng being so violent, Dio was still a little apprehensive, but now he came to his senses and hurriedly led the way. Touching Lin Feng's arm, Sabo asked, are you really leaving him alone? It's okay, he's used to it. When Dio, who was walking in front, heard this, a few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Who is this? Fortunately, the leader would not do this, otherwise he would definitely resign and quit, it would be too dangerous. Along the way, at the base of the Revolutionary Army, the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army who recognized Lin Feng all smiled kindly at Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng couldn't help sighing that the atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army is really good. Looking at each one of them, he smiled so happily. Advertisement. What Lin Feng doesn't know is that since Sabo came back to Bardigo, basically all the top leaders of the evil Revolutionary Army know Lin Feng, but those who know Lin Feng's other identity know Long, Sabo and Koala. Today, these top leaders of the Revolutionary Army, under Sabo's daily science popularization, are very familiar with the three names of Ace, Luffy, and Lin Feng. And because Lin Feng kicked celestial dragons and punched Marine Admiral before, for the Revolutionary Army, this is simply a proper friendly behavior. Maybe we will cooperate in the future, but of course we have to show a friendly attitude when we meet a real person now. Soon, several people were led to several guest rooms. Well, Mr. Lin Feng, does your partner need me to bring him here? I'm worried he won't find a place, Dio asked. It's okay, that Deshanpao will find it by itself, Lin Feng said. Okay. Afterwards, Lin Feng and the others visited their room, and then went to the restaurant of the Revolutionary Army with Sabo to eat. And Enel turned into lightning and flew towards this side quickly. Soon there was a noise from the Revolutionary Army base, and a thunderbolt rushed directly into the Revolutionary Army base and entered the restaurant in Rampage. When Enel stopped in front of Lin Feng, the entire base was full of collapsed walls. I'm back, Enel said proudly. Everyone stared at him blankly. Lin Feng's veins popped out. Asa, Bardo, you two will practice with Enel from today on. The two nodded immediately when they heard the words. Remember, he is not allowed to use the fruit ability. If he dares to use it, come back and tell me. After speaking, Lin Feng said to Sabo. These walls. It's okay, it's nothing, it's worthless, Koala said hastily. Lin Feng helped them so much before, how could Lin Feng lose money? Lin Feng insisted. This is different. Although these walls are indeed worthless, it is still unreasonable to tear down other people's homes. Lin Feng glared at Enel fiercely as he spoke. He really didn't expect this guy to be so reckless. He would have asked Dio to pick him up if he knew about it. Chapter 173. Murloc Haku. At this time, a tall and strong Murloc with silvery white long wavy hair and a karate costume hurriedly rushed into the restaurant where Lin Feng and the others were. What happened? What happened? The visitor anxiously asked everyone present. Haku, it's okay, accident, Sabo explained while touching his head in embarrassment. Haku calmed down after hearing the words. He thought someone was attacking the base of the Revolutionary Army. After looking around, Haku's eyes widened suddenly. Mr. Lin Feng. Haku rushed forward excitedly and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. It's great to finally see you, Mr. Lin Feng. This sudden move stunned everyone present. What is this for? Lin Feng asked a little dumbfounded. Well, may I know what's going on? Only then did Haku react and said, I'm sorry. That's right, Mr. Lin Feng. Haku was still a little excited, and pushed Sabo away to sit on his seat. Since Mr. Lin Feng, you came to Sabadi, especially since last year, there have been fewer and fewer missing people on the Fishman Island. In the recent period, because the human slave trade in Sabadi was banned by Mr. Lin Feng, fewer mermaids were caught and hunted. Crackling, Haku said a lot. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on until after listening. Advertisement because of Sabodi's land, the Fishman Island near here has also been affected by him, and now few people with evil intentions dare to approach the Fishman Island or hunt killer fish. And now the Fishman Island is still under the protection of Whitebeard, coupled with Lin Feng's prestige, the living environment of the Fishman Island has suddenly become much better. I also heard from Jinbei that just 2 days ago, someone from the Murlocs had landed in Sabadi, Haku continued. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect the Murlocs to be quite courageous. After going ashore, did anything happen? Haku smiled and said, in the beginning, it will indeed cause others to peep, but because of the rules set by Mr. Lin Feng, no one dares to do anything. Well, but this is not a long-term solution. If the Murlocs really want to live on land, they need to think of other ways, Lin Feng said. Haku nodded, and his excitement calmed down. Well, that's right, but it's good now. Okay, let's eat something together. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat, when he suddenly looked at Enel, who had just moved a stool and was about to sit down. Stand there for me. I'm hungry for this meal. Enel snorted coldly. Dissatisfaction was written all over his face, but he still obediently stood aside, holding hands and watching everyone eat. Haku, who had just arrived, didn't quite know what was going on, but he wasn't stupid and he didn't talk too much. After dinner, Lin Feng and others followed Sabo and Haku to the training ground behind the stone house, preparing to watch the training of the Revolutionary Army and guide Sabo in his practice. Dio returned to the office alone, took out the phone bug, and dialed out immediately. At the same time, in a sea area in the first half of the Grand Line, a Revolutionary Army ship. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long Zheng, was discussing matters with the cadres traveling with him when suddenly the phone rang. Long glanced at the Revolutionary Army cadres at this table, and silently took out the phone bug and said, Deu, what's the matter? Chief, I have something to report, Dio said. Advertisement. Long asked lightly. What's the matter? We have guests on our island. Who is it? Has the location been exposed? Long was shocked. If the world government knew the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, it would be a big deal, and he is still outside now. Diu said quickly. It's Lin Feng, the Lin Feng from Sabadi. Hearing Dio's words, Long felt relieved. Lin Feng? What is he doing here? Lin Feng just said that he has something to do with the leader. At this time, the Revolutionary Army cadres in the room heard Long just say Lin Feng. There was a look of surprise on everyone's faces. Lin Feng's name has been well known in the past 2 years, and it is said that he is also Sabo's brother. Boss, why don't you come back first? This time the matter is not so urgent. I think Lin Feng may want to cooperate with us. Otherwise, according to Lin Feng's lazy personality shown in the intelligence, if he is fine, he will not leave Sabadi land. Long Wenyan became thoughtful. Since he knew Lin Feng, he has been paying attention to Lin Feng, and with the news that Sabo brought back later, he also wanted to meet Lin Feng a long time ago. He knows more than other cadres. Lin Feng's blood pupil is also with Lin Feng's permission. Sabo has already told him. So in Long's eyes, Lin Feng is definitely a person who has the same purpose as the Revolutionary Army. Long thought for a moment and said, let Lin Feng stay there first, and we will turn around and come back. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone and looked at the officers of the Revolutionary Army. This task is temporarily put aside, there are more important things at present. Hearing this, the cadres were also surprised at the importance Long attached to Lin Feng, and all of them had strange expressions. This time, there may be unexpected gains, Long said softly. Chapter 174 Enel vs. Sabo. Ben Thor will stop fighting, you guys are bullying, Enel protested loudly. The onlookers, Sabo, almost laughed crookedly. Lin Feng, let me fight Enel, Sabo said. Everyone turned to look at him upon hearing this. This is indeed possible, just to see how your ice flame fruit is developing. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at Enel who was still being beaten in the field, and after stopping the fight between the three, Sabo walked up with fists clenched. Come on, Enel, let me see how good you are, Sabo said excitedly. Enel ignored him and turned to look at Lin Feng. You are allowed to use your fruit ability to have a good fight. Lin Feng understood what he meant and let go of the restriction on Enel. As soon as the words fell, Enel turned into lightning and rushed towards Sabo in an instant. I rely on it. You actually sneak attack. You don't talk about martial arts. Sabo hurriedly turned into an element to avoid Enel's attack. Enel failed in the sneak attack and immediately punched him again. Boss, can Senior Thor do it? Bartolomeo asked after returning. Who knows? Lin Feng waved his hands indifferently. Koala, do you have any snacks here? Koala, who was nervously watching Sabo and Enel fight, was taken aback. Huh? Advertisement, I said. Do you have melon seed drinks or something here? The two Logias are fighting, and Hockey's level seems to be about the same. I don't know how long it will take. What's the point of doing this? Koala and Haku were speechless after hearing the words. Do you feel bored with such a fierce confrontation? Still want to be a melon eater? But the two of them felt relieved after thinking about it. With Lin Feng's strength, watching the two of them compete might be really boring. Well, Mr. Lin Feng, I'll get it right away, you wait a moment. Haku ran out after speaking, he didn't want to miss this battle at all. After Haku came back with a bunch of snacks, the battle between Sabo and Enel had completely entered a fierce stage. The thunder and lightning and the gorgeous ice flames are constantly interlacing in the air. The sound of explosions was endless, and everyone in the entire Revolutionary Army base was attracted. Sabo's hockey is still a bit worse than Enel's. Haku, who was watching the battle intently, said suddenly. Lin Feng has no objection to Haku's comments. Enel's knowledgeable color is not comparable to Sabo, and the arm color also has the tempering of gravity space. On Sabo's side, the two-color hockey is almost meaningless. The development of fruit ability is not as good as Enel, Lin Feng said. Hearing the comments from the two, Koala became anxious. She didn't expect Sabo to be completely at a disadvantage. Don't worry, with Sabo's talent, sooner or later he will become the top powerhouse in the sea. He still has a short time to get the ice flame fruit. As for hockey, I will help him. Seeing Koala's anxious face, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing secretly. That idiot Sabo doesn't know that Koala likes him. In the air, after blocking Sabo's attack, Enel looked at his arms covered with armor. What the hell, it's cold and hot for a while, it's so annoying. Several thick thunderbolts shot out from his body and attacked Sabo again, and everyone watching the battle saw Sabo rushing towards the attack without dodging. Under everyone's amazed sight, several extreme moves accurately avoided Enel's lightning strike, and in an instant, Sabo appeared in front of Enel. Advertisement. Ice flame burns the sky. Sabo's voice came clearly to Enel's ears. Lin Feng, who was watching the scene, couldn't help but smacked his tongue slightly and zoomed in on his face, and wrapped his weapon color around the attack. Almost instantly, the ice flame engulfed Enel. Wrong. The expression on Lin Feng's face, who was gloating after watching the movie, suddenly changed. Everyone saw that Enel, who had been swallowed by the ice flames, rushed out of the ice flames, surrounded by lightning and carried Sabo's attack, and slammed a huge fist into Sabo's abdomen with terrifying lightning. At the critical moment, Sabo put his hands on his abdomen, and Enel's fist hit his palm. 100 million volts Brontosaurus. Hiss. It's face-to-face zooming in again. You two really know how to play. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng also admired the two people's desperate style of play. There was a loud sound, and Sabo rolled in the air and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Enel also fell slowly from the air, and Sabo's attack just now made him very uncomfortable. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Sabo slowly got up from the ground, moved his body and said, "It really hurts. Fortunately, I used the ice flame to neutralize most of the lightning strike just now, otherwise it would have been really miserable." The two looked at each other. The fighting spirit in their eyes was undisguised. Just when the two wanted to continue fighting, the snacks in Lin Feng's hands were finished. 5BM Chapter 175 Dorag returns. HMPH. This thunder god will be afraid that you will fail. As soon as the two finished speaking, they rushed out, and at this moment, a white light flashed across. Boom. There was a sudden loud noise between the two of them. A powerful blast of energy blows Sabo and Enel away. Enough. Lin Feng's voice came from afar. Hearing this, the two put away the thunder and ice flames and looked in the middle. A black and red spear was stuck on the ground, emitting white light. And the white light became more and more dazzling, and suddenly a giant white dragon sprang out, several kilometers long, hovering in the sky. Everyone on Baldigo stared at the sky with their mouths open. Sabo appeared next to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, what is this?" Koala and Haku also looked at Lin Feng nervously. "Don't worry, see for yourself what you have destroyed here just now," Lin Feng said, pointing to the ground where Sabo and Enel fought. Everyone looked around, only to notice that almost all the ground around here is a deep pit left by the battle, and there are lightning and ice flames constantly colliding and exploding in it. It looks like it will be difficult to recover. Sabo's expression turned ugly immediately. The leader had only left for a short time, and the island was almost destroyed. Sure enough, in the battle between Logia, it was the innocent land that suffered the most. It's over, the leader will definitely tear me down when he comes back," Sabo said anxiously. "Okay, stay here." After Lin Feng said that, he flew out, stretched out his hand, and Keishe, who was stuck on the ground, flew into his hand. Under Lin Feng's control, the giant white dragon in the sky slowly descended, turning into a little bit of white light and falling on the ground. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the ground that had been devastated was slowly restored to its original state. As the last bit of white light dissipated, it was as if nothing had happened. Falling back to the ground, Sabo rushed to Lin Feng with starry eyes. Lin. What are you doing? I'm a man. What are you? It's amazing." Advertisement. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously without explaining. "Boss, can you heal your injuries?" Bardo asked curiously. "No," Lin Feng said. "This energy restores everything that was destroyed shortly thereafter, except people. Of course, this is just one of the incidental effects of light attribute magic grudge." At this moment, Dio, who was attracted by the battle between Enel and Sabo, put down the phone bug in his hand blankly. When the aftermath of the battle between the two almost destroyed the base, Dio could only bite the bullet and call Drago to report. At this time, seeing that all the damaged places have returned to their original state, I was so surprised that the phone bug couldn't hold it steady. Dio, what's wrong with you?" Dorag's anxious voice came from the phone bug. "Oh, nothing. Dio hurriedly picked up the phone bug and replied. "Huh? Didn't you say that Sabo and the others will soon destroy the island?" Drago asked. Boss, you may not believe it.
It was indeed ruined for the most part just now, but now it's fine again. Dorag's face darkened when he heard this. Deu, are you tired of eating and have nothing to do to tease me? What do you mean it's just ruined and now it's better again? You must be sick. After speaking, he hung up the phone with a snap. Deu looked at the phone bug in his hand dumbfounded. What can he do? 4 days later, a revolutionary ship docked on the shore of Bardigo. Almost everyone on the base came to the shore to meet them. Boss, you're back. Dio said with a smile. Drago looked around the island and said, where is Lin Feng? They're at the training ground. As soon as the words fell, Drago flew away in an elemental form. Advertisement in the training ground, Enel and Sabo, Bador and Asa, confront each other in groups. Under the premise of not using the fruit ability, the 4 of them fought back and forth, and the other was in front of his melon-eating crowd. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit. Lin Feng frowned, turned around and punched out, boom. It really lives up to its reputation, you're not bad either. The two retracted their fists at the same time and looked at each other. You are Lin Feng? Drago said, didn't you recognize it? Ask. Lin Feng looked at Drago curiously. This man is too mysterious, with unknown fruit ability and combat power. At this time, Sabo and the others also came over. After saying hello, Lin Feng and Drago came to an empty room together. Lin Feng also likes Duo Lage's vigorous character. I've heard Sabo say that you are powerful. Seeing you today, it's really unfathomable, Drago said. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, I would drop my mission and rush back. Dorag said in a deep voice, if it were someone else, of course not. Thank you. So, can you tell me, why did you come to me specifically? Long asked. About celestial dragons. The atmosphere in the room became serious in an instant. Drago didn't expect that Lin Feng was celestial dragons when he opened his mouth. Could it be that he wanted to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to capture celestial dragons? The madman. It's not suitable for the Revolutionary Army to take action against the celestial dragons now, Drago said. I didn't let you do it. Dorag looked at Lin Feng in surprise when he heard the words. What are you going to do? I have a group of celestial dragons here, and it's not safe to keep them in Sabah. If possible, I would like to move them here. Lin Feng finished speaking and waited key chapter 176 big event. UTM are engaged in wholesale. You mean, you caught a lot of celestial dragons? Want to put them here? Drago said with some uncertainty. That's right, Sabahadi land is too close to naval headquarters after all, and it is prone to problems. The two stared at each other for a long time before Drago said, I can agree to this matter, but what benefits do we have? Lin Feng smiled and said, it depends on what you want. Or, what do you lack? Drago didn't speak, he only has one feeling now, Lin Feng's tone is so loud. What else do you lack? I'm short of money and people, so can you still give it to me? You can think about what you need first. Seeing that Drago was silent, Lin Feng went on to talk about his own needs. The transfer of celestial dragons is just incidental. I'm here this time because I have other things to ask for your cooperation. What else? Drago asked. In fact, he also felt that Lin Feng would not come to him just because of the transfer of celestial dragons. Grab the gold from the sky, Drago asked strangely. This kind of thing needs our cooperation? Can't you do it yourself? Wen Yan Lin Feng explained. How many talents do I have? Even if I rob every day, I can't get many. You mean, you want to catch all the gold in the sky? Drago said in surprise. That's not the case, as much as you can grab. After getting Lin Feng's answer, Drago looked at Lin Feng like a madman. Advertisement. How many people and energy are needed to do this, and doing so will definitely cause a strong rebound from the world government. If you are not careful, you will definitely suffer heavy losses. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Dorag said in a deep voice. What's there to think about? Just run away after grabbing it, and then you can put the responsibility on me. When Lin Feng said this, Dorag's face turned green. Do you think people in the world government are fools? You can evade this kind of thing if you want to evade it? This matter is very maneuverable. As long as you know the transportation route and ship of the gold in the sky, let me know after you rob it, and I will go directly to take the person away. The marine and world government can't even see the person. However, this requires a lot of manpower and material resources. I can't do it by myself, so I asked you to cooperate. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at Dorag expectantly. If this vote is successful, he will be fat. How to divide? Drago said after listening to Lin Feng's words. We have to deploy so many manpower and material resources, which consumes a lot. Let's just take 55 points. Don't take too much from anyone. After all, this matter can't be done without anyone, Lin Feng said. Okay, then we need to discuss the specific details of the action now. So fast? Nonsense, the sooner this kind of thing happens, the better. Lin Feng smiled and said, I like your style. These 2 months are just the time to pay the heavenly gold. It is naturally good to be faster. New world, paradise, and all over the world, there are so many countries, it is impossible to snatch all the gold in the sky, you should know this. Lin Feng nodded. Then we should focus on those big rich countries. In this way, a lot of manpower and material resources will be saved, and the risk will be much smaller. Advertisement. Well, grab it if you can, and retreat if you can't do anything. I will arrange the manpower and so on. I can also provide information here, Lin Feng said. Huh? You still have an intelligence organization? Drago asked in surprise. That's right, but it will be a little bit worse in New World, and it's up to you here.
Drago didn't expect that in addition to being powerful, this Lin Feng was also not weak in intelligence. That's fine, but you have to do a good job of escorting. Don't worry, there's no problem. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, you all list all the goals, and I will let my people act together for the more difficult ones. Drago nodded. If it really happens this time, then the shortage of funding for the Revolutionary Army will be resolved. Lack of money has always been a major problem for the Revolutionary Army, otherwise he would not have agreed to Lin Feng's lunatic behavior. I'll convene staff to discuss as soon as possible, and the arrangements will be completed within 2 days at the latest. Okay, you'd better gather all the cadres involved in the operation, and I will leave my space mark on them, so that I can rescue them at any time. Dorag asked curiously, is that how you came here? Yes, if you don't mind. Drago really minded a little, so Lin Feng could enter their base camp at any time, and if the two sides were hostile in the future, it would be a devastating disaster. If it's inconvenient, you can use items instead. Seeing Drago's entanglement, Lin Feng made a compromise suggestion. Okay, that's it. A few words between the two of them decided a big event that was destined to shake the sea. Chapter 177 Assigning Tasks. Dorag informed the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army overnight that there would be a major operation and asked them to prepare personnel and ships. At the same time, send the items marked with the Kamui space imprint by Lin Feng to the various strongholds of the Revolutionary Army as quickly as possible. Although the cadres who received the order did not know what happened, they still proceeded to carry out the order. Lin Feng, who returned to Sabadi, immediately gathered everyone together, including the 2 waves of Lu Qi and K-Lok Dar who were out on missions. There will be big moves in the next month, and it must be explained in advance and prepared. Captain, are we going to make any big moves? Barry asked. Hey, wooden man, you talk a lot, can't you see it? Enel said. I said you discharge man, you don't feel comfortable if you don't fight against me, do you? Barry rolled up his sleeves and gestured to make a move. Enel said angrily. I haven't forgotten about the fact that some people brought private goods in their missions. Yo, you're quite vengeful, come on, let's fight, I'll give you a chance. At this time, Bardo, who was watching the play next to him, said, Senior Barry, I didn't expect you to be so brave. What's the meaning? You're not the opponent of this Thor, what's the point? Enel had a very disdainful expression. Barry said indifferently, you still don't believe me when I say you are stupid, do you think the captain will let us fight at this time? Well, I allow it, you two go out and fight, Lin Feng said. Barry lost all energy when he heard the words, and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Captain, I was wrong, I won't pretend anymore. Senior Barry admits his counsel so quickly, so amazing. Bardo looked at Barry adoringly. Advertisement. Everyone was silent for a while. What kind of weirdness is this? Okay, stop making trouble and talk about business, Lin Feng said. We will have a big operation next, everyone listen carefully, don't go away, especially some people. After speaking, he glanced to Enel. Enel, see what I do? Everyone con. Why do you see that you have no points? This time will be the first time we have cooperated with the Revolutionary Army. There are a lot of people on their side, so you must remember not to reveal your identity. The only ones who know that this operation is related to Lin Feng are Drago, Sabo and Koala. After all, these 3 people are the only ones who know Lin Feng's identity. As for Diu and Haku, who knew that Lin Feng was looking for Dorag, they had some guesses in their hearts. Even the commanders of the other major armies didn't know it. In their view, this was just a mission for the Revolutionary Army itself. Even the armies thought it was only their own mission, not knowing that this was actually a major operation of the entire Revolutionary Army. After that, Lin Feng told everyone the specific details of the action, and the next step was grouping. Lucci, Kaku, Jabra. After the roll call, Lin Feng said, you guys have a good rest these few days. You have worked hard during this time, so adjust first. When the operation starts on our side, you go directly to attack Ini's lobby and divert the attention of Marine and world government. Advertisement, yes, leader. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng looked at K-Lok Dar. How is it? The recent practice. Guhahaha, the effect is very good, leader, if you have any exciting tasks, just leave them to us. Lok Dal raised the golden hook of his left hand and said with a cigar in his mouth. Once Lin Feng also asked if he wanted to heal his broken arm, but Klokadar refused, the reason being that it was unnecessary, and Lin Feng could only let him do it after getting used to it. Well, yes, your tasks are similar to those of Lu Qi and the others. Hearing this, Lok Dal did quit. He doesn't like things like creating chaos and diverting attention. It's not a challenge. Boss, this. Don't worry, I will give you a celestial dragons in 2 days, and you take it to New World, to Dressrosa, which is the territory of Doflamingo, Lin Feng said. Huh? Why are you going there? Lok Dal faintly felt that the matter was not simple, so he asked immediately. When you get to Dressrosa, try to meet Doflamingo first. Afterwards, news was released that the Zhanlong organization had secret contacts with Shichibukai Doflamingo, seeking cooperation, and would send him a celestial dragons for his disposal. As for whether people believe it or not, that's not our business. In short, both Zhanlong and celestial dragons appeared in Dressrosa. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help feeling sad for Doflamingo. At that time, it's either shit or shit, Captain, you are still as brave as ever. Barry was the first to jump out and flatter him. The boss is awesome, the boss is amazing, Bardo said. TCH, my heart is really dirty, Enel said with his lips curled up. Among the crowd,
There was only one person who reacted differently from everyone else, standing alone in the corner and looking at Lin Feng in astonishment. Is this going to be Doflamingo? Luo thought to himself, feeling a little hopeful in his heart, but it was a pity that he couldn't participate. Chapter 178 Ready awakened by Lin Feng's voice, Luo subconsciously said, Captain, what's the matter? You will be with K-Lock and the others in this operation. Surprise hit his head, Luo said excitedly, yes. Although we can't directly attack the Doflamingo family this time, it is also very happy to be able to cheat them. You are not strong enough now, you must not act impulsively, remember? Lin Feng said. Don't worry, Captain, I won't do it, Luo assured. Well, there will be opportunities in the future, don't worry. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he began to explain other people's affairs. Reiju, are you ready to be queen? As soon as the topic changed, Lin Feng brought the topic to Reiju. What? Reiju was confused by Lin Feng's question. It's time to take over North Blue. Clockadar and their actions will definitely cause Doflamingo a huge problem, and Admiral will definitely be there. Take advantage of this time to take control of the Kingdom of Germa and restore North Blue's rule. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at Reiju quietly. Captain, but I don't want to go back, it's good to stay on board. Reiju hesitated for a long time and expressed his thoughts. Haha, don't worry about this. As long as you sit on the throne, it doesn't matter whether you are in North Blue or not. As long as North Blue is under our control, that's enough. Yeah, Sister Reiju, the queen, sounds so handsome, little Betty said enviously. I want to be a queen too. Advertisement, then, in this case, it's fine. Reiju agreed after thinking for a long time. Yeah. Then Lin Feng turned his head to look at Kuina. You should act together with Reiju. If the other party is obsessed with obsession, just kill him. However, it is best to keep Judge and his 3 sons in our hands. Such migrant workers are actually quite difficult to find. It would be a pity not to use them. Understood, I will pay attention, Kuina said. Lin Feng nodded and said, Bring Bardo, that kid is suitable for this kind of dirty work. Hey, boss, just look at it, it will definitely be done beautifully, Bardo said, patting his chest. Well, I believe in you, don't let me down. The rest, Asa and Betty Jr., Enel and Robin, and Konis and Barry. You will act with the people of the Revolutionary Army, be careful. Several people nodded after hearing the words. Ah, I didn't expect to be on your team. Robin walked to Enel and said. TCH, woman, don't hold me back. Robin didn't mind either, just smiled and said, it's a pleasant cooperation. Robin, watch Enel, don't let him cause any trouble, Lin Feng said. Robin covered his mouth and nodded with a smile, while Enel said unhappily, Hey, what do you mean? The Thunder God in your game is the kind of person who has no sense of proportion and doesn't know the importance. As soon as this sentence was finished, everyone in the room looked at him. What? Is there something wrong? Everyone looked at him speechlessly, thinking in their hearts. Don't you have a clue in your heart? Advertisement, I'm sorry to trouble you. Kuina walked over and patted Robin on the shoulder. Hard work. Barry said. Everyone cheered for Robin one after another, making Enel very angry. Half a month later, Lin Feng received a call from Dorag. Lin Feng, everything is ready for the Revolutionary Army. Drago's very magnetic voice sounded. Oh, really, so fast? Lin Feng felt that it would take some time for the Revolutionary Army to prepare so many people. The sooner the better, isn't that what you said? Drago said. Ha ha ha, okay, have you decided on the target? Lin Feng asked. Drago picked up a piece of intelligence and said, if your intelligence is okay, we will do it in 5 days. Okay, no problem, as long as you are ready. Drago was silent for a while and said, are you sure you want to do this? Push the incident completely to Yuanlong? Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. According to Lin Feng's arrangement, all the revolutionary soldiers participating in the operation changed into clothes with the logo of the Zhanlong organization, and all of them also put on masks. Of course, the money was paid by the Revolutionary Army itself. The soldiers and cadres of the Revolutionary Army who got the clothes were all surprised by Drago's decision. Some cadres even contacted Drago directly, for fear that such a move would anger the dragon-slaying organization and bring unnecessary trouble to the Revolutionary Army. In the end, under Dorag's insistence, all the cadres had no choice but to carry out the order helplessly. The 6 members of ASA were also sent to Bardigo by Lin Feng before, and now they have been assigned to the Revolutionary Army by Drago. For the 3 teams to which several people were assigned, Drago also issued an order not to allow revolutionary soldiers to contact them, and at the same time issued a gag order that no matter what he saw, he could not spread it. Chapter 179 Army Commander Betty. When those revolutionary soldiers saw the dragon-slaying robes on Asa and the others, they realized that the leader had cooperated with the dragon-slaying organization, no wonder. They looked at them curiously one by one, and were surrounded by people wherever they went. There's nothing wrong with Asa and Betty Jr., and Barry and Konis. But it's hard for Robin. It's so annoying, what are you looking at? Enel yelled at a Revolutionary Army soldier who kept looking at him. The revolutionary soldier who was yelled by Enel turned his head and ran away. Enel, why are you so fierce? Robin said helplessly. HMPH, I don't like being treated like a monkey. Enel, who was hidden under the dragon-slaying robe, said unhappily. The eyes of these revolutionary troops made him very uncomfortable. What's the matter with this man? Just look at him, and he lost his temper like this. The man ran to the side and said to other soldiers.
Who knows, but you'd better pay attention, don't make people angry, and be careful of being slaughtered. It's not that you don't know, that's the one who slays the dragon, he's much more vicious than our revolutionary army. The two whispered to each other, what are you talking about here? Hurry up and get back to your post. A cold female voice sounded, and the two of them stood up to attention and said yes in fright, and then ran away in a hurry. The woman wears a tall red hat with long tails in the back, short purple hair with full bangs, and sunglasses. Wearing a red long-sleeved vest on the upper body, a tie around the neck, leather gloves, no underwear and an open top. Wearing a long tail skirt on the lower body and red boots on the legs. He walked up to Robin and Enel and said, sorry, you two, I will restrain them and not disturb you two. Advertisement, woman, you are very sensible, Enel's beating voice came through the mask. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the leader's order, she really wanted to beat this guy up. Hello, Commander Betty. Robin stretched out his hand and said. Bello Betty, a revolutionary from East Blue, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, East Army. There is a reward of 457 million Baileys for the inspiring person who eats the inspiring fruit. Betty? Enel asked suspiciously. Captain Betty's army froze for a moment, then immediately reached out and shook hands with Robin. Hello. Dragon-slaying organization Senju, Robin introduced himself. Betty nodded and smiled, then looked at Enel beside her. Da Sheng, you can also call me Da Sheng Grandpa. Enel raised his head and did not look at Betty. Call. You. Leave him alone, he's not in the right mind. Robin pulled Betty aside and gave Enel a glare over his shoulder. Cut. Enel didn't pay any attention to Robin's reminder. Who is to say that the brain is not good? On the deck, Robin and Betty looked at each other, and they both saw curiosity in each other's eyes. It's a pity that Robin has a mask on his face, and Betty can't get more useful information. Betty herself is quite curious about the dragon-slaying organization that has become famous in the past 2 years. She has heard of the annoying great sage just now, but she didn't expect to be such a big fool. As for the one in front of you, Senju? I haven't heard of it, could it be a newcomer to Zhanlong organization? But it doesn't look like her attitude towards Enel, is it a high-level executive who hasn't shown her face before? Captain Betty's army spread his thoughts quickly. Advertisement. Robin looked at this dazed beautiful woman strangely. Captain Betty army. Robin shouted. Huh? Betty came back to her senses only to realize that she had been too engrossed in her thoughts just now. Sorry, Betty said. Captain Betty, are you from East Blue? Robin asked. Betty said in surprise. You all know this, of course. Robin leaned on the railing and said, although we are partners, we still need to understand your situation. In fact, before departure, Lin Feng gave everyone the basic information of the Revolutionary Army cadres. Betty nodded when she heard the words, yes, I did come from East Blue. I thought you'd be in charge of the East Blue country, but I didn't expect you to be here. Of course someone is in charge over there, and I'm more needed here than East Blue. Really? Then it's a happy cooperation. Robin smiled. But Captain Betty's army better change his clothes. You don't want people from the world government to know that your Revolutionary Army did it. Betty smiled when she heard this, and pinched her hands on her chest. The clothes can't show my figure, but don't worry, I won't ask for trouble. Hearing what Betty said, Robin felt relieved. When she met just now and saw that the other party did not hide the identity of the Revolutionary Army, she wanted to remind her. Ah, is it really good? Can I touch it? Robin said with a black belly and stretched out his sinful hands. 10 seconds later. How about it? It's really good. You're not bad either. The two women formed a strange friendship. Chapter 180 Harmonious Society. Dressrosa. This is a tropical island with a resort style, known as the Land of Love, Passion and Toys. In short, Dressrosa is a lively and prosperous place, and the residents of the island live happily with the toys that have life. This is Luo's first impression after coming to Dressrosa for the first time. Don't be fooled, people like Doflamingo, do you think he can really govern a country honestly? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but there's definitely something wrong, Lockdale said. Luo nodded and did not speak. He obviously knows better than K-Lock what kind of person Doflamingo is. Okay, let's find a place to live first, Lockdal said. You guys, lift the box. Yes. Behind him came the voices of 3 men and 1 woman. No, it was 2 men and 2 women. This time, Dressrosa is followed by Mr. 1 Daz Bonus, Miss Double Fingers Allah, Mr. 2 Bentham, Mr. 3. The other members of the original Pakistani Lock Work Agency were arranged by Lin Feng in Sabadi, and opened a coffee shop near the duel field. After that, several people walked towards the center of Dressrosa in a generous manner. Everyone was not wearing the dragon-slaying robe, and had already made a disguise, so they were not worried about being recognized, especially K-Lock Doll's golden hook, which was tightly wrapped. The coast near Dressrosa has a large number of mushroom rocks, planted with large flower fields. The further you go inside, the more intense the charming floral fragrance in the air. In addition to the charming floral fragrance, there is also an intoxicating smell of sweet food in the air. Dressrosa civilizes the world with delicacies. Advertisement. Luo smelled the smell and suddenly felt a little hungry. In addition to the delicious food and the fragrance of flowers, Dressrosa also has another place that people can't put it down, that is, there are many hot and sexy dancers here. There are enthusiastic dancers everywhere, young women with sexy and hot dancing postures. These are a big selling point, which can attract many foreign tourists. In addition, there are many talking and moving toys here, and they live with the people here. It looks weird and harmonious. However, the stories behind these toys make people feel creepy after listening to them. They are not toys from the beginning. Before that, all are normal humans or creatures. And the reason why they become toys all stems from a very deceptive cute little girl. A cadre of the Don Quixote family, a girl named Sugar created it. Granu, a childlike fruit-capable person, is a legal loli. Those who resist Doflamingo, or those who are disobedient, are all turned into toys by Sugar. Tongshu fruit has a shortcoming that is not a shortcoming. Those who eat the fruit of childlike interest will stop growing the moment they eat it. In this way, no matter how old Granos is now, she will always maintain the appearance of a little girl. The ability of the childlike fruit is very unique. It can turn the person it touches into a toy that the ability user wants, and the type and style of the toy is completely determined by the ability user's preference. After becoming a toy, it will not lose its language ability and independent thinking. But the body has been controlled by the Sugar and made a contract, not to harm humans, and at the same time work for the Don Quixote family or fight to the death. Advertisement. More importantly, if you are accidentally turned into a toy, your existence will be completely erased, and no one will remember who you are, as if you never appeared. And if you want to change from a toy back to a normal human being, you can only stun the childlike ability Granu, or kill her, as long as she loses consciousness. All in all, the guy Sa Tang is actually not very strong, so don't worry about fighting head-on. It's just that this ability is relatively pervert and a bit buggy, but as long as she doesn't touch her, she doesn't pose any threat. However, Luo didn't know this. Hiss, the toy has become a spirit, Luo said in surprise. High-tech products. Mr. 3 walked to a toy and looked at it carefully. Mr. 2 Bentham stepped forward at this time, walked around in front of the toy, danced ballet and said, "It's such a cute toy, I like it so much." Others also looked at everything here curiously. It seemed that everyone living here was so happy. A few people continued to wander the streets casually, and soon locked onto a hotel that didn't seem to have many people, and walked in without saying a word. At the same time, Kuina and Reiju and Bartolomeo were also sent to North Blue by Lin Feng. When I traveled around North Blue, it was very useful to leave so many spatial imprints. At this moment, the three of them were standing on a boat left by Lin Feng. Kuina, there is something I want to tell you. Reiju hesitated for a long time and said. Oh, just talk about it. Kuina smiled, looking very gentle. If Judge is my father, if he resists, can he be spared? Anyway, he is also my father. Although he treats me like this, I still can't see him die in front of me, or even kill him with my own hands. While speaking, Reiju's hand was held by Kuina. Don't worry, Lin Feng gave me a good thing, there will be no problem. Advertisement Chapter 181 Sword Dance Phantom. On the watchtower of one of the outlying warships of the Germa Kingdom, the lookouts had spotted Kuina's 3 ships. Immediately report upwards. Oh, is there a ship approaching? The boss pondered for a while after receiving the news and said, quickly ask His Majesty the King, there is a ship approaching. Yes, I got it. The soldier on the side immediately trotted into the communication room, picked up the phone bug that could contact the main fleet, and quickly dialed out without saying a word. Soon, in the communication room of the main fleet, the person on duty answered the phone. After learning about the situation, the person in charge of the communication room of the main fleet immediately went to the room where Vince Moke Judge, the king of the Kingdom of Germa, was located. Report. The person in charge of the communication room stood up straight at the door, looking solemnly at Judge and his 3 sons who were discussing things in the room. Then he continued, Your Majesty, there is a ship approaching us in front of us, please give instructions to Your Majesty, do you want to attack the ship? Upon hearing this, Yi said expressionlessly, is there a boat approaching? Are you passing by or? It shouldn't be passing by. The route is directed at us. HMPH, do you really think our Vince Moke family is easy to bully? The expression on Yangji's face was particularly ugly, and he said angrily, no matter who it is, if you dare to provoke us, you are courting death. Judge was silent for a moment and said, be careful, since the other party dares to come over in such a grand manner, it must be difficult. Since the last incident, the Vince Moke family has released news that no ships are allowed to approach their family's fleet at will. Oh, could it be that B********** D Lin Feng again? Niji said disdainfully from the side. Probably not, Lin Feng's boat is very recognizable and the people below will recognize it, Yangzi said. Niji nodded and said, let's go out together and see who it is that doesn't take us seriously. Judge rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then glanced at the 3 EG brothers and said, be careful, first confirm the identity of the other party before making any plans. Advertisement, good father. The corner of Yiji's mouth curled slightly, let's go. Niji said excitedly. Let's go, let me do it later. Yangzi said. I go first, Judge insisted. Okay, don't argue. Yes. At the same time, the 3 of Kuina blatantly approached the main battleship of the Kingdom of Germa. It's been a long time since the other party reacted, and without thinking about it, Kuina said to Bardo. Protect Reiju, leave the rest to me. Bartolomeo felt very honored, stood at attention and saluted. Yes, big sister. Kuina really doesn't like this title, but Bardo just won't change it. The 3 of them jumped up from the boat and looked down at the main battleship in the center of the fleet. The dragon-slaying robe on his body is particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. The 3 of IG, who had just stepped out of the main ship, looked up and recognized their identities at first sight. The one who slays. The dragon, EG blurted out. Quick, hurry up and notify father, Niji yelled loudly. Yang Ji, who was still in surprise at the side, was awakened by such a voice, and rushed back quickly. When the three of them landed on the main battleship Germa, Kabato said, "Big sister is big, don't you really need my help?" "No need." Kuina replied casually. The moment Kuina finished speaking, a very conspicuous lightning strike fell from the sky and hit the three of them directly. Advertisement sensing the danger, Bardo propped up a barrier almost as fast as he could. The lightning strike hit the barrier with a bang, without leaving a trace. Bardo sneered. At this level, tickling is not enough, even Enel's lightning strikes can't break his barrier head on. "It's pretty fast," Kuina praised. "Hey." Bardo smiled shyly. Yiji looked indifferently at Kuina and the three behind the barrier, and said with a half smile, "Is it really the one who slays the dragon?" Kuina slowly pulled out Fubuki, her eyes fixed on IG and Niji. IG and the two had already put on their combat uniforms early on. With the help of the technical shoes, the two of them soared into the air and appeared in front of Kuina at an extremely fast speed. Sparks light fist. Ichi's eyes emitted a strong light that disturbed Kuina's vision, and at the same time he used his battlesuit to punch multiple glowing punches. Niji took the opportunity to use his battlesuit to go around invisibly, and sent electricity to his own light speed sword to slash at Kuina. Bardo took Reiju back to the side, not intending to intervene at all. Just when IG and Niji thought they were about to succeed, Kuina disappeared in an instant, sword dance phantom. The attacks of Yiji and the two brushed each other's body, almost accidentally hurting one of them. However, before they took the next step, dozens of sword chi had already flowed from all directions, each of which seemed to be faintly visible. "What's going on?" Ichigo said. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Yiji clenched his fiery fist and chose a direction to forcefully rush out. Chapter 182 Liu Yun's 100 Slashes, Judge's second defeat. "Oh, stupid." Kuina jumped in the air and looked at the scene below and said disdainfully. As soon as the words fell, Yiji's flaming fist met a sword beam, but to Yiji's surprise, there was no such violent collision as imagined. Instead, the sword light passed through his body in an instant, but it did not cause any harm. "That's all," Iji thought to himself. The same is true for Niji on the side, who is still pierced by the sword glow while evading. Afterwards, almost all the sword lights passed through his body without any feeling. Touching their own body, the two looked at each other, and both could see the doubt in the other's eyes, but it also made them feel more confident. What kind of swordsman is this? His attack is so weak, what a treat. At this time, Kuina had already landed in front of Bardo and Reiju, watching the two idiots quietly. "Big sister is big, these two idiots don't think they're okay," Bardo said. "Kuina." Reiju said softly. "Well, don't worry, I will stay strong." Sword Dance Phantom, the shape of the slashed sword chi remains unchanged, but the damage is all concentrated on one point, penetrating the opponent's body very quickly, and the person who is slashed does not even feel pain. At this time, IG and Niji rushed towards Kuina again. Such a weak swordsman is really not challenging at all. It seems that the prestige of killing dragons is all bragging. It's just that when they just took a step, their bodies froze suddenly, unable to move anymore. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouths of the two, and then fell directly to the ground. "How is it possible?" the two said in disbelief as they lay on the ground. At this time, the soldiers of the Germa kingdom who were standing in the distance watching the battle looked at this scene in disbelief and said, "My lord, His Highness the First Prince and His Highness the Second Prince have actually lost." Advertisement: if you lose with one move, who the hell is that? His Royal Highness will not die. It's hard to say, maybe it will be captured alive. Fire. We must rescue His Royal Highness. Rumble. A salvo of artillery fire was almost indiscriminate. Kuina picked up the two people on the ground with a sword, and flew into the distance. "The two guys can't die now." "Hiss, are these people pigs? They almost killed my master together," said Bardo, who quickly escaped from the attack range. The fight was over almost instantly, and Judge didn't even hear from Yuji. Judge looked solemn, and immediately said, "Go, get out quickly, that's the lunatic who slashed the dragon. I'm afraid Yuji and the others will all die later." Report: His Highness Yuji and His Highness Niji are in a very bad situation. They were seriously injured and are now in the hands of each other. At this time, a soldier rushed in and said tremblingly. Judge was silent for a moment, then immediately looked at his only remaining child, and said, "Let's just wait here. Since the other party didn't kill him, it means he came looking for me. I want to see what happened to Zan Long. What purpose?" "That's right, notify the world government immediately that the Dragon Slayer has appeared." "Yes." Yamzi immediately found out the phone bug and dialed it. At the same time, Bardo carried an idiot in one hand, and followed Kuina and Reiju, with Kuina leading the way in front. After the three rushed into the main ship, they quickly approached the room where Judge was. Boom. The door of the room was split open, and several figures appeared in front of Judge in an instant. Advertisement: "Are you the ones who slay the dragon?" Judge asked solemnly. Kuina turned her head and glanced at him, but before she could speak, Bardo threw the seriously injured Yuji and Niji to the ground and said, "Are you the boss here? What is your purpose? Why are you dealing with my Vince Moke family?" Judge ignored Bardo. He could see that Kuina was the leader. As soon as Judge finished asking, Bardo stepped on Iji's body. "Hey, you old man. How dare you ignore me? Believe it or not, Lousy is tearing up his ticket." Judge frowned, looked at the wailing sun at the other side's feet and said, "Don't go too far." Judge was furious, but he knew that now was not the time to check on his child's injuries immediately. The culprit of all this is in front of him now, and the other party is so arrogant. Kuina sneered, so what do you want to do? HMPH. Since we can't agree, let's do it. While speaking, Judge's eyes flashed fiercely, and a terrifying electric current flashed from the tip of the spear. Every time he swung, several electric currents would flash in the air. Go to hell. Judge rushed towards Kuina immediately. Kuina stood on the spot, watching Judge getting closer with a half smile, and just as he was approaching, stepped on Shunpo to avoid it easily, and then slashed at the tip of the spear with a backhanded sword. With a bang, the sound of weapons colliding came out. Liuyan 100 cuts, Kuina sneered, and a thick sword aura hit Judge in the stomach when he couldn't dodge it. However, the attack did not stop, and one after another sword lights hit Judge one after another. Judge felt severe pain in his abdomen and chest, his throat was hot, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he flew upside down, hitting the stone wall at the end of the room with a bang. Kuina immediately stopped the offensive. If Liu Yan's Basin was released, Judge might be turned into meat sauce. Chapter 183. The Pigs Who Have Eaten the Aphrodisiac. Judge stood up with the help of Yuji, wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Kuina angrily. At this time, his subordinates finally arrived and rushed over one after another. Kuina walked towards Judge silently. Judge said in a cold tone, the human wall. Then, his subordinates quickly blocked in front of him, facing Kuina who was walking over with a blank expression. Germa's human wall tactic refers to ordering the surrounding soldiers to quickly move in front of him to form a meat shield to block the opponent's attack when the opponent attacks. It can also be used as a cover to launch a surprise attack on the opponent. A move that takes the lives of his subordinates. However, most of the soldiers in Germa Kingdom are clones. Although the soldiers are different in height, fat and thin, their faces are all the same. Therefore, it is quite normal for members of the Vince Moke family where Judge belongs to use his subordinates as a human wall to resist the opponent's attack. Judge gave an order. Do it. All the clone troopers pressed the trigger almost simultaneously, and countless bullets flew towards Kuina in rapid succession. Kuina looked indifferently at Judge and Yuji who were surrounded in the middle, and Fubuki slashed out. After several sword lights, all the flying bullets were changed by the blade of the bullet. In just a few seconds, bullets flew randomly in the room. Except for Bardo and Reiju who were hiding behind the barrier, everyone else present was hit by these flying bullets and suffered varying degrees of damage. Most soldiers even more direct death. Even Ig and Niji, who were lying on the ground crying, were deliberately chopped off by Kuina and 2 bullets shot into their thighs. Looking at the clone soldiers still standing in front of Judge, he slashed with his sword. In the blink of an eye, the clone trooper was down. Judge, on the other hand, was hit again by the sword energy, suffered a second injury, and spit out blood again. Advertisement. Kuina sheathed Fushui and walked up to Judge. What do you want to do? Judge asked with a tired look in his eyes, clutching his chest and leaning his back against Yangji's arms. Kuina said indifferently. We want North Blue. Oh. Judge said with a sneer, your dragon-slaying organization is really delusional. Even if I destroy the Germa Kingdom, you will be able to control North Blue? Do you think the world government won't take care of it? Without waiting for Kuina to say anything, Judge continued. Just tell me what you want, as long as I will give you, but you must promise to let me and Yi go. Kuina. At this time, Bardo came over. I said I want North Blue, don't you understand, old boy? Impossible. If that's the case, you might as well just kill me, Judge said angrily. Judge's dream is to one day restore the grandeur of the Germa Kingdom and unify North Blue. How could he agree? Seeing Judge's stiff mouth, Bardo pinched his fingers. It's not impossible to kill you, but it's too troublesome, Kuina said. As long as you listen to us, the Vince Moke family will still rule North Blue, and we can even help you deal with the Donkey D family. If you don't agree, we can only trouble you a bit, kill you and find another spokesperson. Judge's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Kuina to make such a request, but now he has no choice. Okay, I promise you, Judge said with difficulty. Kuina didn't expect Judge's straightforward answer, but she wasn't afraid of Judge's tricks either. He stretched out a hand, and after a few seconds, 4 black energy balls appeared in front of him, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Advertisement. Suddenly, the energy ball sank into the bodies of Judge, father and son at an extremely fast speed. A severe pain hit the whole body, and Ig and Niji, who were seriously injured, passed out directly. What is this? Yang Ji shouted in horror, his hands scratching constantly on his body. Judge suppressed the piercing pain and said, I promised you everything, what else do you want to do? As soon as he finished speaking, the pain in his body disappeared. Guhahaha, old boy, do you think we will believe you if you promise? Bardo leaned in front of Judge, leaning his cheek against his cheek and said, you'd better be obedient, or else your clothes will be stripped off and you will be thrown into the herd of pigs who have eaten aphrodisiacs. Bardo's words came to several people's ears clearly. Kuina thought about that scene, and almost vomited out of his heart. Bardo, shut up, Kuina snapped, can't let him talk anymore. After hearing the words, Bardo quickly said again, see, even a pervert like me is afraid that our big sister will grow up, you'd better be honest. After speaking, he ran back quickly and stood obediently behind Kuina. You be asterisk 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 D is really. Reiju couldn't help complaining. Hey. Regardless of Bardo, Kuina said, just now this is our leader's method. If we find out that you have other thoughts, it will explode in your body.
Let you die without a whole body. Advertisement chapter 184 not interested in money. He originally planned to stabilize Kuina and others first, even if they are overwhelmed now, as long as the Germa kingdom still exists, as long as his 3 sons are still alive, everything can come back. Besides, there is world government behind them. However, Kuina's move completely shattered his illusion. I see. After saying this, Judge no longer had the desire to resist in his eyes. Kuina smiled. In this case, it's time to talk about other things. What? Judge asked. The kingdom of Germa is still your Vince Moke family, but you have to abdicate, Kuina said. Hearing this, Judge said in disbelief. Abdicate? This? He really wanted to spit a mouthful of saliva, but he didn't dare. HMPH, this is already the best result. Secretly, the Germa kingdom is still managed by you, but our people must be kings, Kuina said coldly. The Germa kingdom is a country that can participate in the World Summit. When Reiju becomes the king, there may be some unexpected gains. Your people? Judge said. Kuina then turned to look at Reiju and nodded at her. Reiju stepped forward knowingly, and took off the mask under Judge's suspicious gaze. You are Reiju, Yangzi stammered. The severe pain hit his heart just now. Even if he is a reformed person like him, he still can't bear it. How many years have he felt the pain? Felt it. Suddenly Yangzi felt quite comfortable. It was such a special feeling. Is this pain? Judge also looked at Reiju in astonishment at this moment, speechless for a long time. Advertisement, I really didn't expect it. Could it be that this is retribution? After a long time, Judge spoke softly. He had already guessed the truth of the matter, but there was no need to say it out. In the future, Reiju will be the queen of Germa kingdom. Do you have any objections? Kuina said. Judge looked at Reiju complicatedly. I have no objection. Father. Reiju paused and said, the Vince Moke family will not disappear. Judge heard this with a smile on the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything more. Okay, since we can't die now, let's talk about the aftermath, Kuina said. Then you announced to the outside world that the Germa kingdom was attacked by the dragon-slaying organization, causing heavy casualties and looting of all treasures. After that, you announce your abdication, and the eldest daughter Reiju will become the new king. Judge nodded helplessly. What else could he say now? As for the details, you can make up the details yourself. You, a king, can't even do this well. Understood. Kuina nodded, turned to Bardo and said, contact the leader, the task is completed. Yes. Bardo replied. Reiju, you go back with us first, and come here to stay for a while after the announcement of your succession. Kuina said to Reiju. Well, no problem, it's just that I didn't do anything here, Reiju said a little embarrassed. Just as Kuina was about to say something, Reiju clapped his hands suddenly and said, why don't I take you to the treasure house, there's a lot of money in it. Judge spit out another mouthful of blood when he heard the words, what a crime. Kuina didn't have any objections, they've come here, so why don't they go back with something? Yo, it's done so quickly. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice came out, and a person appeared in the room. Advertisement. Well, it's done. Lin Feng looked at the pitiful judge and his son in the room, and suddenly said, why is there nothing wrong with this, it's not fair. Said that a flash appeared beside Yang Ji, snapped. A slap hit Yang Ji's face, and the latter was directly knocked out. You. Judge subconsciously wanted to curse. What, have an opinion? Lin Feng said without the slightest emotion. No, HMPH, be honest and obedient, no one will hurt you. Help Reiju manage North Blue well in the future, maybe he can enjoy his old age, understand? Lin Feng asked sharply. Clear. After beating, under the leadership of Reiju, half of the wealth of Vince Moke's family was removed and then left. Judge hurriedly sent someone to come in to treat Yiji and Niji, and if he dragged on, he would really die. Lying on the bed, stroking the freshly bandaged wound, Judge muttered, I didn't expect Lin Feng to be Shatong. However, now that they have joined them, North Blue may really be at your fingertips. After speaking, he began to think in his mind how to deal with the world government. After all, he was attacked by Zhanlong, but none of the main personnel died. After that, he would announce his abdication, and there were a lot of things to deal with. Judge only felt the pain in his head, which was more painful than the wound on his body. Lin Feng, who returned to Sabaody at this time, looked at Curry's treasure piled up in the duel arena, feeling nothing at all. Maybe there is too much money, and he has no interest in money now. Chapter 185 Sugar Sauce Luo, Lock Doll, and Mr. Tu Bentham, who got up early, went to the street after breakfast, and the other 3 stayed in the room to guard the celestial dragons in the box. Today I need to find a way to get in touch with Doflamingo, otherwise it will be really difficult to drag him into the water. The 3 of them were walking on the street, when suddenly there was a lot of cheers from a street not far away. The 3 of them hurriedly took a closer look. A cute little girl appeared in sight. She was sitting on a small car, holding a small bowl full of grapes in her arms, eating with relish. She was really cute. On both sides of the car, there were some toy soldiers and dozens of human soldiers armed to the teeth. And let these onlookers go crazy and cheer for it. It was the little girl sitting in the cart, eating grapes with relish. It's Mr. Sugar, come and see, it's Mr. Grano's coming. Master Xiaodong, do you have enough grapes? Our family sells grapes, as long as you want to eat, I can send them to you at any time. Oh, Miss Sugar is so cute, I really want to touch Miss Sugar's face. Numerous cheers drowned Luo and K-Lock Doll. On the trolley, Grano stuck his fingers in the grapes and fed them into his mouth in a bored manner. Santang said depressingly,
There is nothing interesting recently. I really want to go out and play. It's too boring to stay here every day. I just caught a few disobedient untouchables a few days ago. Sugar sauce. How about I let them come over and turn them into toys to play with? With long and thick snot, he turned his head and said with a smile. Advertisement Granu curled her lips when she heard the words, and said with great disgust. I don't want it. Those trash are not qualified to be my toys. I want the cutest one. Hey hee hee hee. The snot-nosed man sniffled and said, then let's go buy more grapes, how about? Granu nodded, and said very cutely, yeah, okay, Torbull, let's go find baby 5 first. No problem, sugar sauce. As more and more people watched, the noise became louder. Xiao Feng looked at Granu like an info. What a cute little girl, I like it so much. It's Torbull, Luo said in a deep voice. Oh, you know? Lok Dal asked. Luo nodded, but did not elaborate. Put your eyes on the little girl. But who is this little girl? Luo Bing didn't know about granulated sugar. When he ate the op fruit and left the Don Quixote family, granulated sugar hadn't been added yet. In the second year after Luo left, Doflamingo brought people to Dressrosa with the addition of sugar. Then Doflamingo became king, and the royal family of Lysu stepped down and was spurned by the people. The army of the Liku royal family and those who resisted the will of the Doflamingo family were all turned into toys by sugar, and the people of the Liku family were hunted down and wanted. Due to the resignation of the Liku royal family, the surrounding countries fell into the turmoil of the war. By buying and selling arms and devil fruit, the Don Quixote family made a fortune in the war, making Dressrosa even richer. The little people were squeezed again by the Don Quixote family. The little people princess and 500 little people were taken to the factory to do coolies. K-Lok Doll heard the words and said, Santang, don't be fooled by her appearance, she is also a ruthless guy. Hearing what K-Lok said, Luo also stared at Granu closely. Since K-Lok, who was once a Shichibukai, said so, there should be nothing wrong, and the two should understand each other. Advertisement. The carriage gradually left the street, and the crowd of onlookers was also stopped. Follow, Clock Doll said and immediately chose a path to get into. The three entered a small alley, and when they reappeared, they had already put on the dragon-slaying robe, and Luo also put on a mask. Shuttle on the trails and eaves quickly attracted the attention of others. Seeing that others were looking at them, Luo greeted everyone with a dry smile. Hi. Since boarding Lin Feng's boat, his originally aloof temperament has gradually become cheerful. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them easily jumped to the roof of a small 2-story building next to them under the amazed eyes of everyone. They jumped back and forth on each roof, and soon they disappeared. The soldiers who had just arrived also had no target to pursue, and stood there at a loss. A person in the distance took out the phone bug and dialed it. Slaying the dragon. Granos asked in surprise, how is it possible? Torbull put down the phone bug in his hand and said, on the street we passed just now, the intelligence organization found the person who slashed the dragon. Santang Zhang, let's go back first, Joker already knows. Granos ate a few grapes in one bite and said, let's go. As soon as the words fell, 3 shadows flew past the carriage and then blocked in front of the carriage. Guhahahaha, where are you going? Lok Doll said holding the golden hook in front of him. At present, he is the only one who knows the true identity of Zhanlong organization by outsiders. Hey, your laughter really doesn't look like a good person, Luo complained from the side. Lok Doll smiled with a cigar in his mouth. HMPH, kid, I'm not a good person in the first place. Chapter 186 Delivery. Torbull sucked his long snot that could never be sucked up, and said, it really is a member of the dragon-slaying gang. At this moment, Granu said nervously, why are you here? This is a guy who can cause headaches for the world government, and their Don Quixote family really can't afford it. You're not entitled to know, Clock Doll said. Once a fellow Shichibukai, K-Lok Doll almost didn't pay attention to Doflamingo at all, and even thought that Mingo was not worthy of being equal to him. Perhaps the strength of the two was almost the same in the past, but now. Take us to Doflamingo. After hearing K-Lockier's words, neither Torbull nor Granos knew what to do next. The person in front of them is definitely not something they can handle. Even if Doflamingo comes, they will definitely not act rashly. Not to mention, there is a mysterious and powerful dragon-slaying organization behind this guy. Just when the two of them didn't know what to do, suddenly, a very recognizable voice came from a distance. Fufurfurfurfurfur, Crocodile B****************** D. Are you trying to start a war with me? Everyone heard the sound and looked. A blond man walked over with extremely arrogant steps, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat and tight cropped pants. The most important thing is the pair of peas shoes. It is one of the present 7 warlords of the sea and king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Behind him is one of the 4 top cadres of the Don Quixote family. Codenamed Blocked, Diamante is the flying fruit capable person who leads the Don Quixote family's fighting group. Advertisement, HMPH, long time no see, Dover brat. Seeing Lok Doll's tone and title now, the arrogant expression on Dover's face suddenly became ugly. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Delivery. The cadres present in Doflamingo all looked like hell, who would believe you? Lock Dahl turned his head to Xiao Feng beside him and said, "Where's the letter?" "Here, here." Xiao Feng quickly took out a letter from his pocket. "Give him." Xiao Feng immediately took it and walked towards Doflamingo, but was blocked by soldiers as soon as he took a step.
Give me the letter, and I'll hand it to Dover myself. Diamante stepped forward and said to Xiao Feng. Brother Lang Ming didn't say a word even though he read duo. Although he didn't think the other party could hurt him, Diamante did it all the time, so he didn't care. Xiao Feng hasn't spoken yet, mainly because K-Lock Doll doesn't want him to talk too much, his voice and way of speaking are too recognizable. You'd better get out of the way. It's a letter ordered by our leader to be handed over to Dover. If you touch a little bit, you will die. Lock Doll jokingly said, smoking a cigar. Boss. Diamante froze on the spot when he heard that. He was the one who defeated Marine Admiral head-on. Others also looked at the letter in Xiao Feng's hand in surprise. Is this actually a letter from the leader of Zhanlong organization? Seeing that Diamante hadn't spoken, Xiao Feng went around and walked towards Doflamingo, and other soldiers also stepped aside. Advertisement at this moment, Doflamingo was extremely angry. This crocodile B************* D was so arrogant with his backing. HMPH, crocodile B********** D. I didn't expect a person like you to become a dog under someone else's hands. Anxious, Doflamingo didn't dare to speak ill of Lin Feng, so he satirized Lock Doll. K-Lock Doll was not angry when he heard the words, he just laughed twice and said, that's better than you. After finishing speaking, there was no more to say. At this time, Xiao Feng had already walked in front of Doflamingo. HMPH. After glaring at K-Lockadar coldly, he stretched out his hand to Xiao Feng. Bring it. Xiao Feng held the letter in his right hand and directly patted it in Doflamingo's hand. Are you courting death? Doflamingo said with a gloomy face. The corner of Xiao Feng's mouth under the mask twitched into a smug smile. Do you dare? Doflamingo almost couldn't hold back for a while, but fortunately Torbull reminded him in time. The letter has been delivered, we have to go. At this time, K-Lock Doll said. Doflamingo and the other cadres looked at the three of them in disbelief. Was it really just sending a letter? Looking at the letter in his hand, Doflamingo suddenly had a strange feeling. Was he being tricked? However, Lock Doll had indeed disappeared before his eyes with Luo and Zhaofeng. Joker, there is definitely a problem with the Dragon Slayer appearing here, Torbull said. I know, Doflamingo said and left directly, leaving the cadres looking at each other. Soon, back in his room, Doflamingo carefully opened the letter with a silk thread, and after confirming that there was no problem, he held it in his hand and read it. Chapter 187 Lock Doll's acting skills. As soon as Luo returned to the room, others noticed that his eyes were full of anger, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. At this time, Lock Doll put a hand on Luo's shoulder and said, the leader said, don't be impulsive, there will be opportunities in the future. Yeah, don't be impulsive. Xiao Feng turned around in front of Luo, and suddenly spread his hands to give Luo a hug. Luo was so scared that he backed away again and again. Don't. My family is so sad, Xiao Feng said with a regretful face. Okay, let's get down to business, K-Lock Doll. The group then left the hotel with the celestial dragons. At this time, Doflamingo, who had just read the letter in the room, suddenly burst into laughter. Fufurfura. Interesting, very interesting. Doflamingo repeated this sentence over and over again before destroying the letter. Would it be interesting to deal with Lin Feng together? The letter mentioned that the Zhanlong organization will launch an attack on Sabaody in a few days, and Marine Admiral will definitely be attracted at that time. That's why the Zhanlong organization sent people to Dressrosa. The purpose is to attract Marine's attention and disperse troops. What Doflamingo has to do is to delay as much as possible after Marine arrives. For this cooperation proposal, Doflamingo thought carefully. He was very willing to deal with Lin Feng. After all, his population auction in Sabaody was wiped out by Lin Feng. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng and then quickly, preferably 10 times. But Doflamingo also has to be cautious. Once this matter is exposed, the entire Don Quixote family will suffer catastrophe if it has anything to do with the Zhanlong organization. In the end, Doflamingo still decided to play it by ear. Since Zhanlong wanted to do something, he just sat on the sidelines and watched the tigers fight. Maybe he could get some benefits. Advertisement. Thinking about it, Doflamingo called Torbull. Do you know where they are now? Torbull sniffed his nose and said, I've lost track. Hearing this, Doflamingo wasn't angry either. He knew the level of his subordinates, and it was obviously impossible to follow that crocodile B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Doflamingo took out a phone bug and called 5 elders directly. Contact us at this time. Dover, what do you want to do? Fooferfurfer, there's good news, do you want to know? Doflamingo laughed. Doflamingo is very happy when he thinks that he has information about the dragon-slaying organization that the world government desperately wants. HMPH, are you a little too complacent? Remember your identity. Hearing this, Doflamingo said with a gloomy face, since this is the case, I can only pretend that I don't know about the dragon-slaying organization. As soon as this remark came out, Doflamingo could clearly hear the old B************ D on the opposite side breathing heavily. Do you know what you're talking about? The voice sounded threatening in it. However, Doflamingo didn't care at all. Hey, why, are you interested? You better tell the truth. Then Doflamingo told the 5 elders about Zhanlong's appearance in Dressrosa, but he didn't say anything about it. Advertisement as for the exchange of benefits from the 5 elders, I really don't know. At this time, in an abandoned maternity room in Dressrosa, Clock Doll was holding a celestial dragon in his hand, grinning at the person across from him. How about it? As long as you cooperate with us, in addition to handing over this celestial dragon to your disposal, the leader also said that it can help you deal with your enemies. After all, our goal is the same, Dover. And Doflamingo looked fiercely at the miserable celestial dragons who were tortured, and suddenly laughed furfurfur. He raised his head and looked at K-Lock Doll with his chin. Target. I don't want to have anything to do with you dragon-slaying lunatics. When Lock Dar heard the words, he threw the celestial dragons to Doflamingo. If you don't cooperate with us, you will never be able to avenge those bastards in Mariajoy. I advise you to think about it. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Our leader cannot that much patience. Doflamingo just reached out to catch the celestial dragons thrown over, raised his hand and slapped him, but he heard K-Lock Dar's words. How do you know? The tone became ghastly. Guhahaha, you don't deserve to know, so hurry up and make a decision. 10 minutes later, several people surrounded Luo and watched the video in his hand intently. How is the performance of Nujia? Xiao Feng excitedly asked Mr. 3 beside him. Good. Lock Doll stood aside in embarrassment. It was his first time acting, and he couldn't help being a little bit reluctant, or acting too hard. No, I have to do it all over again. Luo Zai looked at it carefully several times and then turned to Clockadar and said, your expression is too much, relax. Lock Doll. Chapter 188 Weapon Crafting Skills. Opened the long-lost personal panel to check it out. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spears Quen Xie. War Spears dance with fire and flow flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heartbreaking, The Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army, The Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky, The Sky Soars and the Dragon Flashes, The Flying Dragon is in the Sky, Fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the Wind Rolls Liuyan Close Black Lens Bracket -53% Proficiency. Passive Skills. Chaser of Magic, Wolf the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Self-created skills. 5 Dragons Confining the Sky, a Tribute Attack. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Susano, Flame Control, Fusion Degree 45%. Points. 33,400. Wealth. 326.29 billion. Items. Gravity Space, Big Quick Knife Autumn Leaves, 350 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, 1 Denatured Pill, 2 Blank Devil Fruits, 1 Munch Munch Fruit, 27 Heads of Celestial Dragons. Tongzi, come out. Lin Feng said to the system in his mind. Recently, this guy has become more and more lazy. Gaha? Close black lens bracket. The cheap voice sounded in my mind. Improve both proficiency and fusion for me. 10 points for each item, Lin Feng said. Close black lens bracket, your uncle. I am finally willing to spend it. Close black lens bracket. Alright, no problem, 10,000 points, shut it, buckle it. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt that his eyes and body became hot at the same time, and he quickly took out Kuxi and opened the Sharingan. Loud noises continued to be heard in the gravitational space, and as Lin Feng became faster and faster, his blood-red eyes also left streaks of red light in the space. At this time, outside the gravity space, Hawkeye happened to come here, looking at Lin Feng who was constantly waving the evil spirit in the gravity space with extremely sharp eyes. His whole person seemed to be full of fighting spirit. HMPH, hidden so deeply, UB *********** D. Hawkeye said coldly, and then focused on Lin Feng's movements. Advertisement. At this time, Lin Feng had already fallen into a deep state, completely unaware of Hawkeye's arrival. Soon, 2 hours passed. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Feng checked his skill proficiency again. Hey, why are there 2 extra points? Isn't it too much? I have an epiphany, do you understand? The system said with contempt. That's it, that's good. It would be great if I could have an epiphany once a day. You were thinking about farting. Close black lens bracket. The system said mercilessly. Right, new mission. Do you want to take it? Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Lin Feng said a little excitedly. You are finally not lazy. You be ********** D. Then something suddenly came to mind. Hey, did you forget the mission reward in Daughter's Island last time? Oh, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Don't pretend to be garlic, you just forget it. Open black lens bracket. Didn't you forget it yourself? Close black lens bracket. I remember now, give it to me. Being so forced by Lin Feng, the system couldn't continue pretending not to know. Open black lens bracket. Alright, here you go. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for completing the task. The passive skill fighters will has been converted into an active skill, upgraded to level 8. After listening to the reward, Lin Feng asked suspiciously. I can understand the conversion to an active skill, but it's just the 8th level. Could it be that my previous fighter doesn't even have a level? Or is it only first level? Yes, level 1. Close black lens bracket. What's the matter with your calm tone? I want to sue you for selling defective products, Lin Feng said angrily. Cut, if you can find a place to complain, just complain. Lin Feng was like a leaking ball in an instant. Then how much can this 8th level fighters will be increased? Advertisement, all-round overall strength increased by 40%. So much, open black lens bracket. So much, close black lens bracket.
Can it be improved further? Lin Feng asked. Can be upgraded to level 10. Lin Feng lowered his head and thought for a while and asked, what's the new mission? What, do you want to pick it up? Close black lens bracket. Nonsense, aren't you? How long has it been since I haven't had a mission? System release task. In Naval Headquarters Marshal's office, tell Sengoku, I am actually Shatong. Mission reward. Channels to acquire weapon crafting skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Feng exploded. You want me to blow myself up? What kind of mission are you? I won't accept it. Open black lens bracket, are you sure? Crafting skills. You don't even want it? Close black lens bracket. Lin Feng was silent when he heard the words. This forging skill is indeed a good thing. It can forge skills and moves that he does not have on the weapon. And the system said it is a channel. Does this mean that I can forge different skills on multiple weapons? Thinking about Lin Feng's heartbeat again, but there is no rush for this matter. You have to plan slowly, otherwise it will really explode. Except, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to accept the task. At this time, Hawkeye walked behind Lin Feng. Pick up what? FK. When did you come? Lin Feng turned around and asked in horror. He forgot to answer the system's words in his mind when he was so excited, and actually said it directly. I've come here a long time ago. What are you doing here alone? Hawkeye asked. He was ready to come in just now when Lin Feng finished. I just suddenly saw Lin Feng standing there, his expression constantly changing, excited for a while, angry for a while, and dancing. He even wondered if Lin Feng was sick and had a split personality? Chapter 189 Inheriting the Throne. That's right. Why did you come here? Didn't you just return to your orangutan island not long ago? Hawkeye glanced at Lin Feng rather complicatedly. Sure enough, he had a split personality. It seemed that he didn't want others to know. Forget it, let's keep Lin Feng's illness a secret. You guys are making such a big move, do you need my help? Hawkeye asked. You said this, I don't need it for now, it's not time for you to show up, Lin Feng said casually. As a whole card, Hawkeye cannot be easily exposed. Okay, so, what happened to you just now? Don't tell me, it's nothing. Hawkeye was speechless. I mean, have you improved in strength? Lin Feng suddenly realized. Yeah, why, do you want to have a fight? Hearing that Hawkeye suddenly exuded a frightening aura, which disappeared after a while. Forget it, it's meaningless if you don't fight with all your strength. Let's talk about it when you have time. You can do it now. There are others who are busy. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect Hawkeye to hold back such a duel, and Hawkeye talked a lot today. Okay, when I have time, let's have a good fight. Speaking of you, I'm also curious about how much progress you've made after fusing the Jianshin seeds, Lin Feng said. Do you think I'll tell you? Forget it, let's go drink. After speaking, he walked towards the duel field, and Hawkeye immediately followed after hearing the words. In fact, he came here this time mainly to get some wine. As for whether Lin Feng needs his help, he doesn't worry about it, and Lin Feng will naturally notify him if he needs it. After the two returned to the tavern, Lin Feng first contacted Drago and sent Bardo to Barry and Konis. Advertisement. Lin Feng then received a call from Sengoku. What's the matter, dear Marshal Sengoku? Be serious. Sengoku was almost disgusted by Lin Feng's words. Oh, what's the matter? Sengoku thought about his lines and said, this morning, the North Blue Germa Kingdom was attacked by the Zhanlong organization. Lin Feng understood it as soon as he heard it. It seems that the people of the world government are quite fast, and that Guy Judge seems to have dealt with it. Oh, so why are you telling me this? Lin Feng asked, pretending not to understand. King Germa announced his abdication just now, and the new King Germa will be succeeded by his eldest daughter, Vince Mo K. Reiju, Sengoku said. What the hell? Reiju? Are you sure you're not joking? Lin Feng said in surprise. Sengoku said angrily. Is it necessary for this old man to lie to you? Don't let this Reiju succeed, so why don't those three emotionless guys become kings? Lin Feng thinks about it. He didn't expect Sengoku to even think of the reason. It seems that Reiju's appointment as the new king is really a logical thing. So, you haven't said why you're looking for me, Lin Feng said. Sengoku held back for a long time before saying, Lin Feng, this man is lustful, I can understand it, but Reiju is now the queen of the Germa kingdom. It's time for you to let him go. He has been holding him like this, can't make it through. After listening to Sengoku's words, Lin Feng felt a black thread. You old B*****************, D. What are you talking about? Isn't it? Sengoku asked suspiciously. Of course not. Let me tell you, Reiju voluntarily boarded the ship because he couldn't stand the long-term oppression. Don't ruin my reputation. Lin Feng said righteously that he must not let this old thing ruin his reputation for the rest of his life. Advertisement. Sengoku said in astonishment. Yes, is that so? Certainly, take what you said as true, and put him back quickly. Don't delay the matter, Sengoku said helplessly. He didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. What do you mean by that? Please explain to me clearly. Lin Feng is quitting. This sounds like a scumbag quotes, it's so irritating. It's just that as soon as he finished speaking, the call was unilaterally hung up by Sengoku. FK. Scumbag. Hawkeye listened clearly. Scumbag. What's the situation? Could it be that, hiss? Hey, what's that expression on your face? Seeing that Hawkeye suddenly sat away from him, Lin Feng asked in confusion. It's nothing. Do you still want to drink? Hawkeye stood up straight away and was about to leave. Lin Feng quickly grabbed him with sharp eyes and hands. Drink.
After having a satisfying drink with Hawkeye, Lin Feng found Reiju and Kuina. Arrange a boat to go to North Blue. Hearing this, Kuina sat next to Lin Feng and asked, "What's wrong?" Sengoku called and told Reiju to go back and take the throne. Kuina and Reiju said almost simultaneously, "So fast?" Lin Feng put his arms around Kuina and said helplessly, "Yeah, I didn't expect that either." "Reiju, you arrange a boat to go to North Blue to show off, and then I'll just take you there, you don't need to go to the boat yourself." After listening, Reiju nodded and turned around and went out. Chapter 190 Aokiji arrives in Dressrosa. People from Marine and World Government have landed on a large scale, almost door-to-door searches. Locke and the others remained unmoved by what happened outside, and concentrated on acting in the abandoned factory building. "It's finished, it's finished," Xiao Feng hugged Luo and shouted excitedly. At this time, the hearing was finally over, and Clock Doll fell to the ground with his eyes closed. The place where several people are located has not been searched by the Marine side, and K-Lock Doll slept until the afternoon. He opened his eyes in a daze, and glanced at the other people who were also asleep. K-Lock Doll said with a wry smile, "In the future, you can't do this kind of thing again." Rubbing his face vigorously, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Feng. Not long after, a space vortex appeared in the room, and Lin Feng walked out from it. "Boss." Clock Doll stood up quickly and said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the sleeping people around him, then walked to the unconscious celestial dragons. Magic battle energy emanated from the hands, condensed into silk threads, and pierced through the body of celestial dragons in an instant. "It's cheap for you, you died so simply. Leave the body here, and you can hide in another place," Lin Feng said to K-Lockadar. At this time, the rest of the people were also awakened by the movement just now. After seeing Lin Feng, they hurriedly stood up and stood aside in a dignified manner. "Next, be careful. Advertisement, Admiral is probably coming soon, you just need to show up from time to time, you don't need to confront them head-on." "Yes." Several people replied in unison. After speaking, Lin Feng took the camera in Luo's hand and left. "Let's go, it's time for us to go out for activities," K-Lock Doll said and walked out first. A few people walked on the street blatantly, and soon attracted a group of Marines and CPs. Then there was a battle royale game, and several people kept walking between the houses. After a while, I went out to play a few saps, and then disappeared again. The tossing made these Marine soldiers miserable, and this rhythm continued until the night. 3 days later, on the coast of Dressrosa, a warship just docked here. Disembarking from the warship is Aokiji, Kazaru is in Mariajoy, and Akainu is completely stuck in the occasional fight between Kaido and Whitebeard. "Ah, you said you don't need a warship, really?" Aokiji couldn't help complaining as soon as he got off the warship. "Aokiji Admiral, the situation here is really urgent, and there is no delay," a Marine colonel said helplessly. "If you really let you come here by bicycle, the day Lily will be cold." Aokiji heard the words and asked, "How is the situation now?" "Report Aokiji Admiral, there are currently 6 people who have appeared in Dressrosa, and we are hunting them down." "Oh, 6 people. Advertisement?" "Yes, Aokiji Admiral, the leader is not Shitong, the leader of Zhanlong, but Clock Dar from the original Shichibukai," the colonel said. Hearing this, Aokiji said, "It's that guy. Forget it, just leave them alone." Aokiji said casually, "Those guys are not easy to catch." "Aokiji Admiral, this." The colonel wanted to say something else. "Those guys like me have been walking dogs for a few days. Now that Admiral finally came, it seems that the salty fish will turn around and vent his anger." "Aokiji, did you say to ignore them?" "Go to Doflamingo's castle first." Aokiji's tone sounded very lazy, but there was an irresistible feeling in it. The colonel shivered uncontrollably and quickly responded, "Yes." At this time, in the castle of the Don Quixote family in the Highland of the King, Doflamingo also knows that Aokiji has come. But he didn't think it was against him, after all, he was Shichibukai now, and he still had that identity. What he just couldn't understand was, since Aokiji is here, why don't he rush to arrest those who cut the dragon, why come to him? "Dover, people have arrived." At this moment Diamandi came in and said to Doflamingo. Before he could respond, Aokiji rushed in with a group of Marines. Along the way, no matter whether they were cadres or not, no one dared to say a single word, let alone stop them. "Ah, you didn't run away, I really didn't expect it," Aokiji said as soon as he came in. Doflamingo looked at Aokiji vigilantly and asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that you are still here to arrest me?" Listening to Aokiji, Doflamingo was pretty sure that this guy was coming for him, but why? Could it be that the matter with Zhanlong was exposed? "But I didn't do anything." "Where's the celestial dragons?" Aokiji asked without further ado. "Celestial dragons? What's the meaning?" Doflamingo saw that Aokiji said something he didn't understand as soon as he came in, so he asked, "What celestial dragons?" Chapter 191 The framed Doflamingo. Just after Lin Feng took the camera back, he opened the Kamui space to find the space imprint left in naval headquarters before, and threw the camera out directly. After Marine got the camera that appeared suddenly, he checked it immediately. Then the news received inside made Sengoku and other Marine executives furious. After reporting layer by layer, 5 elders soon knew about it. Dover, B***************************** D, 2-5 boy, he even took advantage of both sides. It must have been Zhanlong who had kept a secret when he came into contact with Dover. He only exposed the video after knowing that his whereabouts were exposed because of Dover. Who's Admiral going to Dressrosa? Let him bring back that B**************** D and over. As for Doflamingo, when he saw that he was actually trading with K-Lock Doll and started beating celestial dragons, the whole person went down. This, Dover, is this true? Diamante looked at him in astonishment and asked. Impossible, Joker hasn't been out since he came back, Torbull said slowly, shaking his nose. Young master. The others were also amazed, they didn't expect Doflamingo to do such a thing so quietly, it's you. As for Doflamingo, it was uncomfortable, his face was covered with dark clouds, his eyes under the sunglasses were full of disbelief, and the corners of his mouth were twitching constantly. It's not me. Finally Doflamingo came to such a conclusion, the whole person looked quite calm. Advertisement is expected of a person who takes both black and white, with an official background and dark forces, he can be so calm in such a situation. Well, it doesn't count if you said it, Aokiji said. Do you have the final say? Doflamingo snapped back. Aokiji stared at him blankly, it's not just me who has the final say. Having a relationship with Zhanlong and abusing celestial dragons, you should know the seriousness of the matter. Whether it's true or not, you have to come with me, Aokiji said blankly. It really doesn't sound like there's any room for negotiation. Was it your Marine's idea or the 5 old things from the world government? Doflamingo gritted his teeth. You talk too much, pirate. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said, I can go back with you to meet the 5 elders, but after you catch these dragon-slaying bastards, I must know who is setting me up. Capturing Zhanlong is my job, although it is very troublesome, Aokiji said, but since I am here, I must do my duty as Marine Admiral, so you don't need to talk about it. Doflamingo. I believe you are a ghost, no one knows what kind of temper you are, and you are still doing your duty, it is good if you don't release the water. But Doflamingo didn't say anything more. Now that this video appears, those old guys at Mariajoy must have a big opinion on themselves, even if it turns out to be fake. Advertisement what's more, it's Marine Admiral standing in front of him now, hands. What a joke. Doflamingo said with a serious look, then I hope Aokiji Admiral can do his duty and catch those guys early. Well, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. Aokiji looked at Doflamingo and said blankly, are you going to the warship by yourself, or should I have someone take you there? Hey, I just promised to meet those old guys, but I didn't promise to go on the warship now. Doflamingo sneered, now, you are still here with me. When the dragon-slaying people run away, you still want to go to the warship. How to explain it? Aokiji picked his ear. Do you want me to do it? You. Doflamingo was so angry that he said so much, is it useless? HMPH, I'll go by myself, he said the most embarrassing words in the most ferocious tone. Soon, after coming out of Doflamingo's castle, Aokiji still concentrated on his work, leading a group of marines to wander the streets leisurely. Aokiji didn't think at all that he could catch the dragon-slaying people this time. Past experience told him that if these dragon-slaying people wanted to escape, no one would be able to keep them. As for the Clockadar and several other Zhanlong members who appeared here now, they obviously have ulterior motives, and it seems that they are deliberately dealing with Marine. Why? Procrastination. Is there anything worth noting here? After thinking about it, Aokiji felt very tired, so let's throw it to Sengoku. Pulling out the phone bug from his pocket, Aokiji called Sengoku without hesitation. Chapter 192 Tune the tiger away from the mountain. Marshal Sengoku, I have arrived in Dressrosa, but I found a very strange problem, Aokiji said. Sengoku was a little surprised when he heard the words, this guy Kuzan is actually so serious about his work. Oh, what's the problem? Aokiji thought for a while and said, 3 days, it took me 3 full days to come from the headquarters. If the Dragon Slayer wanted to escape, he should have run away long ago. Sengoku frowned and said, and then? But they are still in Dressrosa now, don't you think it's strange? Aokiji paused and continued, it seems to be intentional, or Dressrosa has something that Zhanlong needs, so they have to stay here. Or, it's delaying time. After Aokiji's analysis, Sengoku thought for a while and said, even if we now know that they are deliberately delaying time, we still don't know what their purpose is. Hold me? Turn the tiger away from the mountain? Aokiji said firmly. This is the only possibility right now. Tune the tiger away from the mountain? Could it be? It is very possible that the 3 admirals are not in the headquarters at present, and this is indeed a good opportunity to attack, Aokiji said. Sengoku thought about it and denied this conjecture. If Zhanlong really wants to attack naval headquarters, then there must be a reason. What is the purpose of doing this? Even though Aokiji and Akainu are currently in New World, Kizaru can come back anytime and Sengoku is still here, and Garp, and a host of generals. Don't you just ignore them. No, there must be other reasons. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, he heard a voice from the phone bug. Advertisement, what's wrong? Sengoku asked hastily. After listening to the report, Aokiji said with a heavy tone, the bodies of celestial dragons were found. Boom. Sengoku suddenly felt that the matter was serious. Is that it? Well, it's the one in the video, Aokiji said affirmatively. While the two were talking on the phone, the bodies of celestial dragons had been carried in front of him. After a closer look, Aokiji said, the fatal injury looks like it was done by Doflamingo. This B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** contained first, Sengoku roared. But Aokiji said, the current situation is not suitable for arresting him directly. There is something strange about this matter. I think it may be a plot by Zhanglong. Besides, he will come back with me. If he is arrested by force, it will add trouble. After calming down, Sengoku said, since this is the case, I will leave the matter over there to you. If the goal of Zhanlong is really to hold you back, then their goal has been achieved. The celestial dragons are dead. The dragon slayers are still active there, and you can't come back without doing anything anyway. It's really troublesome. Hang up first. Aokiji hung up the phone neatly and said to the people beside him. Everyone intensifies the search, the louder the noise, the better. Yes. Seeing that everyone else rushed out, Aokiji walked leisurely. How could it be possible to catch it? Really, it's a waste of time. To deal with the dragon slayers, according to what Kizaru said, you have a chance to catch them only if they come to you for a fight, otherwise if they want to run away, don't chase them, it's useless. The leader of Zhanlong is too stupid. In the past, when Lock Dahl led people to attack world government ships and strongholds, Kizaru also had a few chances to encircle and succeed, and he couldn't catch people. Advertisement suddenly that blood pupil appeared and took the person away. Where do you make people reason? Unless, follow into the space Uzumaki created by Shitong. This is what Kizaru said to Aokiji, but no one knows what is on Uzumaki's other end. How dare you rush in so stupidly and sweetly, and it's not a kainu. Thinking about it, Aokiji walked into a hot spring hotel. How did I get here? After Aokiji came back to his senses, he looked at a group of beauties in front of him. Is this fate? On K. Lockheeder's side, the few people almost changed places with one shot, bringing the essence of guerrilla warfare to the ultimate level. After learning of Aokiji's arrival, several people became even more careful. It took a long time to go out to show up and tell the Marines and the CPs of the world government that we are still here, come and catch us. At this time, Lin Feng, who was in Sabaody, looked at the information from Drago. Tomorrow morning, there will be heavenly gold paid by more than 20 countries from different places on the Four Seas and Grand Line to the Holy Land Mariajoy. The Revolutionary Army is all ready. As long as the warship sails into the open sea after departure, they will start immediately. What Lin Feng has to do here is to be ready to respond at any time. As long as any Revolutionary Army team encounters an unexpected situation, he will immediately go to support it. Everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow's arrival. It's just that tomorrow morning, there will be another major event. Marshal Sengoku, I'm sorry, you should be more tired, Lin Feng thought to himself. It's going to happen tomorrow, are you sure I don't need to help? Kuina walked up to Lin Feng and asked. No, the most important thing for you now is to perfect your sword skills, and your strength will be greatly improved by then. During this period of time, Kuina's swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds, and Lin Feng didn't want to let her go out to do errands at this time. Well, what Lin Feng said is right, you need to calm down. Hawkeye sat opposite the two and said while drinking comfortably. Chapter 193 Molested Enel Lin Feng came to Bardigo alone early in the morning, and sat in the rear with Drago, ready to support at any time. Kuina and Hawkeye are cultivating in the gravitational space. With Hawkeye's guidance, Lin Feng believes that Kuina's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in a short time. At this time, Lin Feng, who had already put on the dragon-slaying robe, was standing in the combat conference room of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, and everyone except Drago looked at him curiously. Hey, that's Shui Tong, the leader of the Zhanlong organization. It doesn't look any different. Nonsense, dressed like that, what can you see? Keep your voice down, or you will be in trouble if you offend others. Someone reminded. No way, our Revolutionary Army and Zhanlong are cooperating. Who knows, that's a murderous guy, so be careful. Don't you have eyes? The man asked with big innocent eyes. At this time, Lin Feng, who was eavesdropping with his ears pricked up, almost spewed out a mouthful of salt soda. FK, why not? What are you doing? Drago held a phone bug in his hand and kept giving orders to the teams ambushing in various sea areas. Seeing Lin Feng tremble suddenly, he asked strangely. It's nothing, right? Haven't you started yet? Lin Feng replied with a pretended deep voice. Advertisement. No, there are still a few countries where the heavenly gold will not leave for a while, Drago said. Well, it's a pity, it's a bit small, and there are only more than 20 countries. Although this is a bit painful for the world government, it's just a flesh wound, Lin Feng said with a little regret. But he didn't know how cheap these words sounded to Dorag's ears. What a shame. This is the day he picked out with great difficulty. Not only are the ships transporting the most gold in the sky today, but they are also from rich countries. Does this make you dislike it? How rich are you? If you really don't like it, why don't you ask for it and give it to the Revolutionary Army? We are really poor. Glancing at Lin Feng viciously, Drago said, are you sure you can support in time? Lin Feng said helplessly after hearing the words. Yes. How many times have you asked this, really? I won't joke about the lives of my subordinates, Drago said seriously. TCH. Say it like I would. Lin Feng complained and continued. You ask each team to send someone to guard the phone bug at all times, and contact here if there is an emergency. Dorag nodded and ordered immediately. Right, where's Sabo? I went out too. That kid clamored to grab the most gold in the sky, and even made a bet with that Enel. Whoever grabs the most should call the other brother. Drago also said helplessly, and now Sabo is the chief of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, still messing around like this. It's really naive. This Enel is such an adult and still does this kind of thing. I won't teach him a lesson when he comes back. After hearing this, Drago just wanted to say that you still look like a leader, but then he heard Lin Feng muttering in a low voice. You don't tell me such a good thing. Or are you being too naive? Dorag asked himself this way. Advertisement at this time, a ship prepared by the Revolutionary Army was floating on a piece of sea in New World. Enel leaned against the railing of the deck in boredom, holding a fishing rod in his hand, staring straight at the sea. His face gradually became anxious. 10 minutes later. Convex, top pan O. It's strange to be able to catch it. I don't know how the big, stupid Asa would like this kind of thing. Enel propped his head on one hand and couldn't stop complaining. Staying on this dilapidated ship for the past few days has nothing to do, and there are not as many entertainment facilities as there are on the Xingqian. Dare to talk to him. Hey, big fool, how many fish did you catch? At this time, a woman came over wearing a gray robe with the same logo as Zhanlong. Enel said without turning his head when he heard the words, none of your business, a woman who is in the way. Tisk tisk, as expected of a guy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, he can only swear at others. You leader is really wise, let Senju watch you. Betty didn't care about Enel's words at all. After getting along these few days, she could tell that this guy who claimed to be codenamed the Great Sage in Zhanlong was a stick, with a little brains, but not much. It's interesting though. Betty wanted to tease him, but Enel said uncharacteristically and lazily. Oh, it's rare to talk to you, I don't want to talk to you. Enel is very depressed now, not because he can't catch fish, nor because he is bored, but because of the woman behind him. Even with the eyes of a straight man like Enel, he has to admit that this woman is indeed charming and gorgeous, except for her clothes that are too revealing and her words that make people angry. She is basically impeccable. Chapter 194. In short, this woman is now almost always thinking of embarrassing him, and occasionally teasing herself, but he couldn't talk to her, so he couldn't do anything yet. So Enel upholds the principle that he can't be provoked and can't hide. Almost where there is him, there is no Betty, and where there is Betty, there is no him. Look now, this guy has put away his fishing rod and is ready to go back to his room. Betty watched Enel walk past her, but grabbed Enel's clothes and pulled him back, speaking in a very charming voice. Why is it so uncomfortable to talk to me? Enel shook off Betty's hand and said in disgust, don't you know it's hard? Oh, what do people know? If you don't tell me, how will they know how uncomfortable you are? HMPH. Enel snorted coldly and hurried away. Betty licked her fingers lightly and said, little boy, I can't cure you anymore. After speaking, he picked up another fishing rod on the deck and started fishing. After a while, a fat big fish jumped out of the sea, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and landed firmly in Betty's hands. At this moment, a soldier of the Revolutionary Army came over and said respectfully, Commander Betty Army. Say, the people we planted over there have sent news that the world government's transportation team has already set off, and the leader asked us to prepare here. Betty nodded and said, understood, let everyone prepare for battle. Advertisement, yes. At the same time, in other places in the New World waters, there were also other Revolutionary Army ships ready to go. Hey, big man, are you nervous? The little girl Betty flew up and patted Asa on the shoulder and asked. Hey, no, are you scared, little Betty? Asa turned his head and asked with a smile. Little Betty floated in the air and nodded and said, a little bit, this is the first time not to fight beside Lin Feng big brother and sister Kuina, and I feel a little uncertain. When Asa heard this, he stretched out his hand and patted the little girl's shoulder as well. Boom, it's okay, I will protect you, Asa said, scratching his head with one hand and laughing. But little Betty lay on the ground and said viciously, forget it, I almost died in your hands before I was beaten to death by others. Asa heard the words and looked down in surprise. You're not dead, are you? Sorry, I accidentally used too much force. Well. Little Betty really didn't know what to say at this time, but it just so happened that a soldier of the Revolutionary Army came over and said, you two, we are about to act. Are you with us, or? Oh, just act on your own, we don't need to worry about it here. Little Betty patted the dust on her hands and said. Advertisement, yes. The revolutionary soldiers entered the cabin to report immediately after receiving the reply. On the other side, Barry, Konis, and Bartolomeo also got the news of their upcoming action. The three of them were not worried at all, and they had already fought against the landlord under the leadership of Barry. Surrounding him stood a circle of onlookers from the Revolutionary Army. Just as the battle was getting more intense, a person suddenly ran out of the cabin and shouted loudly, let's go, let's go. After hearing the words, everyone dispersed and returned to their posts. Konis put away all the poker. Okay, let's get down to business first. Yeah, after waiting for several days, I can finally move around. Barry stood up and stretched his shoulders and said. Bartolomeo leaned in front of Konis. Senior Konis, I will definitely protect you, so you can grab money with peace of mind. Konis. Drago, who was in Baldigo, immediately issued an action order to all the ships after receiving that all the gold transport ships in the sky had set off. Especially the teams with the help of people who killed the dragon. According to the news from the intelligence, several teams of the world government transporting the heavenly gold this time were escorted by Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and some even had 2 of them. The people from Lin Feng were in charge of 3 of these teams, and the rest were assigned by the Revolutionary Army itself, such as Sabo and Koala, or other cadres of the Revolutionary Army. The most worrying thing is the news from Enel, who is in charge of inquiring about intelligence, that there are 2 vice admirals on board this warship, as well as a large number of marine soldiers and world government members. Lin Feng and Drago did not expect this situation, but they did not make other adjustments. First, Enel's personal combat power is very strong, and there are Robin and Betty's army commander next to him. Second, even if there is a problem, Lin Feng can also support at any time, so there is no need to worry. Chapter 195. Then news came one after another, and all the warships that were targeted were intercepted, and then a large-scale conflict broke out. On the Revolutionary Army ship that was ready to fight at any time, Betty held a telescope in her hand and observed the direction of the warship. She had been lying in ambush for several days, just for this moment, and there must be no mistakes. There it is, Betty shouted suddenly. Come yet? Yeah. Putting down the binoculars, Betty turned around and said, everyone is paying attention, the target has appeared. Can we do it? Enel asked. What's the rush, let's observe first. Saying this, Betty raised the binoculars again. Several people lined up, looking at the increasingly clear warship in the distance. At this time, on the warship, the lookout also spotted the ship ahead, and quickly reported to Vice Admiral on the warship. At this time, no matter what ship appeared on their route, they must be vigilant. Soon 2 Vice Admirals came out from the cabin. Both of them had their hair back. One of them had a scar on his left eye. He was wearing his hair back and was smoking a cigar. The other's most distinctive feature is his mustache. Walking to the bow, the 2 took out the binoculars to observe the ships on the route ahead. Styles, we seem to be in trouble. Everyone be alert, Shi Tears ordered loudly, then looked at the people beside him and said, Geisha, be careful, the other party is not easy. Geisha Vice Admiral heard the words and said, HMPH, I don't know who is so bold to intercept Tianshongjin. Advertisement. As soon as Geisha finished speaking, the expression on Shi Tears' face became ugly. What's wrong? Jew, it's actually the one who slays the dragon, Shi Tears said in astonishment. And Geisha widened her eyes and looked carefully after hearing what Styles said. It's dangerous. The 2 looked nervously at the ships of the Revolutionary Army, and quickly ordered someone to report the situation to Naval Headquarters for support. And the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, holding weapons in their hands at this time, looked at the warship ahead with excited expressions, grabbing the gold from the sky. It's so G exciting. There are really 2 Vice Admirals on the Marine side. 2, just 2, stinky woman, you must be scared, Enel said. Afraid? Deshanpao, you must be out of your mind. Just this kind of formation can't scare me. Soon after the 2 ships approached, under the influence of Betty's encouragement, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army rushed onto the warship, and soon fought with the Marine soldiers. Enel and Robin did not move, their eyes fixed on the 2 Vice Admirals on the warship. I'll deal with one, and leave the rest to you 2, Enel said to Robin and Betty. Robin nodded, but Betty said, I can deal with one myself. Why don't Senju take someone to transport the gold from the sky? Alright, then I'll go there first. Robin jumped up after speaking. Seeing this, Shi Tears immediately drew out his samurai sword and rushed towards Robin. Don't even think about it. Advertisement. However, Robin ignored him at all, jumped onto the warship, and went straight to the cabin. Just when Shi Tears was about to hit Robin with his samurai sword, a tall figure stood in front of Shi Tears. Your opponent is me. After speaking, Enel rushed towards Shi Tears with his pitch-black fists raised. Captain Betty's army also met another Vice Admiral Geisha. Should I say it or not, he deserves to be the commander of the Revolutionary Army. This strength is really not covered. This set of punches and kicks made Geisha Vice Admiral back again and again. Enel is naturally not to be outdone. Although Steers is also a veteran Vice Admiral, and his armament hockey is also very good, but he is against the pervert Enel. Even without the Thunder Fruit ability, Enel relied on a pair of fists that covered armament hockey, and he fought extraordinarily fiercely with Steers. And those other Marine soldiers and world government personnel were quickly put to the ground by the Revolutionary Army soldiers. It's not just a difference in strength, it's mainly a difference in numbers. The Revolutionary Army came prepared. If the enemy is in the dark and the enemy is in the clear, if they cannot take down the opponent, the Revolutionary Army will not even think about overthrowing the world government. Not long after, Betty and Enel punched the 2 Vice Admirals in the face almost at the same time. Hey, you 2 have a tacit understanding. At this time, Robin had already walked out of the cabin, saw Enel and Betty's movements almost the same, and said with a smile. Who has a tacit understanding with this woman? It's just a coincidence. Enel said without stopping the movement of his hands, and directly knocked Shi Tears unconscious with a punch. Betty quickly knocked Geisha down, knocked Geisha unconscious with the same punch, then turned to Enel and said viciously. You dead mountain cannon, I will kill you when the mission is over. Cut, crazy woman. Seeing this scene, Robin said helplessly. You're useless if I give you a chance. As he spoke, he walked over to check the 2 Vice Admirals who had passed out in a coma. Chapter 196. Sacred Fire. Fire punch. No problem. I just took a look. There is indeed a lot of gold in the sky on this warship. I don't think we need to carry the gold from the sky. Enel heard the words and said, don't move, then why are we here? Betty on the side thought for a while and said, you mean to move directly? Yes, move all these Marines to our ship. Robin laughed. That's a good idea, let's do it. After Betty finished speaking, she lifted Geisha Vice Admiral and threw it out fiercely. Other Revolutionary Army soldiers immediately moved all the injured and incapacitated Marines to their own boats, and at the same time cleaned up all the traces left behind. The same thing happened to almost all the Revolutionary Army teams that robbed warships. After all, warships are much better than the ships they temporarily prepared, so don't take them for nothing. For Barry, Konus and Bardo, they unexpectedly met 2 Vice Admirals. Dalmesia Vice Admiral is a zone fruit capable person who can maintain human and animal form for a long time. Zone dog fruit Madara point dog form. Mozambique Vice Admiral, a Vice Admiral who uses a katana like steers. Since Barry and Bardo cannot use the fruit ability, they attack one person together. And Conus is a transformed elf, holding a bow and arrow and fighting with Vice Admiral of Mozabia. The battle between the two sides is on the verge of breaking out. Even if Bardo and Barry deal with Dalmisia Vice Admiral, they can't take advantage of it at all. This guy's strength cannot be shaken by two people who cannot use the fruit ability. Fortunately, the strength of Vice Admiral of Mozambique is not very good. Conus flew in the air and rained arrows, not only people, but also potholes on the deck. Vice Admiral of Mozambique was condensed by natural energy. Cheng's rain of arrows kept bombarding him, and finally fell on the deck in embarrassment. Conus immediately put away his bow and arrow, raised his hands above his head, and the angel wings behind him fluttered gently, holy fire. Advertisement. As the words fell, Dalmisia, who was fighting back and forth with Barry, suddenly burst into violent flames at his feet, enveloping his whole body. Seeing this, Barry and Bardo quickly backed away. Dalmisia Vice Admiral, who was trapped by the sacred fire, wanted to use the armed defense to rush out, but was surprised to find that he could not move, and his body seemed to be paralyzed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, when the flames disappeared and Dalmisia was still unable to move, two big black fists from Barry and Bardo pressed on his chest, one left and one right. Immediately after Conus fell to the deck, the three of them stunned the Vice Admiral together. If Conus knew that the Vice Admiral who was beaten up by them was one of the disciples of Teacher Zephyr, she said, she wondered if she would be more lenient. The next operation is almost exactly the same as that of Enel, moving people and changing ships. Lin Feng, on the other hand, shuttled between the Four Seas and the Grand Line when Drago received a request for support. As one good news after another came, Duo Lage gradually let go of the heart that has been hanging. Just after Lin Feng came back from supporting a team, the phone bug in Drago's hand rang again. Boss, we are in trouble here. Sabo's voice came out. Say, what's the situation? Drago's heart that had just been let go suddenly raised his throat again. The mission went smoothly at the beginning, but it was discovered by the nearby Marine performing the mission during the retreat. Now I have 3 Vice Admirals and 2 Rear Admirals behind me. Hearing that, Drago asked with a serious expression, how did you meet Marine who was on a mission? Who are they? Well, wait for me to ask. So Drago heard Sabo's voice asking Koala from the phone bug. He came back after a while. Boss, Vice Admiral is Bastiyu, Huashaoshan, and there is another one I don't know. Advertisement, Rear Admiral, I don't know any of them. After listening to Sabo's report, Drago asked, do you need support? Hey, no need. Sabo said with a smile. He mainly made this call to report the situation. With his current strength, the Marine lineup like this is really not enough at all. Okay, then be careful yourself and come back as soon as possible, Drago enjoined. For Sabo, he has high hopes, but absolutely nothing will happen. After hanging up the phone, Sabo looked at the several warships that were constantly chasing after him, the corners of his mouth under the mask slightly raised. It's time. After finishing speaking, Sabo jumped up from the deck, countless blue flames emerged from his body, and the dragon-slaying robe was also fluttering in the wind. This is the first time he has shown his ice flame fruit to the outside world. Ace doesn't count that time. On several warships, several Vice Admiral Rear Admiral looked at the blue figure in the sky, and immediately prepared to be attacked at any time. Fire Fist. As Sabo's shout spread, overwhelming icy flames surged out instantly, sweeping across a large area of the sea, forming a wide and high wall of fire between the two. Several Marine generals felt a wave of heat in an instant, followed by a biting cold. Hey, what's going on here, Logia? I didn't expect such a tricky character to appear in Zhanlong. Several Vice Admirals were discussing with each other, but they didn't come forward to catch up. If the warship forcibly passes through such a wide wall of fire, it is afraid that it will suffer heavy damage. Look, what is that? Suddenly one of the Rear Admirals exclaimed. Chapter 197. You can't be the only one shocked under the blazing ice blue flames. The seawater actually froze. This sea area is frozen under their noses, but this is unreasonable, isn't that a flame? Huashaoshan, have you ever seen such an ability? Bastiyu Vice Admiral asked. Huashaoshan Vice Admiral shook his head seriously and said, I've never heard of it, it's both fire and ice. Does such a Logia really exist? Several Marine generals looked at each other, and for a while, no one could speak. After a long time, Huashaoshan said, let's report the matter here first. The gold in the sky is lost, and the world government may put pressure on us again. A Rear Admiral on the side nodded and ordered people to report. Bastiyu looked at the fire in front of him in the frozen sea and said, it seems that we can't catch up. Who are the dragon-slaying organizations? Hearing this, Huashaoshan sneered and said, the one who slays the dragon. Not necessarily. Oh, you mean someone else? But this guy was wearing the clothes of the dragon-slaying organization just now? HMPH, this person is of course. Others, not necessarily. Maybe they are pirates. Or, the Revolutionary Army. Huashaoshan said his guess. Didn't you notice? The dragon-slaying logo on other people's clothes is obviously fake. After speaking, Huashaoshan walked back to the cabin angrily, grabbing the phone bug in the hands of the communicator. Today, he will personally report to Sengoku. When he dialed the phone, he heard Sengoku's furious voice immediately, and then reported what happened here one by one. When Huashaoshan finished telling what happened, he thought Sengoku would be as angry as before burn. Who knew there was no sound? Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku. Huashaoshan tried to shout twice, and then heard Sengoku say calmly.
You continue with your tasks, and you don't need to worry about this matter. Hearing that, Hua Xiaoshan Vice Admiral nodded in surprise, although Sengoku couldn't see it. Oh yes. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xiaoshan felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he dialed the phone again. In the next 10 minutes, the expression on Hua Xiaoshan's face changed from surprise, anger, to amazement, incredible, and then summed it up in one word: I am stupid. The people who killed the dragon didn't just attack this warship, but snatched all the heavenly gold transported today at the same time. This is heaven-defying, a huge event. Hua Xiaoshan felt that his heart couldn't bear it. Medicine. Medicine. The soldier on the side immediately took out a quick-acting heart relief pill and gave it to Hua Xiaoshan to eat. After a long while, Hua Xiaoshan walked out of the cabin, looked at several colleagues who cast questioning glances in front of him, sighed, and said everything he had just learned. After listening to it, several people almost had the same reaction as Hua Xiaoshan, with extremely funny expressions. Seeing Hua Xiaoshan feels so comforting. I can't be the only one shocked by this kind of thing. Advertisement at this time, in naval headquarters, almost all the marine generals who are still in the headquarters are present in the conference room. Sengoku stands in front and keeps giving orders one after another, and some generals rush out from time to time. As time passed, there were only a few people left in the room. Sengoku, this incident is obviously planned by the other party for a long time, and it is not your responsibility. Staff Crane said aloud, seeing Sengoku's helpless and angry expression. That's right, Sengoku, don't think too much, right? Do you want to try the limited edition senbei? Even Garp could see that his old friend was very preoccupied at this time, and even took his own senbei come out. Hearing this, Sengoku gave Garp a hard look. Bring it. Well, Garp was stunned for a moment. I just said that, you really want it. But looking at the result of the battle, Garp took out the senbei and opened it first, eating more than half of it before handing it to Sengoku. Hey, the old man is interesting enough. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was still chewing with a big mouth, and snatched the senbei from his hand. Sengoku ate up the crackers, took a sip of tea and said, what do you think of what happened today? While talking about you, he stared at Staff Crane. Today's matter, combined with the action of killing the dragon a few days ago, it must be a premeditated action, and even the other party can know the departure time and route of each of our transport ships. This is not something that can be done in a day or two. Arrived. The other party has a very reliable intelligence system. Staff Officer Crane raised a cup of tea at this point, moistened his throat and continued. Aokiji was forced to stay for investigation because of Zhanlong's appearance in Dressrosa. From here onwards, it is one of the opponent's plans to disperse Marine's combat power. Subsequently, the death of celestial dragons, and even the involvement of Doflamingo in the incident, were also written by Zhanlong, in order to attract the attention of the world government and Marine, and facilitate the other party's actions. Obviously Zhanlong is also very clear that Akainu can't get away from New World for the time being, so before he snatched the heavenly gold today, he sent people to attack Ini's lobby and lure Kizaru, who was originally in Mariajoy. Chapter 198 Analysis of Garp. Immediately Sengoku and Staff Crane looked at Kao. Could it be possible that this old D really discovered something extraordinary this time? Both of them were curious and expectant, wanting to know what Garp knew. This is, tune the tiger away from the mountain, Garp said confidently. After the words were finished, Garp noticed that the faces of Sengoku and Crane staff officer were as dark as if they had just come out of a coal mine. What's wrong with you? Garp asked. The two sighed and looked at each other. Sure enough, they still thought too much. Xiaohei, I know what you said, but the most difficult problem now is how to explain to the world government. In this incident, our Marine's strength is the same as when Zhanlong appeared before, and there is almost no loss. On the contrary, as long as it is a member of the world government, the other party does not leave a single life alive. In this case, it's hard not to let people think too much. If first wasn't Marshal Marine, if I didn't know clearly that Marine has nothing to do with Zhanlong, I'm afraid I would also think the Marine is a traitor. After finishing speaking, Sengoku sighed deeply. This is what he is most worried about now. In such a situation, Marine said that he is not tricky. Who would believe it? Why do you Marines have no casualties? Why does Zhanlong not kill your people? Is it because you Sengoku has a big face? Staff Officer Crane also had a bitter face when he heard the words. Who knew it would turn into the current situation? This is not their unfounded worry. You must know that there are already rumors in the current Marine team. It is said that Zhanlong was actually planned by Marshal Sengoku. Zhanlong and Marine have an inseparable close relationship. All of this was planned by Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. Although this kind of rumor is not true, and the real Marine executives will not take it seriously, but people's words are scary. What one person says is a rumor, but when 1 million or even 100,000 people say it, the rumor will become a fact. Is there any way to do this? Maybe those old guys are planning to dismiss you, Garp said indifferently. Sengoku shook his head. It shouldn't be, but... Then you were worried about a woolen thread. Garp picked his nostrils and looked at Sengoku with a mentally retarded expression on his face. Who will replace you as the marshal? Even if they want to do it, it won't be now. The world government is having a headache right now, and has no time to torment you. In the past, although the Zhanlong organization showed strong strength, its number was small. At most, it was a terrorist organization, but it's different after today. Whether the strength or the scale of influence displayed by the other party is enough to truly threaten the rule of the world government. There was the Revolutionary Army in the past, and the dragon-slaying organization later. The world government is absolutely in dire straits now.
It is not a wise thing to replace the head of Marine, at this time. After speaking, Garp drank his tea leisurely, as if he was not the one who spoke just now. And Sengoku and Staff Crane also stared at him blankly. Advertisement. What, am I wrong? Garp asked. No. Immediately Sengoku said, you were right, the Zhanlong organization is developing too fast now, but according to the information from below, this time things are not so simple. It is said that Zhanlong has developed power, it is better to say that he has found cooperation. The cooperation between the Revolutionary Army and Zhanlong, Staff Officer Crane added in time. Sengoku nodded. Well, although the people who appeared this time have the dragon-slaying logo on their bodies, it seems to be deceptive. However, whether Zhanlong's own power or the cooperation with the Revolutionary Army, there is no difference. The two complement each other. This is not as simple as 1 + 1. After finishing speaking, Sengoku looked at Staff Crane. Let Aokiji come back first, it's useless to stay there. That's right, remember to bring back Doflamingo, lest the world government say that our marine doesn't do anything. Staff Officer Crane nodded. Indeed, before they were still speculating about the purpose of Zhanlong holding Aokiji. It seems that there is no need to guess now, then Aokiji can come back. As for the person who caught Zhanlong, don't hold out hope for the time being up. Sengoku then said to Garp. You go to Sabadi. Didn't Doflamingo say that Zhanlong came to him to cooperate with Lin Feng? Go over and have a look, although this is probably Zhanlong's way to divert our attention, but you have to guard against it. Garp said. The old man thinks that if the Dragon Slayer dares to attack Lin Feng, he will definitely suffer a lot. Anyway, just in case, you should go there. Okay, the old man is just going to order some wine. Chapter 199 Garp is coming to Sabadi. As soon as the call was connected, Garp's signature punchy laughter filled Lin Feng's ears. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng kid, your grandpa Garp is here to see you. Well, how many times have I told you, please don't mistake your grandson, Lin Feng said helplessly. And Drago, who was right beside Lin Feng, had his eyes widened. Isn't this my father's voice? This kid has such a good relationship with that old man? Hey, you're just too out of touch, Garp said. Lin Feng almost sprayed Drago's face with a mouthful of salt soda, see? You have to be your grandson if you co-author and don't see you. Don't talk, just tell me, what's the matter with me? Garp smiled and said, there's no wine, Damn, won't you buy it yourself if you run out of wine? It's not like you don't have to sell it. Lin Feng couldn't believe that the old man came to him just to PR*Street Ud his wine for free. Mainly because there is no alcohol. What about the secondary ones? Lin Feng asked. Sengoku said Zhanlong seems to be trying to attack you, let me come over to Sabadi to have a look. Are you at home? Lin Feng was taken aback after hearing this. Garp is going to Sabadi? What about trouble? I am so busy here. No, just go if you want, your marine has a base there, why don't you go and stay there, why do you have to find me, Lin Feng said. Advertisement Garp is not happy here. Why, the old man came to ask you to drink, you don't welcome. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Drago also heard Garp's words, and whispered. Go back and deal with it first, there won't be any major problems here. In order not to be seen. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that this was also the case. The operation here had basically reached the final stage, so nothing should happen. At this time Garp suddenly said, Boy Lin Feng, who is talking over there, why does this voice sound so familiar? As that be ******* DNL speaking ill of the old man, it must be him. Convex. Lin Feng and Dorag broke out in cold sweat when they heard the words. Did they hear such a low voice? This old man's ears are so easy to use? Okay, don't talk nonsense, come if you want, I'm waiting for you here. Lin Feng had no choice but to say this. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng discussed with Dorag and went back to Sabadi. Why are you back here? In the tavern, Hawkeye and Kuina had just returned from training. Both of them asked curiously, shouldn't this guy be guarding over there for such a big matter today? Why are you coming back at this time? It's not because of that old fellow Garp. He chose this time whenever you didn't come. Lin Feng said helplessly and angrily as he sat down beside Kuina. The news that the Zhanlong organization was going to attack Sabadi was intentionally told to Doflamingo by himself, who knew that this kid actually told it. It seems that he was too hard-pressed and made a mistake. Oh, Vice Admiral Garp is coming. Kuina brought Lin Feng a glass of water and said. Yes, do you think he did it on purpose? At this moment, Hawkeye put down his wine glass and looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression on his face. Could it be that you exposed yourself? Lin Feng immediately said. Impossible, if it is really exposed, it will not be Garp. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Hawkeye was right, but he still felt something was wrong. It may also be to test you, Kuina said. Testing? What are you testing? I am who I am, and it has nothing to do with blood pupils. It's business as usual, there's no need to cover up. Maybe we're overthinking it. As he said that, Lin Feng specially asked Shaki to make some food, which will be delivered to the living room later. On the other side, New World. Asa and Little Betty cooperated with the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army to grab the gold and the warship in the sky without any difficulty. A group of people drove the warship quickly towards the planned evacuation route. Soon a group of people drove away from the scene of the incident, happily talking about the harvest this time. Big man, you were really good just now, but the opponent is Vice Admiral, or two, and you can beat them. Little Betty said excitedly, bouncing around. Asa heard the words and said with a simple smile, Hey, it's okay. In fact, Asa was also surprised when he saw that there were 2 vice admirals on board. You must know that the information showed that there was only 1 vice admiral. Fortunately, Asa is strong enough to easily defeat the 2 vice admirals with 1 against 2. Then everyone found that in the warehouse of the warship, besides a large pile of gold and silver treasures and various valuable items, there were also these 2 devil fruits. Maybe that's why there's suddenly an extra vice admiral on board. Originally, when Lin Feng met Asa, this big guy was already very strong. After Lin Feng's teaching in the past 2 years and the tempering of the gravity space, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. That reckless Enel might not necessarily be Asa's opponent, if you add the fruit of the avatar that Asa has been hiding and has been useless. Maybe the current Asa can't reach Admiral's level, but he is definitely no worse than any Vice Admiral, except Garp. Even the 2 Admiral alternates at Naval Headquarters were definitely no match for the full-out Asa. Chapter 200 Battle Wable at this moment, on this pirate ship. A short woman who looked like an old witch said with her mouth curled up after counting the property that she had just robbed. A group of poor ghosts, there are only more than 300,000 Baileys. Mom, I just heard people say that I look nothing like Whitebeard. Am I really Whitebeard's real son? Beside the old witch, a tall man who looked very similar to Whitebeard said. This man is fat, and his appearance is also very ugly. Taller than Whitebeard himself, his upper body is extremely burly and majestic, but his legs are very thin, he looks top-heavy, and his nose still flows out from time to time. There were 3 terrifying scars on his body. It seemed that his left hand and head had been beheaded or even cut off. Wable said in a low mood, he didn't look smart, like a mentally retarded. Hearing this, Miss Ba Jin immediately became angry and said angrily. Wable, don't listen to those guys talking nonsense, they're all lying to you. Miss Ba Jin quickly took out a reward list from her clothes. Hey, Mom, it's so strange, is this a mirror? After looking at Whitebeard on the reward list, Wable asked curiously. Wable is a very simple-minded, silly person. He has a low IQ and can't recognize Whitebeard's picture, so he thinks it's a mirror. Idiot, this is not a mirror, this is a picture of your father, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Oh, I thought it was a mirror. Hearing this, Wable suddenly realized. Advertisement, it turns out that this is a photo of Whitebeard, but why can't I see any difference from myself? It's almost like looking in a mirror. Wable thought with what little IQ he had, and couldn't figure it out. Look at your beard, it looks so similar, how could it not be your own? You are so stupid, you will always be deceived by others? Oh, Mom, I see, don't be angry. After confirming that he was Whitebeard's biological son, Wable began to giggle again for a moment. Okay, Wable, did you see the ship in front? Miss Ba Jin pointed to the warship that Asa and the others had snatched. Well, Mom, I see, Wable said. Haha, Wable, let's grab this warship and kill everyone on it. Your father Whitebeard will be proud of you, Miss Ba Jin said frantically. As soon as Wable heard that as long as he snatched the warship in front and killed everyone, he would be recognized by Whitebeard, he was full of fighting spirit. Holding the big knife that looked taller than him, he said, okay, Mom, I'm going to kill them. This big knife looks so penetrating, you must know that Wable is nearly 7 meters tall. On the warship, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who were in charge of guarding also spotted the pirate ship quickly heading towards them. After discussion, everyone decided to shell each other first. A pirate ship that dares to blatantly approach a marine warship is definitely not a simple guy. Fire. With an order. On the sea, the ironclad warship roared. One after another, shells flew across the sky and fell directly towards Wable and Miss Ba Jin. Advertisement. Wable, help me, Miss Ba Jin yelled hastily. Wable was also obedient, and his huge body jumped up instantly, blocking the front of the ship, and the big knife in his hand knocked down the flying shells one by one into the sea. Then it jumped into the air, and a huge sword energy directly slashed at the warship. Just at the very moment, a body bigger than Wable blocked the slash. Big man, are you okay? Little Betty shouted anxiously standing on the deck. Asa turned around and smiled at her and said, Little Betty, don't worry, I'm fine. You pay attention to safety, this guy is very strong. After speaking, Asa looked at Wable, and his whole body tensed up. This simple-looking guy made him feel a strong sense of oppression. Kill you. Suddenly Wable roared loudly. It rushed to the position of the warship like a shell. Seeing this, Asa could only fight, kicked his feet, and shot out in the same way. Be careful, cried Little Betty. Soon the two met in the air. Asa's pair of black fists collided with Wable's broadsword, and suddenly the airwave roiled, and the sea below the two sank under this collision. Little Betty stood far away on the deck watching the two figures constantly colliding in the air. She looked a little anxious, and she still couldn't see who had the upper hand. Just when she was hesitating what she could do, Asa was suddenly knocked down from the air by Wable, and he was about to fall into the sea. Little Betty turned into a nightmare almost immediately and wanted to fly over to catch Asa, but Asa turned over and punched the sea surface, his armed colors thrown out. The whole person stopped in the air, and then stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards Wable again. Little Betty already knew very clearly that Asa was at a disadvantage. Looking around anxiously, he saw Miss Ba Jin on the boat in the distance, his eyes lit up, and he turned into a nightmare and flew towards Miss Ba Jin. Chapter 201 You know everything? Quickly, contact the leader. We encountered a pirate. The opponent is very strong, so he may not be the opponent. The team leader ordered immediately. The people on the side quickly took out their phone bugs and dialed out. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting leisurely in the living room and the old man Garp had already arrived at Sabodi's place. 10 minutes later, a very loud laughter sounded outside the door. Lin Feng couldn't help looking towards the door, but suddenly the laughter disappeared. What followed was a loud bang. There was a big hole in the wall. Garp raised his fist and walked in with a smile. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng kid, I'm here to drink with you. After finishing speaking, Garp saw Lin Feng's face was extremely ugly. What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Hearing Garp's words, Lin Feng resisted the urge to beat someone up. This person is old and doesn't care about him, doesn't care. Grass. Old man, you did it on purpose, don't leave if you have the door. What do you want? You are a dog. You will tear down the house as soon as you come. In the end, Lin Feng couldn't hold back and said angrily. Garp glanced up when he heard this, and touched his dog's hat with his hand. Hey, how do you know? Really? Lin Feng said in surprise. No, don't change the subject. I asked you why you didn't leave the door. What does tearing down the wall mean? Garp walked up to Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression. What is this for? At this time Garp suddenly asked, don't you know? Advertisement. Lin Feng suddenly became vigilant. What do you know? Are you deceiving yourself? Really discovered by Marine? Is this old man here to test me? What? Lin Feng asked. It's more handsome to come in like this. Garp suddenly laughed while touching the dog's head. UF asterisk 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 G. Lin Feng almost spit out the sauerkraut that Lin Feng just ate. Either lose money or you fix it for me. After clearing up his emotions, Lin Feng said to Garp. Unexpectedly, Garp sat on the seat next to Lin Feng indifferently, raised a glass of wine and drank it down. Aren't they going to give Marine a dividend? Let's use that to compensate you. Hey, if Marshal Sengoku knows that he will lose money as soon as you come, he will not cut you. Cut. It doesn't matter who cuts who. As he said that, Garp drank a few more glasses of wine on his own, and finally felt that this was troublesome, so he started blowing on the bottle directly. A few minutes later, Lin Feng said helplessly. I said, what exactly are you here for? Can you do business? Business? What business? Garp tilted his head and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Baltigo, Drago's phone rang again, and after answering, he asked, what's the matter? Boss, we encountered pirates when we were retreating. Oh, pirates? Yes, the opponent looks very strong, and he is on par with the one who cut the dragon, so he may not be the opponent. Dorag said doubtfully. Okay, I see, just wait a moment. After speaking, he took out the phone bug with his other hand and dialed Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng was discussing with Garp how to deal with Zhanlong's possible surprise attack on Sabadi, so Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Advertisement. But the phone bug rang at this moment. Hey, Lin Feng kid, someone is looking for you, Garp asked. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hands without answering. He took out his phone bug and saw that it was from Drago. What? I don't know if I'm talking about something with your father. I'm calling it this time because I want to expose it. Lin Feng put the phone bug back with a smile and said to Garp. I'll go out for a while. After speaking, he was about to go outside. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Garp. Boy Lin Feng, what are you doing, making a phone call and sneaking around? Ah, no, I just went to the toilet by the way. Yes? Yes. You're coaxing ghosts. Tell me, did you do something shameful? Garp suddenly became serious, his eyes widened. Be honest, before there are serious consequences, my husband and I will stand by your side and help you find a way. Lin Feng felt bad, didn't he? Did the old man know? Haven't caused serious consequences yet? He was talking about killing celestial dragons? Grab the gold in the sky? Attack on the Holy Land Mariajoy? This is not serious? But this old man is really interesting. This situation is still on my side. Lin Feng thought to himself. Seeing that Lin Feng kept silent, Garp stretched out his hand and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Speak up, it's okay. It's normal for young people to make mistakes impulsively. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked back at Garp. You know everything? Garp nodded. I noticed it a long time ago, but isn't it obvious now that you look like this? Hiss. Lin Feng looked at Garp in disbelief. Whoever said this old guy was stupid, this shit is too scary. Does Marshal Sengoku know? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 202 Justice Group Fight. Automatically ignoring Garp's last bragging words, Lin Feng's mind is full of doubts now. Since Garp and Sengoku know about it, why doesn't Marine and world government respond at all? Lin Feng was very puzzled that the incident like this time was not stopped. Does anyone else know? Lin Feng asked again. No more, don't worry, the old man is the kind of person who talks nonsense. Seeing Lin Feng looking at him with extremely strange eyes, Garp felt a little cold behind his back. Why? You don't want to kill someone to silence you, do you? It's impossible. Hearing this, Lin Feng sighed and said, since you all know, what's your attitude? Garp was taken aback. What attitude do you ask me about this kind of thing? It's none of my business. Hey, anyway, take it easy, don't get caught, or you'll make a big fuss, and you'll have to peel off your skin if you don't die. Lin Feng nodded seriously. What Garp said made sense. Don't worry, neither Sengoku nor I will speak out. On Ace's side, after being slashed by Weibo, he has clearly realized that he is not an opponent. After rushing in front of Weibo again, he used the ability of the clone fruit without hesitation. In an instant, 5 clones of Asa appeared in front of Weibo, looking at the 6 people who looked exactly the same in front of him. Weibel's brain shut down all of a sudden, and he stared at this incredible scene in a daze. How is this going? Weibel suddenly turned his head and shouted at Miss Doujin, who was still on the boat. Mom, he has become several, what should we do? At this moment, Asa and the 5 avatars rushed up together, and it was a just group fight without martial ethics. Advertisement. For a while, Weibel was beaten in a hurry and was in a panic. In a short period of time, Weibel was hit at least 100 times by 12 big black fists. Oh, it hurts, Mom, what should I do? Weibel yelled deliriously. Miss Doujin also saw the fact that Weibel was beaten by the group, and she was a little anxious. Could it be that this time he really kicked the iron board? But she still shouted to Weibel in the sky. Idiot son, you are the son of the strongest man in the world, Weibel, kill them all. Wilbur, who was besieged by justice, suddenly had his eyes light up. I am the son of the strongest man, Whitebeard. I am the strongest, I will not lose, I will kill you. Amidst the roar, the big knife in his hand slashed out horizontally. The sudden outburst drove Asa and his clone back together. A white sword light flashed. Weibel's broadsword cut out a crescent-shaped sword light and rushed towards Asa in front of him. Go back. Asa quickly shouted at the clones, and the clones also moved quickly, dodging the blow one after another. Immediately afterwards, Asa rushed forward and punched out. Armament hockey hardened. The two collided fiercely, and instantly a huge wave of air scattered towards the sea. Under the action of airwaves and sea waves, the warship was pushed farther and farther. Hold on, you idiot! Miss Doujin yelled at Weibel in the sky with a cane in his hand. When Weibel heard this, his eyes turned hard. The muscles of the whole body suddenly became bigger, and the face became more ferocious, and the force exerted on the big knife in his hand increased. Asa's face changed. This guy hasn't used his full strength yet? Such a terrifying power, you must not fight him recklessly. Advertisement. Just as the thought flashed across, 5 clones attacked Weibel from different directions. Unexpectedly, Weibel's reaction was faster and his movements were more rapid. After yelling, Asa suddenly felt more pressure on his fists. A flash of fire flashed before Asa's eyes. How can that be? Asa looked down and saw that the armament hockey on his chest was cut off. At the same time, the 5 fists of the clone had already landed on Weibel's body, but Weibel didn't seem to feel anything and didn't care at all. Asa didn't have time to think about it and immediately dodged away. Seeing this, Weibel carried the attack from the clone behind him, slashed out again, and rushed after Asa. Little Betty had already sneaked behind Miss Doujin at this time. Let's get rid of you first, old woman. Little Betty raised a small hand shrouded in darkness, and instantly penetrated Miss Doujin's chest from behind. Miss Doujin looked back at Little Betty in disbelief, her eyes full of horror. Who is this masked person? Why kill yourself? You, who are you? Miss Doujin asked with difficulty. HMPH, you dare to attack us and ask who we are. Little Betty withdrew her hand that was piercing Miss Doujin's chest, without any trace of bloodline. Miss Doujin instantly felt his whole body lose strength and fell to his knees. Blood gushed out from the mouth, and blood gushed out from the hole in the chest. Miss Doujin felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he could see the outfit of the person in front of him in a daze. I was shocked in my heart, it turned out to be you. However, at this moment, he couldn't make any sound, so he closed his eyes and fell on the deck. Chapter 203. Weibel goes crazy, but it's just looking miserable, but in fact it's just flesh and blood injuries. On the other hand, Asa had 2 shocking wounds on his body. Panting heavily, the avatars also suffered a lot of damage. Asa's eyes were red, staring at Weibel in front of him. Suddenly, he said to a clone next to him, take Little Betty and the others away. The avatar absolutely obeyed Asa's order, so it immediately fell from the sky after hearing Asa's order. Seeing someone running away, Weibel drove Asa back with a knife, then chased after him holding a big knife. Oops! Stop him! Asa shouted. The avatars rushed down almost immediately, trying to stop Weibel, but even Asa was not Weibel's opponent. How could these avatars with only half the strength of Asa be able to stop them? Weibel's speed was extremely fast. Just when the clone just landed on the pirate ship, Weibel followed closely. The clone didn't hesitate at all, rushed to Little Betty, grabbed her and rushed towards the warship. Weibel did not catch up. At this time, his eyes were fixed on Miss Doujin, who was lying on the deck and had died long ago. Although Weibel's IQ is not high, he is even a little silly. But it is still recognizable. The person lying on the deck without breath is his mother, Miss Doujin. No matter how stupid you are at this time, you still feel that something is wrong. Is this dead? Mom died? Weibel gradually began to lose control. Asa, who followed closely, didn't care so much. Seeing this opportunity, he immediately punched together with the clone. Advertisement. Boom. Fists fell on Weibel's body one after another, and Asa's fist hit Weibel's face head on. Weibel instantly flew backwards and crashed into the cabin. Keep attacking, we must not let him slow down, Asa shouted. Immediately Asa and the clone rushed into the cabin and launched another attack. However, although Weibel looked stupid, his talent in combat cannot be matched by 99% of the people in this sea. Swish. Weibel, who had been slowed down by God, dodged a heavy punch from Asa, tightly clenched the big knife in his hand, exerted force with his feet, and shot his body instantly. In an instant, a black shadow flew past quickly, approaching Asa from the side. One of the avatars stood in front of Asa without hesitation. A flash of white light flashed across the avatar, and the avatar was cut in half. Then it disappeared. He is stronger. Asa watched this scene in astonishment. On the other side, one of the avatars rushed to the location of the warship with Little Betty. Hurry up and retreat first, I'll go back and help, the clone said. Little Betty heard the words and said, no, I can help too. You can't help with your current strength. You hurry back to the ship and notify the leader to come over. Hurry up. I'm going to help the main body. After speaking, the avatar immediately turned back and rushed towards the pirate ship. Little Betty bit her lip and turned around to fly in the opposite direction. Sabadi said. Lin Feng and Garp were still chatting in the conference room. Lin Feng was testing Garp's attitude and thoughts in almost every sentence, but he always felt that something was wrong while chatting. Drago didn't call again, maybe it wasn't something important. Advertisement on Drago's side, seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer the phone, he asked the revolutionary soldiers on the other side of the phone to report the battle situation to him at any time. And on the warship here, because the distance is too far, it is really hard to see whether Asa and Wabel are injured. I only saw that the big guy who slayed the dragon suddenly became 6, which made the revolutionary army the soldiers were so excited. Then I saw a few people flying away in the distance, and the warship was pushed further and further away by the airwaves and waves, and gradually moved away from the battlefield. After Dorag knew the situation, he was surprised by Asa's strength. He didn't expect the big man to have such strength. Clone? This has never appeared in the information about Zhanlong before. So Drago also felt that there should be no problem, and then hung up the phone. After all, it's just a pirate, not the 4 emperors, so there shouldn't be any problems. On Asa's side, after one of the clones was killed by Wabel, he rushed out of the cabin with the remaining 3 clones and retreated to the deck. The whole person is tense from body to spirit. This monster-like guy is really too strong. The moment Wabel came out of the cabin, Asa and the clone who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward. However, Wabel's natural warrior is not called for nothing. The body instinctively predicts the danger. Wabel slashed the sword in his hand, and a knife light slashed across. A strong wind was blowing in front of him, and Asa subconsciously crossed his hands in front of him. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision. Wabel's big knife slashed towards the clone on the other side, and then under Wabel's big knife. Call out! The clone was cut off by Wabel and fell into the sea. Wabel immediately raised his hand, grabbed the fist of the other clone, and pulled it over to block him. Bang! The fist hit the clone's face, and then Wabel slammed the clone out of his hand, and with a knife, the light of the knife instantly swallowed the 2 clones together. I want revenge. Kill you. Avenge my mother. Chapter 204 Asa, the battle to the death. Captain, I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. Asa thought hard, and rushed forward again. In a short period of time, the 2 exchanged hundreds of moves again, and Asa suffered more and more stab wounds. The dragon-slaying robe on his body had already repaired itself, but the wound hidden under the clothes was bleeding profusely. Wabel became more courageous as he fought more and more, and his momentum kept rising. The sky gradually became dark, the wind became stronger and stronger, and countless black clouds gathered in the sky and rolled quickly, which looked so terrifying. Wabel kept yelling revenge, but the figure killed Asa again. Whoosh! The broadsword flashing with cold light came down with the momentum of a tsunami covering the sky and earth, and Asa's face instantly turned pale. Bang! Then there was a piercing sound of metal collisions, and Asa firmly grasped Wabel's handle with one hand. The armed colors of the 2 were released at this moment. Armament hockey flowed on both of them, colliding non-stop. Asa's armed color is the strongest among Lin Feng's men, and being able to attack the enemy from outside is enough to show Asa's strength. However, how could Asa, who was covered in injuries all over his body, be able to resist Wabel, who was already stronger than him? Advertisement Asa's whole body was slowly pressed down by the big knife, and his feet sank into the deck. Just when Asa was struggling to support, Wabel burst out laughing suddenly. Ha 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 ha, go to hell. I am the son of the strongest man Whitebeard. As soon as the words fell, Asa felt a huge force penetrated his armed body, and his hands lost strength instantly. Although the armed body was still there, his internal arms and fists were seriously injured. Can you even do this step? Asa was extremely shocked in his heart. Through the defense to destroy from the inside, the monster in front of him had used the armed color to such an extent. Formidable strength, monster-like physique, and top-notch 2-color hockey, Asa felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Wabel would not give Asa time to think about this. He raised his foot and kicked Asa's chest, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Asa smashed into the cabin. The chest was sunken and vomiting blood, and Asa felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough, otherwise he might have died. Suddenly, Asa recalled the scene when Lin Feng rescued him. He became a slave of the celestial dragons. When he was desperate, the captain appeared, not only rescued him, but also took him in, and later helped him improve his strength, give him devil fruit. He can feel that the captain really treats himself as a family member, and he is very grateful, but now, Asa is afraid. He is afraid that he will never see the captain again. Thinking of this, Asa suddenly felt strange. It stands to reason that Lin Feng should have rushed over a long time ago in such a situation, but he hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that he has encountered some troubles? Immediately, Asa's eyes lit up with a fighting spirit again, and he absolutely wanted to go back. The captain may be in trouble, maybe he is needed, and I must not die here. Although his hands have been crippled, and now he can only move briefly, but he still has legs, right? Thinking of this, Asa stood up abruptly, kicked his legs, and jumped into the air from the cabin through the ceiling. Advertisement armament hockey kept flowing on his body. Asa gathered all his strength under his feet, everything was bet on this blow. Ah! Asa roared ferociously, and fell from the sky quickly, heading straight for Wabel. Wabel stood up with a big knife in his hand. Kill you. All of a sudden, the wind was surging, the wind was strong, black clouds covered the area, the pirate ship was also crumbling under the momentum of the two, and part of the cabin flew into the sea. Finally, the two met in the air, and a dazzling light shot out from the collision point. The clone who rushed back watched this scene from a distance, his eyes were full of anxiety. However, the airwaves and destructive power formed by the two attacks made it impossible for him to approach at all, and he was even thrown farther away. You can't die. The clone muttered. After a long time, the wind finally stopped and the sea returned to calm. The Avatar rushed over immediately, but only saw a broken ship floating on the sea in the distance, and Wabel on it was laughing madly and going away. But Asa was nowhere to be seen. The Avatar can be sure that Asa is not dead, otherwise he would have disappeared by now. Looking around carefully, he finally found Asa's figure on a relatively large wooden board. It seemed that the guy hacked Asa behind and didn't make up the knife. Thinking of this, the Avatar suddenly felt his body go limp and lose his strength. Looking up, half of Asa's body had slipped into the sea, and the Avatar rushed over with its last strength to move Asa back to the center of the board. Then the wry smile disappeared. Chapter 205 Lost Trace. When the gold in the sky was robbed before, some parts of the warship had been severely damaged. Just after the battle between Asa and Wabel, the already damaged part of the warship was completely destroyed by the airwaves. Now you can't even control the direction, you can only drift with the wind. Constantly searching on the sea, little Betty even flew high into the sky in order to have a wider range of vision. Little Betty couldn't remember how long it had been, and finally saw the figure of the warship when she was almost desperate. After catching up with the leaving warship, he immediately said to the Revolutionary Army in front of him after landing on the deck, "Phone bug. Contact your leader." The Revolutionary Army didn't react for a while, and stood there in a daze. "Why are you standing still, phone bug?" Little Betty repeated again, her tone already a little indifferent. Did these bastards report back the information here, or Lin Feng big brother should have come long ago? Soon, a revolutionary soldier handed over the phone bug. Little Betty couldn't wait to call Drago after receiving it, because the phone bugs need to be paired, so each one can only correspond to one. On the side of Drago, when he saw the phone bug ringing again, his heart skipped a beat, and his expression became tense. Did something really happen? Without the slightest hesitation, Drago quickly picked up the phone bug and asked, "What happened?" "Mr. Dorag, hurry up and contact our leader, something has happened." Sure enough, upon hearing this sentence, Drago immediately picked up another phone bug on the side and called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was arguing with Garp at this time, was having a headache and the conversation was always going wrong that day. At this moment, the phone bug in his arms rang again. Advertisement, "Yo, here we go again, Lin Feng kid, you must be very busy today," Garp said to Lin Feng winkingly. "Busy? Of course I'm busy, can you be busy with your bad old man?" But since Drago knew that he was dealing with Garp, he contacted him twice, it was just an accident. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Garp pressed the wine bottle on the table and said with his mouth wide open when he was drunk, "Boy Lin Feng, go quickly, don't let people remind you again and again, but in the future, this kind of thing will still happen. Hide it, don't be discovered by others." Lin Feng was sure that what Garp said was definitely not the same as what he thought, but he didn't have time to ask more questions, so he nodded and walked out. Looking at the back of Lin Feng leaving, Garp took a few swigs of the wine bottle in his hand, very melancholy. It's nice to be young. When he came outside the door, Lin Feng hurriedly connected the phone bug, talking while walking. "What happened? Keep calling me," Lin Feng asked. Something went wrong. Dorag's voice sounded very heavy. In the short time just now, little Betty had already told him the general course of the matter. Lin Feng's hairs stood on end when he heard this, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Which side is it? Lin Feng didn't ask what happened. Little Betty was standing anxiously on the deck at this time, and the warship could not turn back now, and no one knew what was going on there. Just as he was stomping his feet in worry, a space vortex appeared in front of little Betty, and Lin Feng appeared in front of him. Almost immediately, little Betty threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. "Boss, Lin, you're finally here." Little Betty was so excited that she almost called Lin Feng big brother. Advertisement, quick, hurry up and save the big man, he can't beat that pirate, little Betty said hastily. Lin Feng raised his hand and stroked her head and said, "Okay, I'll go now." Immediately Lin Feng was about to use the space imprint left on Asa to go directly there, but he frowned very quickly. "How is it possible?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Little Betty looked up at Lin Feng with teary eyes and asked nervously, "Why, what's the matter?" "I can't find his place." Little Betty also knows how Lin Feng's space imprint is used, and if she can't find it now, doesn't that mean that the space imprint has disappeared? In an instant, little Betty thought of the worst possible outcome. Could it be that Asa was already dead, and there was still no bones left? "Don't worry, it may not be what you think," Lin Feng comforted. "Although the space imprint cannot be seen by others, there is also a way to erase it, and it is not too difficult. Perhaps the powerful energy fluctuations generated by the collision between the two sides erased the space imprint." "Which direction are they in?" Lin Feng asked. Little Betty heard the words and said, "I'll take you there." Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense anymore. His magical battle energy erupted in an instant, enveloping little Betty and soaring into the sky, leaving a boatload of revolutionary soldiers standing there in a daze. Is that the leader of Zhanlong? After a while, someone asked. Yes, those eyes are too scary. I didn't expect the leader of Zhanlong to come. It seems that something really happened. After reacting, everyone discussed in succession. Chapter 206. No one is alive, no corpse is dead. Soon, Lin Feng and little Betty arrived at the scene of the incident. At this time, there was nothing on the sea except a few pieces of wood. Looking at the scene in front of him, the anger in Lin Feng's heart almost reached his throat. Who did this? Lin Feng, big brother, this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, just wait." After finishing speaking, Lin Feng diffused his magical battle energy, covering the nearby sea area in an instant, but after searching carefully, he found nothing. As time went by, Lin Feng's brows became more and more wrinkled. This is impossible, Lin Feng said after a while. Then suddenly thought of something. Lin Feng slapped his head with a regretful look. This is the sea. Maybe it sank into the sea. What was he doing searching on the sea for a long time? Thinking about it, the magic battle energy rushed to the depths of the sea, and instantly the fish and some sea king's creatures on the bottom of the sea felt the oppressive feeling, and fled in a hurry. Two of the strange-looking sea king's creatures also quickly fled the sea. After about 10 minutes passed, Lin Feng put away his magical grudge. His face was extremely ugly. No matter how hard he searched, he didn't feel the slightest trace of Asa. But this made him very puzzled. Even if it was a dead body, Asa just disappeared? Could it be that it was eaten by fish? Lin Feng shook his head, thinking it was impossible. How could such a coincidence happen? Advertisement. Maybe he was taken away by the other party. In this case, Asa is probably not dead, otherwise the other party would not have taken him away. Who is it? The range of the pirates who could defeat Asa shrank a lot in an instant. In an instant, many names of people flashed in Lin Feng's mind, and suddenly he saw little Betty looking at him with a sad face. Lin Feng immediately said, "Tell me about the incident and the characteristics of the other party." Little Betty immediately told all the information she knew, including Weibel's name. Before she killed Miss Doujin, she heard the other party call it that way. Weibel. Lin Feng didn't expect it to be this B*******************. Isn't this the guy who cut off Zephyr's arm? But if it was him, it's easy to understand that Asa would be defeated. This idiot with an IQ of 250 is very powerful. Even if Zephyr is old and his strength has declined, but he can defeat Admiral head-on and cut off an arm. He must have the strength of Admiral level. A cat and dog like a pirate. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. What happened today was beyond his expectation. No one expected to meet such a guy as Weibel during the retreat. Miss Doujin, you killed it, right? Lin Feng asked. Little Betty responded in a low voice with her head lowered. Seeing the situation, Lin Feng could only rub her head and comfort her. Don't worry, Asa will be fine. Really? Lin Feng, big brother, the big guy. As he spoke, tears flowed down uncontrollably. Advertisement. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and burst into tears uncontrollably. It's all my fault. If I wasn't too weak, the big man wouldn't have to cover me. I can't help you. It's all my fault. Little Betty kept blaming herself. His head was buried in Lin Feng's arms. His hands were tightly clutching Lin Feng's clothes and weeping. Lin Feng didn't stop it, even though he knew that little Betty couldn't be blamed for it. No one expected such an accident. Maybe that would make her feel better. It's just that Lin Feng still has a glimmer of hope in his heart, although the possibility is very small. His eyes turned red suddenly. Lin Feng brought little Betty back to Sabadi. As for the Revolutionary Army, let them find a way to go back. Lin Feng thinks that they can't do this. The two appeared directly in the tavern. Kuina and Hawkeye were also surprised when they saw Lin Feng appearing with little Betty. Isn't Lin Feng drinking with Garp? Why did he appear here with little Betty? Kuina stepped forward and looked at the little Betty who was still crying and twitching in Lin Feng's arms, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. What's wrong? Kuina looked at Lin Feng and asked. Hey, something happened to Asa, Lin Feng said with a sigh. At this time, little Betty had raised her head from Lin Feng's arms, and then threw herself into Kuina's arms. Perhaps only Kuina could make her feel at ease. Even Lin Feng was not as good at this point. After all, Kuina treated little Betty as like her own little sister, and she even feels like taking care of her daughter. Kuina stroked little Betty's head to comfort her. Her movements were very gentle, but her face was frighteningly gloomy. Who did it? Sit down and talk. The three of them returned to their seats and sat down. Hawkeye also put down his glass, and he heard what he said just now. Chapter 207. Offering a reward, but now, something happened to that simple and honest big man? Died? Even someone like Hawkeye, who is used to seeing life and death, feels a little uncomfortable. Lin Feng and these crew members are the few people he can call friends, and of course there are red-haired bastards. As soon as he sat down, Shaki at the counter also came over, and he also saw that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Lin Feng sat down and told what happened with a sullen face. During the process, Kuina couldn't control the killing intent on his body at all. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Kuina said murderously, Weibel, right? Shaki, please. Shaki knew what Kuina meant, nodded and went back to the counter, took out a phone bug and gave the order. From now on, the Scarlet Tavern will try its best to find Weibel's information and look for Asa at the same time. Shaki is also very upset. Except for Lin Feng and Kuina, Lin Feng and his group, Betty and Asa are the ones she has known the longest. That simple and honest big man always sits at the counter and tells her, "Shaki, I want to eat dumplings." After passing the order down, Lin Feng returned to his seat and then said, "Contact Morgans, I want to issue a reward order. Who can find the trace of Wabel, 500 million rewards. If anyone finds the trace of Asa, 1 billion rewards." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the few people present had no objections. The most important thing they need now is money. Lin Feng, big brother, is it possible for the big man to be alive? Little Betty fell asleep crying in Kuina's arms just now, and asked again immediately after waking up. "Don't worry, Asatha will be fine." Lin Feng could only comfort him in this way. It's not all about coaxing Lil Betty. Lin Feng is also willing to believe in that small possibility. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Little Betty didn't say anything, just curled up on the sofa and hugged her knees without saying a word. "Do you need my help?" Hawkeye asked suddenly. Lin Feng looked at him upon hearing this, shook his head and said, "No need." Advertisement. Besides, you can't help much by yourself. You can't row your boat all over the sea to find someone. Hawkeye thinks about it too. It's okay to let him fight, but forget it if he finds someone. Thinking of this, Hawkeye didn't say anything more. It's better to leave it to a professional to find someone. He can drink, eat meat and practice swords with peace of mind, and occasionally be a thug. Send little Betty back to the room and have a good sleep. You can accompany her today, Lin Feng said to Kuina. Kuina nodded, and she could tell that little Betty's mental state is very problematic, and she would say, "I'm sorry, from time to time, it's all my fault, and she needs to enlighten her." It's not her fault that this kind of thing happened, but the child kept hugging him. Picking up little Betty, Kuina walked out of the tavern. "You drink here by yourself, I'll go talk to that old fellow Garp," Lin Feng said to Hawkeye and went out. When he came to the living room, Lin Feng saw a scene that gave him quite a headache. Garp was leaning on the sofa, still holding the wine bottle tightly, his shoes and coat were thrown on the ground, and his nose kept bubbling, fell asleep there. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Lin Feng walked over and took the wine bottle from Garp's hand. "Hey, wake up," after shouting twice, but there was no response. Lin Feng took the wine bottle in his hand and smashed it on Garp's head. Boom. Who plotted against me?" Garp sat up abruptly and kept turning his head. "It's me." Advertisement. After seeing Lin Feng clearly, Garp covered his head and said, "What are you doing? You don't know how to respect the old and love the young at all." Lin Feng sat back on the sofa speechlessly. "Don't talk, I have something to talk about." Seeing that Lin Feng really seemed to be having serious business, Garp was not too drunk in the first place, but now he is much more sober. "Oh, what's the matter? It's not because your shady things were discovered," Garp said. Only then did Lin Feng remember that the old man kept talking about shameful things, and asked curiously, "What the hell are you talking about? Why am I shameful?" Unexpectedly, Garp rushed to Lin Feng's side suddenly, put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulders and said, "Hey, you're still pretending. Didn't you just go out for a tryst with your little lover?" "What? Ah, what? I know who you are, and Sengoku also knows. Don't pretend. I promise I won't say it," Garp said with a smile. Now Lin Feng can be regarded as clear about what Garp said he knew from the beginning, and he can't help but feel a little lucky, but luckily it's not what he thought. However, when did his reputation become like this? "Okay, can you stop talking nonsense? You're the one who went on a tryst. Am I that kind of person? If Kuina hears it, I'll beat you to death," Lin Fei threatened. Unexpectedly, it was Garp's contemptuous gaze that greeted him. "Pretend, you continue to pretend. Forget it, don't you say you have serious business?" Garp said. Hearing this, Lin Feng no longer bothered about Garp's misunderstanding of him, and immediately said, "First need you Marine to help me find someone." Chapter 208. Who are you? Go away, Garp asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, that's right, don't worry, you will be paid." "Well, why are you looking for the old man? The old man doesn't care about these things. Why don't you go to Sengoku directly?" Garp said with a wave of his hand. Lin Feng pushed Garp aside and said with disgust, "What use is there for you?" After speaking, he walked out towards the door. "Hey, where are you going?" "Keep drinking," Garp yelled. "Go to Sengoku, it's useless to find you anyway," Lin Feng said without looking back. "Where can I find it?" "Naval headquarters, and many more." Lin Feng looked back at Garp. "What, is there anything else?" Garp grinned and took out a phone bug from his pocket. "Are you out of your mind? If you don't have a phone bug, you have to run around by yourself. Do you think I don't have this thing?" After speaking, Lin Feng opened the door and flew straight into the sky. "It's really stupid to go with you," Garp muttered, and after a while, he suddenly said, "Which woman is so ruthless that she made Lin Feng foolish? Do you want to tell that girl Kuina?" "Forget it, it's someone else's housework." On Lin Feng's side, the horsepower was almost at full speed, and waves were set off on the sea at such a high speed. Flying close to the sea really has the thrill of racing, which is different from that in the sky. Advertisement. In a short time, Lin Feng saw the familiar naval headquarters base, and flew in directly from above without any hesitation. Not surprisingly, the alarm sounded again. Countless marine soldiers ran back and forth in a hurry on the ground, and some with good eyesight had already recognized Lin Feng in the sky, and stood calmly in their positions. For other people, this kind of thing might be troublesome, but for this master, come on, stand guard honestly, so as not to make a trip in vain. Although Sengoku and the others responded in time when they heard the siren, they immediately relaxed after seeing the figure in the sky when they went out. He looked at Lin Feng flying towards him with an unfriendly expression. Just as Lin Feng landed in front of him, he immediately said, Lin Feng. Do you think this is your home, and you can come and go whenever you want? Huh? Lin Feng was yelled at by Sengoku as soon as he landed, and he couldn't react. After recovering, he said, is there a difference? Seeing outsiders like this? You. Sengoku barely caught his breath. Where do you think this is? It's too arrogant. A guy next to Sengoku, wearing sunglasses and combing back his hair, snapped. Lin Feng heard the words and looked over. Yo, I haven't seen it before. Then he ignored him and said to Sengoku, I have something to ask you, Marshal Sengoku. As soon as he finished speaking, before Sengoku could answer, the guy next to him began to mutter. Boy, you are too presumptuous. Who the FK are you? Get out of here, Lin Feng roared impatiently, and the magic battle energy on his body was also suppressed mercilessly. I thought I was in a bad mood, but a blind idiot yelled here. This person is also strong, and it's okay to be so oppressed by Lin Feng's magic grudge. This surprised Lin Feng. This marine is really good at hiding. After thinking about it, he increased his strength a little bit. Advertisement, too much, Lin Feng. This is Sengoku speaking. Hearing that Lin Feng withdrew his magical grudge indifferently, and the man was already sweating a little. I don't know who this very talkative person is. I haven't seen him before, Lin Feng said, squinting at this person. Sengoku didn't intend to answer and said directly, this is none of your business, tell me, why do you want me? You have to go there yourself. Facing Lin Feng, Sengoku is not easy. This guy is really difficult to deal with now, whether it is strength or other things, he is very cheap. Well, let's talk in your office. Sengoku nodded and led Lin Feng into the office. The unknown Vice Admiral also followed in, and Lin Feng didn't say much. After all, the purpose of his visit this time was just to ask Marine to help find someone, and it wasn't something shameful. Sitting on their seats, Sengoku said again, tell me, what's the matter? First hope Marine can find someone for me. Lin Feng stated the purpose straight to the point. Looking for someone? Sengoku was a little surprised. This guy just looking for him? Yes, it's paid, and you don't need to send someone to look for it. Just pay attention, your Marine has the widest sphere of influence, shouldn't it be difficult? Lin Feng said. Hey, why should our Marine help you? Said the big-backed Vice Admiral. Lin Feng gave him a cold look, ignored him, and continued, is there any condition you can ask for? As long as I can do it. As soon as this sentence came out, Sengoku was even more surprised. Who was he looking for, and he could make this guy pay such a big price? Tell me first, who are you looking for? Sengoku asked. Seeing that the two ignored him, the Vice Admiral snorted coldly and sat there with a sullen face. Chapter 209 Favor, a mobile phone opportunity. How could Sengoku not know that every crew member of Lin Feng has a lot of information on Marine's side? This is a powerful but uncontrolled group, and Marine has to guard against it. Thinking of this, Sengoku continued. What happened? Disappeared. Lin Feng sighed and said, almost, I met a pirate when I went out to do errands, and now I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Hearing this, Sengoku was shocked. He knew Ace's strength better, and how bad Lin Feng's subordinates could be. Sengoku couldn't help becoming vigilant against pirates who could do such things. Do you know who did it? Sengoku asked. You know the man, Edward Weeble? What? Sengoku exclaimed. It was this guy. Zephyr's arm was cut off by Weeble. It can be said that Marine wanted to capture this B*** a long time ago, but he couldn't find it. The old lady next to Weeble is really cunning. And the most important thing is that Weeble is not simple. He is the kind of person who has simple-minded and well-developed limbs. God closed the window of IQ for him, but opened the door of fighting talent for him. His strength is definitely at the Admiral level, and maybe even 2 years later, it will be even more terrifying. The current 3 Admirals want to win Weeble one-on-one, and it is probably really difficult. I didn't expect it to be this B*******************. Sengoku slammed the table and said angrily. Since it was Weeble, Sengoku was not surprised that Asa was beaten and disappeared. Lin Feng, this guy Weeble is hard to find. I didn't ask you to find him, first asked you Marine to keep an eye on my crew. Advertisement. Sengoku heard the words and said, that's it. When I heard Weeble's name just now, my attention was all on this guy. It stands to reason that I can promise you such a small matter, but in any case, Marine is an official force, and it is really unreasonable to help you with things. Sengoku thought for a while and said. Lin Feng didn't say anything when he heard the words. Sengoku was right. Marine is an official, violent organization of the world government. It is impossible to help others do this or that casually. If that is the case, Marine is not Marine. Of course, it's not absolutely impossible, unless there are enough interests to make the world government and others speechless. After all, if Lin Feng's matter is going to be done, then Ace's portrait will definitely spread to all Marines. I can't hide it. Lin Feng sighed and said, 5 billion Baileys, whether you can find it or not, this money belongs to Marine. Sengoku was also surprised when he heard the words, 5 billion, so rich. But his shock didn't show on his face. After all, Lin Feng gave Marine 10 billion before, so he must be calm at this time. However, he didn't react at all, and the Vice Admiral on the side opened his mouth wide, and almost dropped an egg. Sengoku noticed and gave him a hard look, and the latter quickly restrained his exaggerated expression. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, 5 billion. After finishing speaking, there was no more to say. Lin Feng took a look and said, well, you are greedy for old things. But there is no other way, it is impossible not to look for Asa, no matter how small the hope is, even if it is to seek peace of mind. If 5 billion is not enough. Hearing this, Sengoku held his breath, adding, to be added. Then first owe Marine a favor, advertisement before Sengoku could react, Lin Feng continued to say, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, first can help Marine once. Hearing this, Sengoku understood, this favor is definitely much better than adding money. As far as Lin Feng's strength is concerned, if he is brought to fight the 4 emperors, it will be a sure victory. Is this comparable to 5 billion? But Sengoku didn't agree immediately, the more Lin Feng was urgent, the more Sengoku knew about Asa's position in his heart. That being the case, 3 times, Sengoku said, holding up 3 fingers. Lin Feng's face darkened, this old B************** D took advantage of the fire to rob him, right? I said, it's too much. Lin Feng kept tapping his fingers on the table and said. Seeing that Lin Feng's expression was a bit wrong, Sengoku immediately said, 2 times? Lin Feng didn't speak, just knocked on the table like this, the speed was getting faster and faster, obviously a little impatient. Knowing that it was impossible to take advantage, Sengoku gave up the idea of continuing to rip off, in fact, he also felt that his actions were a bit wretched just now. But for this kind of thing, if you can fight for more, you must fight for it. If you can make Lin Feng agree to make 180 shots, then it would be great. But just think about it, if you really say it, Lin Feng will probably spray him in the face. Just once, I agree to this, Sengoku finally said. Lin Feng nodded. Weibo should also pay attention to it, if there is any news, please let me know immediately, I will let him die without a burial place. The strong murderous aura instantly filled the whole room, and Sengoku couldn't help thinking, Weibo, it's not good for you to offend anyone, and you must offend this fierce god. Chapter 210. The boss behind the dragon slaying walking to the door, he suddenly turned around and said to Sengoku, you haven't told me who this vice admiral is? It's been a long time since anyone can talk like this. Lin Feng thought about it, the last time he was bullied was the last time, it seemed to be a Kainu. Seeing Lin Feng asking about this, Sengoku turned his head to look at the vice admiral, but vice admiral looked at Lin Feng angrily at this moment. What Lin Feng said just now was obviously mocking him, and he could still hear it. Hey! Lin Feng walked out of Sengoku's office with a sneer, and then a white light shot into the sky, and Lin Feng disappeared in naval headquarters. Azure, why do you think you have to compete with him? Sengoku said helplessly to Azure Vice Admiral. Marshal Sengoku, this kid is too arrogant, he simply doesn't pay attention to our marine, Azure Vice Admiral slapped the table heavily and said sharply. Hearing this, Sengoku was a little speechless, do you need to say that? I can't see it or what, the old man is not blind. However, Sengoku thinks it's not enough to say that he didn't pay attention to it. Lin Feng gave him the feeling that you respect me a foot and I respect you. Besides, having known Lin Feng for so long, if it wasn't for the issue of their positions and responsibilities, the two of them would probably be able to call it a year-end friendship. So, what do you want to do? What's the use of you provoking him like this? Sengoku said blankly. Do you think you are his opponent? Tianqing Vice Admiral's face became even uglier when he heard the words, but, that kid. Okay, stop talking about these useless things, hurry up and do your job well. Zhanlong has done such a big thing this time, no matter what, you have to give an explanation to the world government. Also, your Criminal Investigation Bureau also needs to further investigate Zhanlong's whereabouts. By the way, look up that Asa, find out what he went out to do and met Weibo. Azure Vice Admiral nodded and walked out of the office. Sengoku was holding a pen in his hand and kept turning it. Advertisement next, he needs to find a way to deal with the pressure from the world government. If the world government cuts Marine's military spending in the coming year because of the Heavenly Gold incident, it will be really hard. Just when Sengoku was having a headache, the door of the office was pushed open. Sengoku looked up and said, what the FK, it's you. Marshal Sengoku, long time no see. Why are you back, kid? Didn't you leave? Sengoku looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Didn't I remember something and forgot to say it? Oh, what's the matter? Sengoku looked helplessly at the B********D who made naval headquarters his home. I suddenly felt that the conditions I agreed to you before were too bad, Lin Feng said with a smile. What, you kid, do you want to go back on your word? Sengoku shouted hastily, this kid doesn't talk about martial arts, and he's ready to go back on his word as soon as he handed down the order. Hey, that's not true, how about I tell you a secret, forget about the money and favors. Hearing the words, Sengoku felt that Lin Feng was 100% fooling himself, and said indifferently, oh, what a secret, let me tell you. I know the identity of the leader of Zhanlong, Lin Feng said slowly. Boom. Sengoku slammed the table and stood up, staring at Lin Feng with wide eyes, are you sure? Sure. Lin Feng walked to his seat and sat down, looking at Sengoku with a smile. Immediately Sengoku felt that Lin Feng was teasing him, but he still asked, who is it? You have to listen carefully, advertisement him, Sengoku nodded. Actually, I'm Shitong. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he watched Sengoku's reaction carefully. Who knew that Sengoku looked at him with strange eyes, and walked up to Lin Feng with an expression on his face. Come on, this old man will tell you a secret too. What's the meaning? Lin Feng sat forward in doubt. Actually, I am the boss behind Zhanlong, all this is my conspiracy. Sengoku's voice had a slightly sinister quality to it. Lin Feng also looked at him with extremely strange eyes. You really? Ha ha ha, brat, you still want to play tricks on the old man, you are still young. Sengoku laughed suddenly, and Lin Feng was taken aback for a while. Hey, I am telling the truth, if you don't believe it yourself, you will know later, don't blame me. Forget it, I have other business with you, Lin Feng said helplessly. HMPH, I knew it, hurry up and leave. Hearing that Lin Feng was not in a hurry, he sat down and drank tea leisurely. This matter is good for Lin Feng Marine, do you think I will say it so easily? Old boy, just cheated on me, now let me cheat on you. This time it's Sengoku's turn to feel uncomfortable. He believes that since Lin Feng said it here, he is definitely not lying to him. This is not the same as the joke of saying that he is Shitong. You can tell from the kid's expression that this is to report just now enmity. It must be because I suddenly remembered something on the way back, so I came back deliberately to trick myself. Advertisement chapter 211 Marines undercover for a full half an hour. The two of them didn't say a word, but Lin Feng was not in a hurry, but Sengoku couldn't do it, he still had to work, so finally Sengoku asked, what do you want to say? Hey, Lin Feng is happy, you are hooked. You Marines have undercover agents, Lin Feng said directly and calmly, but he was surprised when he heard Sengoku's ears. Undercover, in fact, Sengoku also knows that with such a huge force and a large number of people, it is inevitable that there will be undercover agents inserted by others. However, the undercover that Lin Feng mentioned is definitely not the kind of small character who can turn a blind eye, and it is even very likely to be one of the top Marines. This made him pay attention, and looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression and asked, who is it? Who is it? Do you think he'll tell you so easily? What a joke. Hey, Lin Feng chuckled and looked at Sengoku just like that. Sengoku took a look, yes, this little brat, I didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. What do you want, tell me, Sengoku asked directly without going around in circles. I don't want anything, yo, so kind? Of course not. Lin Feng paused and said, I want to, well, I want you to help me revoke a bounty on someone. Advertisement, huh? Withdraw the bounty? Sengoku asked in surprise. Yes, I have recruited a new person, but he used to be a pirate, Lin Feng said. This person speaks naturally. Although this guy didn't do any big things before he joined Lin Feng, he was also famous at Marine and had a bounty. Taking this opportunity, he withdrew the bounty, otherwise Lin Feng also had a little trouble carrying him. Then Sengoku also asked about Luo's situation in detail, and after finding out that the reward was not high and he hadn't done any major incidents, he agreed to Lin Feng. Now let's talk about the undercover business. Well, Lin Feng nodded. Why don't you take a guess first, and tell you how boring it is? Sengoku suddenly had a black line on his face, he agreed to all the conditions, and he was still playing tricks, you kid doesn't talk about martial arts. Don't say it, I will show you the strength of martial marine today. Clenching his fists, Sengoku looked at Lin Feng very unkindly. Lin Feng naturally knew that the old man was joking, so he also stood up, Wing Chun, Ip Man, please advise. Well, what? I don't know. Sengoku didn't continue to joke. Since you said this, it means that this person also has a very important position in Marine, maybe he is a general, right? Yo, the guess is quite accurate, but it's still close. That's not enough, could it be a vice admiral? Sengoku still didn't want to believe it, vice admiral, the mainstay of Marine, can come in as an undercover agent. Thinking of this, Sengoku's heart is no longer calm. If a vice admiral level undercover agent wants to make trouble, then don't take it too easy. Advertisement, say it quickly, don't be secretive, Sengoku urged anxiously. Hey, this guy was sent undercover by Doflamingo. Sengoku was visibly uncomfortable hearing Doflamingo's name. This person is the top cadre of the Don Quixote pirates, first generation core zone, the leader of the first Redhead army. Lin Feng observed Sengoku's expression after finishing speaking. Sure enough, as he thought, when Lin Feng said core zone, Sengoku's face became even uglier. If it were in front of others, Sengoku was definitely a poker face, but at this time he showed his emotions in front of others. On the face, I have to say that he still has trust in Lin Feng, at least in his opinion, the two will definitely not be enemies. Name? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Marine G5 Branch Base Chief, Vigor Vice Admiral. What? Sengoku couldn't believe it when he heard the name. Vigor joined Marine a long time ago and has been diligent. Virgo usually looks amiable, personable and approachable, but he didn't expect it to be an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo. This surprised Sengoku, but did not doubt the authenticity of the incident. Okay, all that should be said is over, I'm leaving. Without waiting for Sengoku to react, Lin Feng opened the door and flew out, this time for real. And Sengoku immediately began to prepare to investigate Vigor. After all, it is Vice Admiral, and it is impossible to arrest people without evidence. For Marine, it is also a big deal to clear a Vice Admiral level undercover agent. On the contrary, eliminating Luo's bounty is nothing. As for Lin Feng, it was also to make Sengoku owe him a small favor, so he didn't ask too much. The debt of favor is the most difficult to repay. Back at Sabaody, it's almost time for Lin Feng to pick up all the sent crew members. At this time, the revolutionary army is probably almost hidden, and when all the heavenly gold is sent to Bardigo, the spoils can be divided. Chapter 212 Didn't you find someone missing? Maybe you can use the meeting that hasn't been held for a long time to divert attention. Kuina, go and bring little Betty over later, let her eat something delicious and try to divert her attention. The rest of the people were all messing around in the tavern at this time, and it seemed that no one was missing. That's right, Asa usually doesn't talk much, especially on this occasion. Thinking of Asa, Lin Feng couldn't help sighing again. Captain, what's wrong with you? Konus passed by Lin Feng, but just heard Lin Feng's sigh, so he asked. Lin Feng was taken aback, then turned to look at Konus. It's okay. After speaking, he walked to the place where he usually sat, and suddenly turned back to Konus and said, call everyone over to my side, I have something to say. Konus nodded and walked towards the crowd. At this time, Robin was sitting on the sofa and telling everyone about the dark history of Enel in the past few days. Sister Robin, go on, didn't the army commander almost eat Enel? What's next? Barry asked curiously. I didn't expect Senior Thunder God to be so charming, it's really amazing. Ah, that's right, the commander of the Revolutionary Army didn't even know what he looked like, and he almost beat him to the ground. It's a pity that our classmate Thor turned out to be a gutless guy. Robin covered his mouth and said with a smile. And Enel stood aside, folded his hands on his chest, and squinted at the group of 8 trigrams guys. HMPH, that's the charm of Ben Thor, and why is Ben Thor so timid? Originally, Enel didn't want to listen to his 8 trigrams here, but he was worried that Robin, a black-bellied woman, would add embellishments to what he said. Konus walked over amidst the noise of the crowd, pushed Enel out of the way, and said to the crowd, everyone, the captain wants everyone to pass. Advertisement. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Originally, it was agreed at the beginning of this mission that Lin Feng would bring everyone back together after returning to Baltigo. Who knew that Lin Feng would appear in their room right after the mission was completed today? On the boat, people were taken away without saying a reason. This made everyone very puzzled. Looking at it now, it seemed that something was really wrong. Immediately, not daring to delay, everyone came to sit around Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng didn't speak, and after a while, Reiju opened the door and walked in. She had nothing to do today, so she helped the dual field to take care of it, and checked for Lin Feng by the way, so she didn't know exactly what happened, but get a call and ask her to come back. Soon a few people came in again. It was K-Lock Doll, Lu Chi, and Luo. Everyone was picked up by Lin Feng, and they rushed to the tavern after arranging their subordinates. When everyone arrived, Lin Feng propped his elbows on his knees, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, slowly raised his head and said, everyone, thank you all for your hard work during this time. Lin Feng raised the wine in his hand, looked at the people present, and drank it down without waiting for their reaction. Captain, boss, leader, everyone shouted almost at the same time. Lin Feng stretched out a hand to signal everyone to stop talking. He sighed again and said, didn't you find that one person is missing? Advertisement. Everyone thumped at the same time when they heard the words, and then looked around. Soon, Robin said first, Captain, Asatha. Speaking of this, Robin already had a guess in his mind, and the others also thought of something at the same time, and looking at Ling's current appearance, everything was obvious. What happened to Asahi? Everyone asked. Lin Feng had no choice but to stretch out his hand again to signal for everyone to be quiet, and everyone immediately shut up and waited for Lin Feng to speak, but everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Lin Feng looked at everyone, glanced over one by one, and said slowly, Azathar, I can't come back. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly cooled down. It wasn't as noisy as Lin Feng thought, and no one shouted loudly. Everyone's faces were very calm, but behind the calm was endless anger. Even the 2 guys, Lock Doll and Lu Chi, have obvious mood swings, which surprised Lin Feng a little. It seems that these 2 people are well integrated here, at least they are not the kind of unfamiliar guy. Who did it? Someone suddenly called out. Lin Feng looked over. It was Enel. I saw him looking at Lin Feng extremely coldly, almost unable to suppress the anger in his heart. Yeah, who did it? Asked the others. A pirate, Edward Wabel. Then Lin Feng gave a general account of what happened, and everyone listened quietly, but following Lin Feng's narration, he clearly heard the sound of breathing that gradually increased, and the sound of his knuckles being pinched. The sound of. Not long after, Lin Feng's narration came to an end. Chapter 213. Over 90,000 points. Listen clearly. A sparse voice sounded. Lin Feng frowned slightly and shouted loudly, didn't you eat? Louder. Listen clearly. Lin Feng looked around the crowd again and said, now, put away your emotions, no matter who you are, don't mention this matter, especially in front of little Betty. Yes. After listening to Lin Feng's narration, everyone was not surprised why Lin Feng did this. Okay, let's go, let's have dinner later, Lin Feng waved his hand and said. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng found that no one left. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. At this moment, Barry asked, Captain, Asathar, is there really no hope at all? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then said, although I don't want to say that, Asatha really can't come back. Lin Feng didn't tell everyone his guess. After all, the possibility is too small, it might as well be like this, they will have more motivation to become stronger. After getting Lin Feng's answer, the crowd dispersed. Looking at the backs of these people leaving, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the sea area where Yasa disappeared. Feeling a little strange, he stood up instantly, told Reiju and disappeared. Baltigo, the base camp of the Revolutionary Army at night, Drago is still working hard in the command room to mobilize the Revolutionary Army from all over the place. Lin Feng went directly to the place where the celestial dragons were being held. Looking at these inhuman things in front of him, Lin Feng directly killed 6 of them with magic grudge. He got 60,000 points in one go. Advertisement. This act of killing without saying a word made the remaining celestial dragons howl in fright. But they never thought about it. Once upon a time, they also treated those so-called slaves in the same way, not even just slaves. Regardless of these guys, Lin Feng looked at his current points, which were more than 90,000. System. Raise the proficiency of the Battle Mage skills for me. Open black lens bracket. How many? Close black lens bracket. 1000 points. Number problem. Wait a moment. Close black lens bracket. Soon Lin Feng felt the changes in his body. After checking, the proficiency of the Battle Mage skills was already 85%. The pupil technique also increases by 10,000 points. Open black lens bracket. Come on, boss, look at it. Close black lens bracket. There was a burning sensation in the eyes again. 87%. Lin Feng looked at the fusion degree of pupil technique. At this point, Lin Feng felt the strength in his body and then disappeared into Baldigo's cell. New World Sea Area, where Asa disappeared. The sea at night is even more terrifying. Lin Feng stands above the sea. The eyes were closed, and the magical fighting spirit was emitted again. This time, the search range was expanded, and the sea area with a radius of thousands of miles was completely covered, and every inch of the seabed was carefully checked. Just after the magical vindictiveness swept across the sea area again, Lin Feng found several sea kings who fled in the morning. Advertisement. Lin Feng plunged into the sea without any hesitation, and soon several sea kings were under the influence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Lin Feng peeped into their memories one by one. During the day, just before Lin Feng brought little Betty to this sea area, Asa, who was lying on the plank, was swallowed by a huge sea kings, and that sea kings was just like the huge whale in front of him. Creature. However, Lin Feng finally discovered that Asa was spit out by the sea kings. As for why, Lin Feng did not spy on the complete memory, and the location is unknown. This stupid sea kings even forgot the location and couldn't lead the way. It really only takes 7 seconds to remember. However, upon hearing this news, Lin Feng was depressed again. You must have taken a plane. The distance is thousands of miles. How did you not swim back and forth in one day? You must be crazy. The whale moaned aggrievedly, looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Maybe it was saying something, but Lin Feng couldn't understand. It's useless to understand, because Lin Feng has already decided that this big guy is the food for tonight's party. Knock him out and take him away, that's all. After this set of movements, the other sea kings trembled in fright. After searching carefully several times again, there was no trace of Asa, whether in the sea or on the nearby small islands. Lin Feng had no choice but to go back to Sabadi, and could only pray that the fool Asa would be blessed. On the other side, an unknown small island, by the coast. Asa was lying on the beach with injuries all over his body, and was completely unconscious at the moment. Before being swallowed by sea kings, Asa had regained consciousness and was swallowed before he could react. In desperation, Asa used the last of his strength to free armament Haki, opening a hole in his mouth and trapping himself there. I don't know how long it took. Asa felt that the sea kings suddenly became manic, as if he had encountered some danger, and suddenly started swimming quickly. Just after Asa completely lost consciousness, Sea Kings, who was so frightened by Lin Feng, threw up in fright. It's outrageous. With a huge sneeze, Asa was sprayed high into the air and just landed on this small island. Chapter 214. Nia, Paramecia, fruit of existence. Looking at this person covered in scars, just as he was sighing, he felt a terrible breath sweeping over him again. The woman didn't dare to slack off, and used her ability to ultimate. Fortunately, the terrifying aura disappeared after a while. Wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, the woman took the seriously injured Asa to her home without anyone else. Looking at the man lying flat on the ground by herself, the woman's eyes were full of curiosity. It's a miracle that he still survived such a serious injury, and the terrifying aura just now, as this person's enemy. Hiss, the sea is really scary. Fortunately, I did not go to sea. After thinking for a while, the woman went out and ran to the only doctor's house on the island. Bang bang bang. Dr. Locke, open the door, the woman shouted loudly. After a while, the door slowly opened. Nia, it's late at night, what are you doing? A middle-aged man wearing glasses stuck his head out through the crack of the door and said dissatisfiedly. Hey, Master Locke, please help me, Nia said with a smile. How many times have I said it? Don't call me uncle, I'm not yet 50. A hash appeared on the man's already dissatisfied face. Nia opened the door, grabbed Dr. Locke's clothes and pulled him out. Don't pay attention to these details, come with me, life is at stake. Dr. Locke, who was still a little angry, also became serious when he heard this. Wait, why are you in a hurry? You didn't bring anything. Why are you dragging me there? After speaking, he broke away from Nia's hand, went back to the room, and walked out with a medical kit in a short while. Advertisement, come on. Where is the patient? Dr. Locke asked. In my place, let's go. If you are later, there will be no one. The two ran quickly to Nia's house and arrived in a short while. Entering the room, seeing Asa lying on the floor in the living room, Dr. Locke's eyes almost fell out. Who is this man? Dr. Locke asked. Nia waved her hand and said, where did I know? I picked it up. Okay, hurry up and treat it. If you delay it any longer, you will die. After Nia finished speaking, Dr. Locke was silent for a few seconds and said, it's done. Lousy can't see someone dying in front of him and still be indifferent. After speaking, he quickly began to clean Asa's wound, disinfect, stop bleeding, and suture. Halfway through, he tilted his head and said to Nia, damn girl, This person is definitely not simple. If he wakes up and is a white-eyed wolf, we will all be hurt by you. Nia tilted her head and pointed her lower lip. No way, I don't think he looks like a bad guy. Hey, when did you learn to read faces? While Dr. Locke was talking, the movements of his hands moved back and forth on Ace's body like flowing clouds and flowing water. After about 2 hours, Dr. Locke stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up panting. Glancing at Nia who was about to fall asleep sitting on the chair, he walked over and said, "Pay." Huh? What? Nia suddenly raised her head and said, "It's done, give me the money." Dr. Locke sat down across from Nia and said weakly. Nia stood up in surprise upon hearing this. Okay? Advertisement. Then he looked at Asa on the ground, who was wrapped in large pieces of gauze, and still showed no sign of waking up. A little disappointed, he turned back and said, "That's all right, why haven't you woken up yet?" Dr. Locke's face darkened. "You think I'm a fairy? Just wait, let him take a good rest first, he probably won't be able to wake up in a short time." Oh. Hearing Nia's tone full of disappointment, Dr. Locke was so angry that his stomach hurt. "Pay the money quickly, I've been busy all night and I'm exhausted." Okay, what's the rush?" Nia pouted and ran back to her room, took out her wallet and walked out. "How many? Just give me whatever you want." "Okay, hey." After paying the money, Dr. Locke gave a few more instructions and said that as soon as the person woke up, he would tell him immediately and left. The reason why Dr. Locke confiscated too much fee is the unwritten tacit understanding of everyone on the island. Nia is an orphan. She grew up eating a variety of meals. Fortunately, the people here are simple and honest. Later, by accident, he ate a devil fruit that floated in. Although Nia didn't know how to develop it, his ability would naturally increase over time. Later, as Nia's abilities became stronger, she began to take on the responsibility of protecting the island. In the beginning, he was just acting as a helper, helping everyone to fight against the pirates. Later, after Nia was able to cover the entire island with his abilities, no pirates ever disturbed the island again. And the fruit of Nia is called the fruit of presence, paramecia. Chapter 215. You are killing me. Where is it wrong? When the sun rose the next day, Nia got up slowly and came to the living room again. At this time, Ace's breathing had calmed down, and it was obvious that he was sleeping soundly. He opened his mouth wide and snored from time to time. "Hey, this big guy recovers really quickly," Nia said and went to wash up. After that, I went out to buy breakfast and came back, sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading a book while eating breakfast, and occasionally glanced at Asa. The aroma of the food soon permeated the room, and Asa, who was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, suddenly sniffed it hard. After waking up after a while, the first thing that caught my eye was the white ceiling. Then Asa raised his head with difficulty and took a look at the place where he was, the cozy room. It didn't look dangerous. Could it be that he wasn't dead? "Hi, are you awake?" It was a girl's voice reaching Asa's ears. Startled, Asa stood up abruptly and wanted to look back, but the movement was too big and hurt the wound. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Asa had to lie down on the ground again. And Nia also walked to Asa's side at this moment, looking down at Asa. "Don't move around, you will die." Hearing Nia's voice, Asa took a closer look at the woman in front of her. Although she was not the kind of beauty that would bring disaster to the country, she was also small and cute. Asa, who had been single for many years, actually blushed. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Have a fever?" Nia knelt down and put her hand on Asa's forehead. "No, but why is your face turning red?" Being touched by the girl like this, Asa's breathing became heavier. Don't touch me." Nia was taken aback, and then said with a sullen face, "I saved you, but you still beat me." HMPH, sure enough, Dr. Locke is right, he is a white-eyed wolf. Advertisement. When Asa heard this, he didn't expect that the girl in front of him saved him, but the white-eyed wolf. No, Asa quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." Then what do you mean?" Nothing interesting." "What does nothing mean?" "Well, I didn't mean to hurt you, I was wrong, I'm really not a white-eyed wolf," Asa explained anxiously. Nia also knew that there was a misunderstanding after hearing the words, but at this moment she was full of fun in her heart. "Wrong? Where is it wrong? Ha ha ha, I won't tease you anymore." Nia suddenly laughed out loud, making Asa's face full of embarrassment. "Big man, what's your name? Why did you suffer such a serious injury? How did you come to our island? Are you a bad guy? Are you a pirate?" That's right, when I rescued you, I felt a particularly terrifying aura. It must be looking for you, isn't it your enemy?" Nia kept talking, asking a lot of questions, and making exaggerated gestures with her hands. Seeing that Nia was completely talking to himself, Asa had something to say, and just about to speak, his stomach growled first. "Hey, are you hungry?" Nia asked with a smile covering her mouth when she heard Asa's stomach rumbling. Advertisement. Asa, who was always shy, was asked this by a girl, and then he hesitated and said, "Is there anything to eat? I will pay you back, don't worry." Nia didn't continue teasing Asa after hearing the words. She stood up and said, "Wait, I'll go out for a while." Because he didn't know when Asa would wake up, Nia didn't buy more food just now, and went out to buy some more now, and went to Dr. Locke by the way. He is not someone who tells people to scold when they wake up. Lying on the ground, Asa looked at the girl who ran out in a hurry, and smiled wryly. He didn't know what to do in this situation. It must be a good thing that he didn't die. But where is this place? The captain and the others are all worried now. Will their disappearance cause any trouble? On Nia's side, after buying food quickly, she rushed towards Dr. Locke's small clinic in a hurry. When I came to the door, as usual, there were no patients. Nia rushed into the medical hall and saw that Dr. Locke had just finished prescribing medicine for a patient, so he went up and explained Ace's situation. Although Dr. Locke was amazed at Ace's ability to recover, he woke up after such a serious injury and could still speak overnight. He went out with Nia. He was always worried about the identity of this person, and 9 out of 10 he was not a good person, Dr. Locke guessed. Soon, the two came to Nia's house. Dr. Locke saw that Ace was indeed awake. First he exclaimed, and then began to examine Ace's body regardless of Ace's reaction. After a while, Dr. Locke said to Nia, "No problem." Nia showed a sweet smile upon hearing this. Dr. Locke looked at Ace at this moment and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chapter 216 Not a good person, throw it into the sea and feed the fish. Looking at the serious eyes of the other party, Asa had no choice but to say, "My name is Asa." Identity? Dr. Locke was clearly most concerned about this question. Asa thought for a while and said, "Do you know about Star Dueling Arena? Or the Star Guild?" Dr. Locke and Nia exchanged glances upon hearing this. "I've heard that name somewhere," Dr. Locke recalled, stroking his beard. Nia also tilted her head to think back. "I know," Nia suddenly yelled. "Hey, girl, you're so scared to death, you're taken aback." "What do you know?" Dr. Locke asked. "You wait." After speaking, Nia ran into the house, and there was a sound of rummaging through boxes and boxes. After a while, Nia came out holding a newspaper. This was brought back by the team that went out to buy supplies on the island before. Because of Nia's fruit ability, the island's sense of existence was minimized by her, and even the big bird that delivered the newspaper could not find it. Therefore, they will go out to sell and buy regularly. Although this is a bit troublesome, it is better than safety. This is how this newspaper came about. Nia kept flipping through the newspaper in her hand, and stopped quickly. Look, is it this? The Star Dueling Arena, and the Star Guild." Nia handed the newspaper to Dr. Locke. "It turned out to be this," I said. "I seem to have seen it somewhere. However, what relationship do you have with this Star Guild?" Dr. Locke asked Asa. "Hey, I'm a crew member of the Xingqian," Asa said with a smile. "Advertisement fortunately, you know, otherwise it would be really difficult." "The Star," Nia exclaimed again, then grabbed the newspaper and turned a few pages back. "This?" Dr. Locke saw a picture of a ship on it, and it was the Star. Putting the picture in front of Asa, Dr. Locke asked, "So you want to say that you are on this boat?" Asa nodded quickly. "HMPH. Nonsense. You really are a liar," Dr. Locke snorted coldly. Asa immediately panicked. Nia on the side asked, "Eh? Why?" Dr. Locke turned to Nia and said, "Almost 2 years ago, I read a newspaper which said that Lin Feng, the captain of the Xingqian, had an agreement with the world government that he would not enter New World for 3 years. I just remembered that too. This person actually said that he is a crew member of the Xingqian. This must be a lie." After Dr. Locke finished speaking, he looked at Asa with very unfriendly eyes. Nia also stared over at this moment. Asa was overwhelmed by the situation and kept explaining his identity. However, this did not convince Dr. Locke. "It's okay to lie to this silly girl. You are still a little tender if you want to see me." Nia, throwing this guy into the sea to feed the fish, full of lies, he must not be a good person. Nia was taken aback. "Oh, really? Nonsense, hurry up." The two were about to reach out to lift it, but Asa suddenly shouted, I know. The sudden cry frightened the two of them. "Hey, B******************, D, what are you doing?" Dr. Locke yelled. "Advertisement, I see. I know how to prove my identity," Asa said. Both of them looked at Asa suspiciously. Suddenly, the two saw Asa, who was originally wrapped in gauze, appeared in an extremely gorgeous red robe. "This? Trick?" Dr. Locke said in surprise. "Amazing." Nia clapped her hands excitedly. And Asa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the imperial robe can still communicate. "Is that the proof you're talking about?" Dr. Locke said suspiciously. Yes, this is our uniform." It was said that Dr. Locke carefully picked up the pictures of the Xingqian and compared them. At this time, Nia grabbed the newspaper again and flipped through it. After a while, he turned to another page, and it was the pattern of the royal god robe. Although the style is different from Ace's, the general color is the same, and the mighty golden dragon proves Ace's identity. "Ah, what he said is true," Nia said in surprise. Dr. Locke took a look, then glared at Nia and said, "You damn girl, since you know, why don't you find out sooner?" "I forgot," Nia said playfully, sticking out her tongue. Then the two looked at Asa at the same time. "Since you are really a crew member of the Star, why did you appear in New World?" Hearing Dr. Locke's question, Asa threw out the speech he had prepared long ago. "I was attacked by a powerful pirate while performing a mission and was seriously injured. Later, I was swallowed by a sea king's. I was here when I woke up." "So simple?" Dr. Locke asked in disbelief. "Simple?" Asa almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "Did you not hear what I said?" And Nia standing aside is full of little stars, a powerful pirate, sea kings. Swallow it. So exciting. Then Dr. Locke questioned Asa's identity again, and after finding out that there was nothing wrong with it, he said, "Then you can recuperate here, and we can talk about other things after the injury recovers." Chapter 217 Divine Skill Under Lin Feng's Money Offensive. Morgans rushed out the reward order overnight, and today it will be sent to all parts of the world. What Lin Feng had in his hand was the first reward that was sent over overnight. This should be no problem, as long as Asa is still alive, he will definitely be able to find it. Lin Feng put down the newspaper and said to Kuina beside him. Kuina picked up the newspaper and looked at it, then put it down and said, I'm going to the gravity space, I'll be busy recently, and I need to give special training to little Betty. Oh, really? This is also a good thing. After Kuina went out, Lin Feng called Robin and Enel over. Lin Feng already knew about Enel and the commander of the Revolutionary Army, but he didn't expect that the discharger was actually taken in by others. Although Enel looked like he didn't care, Lin Feng could still tell that this guy was obviously a sullen guy, and he wasn't sure why he was so proud of it. Thinking about whether he wanted to connect the two, so he called Robin and Enel over to understand the situation. After listening to Robin's report, Lin Feng also had a headache. How to pull this line? The other party doesn't even know what Enel looks like, and his identity is also a problem, so is it necessary to expose Enel's identity as Zhanlong? After the two left, Lin Feng closed his eyes and meditated for a while, and said to the system in his mind. The task is completed, and the agreed upon reward, did you forget it? How can I'm so dedicated. Close black lens bracket, haha. Congratulations to host for completing the task and gaining the weapon crafting skill channel. Explain. Open black lens bracket OK. Close black lens bracket, weapon crafting skill. Host can add a skill to the weapon, 10,000 points per skill. Are all weapons available? Are there any restrictions? Lin Feng asked. Of course, only weapons produced by the system can be equipped with crafting skills. Okay, give me a list. Then a long list appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Magic Bomb, Lava Flask, Star Ray, Shadow Clone, Chaos Rain, 6-star Prison. There are so many messy skills, Lin Feng felt his eyes were dazzled after watching for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a bug-like skill, Resurrection. Advertisement can't wait to read the skill introduction. Resurrection. Able to revive the life of the dead within 1 hour. Hiss. Godly skill. Lin Feng suddenly felt that 10,000 points is really cheap. Limit to purchase one of each skill. Close black lens bracket. The system hurriedly stopped Lin Feng's idea of buying resurrection skills in large quantities. I haven't said anything yet, as for. Needless to say, I know, after all, you are so shameless. Close black lens bracket. Okay, give me 2 skills first. Open black lens bracket say. Close black lens bracket. Lin Feng took out the battle spear Quixi and Huwu Liuyan and put them on the fire. However, I set up a 6-star light prison, dancing with fire and flowing flames, revive. A control skill, a magical skill. This is the skill that Lin Feng made for his 2 weapons. No matter which one it is, it can play an incomparably huge role. No problem, but crafting skills have a cooldown time. Close black lens bracket. The cooling time of the 6-star light prison is 1 day. Close black lens bracket. Resurrection cooling time is 1 year, 1 year. Do you think that this magical skill will give you unlimited use? Close black lens bracket. This. Lin Feng was about to say something when he listened to the system. However, if you are willing to spend money, no, it will be different if you spend points. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, you are shameless. 10,000 points can shorten the cooling time for 1 month. If you can't buy it, you will suffer a loss and you can't be fooled. Close black lens bracket. Hearing that Lin Feng was shocked by the price, but thinking about it carefully, such a heaven-defying skill is indeed worth the price. It seems that we still have to work hard in the future, work harder, and catch more celestial dragons. After the transaction with the system was over, Lin Feng came to the duel field alone, where the competition was in full swing. Coming to the central duel arena, which is the largest venue, it is already full of spectators. Standing in the exclusive box of the dueling arena, looking at the duelists through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly froze. A woman in a marine uniform was fighting a guy who didn't know if he was a pirate. A head of long pink hair fluttered wantonly. With the woman's roar, her opponent was quickly defeated. 10 consecutive victories, 10 consecutive victories. As the game ended, there were bursts of cheers from the audience. 10 consecutive victories. Lin Feng turned his head and said to the staff who received him behind him. Yes, President, this marine has won 10 consecutive victories. The president is the name of Lin Feng by the members of the Star Guild. Oh, are there many people competing in marine here? Lin Feng asked. There are quite a lot, and the winning rate has always been high. Lin Feng lowered his head and pondered for a while after hearing this. Well, you old Sengoku thing, you can really make money. Marine's strength is generally stronger than these pirates, and no matter if they win or lose, they can get money. Streaks like this can lead to large dividends and bonuses. Are there many people who have a winning streak in Marine? Well, quite a lot. Chapter 218 Don't Die. Sengoku is really worthy of his title of the resourceful general. Look at the winning streaks. I don't know how much money I made here. According to the statistics on this form, Lin Feng feels that Sengoku does not even need to allocate too much activity funds to those branches or marines who have been performing missions outside for a long time. If you are short of money, send people to participate in the competition, which can almost make up for a lot of expenses. However, what Lin Feng doesn't know is that Marine has now established an assessment standard for playing in the star dueling field. Those who want to become regulars and those who want to be promoted don't have a record of winning streak. What's more, here can not only exercise practical experience, but also make up for expenses, so why not do it? So the Marines here almost came in wave after wave, almost changing, punctual like a shift. Smiling, Lin Feng put down the form. I didn't expect you to be so smart, Marshal Sengoku. But you may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. Looking at the figures still fighting in the field, Lin Feng said with a smile. Heiji and Hina, it's interesting, this is 12 consecutive victories. While Lin Feng was looking at the form, Hina knocked down 2 more opponents with lightning speed. After watching for a while, Lin Feng found that apart from the competitions here, most of the other small venues were pirates versus marines. It seemed that even this place was divided into 2 camps. This phenomenon is obviously created deliberately by the dueling arena. Lin Feng doesn't care what the people below do, as long as they can make money. Looking at the current situation, the battle between the pirates and the marines can indeed attract a lot of attention. Back in the tavern, Lin Feng found that there was no one there and then came to the gravity space. At this time, in the gravitational space, almost everyone is here. Perhaps because of the impact of Ace's incident, everyone is now cultivating with all their strength. Advertisement especially for little Betty, it was the first time Lin Feng saw her with a very murderous intent in her eyes. Perhaps in the current atmosphere, everyone's strength can increase a lot in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stepped into the gravitational space. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, everyone greeted him one after another and then continued to practice. And Lin Feng didn't bother everyone and found a place to sit cross-legged. During this time, both the proficiency of skills and the integration of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan have improved too fast. Lin Feng's sudden heightened strength also needs to adapt so that he can exert stronger strength. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng released all his magic fighting energy with all his strength and controlled it within a range of no more than 10 meters around his body, forming a magic fighting energy ball to wrap himself inside. Lin Feng's body also slowly floated up, suspended in midair. Countless thick and majestic magical battle chi rolled in this small area, and it lasted for nearly an hour. Lin Feng kept trying to control it, trying to get it out of his body. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't do this, so he had no choice but to give up. Then Lin Feng attached different attributes to it, and in an instant, the magic grudge that had just been controlled to react less violently became violent again. The energies of the 10 attributes were compressed in the sphere and collided continuously, making loud noises. If anyone entered the range of the sphere now, he would be seriously injured if he did not die, no matter who it was. Slowly, the magical grudge around Lin Feng began to flow and roll like water, and as time passed, the water became more and more viscous. In the end, it turned into a solid shape and wrapped Lin Feng inside. On the outside, 10 dragon imprint patterns of different attributes are vividly attached to it, flashing non-stop. At this time, the others had already stopped their cultivation and gathered together to look at Lin Feng. And the miraculous scene in front of them also made everyone's mouths grow wide, and they couldn't help but marvel at the miraculousness of Lin Feng. Even Kuina, who was closest to Lin Feng, had never heard Lin Feng say such a thing. But Hawkeye, who was standing behind everyone, had brighter eyes, staring at this side with a black knife in his hand. Yi Zan. What is the captain doing? How did it become a ball? Advertisement, it's interesting, isn't it a dinosaur egg? Hatch eggs? Kuina, do you know? This, I don't know either. At this moment, Enel said, you won't die in it? It's so miserable. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw everyone staring at him. You are dead. I'll tell the captain. One. Ah, if you don't want to be beaten by the captain, how about buying us coffee tonight? Miss Robin walked up to Enel and covered her mouth with a smile. Looking at the black-bellied woman in front of him, Enel couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Drink. Okay. I didn't hear anything just now, me too. Me too. Everyone just waited like this, and there was no movement until the time passed for a long time. Now everyone is sitting in the distance watching the play with a pack of snacks and a bottle of wine. Chapter 219 Until all the energy is absorbed and only a shell of the surface remains. Sitting cross-legged among them, Lin Feng took out the battle spear Keishe and placed it horizontally on his legs, and quietly released the magical battle energy that had been compressed and tempered again. When he found this group of people sitting in the distance, eating and watching the show leisurely, Lin Feng smiled. Suddenly a huge energy spread out, and the ball exploded, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Everyone was shocked, and they all stood up and watched nervously, thinking that Lin Feng's practice was wrong. Look, he's really dead, Enel said with a surefire expression. Before everyone complained about him, a purple light struck, and everyone realized that they couldn't move. Except that Hawkeye noticed something was wrong at the beginning, and had already retreated a long distance by this time. What's going on here? Can't move anymore. Barry looked at everyone and said in surprise. The captain did it. Needless to say, it must be. Boss is amazing. Little Betty took Kuina's hand and said softly, Lin Feng big brother has become stronger again. So you have to work hard, Kuina said. She is the most aware of little Betty's madness today. Advertisement. Just when everyone was surprised, Lin Feng's figure leapt high from the explosion, holding Keishe in front of him like a staff. Another burst of purple light flashed, and a huge 6-pointed star appeared under everyone's feet. A more powerful sense of restraint came over, which surprised everyone. If they resisted just now, they might be able to break free, but now there is no possibility at all. Seeing everyone's constipated expressions, Lin Feng slowly fell to the ground. How do you feel, everyone? Lin Feng said with a smile. The new skills he just acquired are really powerful. If this is placed on a large-scale battlefield, with a 6-star light prison, everyone will have to play games, 1, 2, 3. Wooden people, don't move. However, it's impossible for Lin Feng to use all the magical fighting energy on the 6-star light prison, and if it is released on a large scale, it can only clear the miscellaneous soldiers below Admiral, so it is more convenient to release the fighting energy directly. And if you lock this skill on one person, and add the control effect of Wood attribute Grudge, good guy, just stand and wait for death. Captain, quickly take away your supernatural powers. At this moment, Barry suddenly shouted, Lin Feng saw, I'll go, what's your posture? Putting away the 6-star light prison, Lin Feng was immediately surrounded by everyone asking questions. When Lin Feng told everyone about building skills, some people were happy while others were worried. The happy ones are Kuina and Little Betty who have weapons produced by the system in their hands, and the other people are naturally worried. Envy, jealousy and hatred are not enough to beat their mood at the moment. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Hawkeye didn't react too much. First, he felt that he didn't want this kind of thing, and second, he didn't have the weapon that Lin Feng gave him. Advertisement. Everyone talked and laughed and returned to the tavern. Lin Feng called Kuina and Little Betty to sit beside him, and put their respective weapons on the table. According to the fighting style of the two, Lin Feng quickly added the selected crafting skills to their weapons. Kuina's Snow Sakura and Fubuki are defensive skills Steel and Iron Bones, which can block all damage and last for 3 seconds. This is also a very powerful means of life preservation, constantly recovering from injuries and physical strength. Considering Kuina's extreme fighting style, with high attack and low defense, these two life-saving skills are really suitable for her. And Little Betty's Red Lotus was put on the Door of Death by Lin Feng. Nightmare and Death's Gate are a perfect match. Little Betty also likes this dark style. After the two left contentedly, Lin Feng lost another 30,000 points. Lin Feng didn't care much, and even wanted to slaughter the remaining celestial dragons now. It's best for everyone to get at least one crafting skill, which can save their lives at critical moments. But even with the points, he didn't have enough weapons, so he had to temporarily put this extravagant idea on hold. Although there is still a big sharp knife Shuba, but Lin Feng has other plans. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed, and it will be C-Circle calendar 1920 in 1 month. During this period of time, Lin Feng and others didn't continue to go out to do any big things. Everyone cultivated their health and rest, and practiced hard. Reiju has also inherited the throne and is now the real queen. After taking care of everything, she handed over the affairs to Judge, and she herself returned to Sabaody land. Judge didn't disappoint Lin Feng either. In just half a year, with the help of Lu Qi and others, North Blue has almost regained most of it. Chapter 220 Fight turning over in an instant and pressing Lin Feng under him, he output crazily. After the two competed, Lin Feng reckoned that even if Admiral was in front, she would not be able to take her down. In other words, Kuina already had the strength to easily compete with Marine Admiral. Although it can't be defeated, it is absolutely no problem to be able to delay and entangle an Admiral. If you want to escape with all your heart, you won't be able to keep it. And Lok Dar, who was originally Shichibukai, is also very strong now. The two-color hockey is proficient, and even awakened with the help of Lin Feng, his strength soared. In addition, Enel's strength has grown terrifyingly. In just half a year, Conqueror's hockey has been further improved, and Thunderfruit has also awakened under the oppression of Lin Feng's Thunder attribute magic battle energy. It can be said that it is the strongest other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng is even looking forward to the next confrontation between Enel and Akainu. As for the others, they also progressed by leaps and bounds. Even Empress Hancock came to Sabaody to practice from time to time during the past 6 months. At this moment, Lin Feng was drinking wine in the tavern. Hawkeye had gone back to his Kana Island a month ago, and he should have been back by now, but until now there was still no one. Lin Feng felt a little strange. However, he was not worried. Based on Lin Feng's understanding of him, he was either delayed because of the crops, or ran to fight with Shanks. On the side of the Revolutionary Army, the heavenly gold robbed before has already been divided up. Lin Feng and Drago each got half of the 160 billion stolen money, and the fraction was distributed by Drago to the Revolutionary Army soldiers who participated in the operation. Lin Feng also has no opinion on this. Sabo also fought with the Revolutionary Army during this period, occasionally wearing the dragon-slaying robe and using the Ice Flame Fruit to assist the Revolutionary Army. In the eyes of outsiders, this is the alliance between the Zhanlong organization and the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo has become the only member of Zhanlong who has been active in the sea in the past 6 months. What puzzled Lin Feng the most was that there had been no news of Asa, so it couldn't be that he was really dead. You must know that the reward order for finding Asa has never stopped. But until now, there is no trace. Not only Ziza, but even Weibo, that idiot, has not been found. Even Lin Feng suspects that his intelligence system is the same as Marine's. As for that idiot Weibo, without Miss Bajin, where can he hide? Is he also dead? Lin Feng made a bold guess. Advertisement. While Lin Feng was drinking a little wine and thinking about these messy questions, Shaki suddenly came over. Shaki, what happened? Lin Feng asked. There's something wrong with Ace. Shaki sat down and lit a cigarette, and then said, just 3 days ago, a guy named Teach on the Whitebeard boat killed his companion and snatched a devil fruit and escaped. The news just came out. Oh, this thing. You know? I know. Lin Feng smiled. I can tell fortunes. Shaki glanced at Lin Feng speechlessly. Ace is the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and that Teach is a member of Ace, if nothing unexpected. Then there must be an accident, Lin Feng said. Shaki looked over suspiciously. Don't worry, Shaki, I know this. Shaki didn't know what to say for a while. Could this guy really know fortune-telling? By the way, where's that old fellow Rayleigh? Lin Feng asked. Drinking and gambling to harass the little girl. What else can I do? Lin Feng laughed and said, this old guy does things that hurt his body all day long. No wonder his strength has dropped so fast. His body has been hollowed out. Do you want me to help him retrain? Lin Feng looked at Shaki with a smirk. Advertisement. Shaki didn't have any opinion on this either. Really? That's your trouble? Hey, no trouble, no trouble. After Shaki left, Lin Feng raised his glass and took a sip, leaning on the sofa and said, it's all ready this time. It's time to meet him. Putting down his glass, Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the tavern. The next day, New World. 3 figures appeared above a sea area. I didn't expect there to be a stronghold of the Revolutionary Army in the waters controlled by Whitebeard. It's really not easy. It's normal, the Revolutionary Army can't do this. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, but there happens to be something I marked with a space imprint here, which really saves me a lot of trouble. Good luck. Kuina laughed. Hey, what are we doing here? Said Enel, who turned into a thunderbolt and flew beside the two. Take you to fight, how about it, are you excited? TCH, it's better to be a stronger opponent, you are satisfied. Chapter 221. Let's start fighting. This is a huge pirate ship, one size bigger than Lin Feng's star, but not as luxurious. Hey, this looks pretty good, it's big enough. Enel was also a member of the star, but was still surprised by the size of the Moby DK. Lin Feng smiled and said, indeed, it is very good, but there are bigger ones and I have the opportunity to show you. Is there a bigger one? How big? Enel asked. Well, it's as big as an island. Really, do you think I'm easy to deceive? Enel didn't believe it. How about you lie to yourself that you don't have points? Besides, why should I lie to you? Lin Feng said angrily. Fine. While the 3 of them were talking, they were already in the sky above the Moby DK. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all gathered on the deck at this time, each holding a weapon and watching the 3 vigilantly. Obviously, the 3 of Lin Feng have been discovered long ago, but Lin Feng is not surprised at all. This is the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Not only has the 4 emperors Whitebeard who rules the sea, but also has many strong opponents. If people can't find it when they get close to this level, then it's too watery. As soon as it stopped in the sky, a blue figure flew out of the Moby DK. The familiar pineapple head, a pair of wings with blue flames constantly fluttering in the air. Soon he stopped in front of the 3 of them, after seeing Marco's appearance clearly. Advertisement. Enel recognized it. Isn't this the Birdman who watched Lin Feng and Hawkeye not far away when they were dueling? Could it be that Lin Feng brought him here to fight with this Birdman? Thinking of this, Enel suddenly became excited. It seems that I didn't lie to myself, but is this Birdman strong enough to fight by himself? It doesn't look very strong. However, Enel completely forgot that he was wearing the dragon-slaying robe and couldn't use Thunderfruit. The one who slays the dragon? Marco asked, looking at the 3 guys who were all wrapped up and wearing masks. At the beginning, he went to Sabaody to see Zhanlong's blood pupil, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Feng. But now, the dragon-slaying man came to him on his own initiative. What was he trying to do? That's right, you are Marco the Phoenix? Lin Feng said. Lin Feng looked at the other members of the Whitebeard pirates while talking, but he didn't find Ace. Was it really late? It's me, everyone from Zhanlong. Why did you trespass on the territory of our Whitebeard pirates? Although I don't know what position the 3 people in front of me are in Zhanlong, how strong they are, and what their purpose is. But as the Queen's lieutenant of the Whitebeard pirates and the captain of the first team, it is absolutely impossible to show weakness at such a time. Hey, I'm here to find something, Lin Feng said with a sneer. Hearing this, Marco asked suspiciously. Something? What is it? Dark fruit. At this time, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates did not know that the fruit that Blackbeard Teach took was the dark fruit. It was not until Blackbeard himself was exposed that everyone knew. Advertisement. So hearing what Lin Feng said, Marco shook his head directly and said, we don't have any dark fruit here. You'd better leave as soon as possible, and you can pretend that the incident of you trespassing on the Whitebeard pirates has never happened. Yes, do it. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the sword in Kuina's hand had already struck in front of Marco. Marco is naturally not a vegetarian, and he was wary of the 3 of them early on. The moment Kuina drew his sword, Marco reacted. The tip of the sword passed in front of Marco without hurting him. Are you guys going to start a war? Marco said with a sullen face. If he had the choice, he didn't want to do it. Anyone who got into trouble with a lunatic organization like Zhanlong would have a headache. Lin Feng ignored him and said to Kuina and Enel, fight. The 2 of them have been by Lin Feng's side for so long, and they both know what it means, especially Kuina. She knows very well that Lin Feng's beating is definitely just beating, not killing. Even the moment she saw Marco, she already guessed what Lin Feng wanted to do. After all, she had also heard of Ace, and knew the relationship between Lin Feng and Ace is now the captain of Whitebeard's second team. Everyone knows. What a joke, Kuina thought so and rushed towards the Moby DK. After landing on the deck, Kuina felt very at ease, and was carried by Lin Feng's magical grudge to fly in the sky. After a long time, she was still a little uncomfortable. Enel is also standing next to Kuina at this time, and the 2 are surrounded by members of the Whitebeard pirates. A group of strong players at the captain level stood in front, all eyes revealing a fierce light, and everyone was extremely angry at the guy who trespassed on the Whitebeard pirates. Let me meet you. Foil Vista saw Kuina holding a sword in his hand, and chose his opponent without saying a word. Diamond Jazzy also rushed up and soon got into a fight with Enel. Advertisement Chapter 222 The battle between the two. The hockey of the two who are not pretending is also fighting fiercely at this moment, making a ZZ sound, and hockey, which looks like black lightning, surrounds the two of them. At the same time, Diamond Joe's made a direct flashing impact, and his whole body was covered by dazzling diamonds. Enel couldn't use Thunderfruit, and he didn't have the idea of avoiding it. Armament Hockey covered himself and swung his pitch black fist to pull it up. Obviously, Enel is too naive. Joe's Armament Hockey is not inferior to him, coupled with the ability of Paramecia Shining Fruit. Enel's hockey alone can't even break the defense. With a bang, Enel was knocked out. After struggling on the ground for a long time before getting up, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It's interesting." "Really, but you're not that good. It seems that not everyone who slays the dragon is pervert," Joe's mocked. "Oh, stupid guy, try it and you'll know," Enel said and rushed up again. While fighting, he yelled, "Ha ha ha ha, it's really good. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. It seems that you can have a good fight today." Joe's resisted Enel's offensive with his own terrifying defense, and at the same time did not forget to look for opportunities to counterattack. The fist covered with thick bricks and Enel's fist met in a circle, and neither of them would give in. The scattered power of the Whitebeard's crew who were not strong enough to fly into the distance. Kuina also fought fiercely with Vista. "Your sword skills are good," Vista said while attacking, "it's just too far behind me." Kuina didn't object aloud. If it's a simple competition of swordsmanship, he is indeed no match. Vista is one of the best swordsmen in the world, and his swordsmanship is at the same level as Hawkeye. Advertisement however, it is not a competition of swordsmanship right now. In the past 2 years, Kuina's Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey can be described as a rocket-like growth rate. Although he didn't reach the level of pervert that can be promoted after being beaten with a stick, he has steadily improved to the top level. Although Kuina's swordsmanship is not as good as Vista's, it is superior in its weirdness. With Lin Feng on the side, Kuina always develops some weird sword moves. Just like now. Sword Dance Phantom. Hundreds of sword chi surrounded Vista, and the unreal scene also made Vista, a veteran swordsman, flustered for a while. But soon he calmed down, and the western sword in his hand swung out almost instantly, at a dizzying speed. The sword chi of the two sides quickly met, and Vista finally discovered the clue. With his eyes fixed, two western swords were swiftly waved around his body. Dance of roses. Countless rose petals appeared from Vista's side, and Vista's sword energy was also hidden in the rose petals. And Vista himself was tightly wrapped by rose petals, and suddenly all the petals spread out, blocking the several sword chi slashing at him, precise and elegant. "You should be the blood sword princess who slays the dragon, right?" Vista said to Kuina, holding the western sword in both hands. "Oh, you know, your sword skills are very good?" Advertisement. The corners of Kuina's mouth under the mask were slightly raised, and then he said, "Then I'm going to be serious now." As soon as the words fell, Armament Hockey was flowing on top of Fubuki. In a blink of an eye, Kuina came to Vista. "I am not as good as you in swordsmanship now, but my strength is not only swordsmanship." A sword slashed, and Vista quickly swung his sword to block it. It's just that before the two touched, Vista felt that his sword was greatly resisted, and then a huge force hit, and his legs couldn't help but take a few steps back. I didn't expect your hockey to reach this level," Vista said in surprise. In terms of swordsmanship, Vista has absolute confidence, not even losing to Hawkeye. But hockey's practice is an eternal pain in his heart. Maybe he really has no talent. Now he is in his 40s and can only achieve the level of arm color, which is what Kuina used just now, and the strength is not high. So now I'm surprised to see Kuina's Armament Hockey playing, and the sound is definitely young, which makes Vista feel very unfair. The last person who surprised him so much was their Whitebeard second team captain, Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, Vista didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore, took a deep breath to adjust himself, and rushed towards Kuina again. Facing Vista's offensive, Kuina immediately slashed out with a sword dance break the air. Then followed behind Jianqi to meet Vista. Just when the sword energy was about to hit Vista, and Vista was about to block it with a slash, the sword energy suddenly disappeared, and the sword in Kuina's hand quickly slashed in front of Vista. Chapter 223 Whitebeard. Lin Feng raised his hand and grabbed Marco's heavy punch and said, "You are not my opponent." So what? After Marco finished speaking, he disappeared instantly, flashed behind Lin Feng, and quickly kicked towards Lin Feng with his hardened right leg. It's so naive. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and whipped his leg backwards. It's just that what was kicked was only the afterimage of Marco. But Marco kicked in a different direction. In the human beast form, Marco's hands become the wings of the phoenix, and his feet become the claws of the phoenix, which can launch very powerful kicking skills. Coupled with Armament Hockey, it is impossible for Lin Feng to be stupid enough to use his body to hardwire. In just an instant, two huge arms appeared in front of Lin Feng, tightly protecting Lin Feng inside. Marco's attacks were all blocked as well. Susanoo, who is known as the strongest defense, is definitely not something that Marco, who does not have much damage, can break through. The next moment Susanoo appeared in the air in full body. Lin Feng didn't use all his strength and was still 100 meters high. Seeing this scene, Marco's eyes widened, and he looked at the monster in front of him in disbelief. Before he could react, a huge palm came over. Boom! Marco was shot, and fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing hard into the deck of the Moby DK. At the same time, Enel once again punched Josie's body wrapped in diamonds. Different from the past, Enel quietly integrated the thunder and lightning into armament hockey. A trace of black lightning appeared on his fist, penetrating Josie's defense and directly acting on Josie's body. Although Enel's arm color can't reach the level of internal destruction, but lightning can. Since the awakening of Thunderfruit, Enel found that he can use the surrounding environment, integrate into the environment, and even turn into lightning to attack others. Advertisement: whether it is the power or control of thunder and lightning, Enel has been greatly improved, and now this kind of subtle control in the way of integrating arm colors are even more impossible for him to do before. A sense of numbness came, and then Jose was blown away by Enel's punch, and the diamonds wrapped around his body disappeared. However, he didn't suffer any injuries, and quickly stood up. Kuina also cut Vista with a sword at this time, and Vista's expression was even more astonished at this time. Because just now Kuina used armament hockey to penetrate his defense and cause internal damage. Unexpectedly, this person's arm color is even more terrifying than he imagined. The crew members all exclaimed. The three captains were injured at the same time, and there was an even more terrifying giant floating in the sky, which was simply inconceivable. Just when Vista and Jose were about to launch an offensive again, an extremely majestic voice came from the cabin. Stop! Hearing this, not only the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, but even Lin Feng were also moved by the reputation. A tall figure stepped out, and it was Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors, and Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. Shock fruit ability user. Kong Yunki, one of the 12 craftsmen with the supreme sharp knife, is full of hockey just standing there. Father, why did you come out? For a moment, all the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted. Stand back, you are no match for these people, Whitebeard said. The eyes stayed on Kuina and Enel for a moment, and finally focused on Lin Feng in the air. Advertisement: at this time Marco came over, and the damage caused by Lin Feng's slap just now has been completely recovered under the action of the blue flame. This is the ability of the Flame of Regeneration. Father, this person is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the leader of the dragon slaying organization, that fellow known as Shui Tong. Whitebeard heard the words and looked at Lin Feng carefully. Sure enough, the blood-red pupils and the strange diamond pattern in the eyes all showed the identity of the person in front of him. No matter who it is, I can't hurt my family at will, Whitebeard said, with a domineering aura that shocked the scene. When Whitebeard and Lin Feng looked at each other, Enel suddenly said, Are you the legendary 4 Emperors Whitebeard? Isn't he just a sick old man? Is he really that powerful? As soon as these words came out, the audience exploded in an instant. Even Kuina looked at Enel in astonishment. What is this guy talking about? Human words? Arrogant guy, dare to insult old man. Papa is the strongest. I won't allow you to slander Papa. Let's go together and kill this rude B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and Enel was startled. And Enel was startled. Am I wrong? She is indeed sick. Irreverent brat, come get killed, Whitebeard said. Me? Shit. You old guy, lousy is afraid you won't succeed. Enel's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Whitebeard. HMPH, old man, get hit. Enel yelled and punched him. Whitebeard looked at Enel and sneered. The figure suddenly appeared beside Enel, stretched out his hand to grab Enel's neck and smashed him out. Chapter 224. So despicable, HMPH, kid, now you know how powerful you are, Dad is the strongest. The crew sneered aloud. Damn it, you guys. Enel got up angrily and prepared to strike. Kuina quickly flashed to him and said, What are you doing? Don't mess around. Cut. Unconvinced by Kuina's words, Enel turned his head to the side and stopped talking. After Whitebeard knocked Enel into the air, he ignored him and kept looking up at Lin Feng. The mysterious armor-like thing that was 100 meters high made Whitebeard feel the pressure. Under Whitebeard's gaze, Lin Feng suddenly stretched out his right hand and hooked his fingers. You come up. HMPH. Whitebeard frowned and said, No matter who you are, you can't just let it go if you hurt my child and family. Picking up his big long knife Kong Yunki, he stood on the deck and slashed towards Lin Feng directly. Everyone saw a sword energy with incomparably terrifying power sweeping towards Lin Feng, which was very terrifying. Hey, it can't hurt me. Lin Feng laughed. Suddenly a huge sword appeared in Susanoo's hand, and he slashed at Whitebeard's slash. When the two collided, Whitebeard also jumped from the boat at this moment, and the Conqueror's hockey was fully open, coupled with the power of shock fruit. The wind surged instantly, and the entire sky was covered by black clouds. Here, Dad is serious. That guy is dead. Daddy is awesome. Advertisement. Hearing the cries of the people around him, Marco was not as relaxed as they were, but he was a blood pupil. He is not a cat or a dog. He does not doubt Whitebeard's strength, but with Whitebeard's current physical condition, can he really win the opponent? But even with all kinds of worries in his heart, Marco didn't say it, and there was no need to say it. After all, it was his father, Whitebeard. And Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw Whitebeard's blow. Good guy, he just played so big. Just a thought flashed in Lin Feng's mind, and Lin Feng decided that this blow could not be resisted forcefully. Under the control of Lin Feng, Susanoo raised the big sword high, bloody pupils turned, and under the control of flame control, the fire of Amaterasu was attached to the big sword. Facing Whitebeard's horrific slash that seemed to tear apart the entire sky and sea, Susanoo raised her big sword and slashed at it. In an instant, the two did not have direct contact, as if they were separated by something. This should be the ability of Whitebeard hockey, Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him and thought, as expected of Whitebeard, such top hockey strength. In the sky, black clouds rolling, and with the two of them as the boundary, the sky seemed to have opened a crack, and the sea was also made rough by the aftermath of the two's attacks. Seeing the earth-shattering scene, Marco turned back and shouted, "Hurry up and move the boat away from this area, stay away." The people on board started to move immediately, running around Enel and Kuina, except for the two captains who were still watching them. No one cared about them. Whitebeard's hockey kept attacking Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's Amaterasu fire also burned Whitebeard's hockey. Neither of them would take a step back, and they wrestled fiercely in the air. As Whitebeard continued to improve, Lin Feng found cracks in the surrounding space. The space is broken. Advertisement with Whitebeard's roar, a stronger force came out, and Lin Feng, who was hiding in Susanoo, also felt great pressure. Immediately, not to be outdone, he roared angrily, "Isn't it just louder than the voice? Who is afraid of anyone? I still can't yell at you, an old man." Ah! With Lin Feng's roar, Susanoo soared to a size of 200 meters, and the fire of Amaterasu became more and more intense. "Boy! One move will determine the outcome," Whitebeard suddenly shouted. "I wish I could." In the attack of the two, the energy contained was abundant, and under the nervous gaze of Marco, Kuina and others, it caused a violent explosion. "Father! Lin Feng!" The people on both sides yelled at the same time, and after yelling, they both realized that such an explosion would not put the two people in danger of their lives, and they just yelled subconsciously. In the sky, as soon as the loud explosion sound stopped, the smoke quickly dispersed with the airwaves. Everyone looked at the sky nervously, especially the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. What happened to Dad's body? And Kuina fully reacted after the initial cry. Lin Feng once told him that this move, Susanoo, can resist and fight, and its defense is extremely strong. As the smoke dissipated, two figures, one large and one small, were still floating in the air. The big one is naturally Susanoo, and the young one is Whitebeard. Hiss, the two of them didn't seem to have suffered any harm, but their clothes were a little dirty. No, the guy hiding in the turtle shell didn't even have dirty clothes. How despicable. Chapter 225. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. "You are that little ghost named Shatong, you really have skills." Whitebeard suddenly put away Yunki and stood aside, and said with a big smile. It was said that Lin Feng put Susanoo away completely, and she also landed a few meters in front of Whitebeard. To be praised by the legendary Whitebeard, it seems that I am really good. Whitebeard almost had a myocardial infarction when he heard Lin Feng's words. This is really a shameless guy. "Gee lala, you're funny, boy, be my son." Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed. As soon as this sentence came out, not only Lin Feng was speechless, but even the other people on the Moby DK were helpless. "Hey, Dad's sick again," and the facial muscles under Lin Feng's mask twitched uncontrollably. "You Whitebeard and Garp are brothers." "Yes, come be marine, come be a son." What kind of fetish is this? But it seems that Whitebeard's idea of wanting a family is true, but why doesn't he find a wife? It's very strange, isn't it? No way. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes fell between Whitebeard's legs. Isn't the strongest man in the world actually strong? Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, for some reason, Whitebeard felt a gust of cool wind blowing. Could it be some means of attack? What a terrible guy, almost got caught. Ha ha ha, I have no intention of being someone else's son. At this moment Lin Feng said with a smile. And I brought someone into a fight with you, so you don't care? Advertisement. Hearing this, Whitebeard snorted coldly. Do you still know that you are embarrassed? If I didn't feel the killing intent, do you think I would let them fight on my boat? Lin Feng wondered just now, how come Kuina and Enel have been fighting for a long time, but Whitebeard did not come out to stop it, so it turned out to be the case. So that's the case. Since this is the case, why did you make a move? Whitebeard heard the words and said, For me, my crew members are my most precious family members. No matter whether you are malicious or not, as long as you take action, it is impossible to leave so easily. However, since you are going to kill me now, then I won't embarrass you anymore. So what is your purpose? If it is really Shatong, it is impossible to do this. There is no grievance between us. Is it really just for a devil fruit? Ha ha ha, as expected of you, but you were wrong. I really came here for that dark fruit. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Dark fruit? How about talking in another place? Lin Feng said. Looking at the environment the two of them are in now, it is not an elegant thing to keep floating in the air and talking. Besides, Whitebeard is confident that no matter what tricks Lin Feng plays, as long as he is there will be no big waves. So he nodded and said, Come with me. Then the two flew towards the Moby DK. Seeing the two people approaching this way, the crew couldn't understand, why didn't Dad hack this B*** to death? After landing on the deck, Lin Feng nodded to Kuina and Enel, and the two walked to his side. The captains of Marco and Vista also stood behind Whitebeard, looking at Lin Feng and the others warily. Advertisement, come with me, Whitebeard said blankly before turning and entering the cabin. The three of Lin Feng followed immediately, and walked in under the puzzled eyes of others. In the room, Whitebeard sat on his exclusive tall chair, crossed his legs and said, Marco, I want to drink, bring some wine. Father, you can't drink now. The doctor told you to drink less. Marco hurriedly prevented Whitebeard from trying to steal a drink while the doctor was not in the room. At this time, there were only him, Whitebeard, and Lin Feng in the room. When Marco said so, Whitebeard was not angry, and curled his lips and stopped talking about drinking. He also knew that his sons were concerned about his body.
Actually, if you want to drink, I also have it here, Lin Feng said suddenly. HMPH, who dares to drink your wine? Marco turned to stare at Lin Feng and said. Who knows if you poisoned it? Hearing this, Lin Feng shrugged. It's fine if you don't drink, but with your current body, it's good to drink less. Whitebeard first laughed a few times and then said, Boy, I don't like talking to people who are sneaky and hide their heads. Whitebeard, are you sure there's no eavesdropping in this room? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Marco exploded. The disrespectful guy actually called Dad by his first name. Hey, what are you in a hurry for? Lin Feng glanced at Marco helplessly. These guys are really about things related to Whitebeard, blowing up every now and then. Gu la la la, Marco, it's okay, I don't care. After speaking, he looked at Lin Feng. Don't worry, no one here will do that kind of thing. In that case, Lin Feng slowly raised his hand towards the mask. Chapter 226. Omen of Great Omen. Even Whitebeard couldn't believe it at the moment. His face really works so well? Want to check out Shanks? Ignoring the surprised gazes of the two, Lin Feng took off the mask calmly and without hesitation. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely strange and quiet. This face, Whitebeard knew it, and had been in the newspapers many times in the past 2 years. Marco was even more confused. Isn't this Lin Feng? How did it become a blood pupil? Still the leader, grass. Ah, what's the matter? This is an expression of eating shit. Seeing the distorted facial features on Marco's face like this, Lin Feng couldn't say how happy he was. He had long wanted to feel the thrill of having his identity revealed, and now seeing Marco so shocked was so refreshing. You. After uttering 5 words of you in a row, Marco didn't say what he wanted to say. What are you? Speak human language, you. You are Lin Feng. Marco pointed at Lin Feng and still couldn't believe it. Really, Goofone. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing when he confirmed Lin Feng's identity, and he didn't forget to despise the world government and marine by the way. After Whitebeard finished laughing, Lin Feng laughed and said, How about it, any surprises? What a surprise, Lin Feng, do you know that you were really scared to death just now? I thought Zhanlong was going to attack our Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Marco no longer had the nervousness before, angrily said unfairly. Hey, isn't this a joke, stingy, I despise you, he said and stretched out his thumb. Right, since you are Lin Feng, what about these two? Marco looked towards Kuina and Enel. Advertisement. Kuina and Enel didn't hesitate, and quickly took off their masks. Lin Feng blew himself up. What else were they wearing? Slaying the Dragon, Blood Sword Fairy, Great Sage. The two briefly introduced themselves. Seeing the faces of the two, Marco exclaimed again, You are Kuina, Lin Feng's wife? Kuina nodded. Then you are the god of thunder, Enel? It's Thor, Enel corrected angrily. After getting the answer to satisfy his inner curiosity, Marco said, Hey, you guys are really good at playing. Can I drink now? Lin Feng asked. Gu la la la, drink. Soon, the room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Only 5 people. Whitebeard did not dare to let other people know that he was drinking. Lin Feng can also let more people know his identity. People talk about things like this, so be careful, okay? Taking a big sip of wine, Whitebeard said happily, Lin Feng kid, you're here looking for Ace, right? I do have this idea, but looking for Ace is just incidental. By the way, aren't you brothers? Whitebeard asked suspiciously. Yeah, that kid Ace showed us 3 photos every day and said he has 3 good brothers. How could you not come to find him? Marco said while sitting cross-legged on the ground with a bottle in his hand. Lin Feng saw that Whitebeard had finished drinking, picked up a bottle and threw it over, and said, Really, I already knew that Ace is not on the boat right now, and whether I can meet him depends on luck. Then why are you here? Marco said, Didn't I just say it, dark fruit? Dark fruit? Whitebeard muttered, Isn't it the one that Teach stole? Advertisement, congratulations, you got it. Then don't you know that Teach has escaped? I know. Then why are you here? Lin Feng looked at Whitebeard with a mysterious smile and said, Actually, I'm here to tell your fortune. Fortune telling. Times 4. What fate? Me? Whitebeard asked, pointing at himself. Lin Feng nodded. Gu Lala, brat, you are quite interesting. Try. Half a minute later, Lin Feng looked at Whitebeard's face carefully and said regretfully, Oh, what a pity. Marco suddenly became nervous and swallowed. Why, what's wrong? Whitebeard also looked at Lin Feng curiously, as if it was a drinking show. He didn't believe it. Lin Feng must have come here for some other purpose. It's a pity. I look at your face, it's a bad omen. There will be a bloody disaster within a year, before the two of them could speak. Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed again, Not good. This scared Marco enough. Not only you, but most of the people on this ship are tied to your fate, and there is also a bloody disaster, great evil. Chapter 227 Fatal Weakness. And Whitebeard first heard Lin Feng say that he would have a bloody disaster, and he didn't take it seriously at all. With his own strength, he felt that as long as he didn't take the initiative to die, there would be absolutely no danger. But now, Lin Feng actually said that not only him, but even his sons and family members would be implicated, which made him take it seriously. Even though he didn't really believe in such nonsense, he still couldn't help asking, Boy Lin Feng, do you know what you're talking about? Yeah, Lin Feng, our Whitebeard pirates will be in danger. How is this possible? Marco also said. No, it's not that I'm in danger. Lin Feng shook his fingers and said, It's a devastating blow. What? Marco exclaimed.
Boy, if you keep talking nonsense, just leave. I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said today, and I won't reveal your identity. Whitebeard was already a little angry at this time. Devastating blow. Isn't it noisy? Who can do this? Other four emperors? Joke. Marine? If they really try their best to deal with themselves, it is indeed very dangerous. Whitebeard is confident but not stupid, he still knows Marine's strength. However, even if the Marines are all here, can't they run if they can't beat it? Who would fight to the death with them? Isn't that sick? What's more, is it possible for the other three to just look at it like this? Marine isn't worried that other four emperors will take the opportunity to make trouble? So, what a devastating blow. Whitebeard only finds it ridiculous. This Lin Feng is absolutely nonsense. Lin Feng didn't care about Whitebeard's warning, and said to himself, I'm not kidding, you don't believe it's your loss. Do you really think I'm old and easy to cheat? Whitebeard said. Advertisement. Lin Feng smiled and said, not really, but do you really think that I came all the way here just to fool you? Then tell me, what danger will our Whitebeard pirates encounter? The secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Roll. Whitebeard is angry, this guy is definitely kidding himself. It's not good for your health to be so angry at such an advanced age. Why don't you listen to me first? Lin Feng thought in his heart, see if I don't talk to you. After taking a deep breath, Whitebeard said in a deep voice, say it. Okay. The mouthful began. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng was ready to analyze the stakes of this stubborn old thing. Ahem, let's analyze your strength first. My strength? Whitebeard wondered. That's right, maybe you were really strong in the past, but now, how much can you play? Seeing that both Whitebeard and Marco looked unhappy, Lin Feng hurriedly said, don't rush to get angry. No matter how annoying you think I am, and even want to draw your knife to cut me, but you also know that what I said is the truth. Advertisement. With your old body in the torment of illness, can you display 80% of your current strength? Or 70% of your strength? Maybe you can use your full strength in a burst of life, but how long can you last? I believe it's not just me. Most people can see this. The reason why others don't do it is because they don't think it's worthwhile. You're old anyway. Rather than destroying you with heavy losses, it's better to wait for yourself to die of old age. Hearing this, both the arrogant Whitebeard and Marco, who blindly believed in his father, were silent. Time, no one can escape. But, if it's like what you said, where does the devastating blow come from? As long as we stay at ease, who will attack us? Marco had to worry about Whitebeard in the accident. Gu Lala, Marco, don't worry, I don't know whether this kid's is true or not. Father, it's better to believe something than nothing, and what Lin Feng said is actually right, it's always better to be careful, Marco said. Gu Lala, even if it is true, so what, are we afraid? I am Whitebeard. Suddenly Whitebeard laughed and drank heavily. Marco said helplessly, Father, with your body, you should drink less. Gu Lala. Whitebeard waved his hand and said indifferently, where is this? It won't affect my body. Come on, Lin Feng boy, don't talk about those messes, drink. Oh, come on, let me finish the sentence if you want to drink. The dignified four emperors Whitebeard, don't you want to use alcohol to escape reality? Lin Feng said in a slightly mocking and provocative tone. Sure enough, Whitebeard immediately blew his beard and stared and said, you kid, you will die if you don't talk, right? Aw. Really, you still have a fatal weakness, don't you know it? Lin Feng didn't care about Whitebeard's cannibalistic expression at all, and he decided to fool you into limping today. Achilles' heel. Marco was always more anxious than Whitebeard himself at times like this. Chapter 228. What do you mean? Whitebeard asked curiously. Not only did he have any shortcomings, but Lin Feng also had them. You said it yourself, your crew is your family. If someone targets your family and sets a trap to lure you into the game, will you go? Lin Feng asked. Does it need to be said? No one can hurt my children. Whitebeard picked up Kong Yunki next to him and slammed it on the ground. All the crew members on the deck were startled by this, and they all talked about it, thinking that there was another fight. So, your crew, your family, is your weakness, very deadly. Whitebeard was silent and did not speak, and Marco lowered his head with a heavy heart. People like himself are the weakness of the old man, this. Noticing that Marco's mood was wrong, Whitebeard said with a smile. Marco, don't think about it, I am your father, shouldn't it be right to protect you? Gu la la la. Marco was immediately moved. Father, Lin Feng calmly sipped his wine and said, then back to the original topic. The two immediately looked at Lin Feng. The first topic? Dark fruit. This is the devil fruit that Teach ate. Then Lin Feng explained the characteristics and abilities of dark fruit, and the two were taken aback. So powerful. It can actually invalidate other people's devil fruit abilities. Marco was surprised. However, the shortcomings are also obvious, so there is nothing to worry about. Whitebeard said very disgusted. You're awesome, you're right, Lin Feng said casually. Advertisement, but Teach is not that simple. The current ace is probably not his opponent. In fact, Lin Feng himself is not sure about this point. It stands to reason that Ace's current hockey is also very strong, and the development of the fruit ability is also on the right track, and he still has artifacts such as the dragon gun in his hand. But Lin Feng just felt uneasy, that B*********** D Blackbeard was hiding too deeply, and no one knew how much strength he still hadn't shown, not to mention that Ace was going to the meeting alone. No way. Isn't Ace's strength the match of that B******** D Teach? For Ace's strength, Marco knew better than Lin Feng, so he couldn't believe that Ace was not Blackbeard's opponent. Very likely. Lin Feng said. At this moment, Marco quickly looked at Whitebeard. Father, should we call Ace back immediately? At this time, Whitebeard was also struggling. Everyone opposed Ace's pursuit of Teach at first, but later he agreed, because he also felt that Teach could not be Ace's opponent. But now that Lin Feng said this, Whitebeard hesitated a little. He knew the relationship between Lin Feng and Ace, and it was impossible to harm Ace. After thinking for a while, Whitebeard still decided not to recall Ace, let alone whether Ace will lose. Even if he can't beat, Ace won't be unable to escape. But Whitebeard doesn't know. Sometimes it's not that he can't run away, but he can't run, especially Ace. When he has someone to protect behind him, he will never take a step back. Before Whitebeard could say his decision, Lin Feng had already said, it's not necessary. Marco and Whitebeard look over at the same time. Didn't you say that Ace is no match? Aren't you worried? Whitebeard said with a meaningful smile. Lin Feng smiled. One of the purposes of my coming here is to tell you that no matter what Ace encounters in the future, you members of the Whitebeard Pirates must not be impulsive. HMPH, Ace is my son. Do I need you to teach me how to do it? Whitebeard said with a cold snort. Advertisement, Ace is still my brother, just talking nonsense. Lin Feng also didn't give Whitebeard any face. You should be clear about Ace's situation. It's too involved. When the time comes, just leave it to me. I guarantee he won't die. Whitebeard also probably understood Lin Feng's meaning, which should be when Ace's life experience was exposed. I trust you on this, but we, the Whitebeard Pirates, will not do nothing. Yes, in short, what I mean is that you should not be impulsive. Marco on the side listened to these two people talking, and he was in a daze. Could there be something in it that he didn't know? Damn it, this damn curiosity. So, can we drink? Whitebeard raised a big bowl and said to Lin Feng. Although there are other things, let's talk while drinking. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Whitebeard negotiated the opening of the arena and the treatment of Whitebeard's disease. Whitebeard is simply poorer than Shanks, occupying such a large sea area, and only collects some protection fees to maintain expenses, especially Whitebeard himself, who is even poorer. He can't even afford to drink, and all depends on the filial piety of his sons. So the two argued for a long time. Lin Feng decided to pay 60% of the money for the dual field, and Whitebeard paid 20%, but the dividends were the same as Shanks' side, 40% each. The condition is that Lin Feng will engage in economic and cultural construction on Whitebeard's site. Whitebeard has no problem with that either. As for Whitebeard's disease problem, it's easy to solve, and like Shanks, the Whitebeard Adventure Group was born. It is easier to fool than Shanks, maybe because Whitebeard doesn't care whether he is a pirate or not, and he has no intention of becoming the Pirate King. His dream is to have a big family. Chapter 229 Old Shaw and Whitebeard. Marco, go and tell everyone that I'm going out. Whitebeard said to Marco after drinking. Yes, father, but may I go with you? Can. When Marco came out of the window cabin, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people, and the smell of alcohol on his body was also exposed. In an instant, countless questioning voices overwhelmed Marco. After Marco told about Whitebeard's going out, everyone looked incomprehensible. There was a fight just now, so they are going to leave with someone? Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Marco returned to the cabin after explaining a few words to Vista and Joes. Seeing Marco come back, Lin Feng said, Let's go. Let's go, let me see what your dueling field is. Whitebeard stood up with Kong Yunki in his hand. Sabadi, in the tavern, Lin Feng's crew. All gathered here. Lin Feng gave an order before leaving. No one is allowed to practice today, take a good rest. Hey, Comrade Hawkeye, you're bragging. Why don't you drink the three of us alone? Let's see if you will pretend next time. Barry, who was already drunk at this time, held up his glass and said, full of alcohol. Bardo and Luo beside him also echoed with blushing faces. Hawkeye looked at the three people who couldn't speak clearly and sneered and drank the wine in his glass. On the other side, a few girls were also sipping wine and playing mahjong lively. Nonsense. Reiju yelled suddenly. The girls threw Bailey to him neatly and started the next round cursing. Lock Doll and Lu Chi got together, and a group of people also talked and scared away. Especially Kaku, he likes his current life very much. There is less work and more money, and there is no danger. Even if there is danger, there is a boss who can save them at any time. Advertisement amidst the laughter of the crowd, the three of Lin Feng appeared in the tavern with Whitebeard and Marco. Lin Feng big brother, sister Kuina, you are back. Little Betty quickly rushed into Kuina's arms from the mahjong table. Hey, little girl, did you forget about me? Enel, who was ignored, said feigned displeasure. Oh, you're back too. Enel sighed deeply and walked away. At this time, everyone else's eyes were on the tall man behind Lin Feng. Whitebeard. How could he come here? The eagle's piercing eyes fixed on Whitebeard, making no attempt to hide the fighting spirit in it. The one with the biggest reaction is K-Lock Doll. He and Whitebeard had a feud. Many years ago, a young pirate who ate sand fruit entered the new world in high spirits, as if he was the boss and my second child, and no one would accept it. Later challenged Whitebeard, was removed from New World by Whitebeard, but recognized Whitebeard's strength. After becoming Shichibukai, K-Lock always wanted to get ancient weapon and continued to do Whitebeard until he met Lin Feng. As time went on, I gradually let go of challenging Whitebeard. But now, that D Whitebeard appeared in front of his eyes. He almost couldn't hold back and rushed directly to fight, but fortunately he restrained himself. Although his strength has grown in all aspects now, he is by no means Whitebeard's opponent. And Lin Feng was still standing aside. If he dared to act recklessly, he would definitely be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Advertisement, however, Lock Doll is not prepared to make trouble, and Whitebeard is also a guy with a poisonous mouth. Hey, isn't this a crocodile kid? Is this under Lin Feng's command? Seeing this irritating words, Lin Feng hurriedly stopped. Hey, don't mess around. I don't care about your grievances, but with me, don't make trouble. This sentence was not only addressed to Whitebeard, but also to Lock Dale. HMPH. The two looked at each other and snorted at the same time. Just in case something happened between the two, Lin Feng took Whitebeard and Marco to the corner and called Conus over by the way. When Conus treated Whitebeard's old injuries and diseases, everyone in the tavern still looked at him curiously. Gu la la la, little girl, not bad, not bad, I haven't felt so relaxed in so many years. When the treatment was over, Whitebeard couldn't help but cry out with joy. Marco was also snotting and crying excitedly. At this time, Hawkeye suddenly came over. A fight? Gu la la la, Mahawk, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play a game with you. Whitebeard felt comfortable all over his body now, and couldn't wait to get active. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye found him. Fight with me first. At this time, K-Lock Doll also came over. There is still an unsettled account between us. Whitebeard snorted coldly. You still want to challenge me? A dog can't change a guy who eats shit. It's useless to say more, Whitebeard, just ask if you dare. Lock Doll was also angry at this time. Crocodile B asterisk 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 D, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Marco stood up. Seeing the faces of several people tensing up, Lin Feng said, go to Area 50, don't make trouble here. Chapter 230 Ace's Way, home, brother Asa, are you really leaving? I must go, the captain is looking for me, and my companions are waiting for me. Okay. Nia lowered her head and said somewhat disappointed. After Asa's injury recovered, although he wanted to go back to Sabaody sooner, he felt that he couldn't just leave. In order to repay Nia's kindness, Asa has been acting as Nia's master during this time, teaching her fighting and hockey. He also helped the island eliminate 2 pirates who inadvertently broke in, and the relationship between the two has undergone some subtle changes during this period of getting along. Even Asa sometimes forgot that he was only here temporarily. It wasn't until some time ago that the team that went out to purchase supplies accidentally brought back a newspaper and was accidentally seen by Asa. That's when they knew that Lin Feng and the others had been looking for him. Originally, Asa was going to leave a long time ago, but Nia stopped him for various reasons, so he stayed until now. But, how are you going to go back? Nia asked. If you are alone, even if you have a boat, I'm afraid it will be difficult to return to Sabaody. Although I have never been there, I have not even been to the far sea, but I know how dangerous the sea is. You look so stupid, can you really find your way back? After these words, Asa was also dumbfounded, which makes sense. If you encounter any danger or accident on the way, you really can never go back. Asa turned to look at Nia. Then what should I do? Nia smiled playfully and said, hey, take me. With my ability to help, you can save a lot of trouble. Advertisement? Take you? What, can't you? Asa scratched his head and said, yes, then you are gone. What should you do here? Nia heard the words and said, although you helped us drive away the pirates twice, this kind of situation is still rare. When you didn't come before, it was just as good. That's right, how did you drive away the pirates before? Asa finally came to his senses. Didn't you notice? We have the flag of the bearded pirates on our island. That's the 4 emperors. Ordinary little pirates don't dare to make trouble even if they come, and they rarely encounter those who don't open their eyes. What? This is Whitebeard's territory, Asa said in disbelief. Nia didn't know what to say. It's been so long, hasn't this big fool noticed? That's right, so I can go out to sea with you. I really want to go outside and have a look. I heard that Sabaody is beautiful. Nia's eyes were full of little stars. At this time, Area 50 of Sabaody. Whitebeard calmly waved Kong Yunki a few times in his hand and said, how about it, kid playing with sand, do you still want to come? Lock Dar got up from the ground after hearing this. Whitebeard, don't be complacent, this time it's just a competition. Besides, follow the leader, sooner or later you will defeat you are still old after all. Gu la la la, then I'll wait for you. Not paying attention to Lock Doll's harsh words, Whitebeard turned his head and said to Hawkeye, a fight? Hawkeye shook his head. Forget it, you just finished playing, it's boring. After speaking, he walked away alone. Advertisement. Okay, let's all go back. You can settle the grievances between you and Lao Sha yourself in the future. Let me drink and eat meat at my place tonight, and I will send you back tomorrow. Lin Feng came out and said. Gu la la la, Lin Feng boy, I only drink good wine, I don't like ordinary wine. Oh, there are quite a lot of shit. At night, when Lin Feng was having a party, Asa's side was also holding a banquet. In addition to Asa and Nia, Dr. Locke was there, as well as some others, friends of the 3. Girl Nia, are you really going to go to sea with that idiot Asa? Dr. Locke asked. Yeah, let's go, Nia said while eating the barbecue. After receiving Nia's affirmative answer, everyone present looked at Asa with a kind of scrutiny. Boy, if you dare to make something happen to Nia, Lousy will skin you, Dr. Locke said with a cannibalistic face. Skinning. ×5 hearing this, Asa laughed and said, hey, Dr. Locke, I will protect Nia well. Okay, what are you talking about? Nia said. Dr. Locke turned to Nia. Little girl, now that you have decided, then hurry up and decide when to set off, and get ready. For the boat, just go to other islands with the procurement team to buy supplies. There are also things that are needed for daily use. You must not eat less. There are also fruits. You must bring fruits when sailing. After nagging for a long time, Dr. Locke stopped. Asa and Nia were also a little emotional, but they had to leave. Asa definitely wanted to go, and Nia also wanted to go out and have a look. They didn't have this opportunity before, but now that they have it, they must not give up. A week later, Asa and Nia left under the eyes of many parents and fellow villagers. Chapter 231. The captain is fine with others, don't worry, everyone will like you, Asa said with a smile. Little Betty will like you too, she likes Big Sister the most. Nia heard Asa talk about Little Betty many times, and knew that Little Betty was the little sister of everyone on the star. Really? That's great, but I don't know if I can join you. Asa was in a dilemma now, and said with some embarrassment. This is up to the captain to decide, but your fruit ability is quite useful, so it shouldn't be a problem. I heard that your captain is very, very powerful, and your companions must also be very strong. I'm afraid I don't have any advantage with this little ability. Hearing that Asa didn't say anything, it was up to Lin Feng to decide whether to accept someone or not, and he wouldn't do it for him. Even if he thought it was very likely that Nia would join, he would definitely not say so. Although Asa looked stupid, he was definitely not stupid. On the contrary, he was a guy with a very clear mind. He knows what he can say and what he can do. One day later, the person who loves to leave the procurement team, bought a boat and a record pointer, and set foot on the road back to Sabadi. It's also fortunate that Asa was originally a navigator, otherwise the two of them would be finished within a few days of going to sea, let alone whether they could reach Sabadi. Originally, Nia suggested that the two of them could go to Sabadi with the merchant ship, but Asa felt that it would be too time-consuming. The merchant ship did not go directly to Sabadi, and had to go around, and something might happen. The two sailed at sea for nearly a week and encountered some small storms, but Asa could handle it. Today, the two were going to go to the island to replenish supplies, only to find that this is also an island with the Whitebeard flag. Advertisement walking on the street, Asa overheard the message between the words of the people who came and went. It can be said that Asa was pleasantly surprised. Brother Asa, is the arena these people are talking about the same as your Star Duel arena? Nia asked. Yes, I didn't expect the captain to bring the duel field here. Asa couldn't hide his excitement, and hurried to find someone to inquire carefully. It turns out that the Whitebeard pirates are planning to build a duel field, and I don't know if it has anything to do with the captain. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates imitated it themselves? Not knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Asa was going to see if there were any members of the Whitebeard pirates on this island, so it would be good to just ask. He wasn't worried that the other party would be unfavorable to him, not to mention that Whitebeard's character was still worthy of trust, and besides, as long as he didn't cause trouble, as a crew member of the Star, the other party would definitely not embarrass him. So the two were not in a hurry to buy things, but asked around for news about the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The two inquired for a while, but neither got any useful news. It's just that some people look at Asa's face and feel as if they've seen it somewhere before, but they can't remember it for a while. In a restaurant on the island, a pirate hurriedly opened the door and walked in, shouting loudly. Captain. The person who was called the captain looked back, with long hair, thick lips, and a confident expression on his face. Wearing a striped blouse with floral buttons and a lace scarf, he wears a purple-blue skull hat, a moderate turban, and a cape behind him. It is the Ice Witch, Whitebeard, one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. What's the matter? What's the matter? Whitey Bay said, holding the wine glass. Captain, there are two people on the island, a man and a woman, and they are inquiring about the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, there is such a thing? Could it be that Kaido sent it? Want to make trouble again? It doesn't look like that man looks familiar. Whitey put down his glass and said, don't disturb them, let's go over quietly and have a look. Soon Whitebeard led people to a hidden high-rise building, and looked at the two Asa who had been picked up from Shanghai and kept inquiring about the Whitebeard pirates. It's kind of familiar, really don't know? Whitey Bay said to the pirate beside him. Captain, we have indeed never seen this person before. Strange, let's go. At this time, Asa was still pulling people around to ask about the news of the Whitebeard pirates, and Nia followed behind with a cotton candy in his hand. Brother Asa, I don't think there are any here. Let's go to the next island and ask, can we buy food first? Nia said. Hearing this, Asa said, well, I guess there really isn't one here. Well, the news of the opening of the duel field is not necessarily the people from the Whitebeard pirates who came to promote it, maybe it was brought by the businessman. Come on, let's go get some food. The two had just walked a few steps forward when they were stopped by someone. 6 BM Chapter 232 Find it. I also want to ask who you are. What is the purpose of inquiring about the Whitebeard pirates here? Whitebeard raised his head and said proudly. What's the purpose? The other pirates also shouted together. Hearing that Asa was a little surprised, could it be that the pirates in front of him belonged to the Whitebeard pirates? Are you from the Whitebeard pirates? Asa said. There was some pride and complacency in Wibby's eyes. Naturally, hurry up and tell me who you are, and your behavior is so suspicious. Do you want to harm the old man? Asa didn't pay attention to the threats in the other party's mouth, but said with a surprised face, I am. Asa just said 2 words before being stopped by Nia. Brother Asa, don't worry, these people don't know if it's true or not. Asa nodded, yes, I was too anxious. Seeing this, Whitebeard said to Nia, little girl, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. No one here dares to pretend to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. TCH, who knows, who would believe what you pirates say? Nia curled her lips. Maybe the little pirate came from somewhere. Whitebeard's face turned purple suddenly. She was very proud of being one of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, and now someone doubted her identity, and said that she was a little pirate from nowhere. How could she not anger? In fact, when Wadaby revealed his identity, Nia believed it 80% of the time, but just to be on the safe side, he still needs to confirm it again. Unless you can prove your identities, Nia said. What? You little girl, you really don't know what to do. Catch them for me and bring them to Papa Whitebeard. Advertisement Wildab yelled loudly. The pirates immediately drew their weapons and charged towards Asa and Nia. Brother Asa, are you okay? Nia smiled. No problem. After speaking, Asa's figure disappeared instantly, and there was a burst of screams in the field. In just 10 seconds, all the pirates fell to the ground clutching their stomachs. Who are you guys? Whitey Bay gritted her teeth and said, the pressure this big man put on her was too strong. Stellar crew, Asa. After getting Asa's reply, Whitey rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head in surprise. You are that Asa? Yeah, what's the matter? Asa was a little unclear about the situation. Why was this man so excited? Could it be that he was plotting against him? Hiss. Captain, someone covets my body, you don't know? Whitey asked. What do you know? Whitey quickly rummaged around on his body, but couldn't find what he wanted to take for a long time, and suddenly walked up to a pirate lying on the ground and kicked. Get up for my old lady, where's the reward? After receiving the reward, Whitey looked at Asa and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's true, I'm going to get rich. Captain, why get rich? Asked the pirate next to him. Hey, see for yourself. Whitey handed him the reward. Hiss. 1 billion. Get rich. Advertisement Whitey Bay hastily punched him. Don't leak the news, it's time for others to take the lead. After speaking, Whitey walked towards Asa, cast a wink and said, Brother Asa, it was all a misunderstanding just now, let's go, sister invites you to drink. Asa was instantly taken aback. Identity. Nia reminded on the side. Ever since she knew Asa's strength and identity, Nia had a clear judgment. These people in front of them are not a threat to them. Will embarrass them. Therefore, if you can be strong, be strong. After all, the other party is a pirate. If you don't act like you are not easy to provoke, others may bully you. You. Whitebeard glared at Nia, and took out a token of the Whitebeard pirates from his arms. Did you see it, ah? Try to believe you. Nia finished speaking and pulled Asa aside. Brother Asa, the other party seems to be real, but you should be careful. Oh, I see. That afternoon, Lin Feng was still drinking some wine in sobriety, thinking about the future development direction and work plan, when he suddenly received a call from Whitebeard. After receiving the phone bug from Konus, Lin Feng slumped on the sofa and said, What are you doing? Hasn't all the money been sent? What else is there? Lin Feng, it's me, Marco. It's you. I thought it was that old guy. If it were someone else calling Whitebeard that way, Marco would definitely blow his hair, but when Whitebeard himself drank with Lin Feng some time ago, after the drink was high, the two of them said you were an idiot, and he said it was a sand sculpture, so Marco saw it call it awesome. Found it? What did you find? Tell me clearly, is it possible that you have found a wife and want to buy me a drink? When Marco heard this, he really wanted to go along the network cable, give Lin Feng a hammer. It's your crew, that Asa, we found him. What? Lin Feng suddenly stood up and said. Chapter 233 Don't tell others Marco said. It was discovered by our people on a small island under the jurisdiction of our Whitebeard pirates. Then I'll go there now, Lin Feng said. What are you in a hurry for? You can't see anyone when you come here now. Just wait. Our people will send him to the Moby DK and let you know when you come again. How long it takes? Marco thought for a while and said, it's a bit of a distance, it will take about 2 days. Okay, let me know in 2 days. By the way, how is he doing now? Lin Feng asked. For such a long time, he didn't know how Asa was doing. You said this, it's very good. It is said that there is a little girl with you. Tisk tisk. Speaking of this, Marco became interested. You said that you have been looking for the person for so long, and you are so worried that you will die. He and the little girl have a wonderful life. Not letting Marco continue to talk nonsense, Lin Feng hurriedly said, remember to notify me. After finishing speaking, he hung up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng was in a very happy mood at this time. He really didn't expect that Asa would end up in Whitebeard's territory. However, no matter what, as long as the person is found, and it seems to be doing well, although I don't know what's going on, it's fine. Captain, did Asa find it? Asked Konus, who had been standing aside all this time. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, we found it, but it will take 2 days to pick him up. Great, I'm going to tell everyone. Putting the phone bug into his chest, Konus said happily. Don't worry, I'll give everyone a surprise in 2 days, especially not to let little Betty know. Konus bent down and said, Captain, you are a bad guy, what kind of a joke is this? Advertisement, surprise. What a bad idea, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and prepare 1 billion, this time Whitebeard helped us find Asa, and the reward order can't just pretend it didn't happen, Lin Feng said. Okay. Konus said and walked out of the tavern. Lin Feng took the bottle of wine and drank it in one gulp in a happy mood, then walked to the bar and sat down. Shaki, how is that old guy really doing? Shaki sat at the bar and smoked a cigarette and said, your boy is doing well. Recently, he seldom goes out to gamble. He is forced to practice by Kuina and Enel every day, and his body has recovered a lot. Ha ha ha, as long as you like it, but he probably hates me. After chatting with Shaki for a while, Lin Feng called Sengoku and told others that he had found it, and that there was no need for Marine to look for it again. Sengoku was naturally very happy, which meant that Lin Feng still had a favor of 5 billion for prostitution. At night, when everyone came back from outside, they saw Lin Feng drinking wine alone in the tavern, looking very happy. In this way, everyone was a little puzzled, and only Konus secretly smiled. Seeing Lin Feng's strange behavior, Kuina walked over and sat beside him and asked, "Did you pick up the money? Are you so happy?" Lin Feng hugged Kuina and kissed her hard on the face. "Good thing." "What a good thing, tell me quickly." Kuina stretched out her hand and pinched Lin Feng's thigh hard. "Hiss, take it easy, that's it, Asa found it." "What?" Kuina leaned against Lin Feng's arms and suddenly raised her head and said, "Ouch. My jaw." Lin Feng told Kuina the news from Marco. "Don't tell anyone else this news, especially little Betty." "Advertisement, surprise, right, I know, I won't say it," Kuina said. After a while, the 4 girls Kuina, Robin, Reiju, and Konus got together and chatted while eating snacks. "Kuina, what did the captain tell you just now?" Robin asked. "Yeah, you and the captain are very strange, there must be something hidden from us," Reiju laughed. Only Konus was quietly eating. "Hey, Konus, aren't you curious?" Robin asked over his shoulder. "Ah, no, I'm not curious." Konus answered unnaturally when Robin suddenly asked him this question. This kind of reaction was understood by Robin at a glance. "Sure enough, you must know something too? Both of you hurry up and explain, otherwise." Looking at Robin's raised claws, Konus quickly said, "Ask Kuina, she must know." Seeing that several people turned the gunfire on her, Kuina leaned on the sofa and said, "I tell you, you can't tell the outside world." Robin and Reiju nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "Ace is found." "What? Times 2. You can't tell it, it's a secret, especially you can't tell little Betty." On the second day, Lin Feng found that everyone's faces were beaming, except for little Betty. They all looked at Lin Feng with an expression that I understood. "Hey, what's going on? This is it." Lin Feng pulled Kuina over and asked. "What's going on? I don't know. Something always feels wrong." Chapter 234. Returning to the Moby DK without telling anyone else, Lin Feng came to the Moby DK alone. "This time I didn't use Zhanlong's identity, after all, I just pick up people and don't do any bad things." And the Whitebeard pirates, except for Whitebeard and Marco, were shocked again when they saw Lin Feng appearing on the ship in a dragon robe. "What's the situation, recently? First it was the man who slayed the dragon, and now it is Lin Feng who is also famous in the sea. Did something big happen? How to find them Whitebeard pirates?" However, he was not as nervous as last time. From their point of view, Lin Feng should not fight as soon as he came up like that dragon-slaying blood pupil. It's just a pity, Lin Feng really didn't intend to fight, but some people might not. Gu la la la, Lin Feng brat, eat me. An extremely powerful momentum erupted from the cabin. Whitebeard's figure also rushed to the deck in an instant, and Kong Yunki had already landed on Lin Feng's head. "What are you doing? You're going to chop me up as soon as you come." Lin Feng followed Whitebeard's slash with his hand and said. "Quick, fight with me, and I'll buy you a drink later, Gu la la." Whitebeard drew back Kong Yunki, followed by another sweep. Seeing that Whitebeard didn't intend to withdraw his strength, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. This old lunatic, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given him treatment. After being seriously ill for so many years, after recovering this time, the whole person's mental state became excited. Anyone caught wants to fight, jumping to avoid Whitebeard's blow, but Xie had already stabbed out at the same time. Dragon Tooth. The majestic vindictiveness hit Whitebeard's chest, and under the influence of the armed color, the two took a step back. "Just one move, take it easy." After speaking, Lin Feng broke the army with one blow. Advertisement. This was one of Lin Feng's most detailed moves. Without using all his strength, it was just a 100-meter-long dragon-shaped fighting spirit that rushed towards Whitebeard along with Lin Feng. Although Byahuzi wanted to have a good fight with Lin Feng, but this is his Moby DK after all, if the two really let go of the fight, the ship might disintegrate in an instant. Holding Kong Yunch high, the shock fruit's power was equally violent, and it met Lin Feng's attack in an instant. When the two collided, the space gradually shattered. After a while, there was a burst of hearty laughter from where the two collided. The crew could see two big men standing there shoulder to shoulder and laughing wildly. "Gu Lala, Lin Feng boy, do you really not consider being my son?" Whitebeard said. "Oh, don't think about it, you were thinking about farting." "It's okay, haha, Ace is my son, you are his brother, whether you admit it or not, I am your father." Whitebeard smiled triumphantly, as if he had taken advantage of something. Immediately, Lin Feng got a black line. "You forced me, don't blame me." "I'll tell you something, do you want to listen?" Lin Feng said. "Just say what you have to say, you don't look like a man at all." Whitebeard hurt Lin Feng again as soon as he opened his mouth. "You wait, you said Ace was your son, but he called you daddy, right?" Whitebeard was taken aback. "That's right, what's wrong?" Lin Feng revealed a smirk and said, "But Ace is called Grandpa Garp, what do you think is wrong?" Whitebeard was silent for a while and said, "Garp is a shameless b********************. D. Ha 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 ha. Why, do you still feel that you are taking advantage?" Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Advertisement. HMPH. Next time I see that old B*****************, I must hack him to death. After speaking, Whitebeard walked into the cabin angrily. This little old man is quite cute, Lin Feng thought looking at Whitebeard's depressed look. Hey, let's go. What are you doing standing here? At this moment, Marco came over and patted Lin Feng on the back. What's the hurry, right? Where are the Asa people? It won't be long, what are you in a hurry for? Lin Feng didn't say anything when he heard the words, and looked at the crew of Whitebeard. He didn't get to know him well last time he came here as Zhanlong, but this time he can have a drink together. Will you introduce me? Lin Feng said. That's right, Marco, you guy, don't give an introduction. At this moment, Beasta came over. That's right, this is Lin Feng, the legendary god of battle. I really didn't expect to see a real person. Xiaozi said not to be outdone. Fighting god Lin Feng, this is Lin Feng's codename for himself, and now it has spread throughout the sea. The other captains also came forward to say hello. What are you pretending to be? Although you haven't seen it before, don't you hear enough? Marco was speechless. Just from the mouth of that guy Ace, Lin Feng's name has long been spread throughout the Whitebeard pirates. Although not as much as Sabo and Luffy's names were mentioned, they were still remembered by everyone. Lin Feng took the initiative to say to Beasta and Xiaozi, thank you both. Both of them looked puzzled, they didn't understand what Lin Feng was thanking, they thought it was because of Ace. Immediately shaking his head, he said, you're welcome, it's a trivial matter. Only Marco knew that what Lin Feng said was that the two had fought with Kuina and Enel last time. Chapter 235 Reunion. Out of breath Whitebeard was still sitting in his chair with a depressed look on his face at this moment, and it seemed that he was still a little unhappy about being taken advantage of by Garp. I didn't think about it before, and I didn't care about it, but now that Lin Feng mentioned it, I immediately felt annoyed. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, he snorted coldly like a child. This B**************** D is really annoying, don't give him a good drink later. On the other side, Asa and Nia were escorted all the way on the ship of the White Bay Pirates. Brother Asa, I'm a little nervous. Nia put her hands on her chest and said with a bitter face. Hey, don't worry, they won't do anything to us. Asa obviously didn't understand what Nia meant. Who told you this? Nia raised her fist and said, that's the Whitebeard Pirates, they are all big people. I never thought that I would see them with my own eyes one day. And, Asa fell silent after hearing this, and asked curiously, and what? Besides, your captain, that Lin Feng is also there, I'm a little embarrassed. Nia's voice became softer and weaker. Ah, why? Asa touched his head and his face was full of what you were saying, as if I couldn't understand. You, forget it, I won't tell you, idiot. Nia stomped on Asa and walked aside. An hour later, Lin Feng and the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were drinking happily, and soon received news that Asa's ship was about to arrive. Hearing that Lin Feng was not in a hurry, he waited while drinking. Soon there was a commotion outside. Advertisement. Lin Feng dispersed his magical grudge and found Asa immediately. After confirming that it was correct, Lin Feng turned his attention to the little girl beside Asa. Good fellow, very well-behaved girl, was this abducted by Asa? Will he still do this kind of thing? While thinking wildly, a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates came in with Asa and Nia. Whitebee followed behind. Dad, Whitebeard called excitedly to Whitebeard as he entered. Whitebeard responded with a smile. Whitebeard found a seat and sat down by himself, but his eyes were on Lin Feng. This is that awesome guy? God of wealth? As for Asa, the first time he saw Lin Feng, the expression on his face became distorted, and big tears fell down. Captain. After a hunk crying, Asa flashed up to Lin Feng and picked Lin Feng up from his seat. Captain, finally seeing you, I thought. While talking, Asa started to cry. Lin Feng couldn't help it at this time, he didn't expect this guy to react so much. Some helplessly said, take it easy, I can't breathe anymore. Whitebeard and his crew watched this scene, drinking small wine and eating small dishes, looking very satisfied. 5 minutes passed before Asa let Lin Feng go. Hoo. Lin Feng panted heavily and almost died. Asa, really next time, don't be like this, I can't stand it, Lin Feng said as he returned to his seat. Advertisement, Captain, I'm sorry, I was too excited, Asa said with an aggrieved face. Lin Feng looked behind Asa, and Nia, who kept her head down and kept tugging at her little skirt, was almost blushing. Who is this? Lin Feng asked. It was only then that Yasa came to his senses, and quickly said, Captain, this is Nia, my savior. Nia, this is the captain. Hearing this, Nia whispered, Captain Lin Feng, hello. Looking at Nia's appearance, Lin Feng noticed something was wrong, and then looked at Asa. The big man couldn't have noticed it, right? Interesting. Thank you for saving Asa. Lin Feng stood up and said solemnly. No, actually I didn't do anything, really, Nia said flattered. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so polite to her. Ha, it should be, don't be nervous. Asa, take Nia to find a place to sit down. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at Wei-Dibei. I heard that you found Asa. Thank you. Whitey-Bei said quickly. Mr. Lin Feng, I just discovered brother Asa by accident, it's not hard work. Haha, it's okay, come, let's have a drink together, and when you leave later, 1 billion Bailey will give you. Lin Feng then looked at Whitebeard and said, do you mind if I make the decision for you? Whitebeard laughed heartily and said, gee you lala, Lin Feng boy, am I that kind of stingy person? Come, drink. Chapter 236 Nia's Decision, or, I'll go with you too. Whitebeard looked at Lin Feng with unsatisfied interest. He still hadn't had enough to drink, and when he heard Lin Feng say that there was a party tonight, his heart was moved immediately. Father, even if you are in good health now, you can't drink so much. Marco didn't wait for Lin Feng to speak, and immediately stood up to stop Whitebeard. It's okay. Whitebeard finally couldn't bear to disappoint his son's concern, so he had to bear it and drink it next time. Lin Feng spread his hands. It's none of my business. Then he took Asa and Nia out of the cabin and soared into the sky. After staying away from the Whitebeard pirates, Lin Feng's eyes immediately turned red, and then he brought the two of them to the tavern in Sabodi's duel field. At this time, Kuina led a group of people to prepare a big meal, and little Betty was pulled into the gravity space by Hawkeye. Seeing the three of Lin Feng, everyone ran over in surprise, and in an instant Lin Feng was pushed aside to stand with Enel and Luo. Why don't you go there? Lin Feng asked. Enel turned his head to the side. TCH. Ben Thor is not the kind of mortal who makes a fuss. Luo said, I'm not quite used to this kind of occasion. Ha ha ha, it's been so long and you're still so cold, you're really interesting. You two are really arrogant. A group of people surrounded Asa for a while and asked about their concerns, then they focused their attention on Nia who was hiding behind Asa. She was obviously an eccentric girl. Since she saw Lin Feng and was surrounded by everyone, she unexpectedly it looks like a frightened little white rabbit. Hey Asa, is this your girlfriend? The little girl is so pretty. Advertisement, the figure is not bad either. What's your name? Several girls are 8 trigrams. One by one, Nia's face was flushed and smoke was coming out of his head. In the end, Kuina stood up and said, Okay, just come back, don't ask any questions, let's prepare dinner first. Shaki is too busy alone, let's talk about anything later. After the girls left, Lin Feng saw Barry and Bardo still standing there with a smirk on his face. What are you two doing? What are you looking at? If you envy, go find a girlfriend by yourself. Captain, it doesn't make sense, Asa already has a girlfriend, Barry said with a sad face. Asa quickly stood up and said, No, you have misunderstood. When the girls were around just now, Asa wanted to explain, but he never had a chance to speak. TCH, pretending isn't like that. Asa, why have you become dishonest after so long? Barry turned around and said. Senior Asa, you are really amazing. Bardo looked adored no matter what the situation was. Okay, stop messing around. Lin Feng said to Asa after driving the two away, I haven't been back for a long time, you can look around for yourself. Yes, Captain. Nia also wanted to go with Asa, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Nia, come with me, I have something to tell you. Huh. Okay. Where Lin Feng usually sat, Nia carefully sat opposite. Advertisement. Well, Captain Lin Feng, what do you want from me? Nia asked. Don't be so nervous, you're making me look like a bad guy. Lin Feng casually picked up the fruit and handed it over. Thanks. Listen to Asa, do you want to join us? Lin Feng asked. Then do you know what we do? Nia shook her head and said, Not sure, I asked brother Asa, but he didn't tell me. What we did is very dangerous. It's inconvenient to tell you the specifics, but you may lose your life at any time. Are you sure you've considered it? Lin Feng was going to scare the little girl. That's fine, Lin Feng doesn't mind if he really has the guts. Don't think about it, I'll be where brother Asa is. Nia suddenly lost her previous timidity and said firmly. In that case, I won't say anything more. Tell me about it carefully, starting with the thing about you saving Asa. Lin Feng leaned on the sofa and said. While drinking wine, he listened to Nia telling stories about Asa's past for so long. Only then did Lin Feng know. No wonder he couldn't find Asa no matter how hard he searched, it turned out that he was hidden by this girl. But having said that, being able to control the sense of existence of people or objects is really a good ability. Show your ability. Lin Feng said. Nia nodded, and then used the ability of the fruit of presence on herself. Lin Feng suddenly had a very strange feeling. If he hadn't always known that there was someone sitting opposite him, he probably wouldn't have noticed Nia at all. Chapter 237 Rayleigh, I want to hit 10. It's controllable, Nia said, and then Lin Feng found that the strange feeling was gone. At this time, Konus just came over. Hey, Captain, where are the Nia people? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng also had to sigh that the world really has all kinds of fruits, such a big person sitting here. Konus completely ignored him. It's outrageous, however, it should be limited by ability. People with a strong sense of knowledge can still discover it, but discovery is discovery, but as long as you don't pay attention, you will subconsciously ignore it. This is also great for sneak attacks. When fighting, let Nia use this ability on his own people, the effect is unimaginable. For the enemy, it is definitely a nightmare level. Well, it's fine. Lin Feng said. Captain, what's the matter? Konus saw Lin Feng talking, but he didn't want to say it to himself, and asked strangely. But as soon as the words fell, Konus immediately yelled. Nia, why are you here? I've been here all the time, Nia smiled triumphantly, very satisfied with Konus's reaction now. How is this possible? When I came over just now, I obviously didn't see you. Could it be that you were demon fruit power? Or the legendary invisible fruit? Konus looked at Nia in shock. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The invisible fruit, for some reason, he thought of a person. Later, Lin Feng told Konus about Nia's ability, and the latter also thought of how useful this ability could be in battle, and immediately looked at Nia differently. This is a treasure. At this moment Konus thinks more than Lin Feng. Advertisement according to the captain's style of always doing bad things, coupled with such an ability, it is simply a necessary skill for robbing houses, stealing people and setting fire. It's over, the captain is going to become even more wretched. In just a short while, Konus had a big drama starring Lin Feng in his head. I play pirates without a sense of existence. Hey, what are you thinking? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and shook Konus's eyes. Are you thinking about something bad? Ah, no, how is it possible? I didn't, Konus said hastily. After speaking, he walked away directly. Lin Feng looked at her strangely. Something was wrong, she must be hiding something from me. Nia, you are free to move around here. If you need it, you can find anyone here to accompany you, Lin Feng said. At night, ask Asa or someone else to take you to other places in Sabaody. On the first day of Nia's arrival, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to ask her to help in the kitchen. Yeah, Nia nodded, got up immediately and walked out. Everyone has their own things to do, only Lin Feng is lying on the sofa with nothing to do. When he was bored, Rayleigh walked in with a bitter face. Boy Lin Feng, do you think you are full? Hearing this, Lin Feng knew that Rayleigh was here to complain to himself. Recently, Rayleigh has had a miserable life. He is still forced to exercise every day at a very old age. Not only is he gambling, he even has no time and energy to go outside to see the little girl. Oh, isn't this our Uncle Rayleigh? What's the matter? This is a bad look. Lin Feng looked at Rayleigh who was coming and said with a strange look. Advertisement, you, the old man has never seen such a brazen person. Rayleigh sat in Nia's position just now. Picking up a bottle of wine, he sprayed it on Lin Feng. You ruined my happiness. I don't care, you have to make it up to me. After talking a lot, Rayleigh also drank the wine in his hand. Didn't I compensate you for being so greedy? Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Rayleigh squinted at Lin Feng. You want to fool me again? What did you compensate? Why don't I know? A strong body and gradually recovering physical strength and strength. You said that you were so old, and you still drink and gamble to see little girls every day. Your body can take it. Rayleigh's face flushed immediately. Appreciation, that's appreciation, you little brat knows nothing. By the way, how much better is your current strength than when you were at your peak? Lin Feng asked. Why, let me tell you in advance that I won't take part in your affairs, and I won't worry about it when I'm old. Rayleigh immediately gagged Lin Feng's mouth, so as not to be tricked again. Lin Feng looked at Rayleigh with distaste and said, Cut, what are you thinking? When I want to use you as an old man to come forward, I'm still playing a fart, I just wiped my neck. It's more or less like this. Rayleigh opened another bottle of wine and said, It's impossible to return to the peak, but that little girl Konus helped me repair the old injuries on my body before, and recently I was forced to exercise every day by you, and my strength has recovered, gotta do it. What do you mean is okay? Can you beat Enel? Enel? Cut, it's not that I'm telling you, I can hit 10. Rayleigh slammed the bottle down on the table. You're F***************, she reckless. Chapter 238 Surprise. Little Betty, how is your practice today? Reiju pinched Little Betty's face and asked. Uncle Hawkeye taught me a lot. Little Betty looked at Reiju depressed. These old women like to pinch her every time. What's going on? Party? Yeah, today is a day to celebrate, Reiju said. Little Betty heard the words and said, Oh, that's it, whose birthday is it? You'll know later. Reiju smiled. Go and change your clothes first, it's dirty. Oh well. After Little Betty left, everyone immediately looked at each other. Asa also came out and greeted Hawkeye. Back, Hawkeye looked at Asa and said. Hey. Asa smiled and didn't know what to say. He didn't like to talk, and he didn't know what to do when facing a cold person like Hawkeye. When Little Betty came back, the tavern was already filled with food, and everyone was sitting in their seats. As soon as Little Betty entered the door, she saw a tall figure standing there. Everyone looked at her with smiles. They all knew how much Little Betty blamed herself during this period of time. Everyone saw it in their eyes and felt pain in their hearts, and they didn't know how to persuade her. Only the captain, Lin Feng, obviously brought everyone back, but he had to wait until the end to tell her. Big man. Little Betty couldn't believe her eyes. Little Betty, it's me, he. Asa also heard about Little Betty. At that time, everyone thought he was dead, but Little Betty took all the responsibility on himself, and trained crazily every day. Pass. Advertisement. Asa felt sorry for this little girl who was like a younger sister. Is it really you? Are you still alive? Saying that, Little Betty flew directly to Asa, and threw herself on Asa like a pendant. Then came the sound of crying that resounded throughout the tavern. Crying and laughing. It's great that you're still alive. Asa picked up Little Betty and put it on the ground. I almost died, but Nia saved me. Only then did Little Betty look at Nia, who was the only one among the crowd that she didn't know. Ah, Little Betty, this is the one. It was Nia who saved Asa, most likely your sister-in-law. Robin immediately took Nia's hand and said to Little Betty. Oh, Miss Robin, stop talking. Nia was too shy to raise her head. Obviously before coming here, no one knew what he was thinking about Asa, but as soon as he got here, these women immediately set off the atmosphere, and the 8 trigrams were incredible. Little Betty walked up to Nia. Yes, is that Sister Nia? Little Betty was not sure about the name, and asked cautiously. Well, you're Little Betty, right? I heard Brother Asa mention it, and it's really cute. Nia looked at Little Betty carefully. She was so cute. I really want to pinch her face. Is this Catwoman? Never seen it before? Thank you, Sister Nia. After the two greeted each other, everyone happily ate. How is it, little Betty, do you like this surprise? Lin Feng said, throwing the fruit towards little Betty. Little Betty caught it with a quick swipe of her hand. Big brother, huh? Ha ha ha, starting tomorrow, no one is allowed to take little Betty to practice, let her rest for a few days, Lin Feng said to everyone. Advertisement, yes, Captain, okay, boss. Then Lin Feng said to little Betty, I have a task for you. Little Betty said suspiciously, didn't you let me rest? Tomorrow you will accompany Nia to have fun in Sabadi, this is your task. Guaranteed to complete the task. The next day, Lin Feng received a call from Sengoku as soon as he woke up. While eating breakfast with Kuina, listening to Sengoku's chatter. Boy Lin Feng, did you go to New World quietly? New World? No, where did you hear that? Lin Feng asked. When Lin Feng went to the Whitebeard Pirates, he didn't deliberately hide his identity. The Whitebeard Pirates had a large number of members, so it might have been rumored at that time. Don't worry about how I know, you're breaking the agreement, Sengoku's voice sounded a little annoyed. Lin Feng guessed that this old guy was scolded by 5 elders again. I've been staying in Sabadi all the time. Is your information wrong? You, a Marine Marshal, don't believe in rumors. You fart, you said you haven't been there, what's the matter with the duel field over there with the red hair and Whitebeard? You should explain it? How do I know that what people imitated has nothing to do with me? I chatted with Lin Feng for a long time, but I didn't hear anything useful from Sengoku. Anyway, Lin Feng refused to admit it, so he just didn't go there. Sengoku was actually a little puzzled about this. Could it be that the information was wrong? After all, this was just the news from New World, and the Marines did not see Lin Feng with their own eyes. Chapter 239 Heading to the Fishman Island. Captain, it seems that the red-haired captain is calling. Konus said, handing the phone bug. Lin Feng took it helplessly, and Shank's voice came out. Can you hear me? Lin Feng, it's me, what are you looking for me? The redhead smiled and said, guess, not interested in. You are such a boring guy, my arena is built, do you want to come and see it? Shanks said. What? So fast? Lin Feng couldn't believe it at all. Shanks said proudly, of course, I am full of talents here. Hearing this, Lin Feng realized that this guy should be helped by someone with fruit ability, but isn't there no one on his boat who eats fruit? He was hired from outside, for an aid. Unexpectedly, my place will open in another month. Then you have to come and celebrate together, you have to drink. Okay, no problem. A week later, Lin Feng gathered everyone in the room, and then went to the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters below the seabed of the Holy Land of Mariajoy, not far from Sabadi. It is a necessary place to go to the New World. It is also the birthplace of most murlocs and mermaids. It has the reputation of submarine paradise. And if you want to go to the Fishman Island, you usually have to film the hull of the ship in Sabadi Archipelago, and you can reach the Fishman Island safely by sailing with the current. In the past, many marines or pirates passing through the Fishman Island would carry out large-scale abduction and plundering of the murlocs and mermaids on the island. Advertisement because young female mermaids can be sold at high prices in human trafficking, human pirates often kidnap mermaids on the island. It wasn't until Whitebeard, one of the New World 4 emperors, announced that he would take the Fishman Island as his own territory and planted the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, that Marine and the pirates did not dare to continue to invade. The Fishman Island also ushered in a brief peace. Regarding this point, Lin Feng is very dissatisfied with the Marine and the world government. Even though it is near naval headquarters, right under the eyes of the world government, there is still no peace, and even these so-called righteous parties will join in the trafficking among the mermaids. They are even more hateful than some pirates. The former the Fishman Island and Sabadi are the Lion Camel Ridge in this world. Everyone seemed very happy about the upcoming trip to the Fishman Island. Only Hawkeye decided to stay and practice with Rayleigh. The Xingqian didn't even use Rayleigh's coding technology. Lin Feng directly released the magic vindictive energy to form a protective shield around the entire Xingqian, which is much easier to use than coding. The bubbles formed by the coating can withstand strong attacks, even large sea beasts or sea kings can bite through them, but Lin Feng's magic fighting spirit doesn't need to worry about these, as no sea kings dare to approach at all. The Xingqian dived into the sea very smoothly, and everyone was amazed when they looked up at the sea that was getting farther and farther away. Especially little Betty and Nia, who kept running around on the boat. It's amazing, I didn't expect the seabed to be so beautiful, Kuina said standing beside Lin Feng. The beautiful scene of the seabed completely conquered her, like a dream space. Yes, it's beautiful. The world is so big, there are so many wonders. Others are equally amazed by the wonders of nature. Enel suddenly said, in the sea, can I not use thunderfruit? Advertisement, of course, everyone said in unison. You are lightning, while everyone was fighting, on the Fishman Island, inside the Mermaid Cafe. Mrs. Shirley, wearing a hoodie and with short dark hair, was smoking a cigarette when she suddenly had a strange feeling that something big was about to happen. Mrs. Shirley got up at once and went into a room beautifully adorned with ornaments made of coral and seashells. Against the wall there is a huge shell, the shell is open, and in the middle is a crystal ball the size of a football. Mrs. Shirley walked in front of the crystal ball, began divination with a solemn expression, raised her hands and placed them in the air on the crystal ball. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light emanated from the crystal ball. In just a few seconds, Mrs. Shirley withdrew her hands, trembling a little, her face pale. How is it possible? Whitebeard is dead. said Mrs. Shirley to herself. She had just predicted that Whitebeard died in naval headquarters and the Fishman Island lost its umbrella again. Just when she was shocked, the crystal ball emitted a ray of light independently. This is... Mrs. Shirley immediately put her hand on it and after a while said with an incredulous expression, "This, the future has changed." Mrs. Shirley tried to know more, but when she continued divination, a mouthful of blood came out. It's impossible to divination, what will happen in the future? Lin Feng was not harassed by any sea kings or sea beasts because of his magic fighting spirit, and soon followed the current and dived 8,000 meters below the seabed. Chapter 240 The Shame of the Mermaid. Lin Feng immediately spread out the light attribute magic vindictiveness, and the surroundings of the Xingqian were bright. Everyone immediately saw that there were some large and strange fishes around the Xingqian. There are still many sea beasts, but none of them dared to approach the Xingqian. Then everyone saw a huge submarine volcano group in the distance, constantly emitting terrifying magma. It's scary. Just looking at it makes me feel a lot of pressure. Kuina looked at the volcanoes and said. Everyone agreed. The star continued to move forward. Wow, what's that? Bartolomeo exclaimed. Everyone looked over one after another, and a fish with a glowing head swam over. Lanternfish. Over there, what a big jellyfish. Ah, what is that? It's so ugly. Little Betty saw a huge fish swimming in front of her, and almost made her vomit. At this time, Luo, who was lying on the guardrail, suddenly said, "There is a canyon ahead." Lin Feng took a look at him. This guy really seldom speaks, and now he seems to be attracted by the scenery in the sea just now, and has a strong curiosity about the upcoming the Fishman Island. The Xingqian soon came to the top of the canyon, and everyone stood on the edge of the guardrail and looked down. It was a bottomless abyss, and then began to sink down the canyon. It sank almost 2,000 meters. There's light, look, little Betty said excitedly while lying on the guardrail, shaking her legs. Everyone saw the faint light below. It's almost here. Robin held his face in both hands, looking like a little girl. The Fishman Island must be super beautiful, Konas and Reiju said one after another. Advertisement. The girls are all looking forward to the scenery they are about to see. But Barry and Bardo looked wretched. Senior Barry, the Fishman Island, there must be a lot of beautiful mermaids. Yeah, if I can find a mermaid girlfriend, I'll die without regret. The two hid aside and muttered to each other, causing everyone to despise them. Soon, what appeared in front of everyone was a place full of sunshine, light and clouds. An island surrounded by huge bubbles appeared in front of everyone. The Fishman Island, here we come, so beautiful. Yeah, I've never seen it before. Is this the world under the sea? Above the air bubble surrounding the Fishman Island is a circular passage leading to the interior. This is the only place you can go to the Fishman Island. However, if you pass through this huge bubble directly, you can enter the Fishman Island. But the bubbles surrounding the Fishman Island are a bit special, not just a single layer, but a double layer. There is an area without seawater between the two layers of bubbles. If an ordinary ship forcibly penetrates through the outer layer of bubbles, the bubble film wrapping the ship will burst, and the ship will fall down. If you are lucky enough to pass through the second layer of bubbles, you will enter an area full of seawater. After that, we have to sail forward for a while to reach the Fishman Island. Although Lin Feng and the others don't have to worry about the rupture of the bubble film, because there is no bubble film in the first place. But I didn't want to cause too much trouble, so I decided to enter through the passage. Wouldn't it be good to be a law-abiding citizen? Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the passage. Two male mermaids with harpoons in their hands stood on both sides of the passage, looking at the approaching star in shock. It wasn't until the Xingqian stopped in front of the passage that the two mermaids reacted. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Advertisement. This TM is the star, right? Yes. The Fishman Island is so close to Sabaody. How could they not know what's going on in Sabaody now? Besides, many mermaids and murlocs have landed in Sabaody in the past 2 years, and news about Lin Feng has been widely circulated in the Fishman Island. However, what they didn't expect was that the owner of the Sabaody land suddenly came to the Fishman Island. One of the mermaids asked loudly, "Excuse me, is Captain Lin Feng on board?" "Hey, you're pretty smart, you're right, he's my boss," Bartolomeo said while standing on the guardrail with his hips akimbo. Hearing this, the mermaid said to the person next to him, "Quickly, go and inform the king that Master Lin Feng is visiting." After speaking, he looked at the people on the Xingqian with a smile on his face. "Captain Lin Feng, I have sent someone to inform the king. Should you wait here or go in first?" "Go in first," Lin Feng said. "Okay, wait a moment." The mermaid turned around and took out a pen and a registration book, swam to the same height as the Xingqian, and came in front of everyone. "Well, Captain Lin Feng, can we simply register?" "No problem." Then Lin Feng filled in the names of all the people and the time of visit. As for the purpose of coming here, Lin Feng didn't dare to ask unless he wrote about the mermaid. "Captain Lin Feng, wait a moment, I'll open the door right away." The mermaid smiled and went back to the passage door and pressed a button, and the originally closed passage door opened quickly. After the Xingqian entered the passage, the gate was immediately closed again. At this time, the people who had gone to inform the king also came back. The two fish were still standing at the door, just chatting non-stop. "So that's Captain Lin Feng, it's just like the rumors, it's not fierce at all." "Really? I went to call, but I didn't see it, what a pity." "How about it? Be envious, I tell you, I have Captain Lin Feng's signature. I've never seen such a shameless mermaid like you, shame on mermaids." Chapter 241 Landing on the Fishman Island. Although I've seen mermaids in Sabadi before, I never paid much attention to them. I just suddenly remembered a very serious question. I don't know if I should speak or not. Barry touched his chin and said seriously. When everyone saw it, did they find something? All came together curiously. Even Lin Feng is no exception. You said it, what did you find? The crowd urged. Barry glanced at everyone. Haven't you guys thought about it? Thought what? A very rigorous scientific question. Hurry up, mermaid. Why are you pooping? After the voice fell, the boat fell into a dead silence. Don't say I didn't expect it, just think about it. Yeah, when I think that such a cute mermaid can also poop, my heart hurts. While everyone was thinking about this rigorous scientific question, the Xingshan had already entered the large internal bubble under the action of the ocean current, and was heading towards the Fishman Island. It was not long before the current stopped suddenly and the sea was completely calm. There was a piece of land ahead, although Lin Feng didn't know the exact location, but Lin Feng saw some merchant ships docked on the shore and several pirate ships. Parking the boat on the shore immediately attracted onlookers. After Lin Feng and others disembarked, they looked at the group of pirates and thought that this was the Fishman Island, so Lin Feng immediately walked over. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards them, the pirates were extremely nervous. Advertisement, hey, what are you doing here? Lin Feng came over and asked. Why not? Passing by, we're passing by. We're here to travel, really, a group of pirates quickly explained. Yes. It's better to be like this, if you dare to make trouble, I will kill you. Lin Feng said sharply. This is the Fishman Island. Human beings have always been unpopular, not to mention these pirates. They were the ones who kidnapped the most mermaids in the past, but now the Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory, so no pirate dares to mess around coming. After giving a warning, Lin Feng came back and took everyone to the island. The girls were all bouncing forward, and the scenery here made them completely unable to control themselves. Enel. Then Kuina suddenly turned around and shouted. Come here and take pictures for us. Let your camera play a serious role, don't keep taking pictures of other people's black history. Enel turned his head arrogantly when he heard the words. This Raytheon camera is not used for such boring things. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel kicked Lin Feng on the A. If you were told to go, you can go and pretend to be whatever you want. Enel looked back at Lin Feng and wanted to say something, but Lin Feng stared back. Touching his butt, he honestly took out his camera and followed. Advertisement. A group of people don't know the way at all, they play around and run around. Lin Feng didn't care about these. If he really couldn't find his way, he would know the whole of Fishman Island well once he opened his magic grudge. And I'm not in a hurry to go to Dragon Palace City. Come to this place, let's have fun first and then get down to business. On the other side, in Dragon Palace City, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Fishman Island, King Neptune, wearing a crown, was sitting on the throne and meditating. He was bigger and stronger than the average mermaid, with thick and fluffy orange-red hair and beard, flame-like tattoos on his arms, and thick body hair on his body. Your Majesty, that Lin Feng came to visit unexpectedly, should we go out to meet him? Said an elder wearing a top hat, a monocle in his left eye, and holding a cane of horns in his right hand. Minister Zuo, it's okay. It must not be a bad thing for Mr. Lin Feng to come. We don't need to disturb him, just wait here, King Neptune said. But Your Majesty, then. Okay, needless to say. King Neptune interrupted Minister Zuo, waved his hand and said, don't worry, maybe from today, the mermaids and murlocs of the murlocs can really land on land, so there is no need to worry anymore. Even if it's just in Sabadi. Speaking of this, King Neptune suddenly thought of something and laughed loudly. Ho, maybe we can get rid of that B*** D Vanderdaken. Seeing King Neptune's wretched smile, the ministers all smiled wryly. Could it really be so smooth? On Lin Feng's side, a group of people wandered around, and many mermaids on the road recognized them. After all the people who came here were famous and important figures. Especially those mermaids who have been to Sabadi, greeted Lin Feng and his party warmly. Master Lin Feng, welcome to the Fishman Island. Master Kuina. Is that Lord Betty? So cute. Although Master Lin Feng is handsome, I still like Master Enel's. Some female mermaids watched Lin Feng and the others from afar, discussing in a low voice. After these 2 years, although most of the residents of the Fishman Island still repel humans and even hate humans, some of them have begun to try to make contact with humans, especially those who have been to Sabadi. Chapter 242 Starfish Papagu. You don't have to be afraid of being kidnapped and hunted by humans, and you can travel between the Fishman Island and Sabadi safely and freely. To be able to walk freely in the sun and live a good life on the ground has been the dream of the residents of the Fishman Island for thousands of years. It is also the dream of Princess Othime, the queen of the Ryugu Kingdom of the Fishman Island. Princess Odahime, mermaid, goldfish mermaid. The princess of the Ryugu Kingdom of the Fishman Island, the mother of Princess Shirahoshi, and the residents of the Fishman Island honor her as Odahime Empress. Once together with Fisher Tiger, he wanted to change the future of murlocs and mermaids, advocating coexistence with humans. Later, Hody Jones assassinated Odahime in order to provoke the relationship between humans and murlocs. This is a respectable man who has dedicated his life to repairing the relationship with human beings. Lin Feng and the others also warmly greeted the mermaids, and soon came to the Mermaid Bay. Although it is in the deep sea, they can see the blue sky, sunshine, and white clouds. Everyone feels as if they have entered a dreamlike fairy tale world. There are a large number of mermaids living in the Mermaid Bay, and basically all the mermaids living here are female mermaids. The scenery here is also more beautiful, with beautiful corals and reefs growing everywhere. In the middle of the Mermaid Bay, under the seawater, there are large apartments built along the coral reefs, the coral apartment, where the mermaids all live in the coral apartment. At this time, little Betty who was walking in front pointed to a creature that looked like a starfish and said to everyone, "Look, that starfish can talk." Lin Feng heard the voice and looked over. "Hey, isn't this the starfish called Papagu? The designer and president of Prisoner, a popular clothing brand company of the Fisherman Island?" Unexpectedly, after meeting such a little thing, Lin Feng was very interested in Papagu. Just as he was about to step forward, Conus was already one step ahead of him, squatting beside Papagu, and hugged him up. Yunyu Sisi, who was held in the other hand, stretched her neck to sniff Papagu, and then turned aside in disgust. "Advertisement, what are you doing? I'm telling you, I'm a famous person here, what do you want to do to me?" Papagu writhed in Conus's hands, his mouth crackling. "Eh? You can really talk, it's amazing." Conus looked at Papagu in surprise and said, "Yeah, I've never seen it before." Reiju reached out and pinched Papagu's face. Nia rubbed Papagu's head. "Ah, talking starfish, I don't know how it tastes." Robin stepped forward and said, "Hiss." Papagu looked at this beautiful woman in horror. Why would such a good-looking person say such cruel words? "Yeah, I haven't eaten," Enel said. "Barry, try?" "Try?" Bartolomeo nodded fiercely. Asa wiped the corner of his mouth. "Leave it to me." Little Betty looked like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman, and she looked like a devil in Papagu's eyes. So Papagu yelled loudly, "Help! Who will save me? Kami, come and save me." Lin Feng stepped forward and took it from Conus's hand, and looked at it carefully. "Hey, stop howling, or you will be stewed." Papagu immediately shut his mouth when he heard the words, and looked at Lin Feng tremblingly. If this guy really planned to eat himself, the king would have no objection, it's too scary. "I heard you were rich." Lin Feng looked like a bandit. "Ah, it's okay. Advertisement? I heard you live in Dabiai?" No, little house. I heard you were the chairman?" "Who said? I'm just a part-time worker, really." Every time Lin Feng said something, Papagu immediately denied it. "Are you interested in hanging out with me?" No. Papagu was taken aback after he finished speaking. "What? Hang out with him?" "Although I really didn't want to, but I just refused." This is that Lin Feng, isn't it a pity to refuse? And he wouldn't slap himself to death, would he? That. Just as Papagu wanted to explain, Lin Feng brought it closer to his eyes and said, "Why, do you have other ideas?" Papagu hadn't spoken yet, but a girl's voice came from a distance. "Papagu." When everyone looked back, it was a young female mermaid with short light green hair and a pink fishtail. Behind him were three equally beautiful mermaids. "Hey, Kami, help me." Papagu yelled loudly. After Kami ran to Lin Feng, she said cautiously, "Are you Mr. Lin Feng? Can you please let Papagu go?" Here you are." Lin Feng threw Papagu over without saying a word. "I'm just teasing it, don't worry." "Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng," Kami said while hugging Papagu. Advertisement chapter 243. Young and ignorant Kami nodded and said, "Yes, I'm also working with Papa on ancient design." "Wow, really? Starfish also designs clothes?" Nia asked in disbelief. "We'll find out if we go and have a look." Kuina pulled Nia over and hugged her and said, "Let's go, we're going too." Reiju and Conus immediately approached. "I'm kind of interested too," Robin said. Several women were very interested in Papagu's clothing store, only little Betty asked with a look of regret. "Lin Feng, big brother, is that starfish really not edible?" "It can be eaten, why don't you go and catch it?" Little Betty saw that Lin Feng was joking with her and didn't take it seriously at all, so she sighed and said, "What a pity." On Kami's side, these women were soon limped by the siege, and led a few people to Papagu's clothing store. Several other mermaid girls also followed behind and whispered. "Ishili, is that Lord Lin Feng?" said a mermaid wearing a shell-shaped earphone and tied with a brown ponytail. The mermaid, called Ishiri, has long curly black hair, twin ponytails, a moderate tit, and black and white scales on the tail. She smiled and said to the sisters beside her, "Yes, he is Lord Lin Feng, and the one in front is Lord Lin Feng's wife." "How do you know?" "When I went to Sabadi, I met Master Lin Feng and his wife shopping together," Ishili said proudly. "I really want to go to Sabadi too," the twin-tailed mermaid said enviously. "Sira, don't talk about you, I want to go too, but Mrs. Shirley won't give you such a long leave." Another mermaid with light blue long hair and a flower on her head said. "Mellow, let's go quietly, anyway, it's safe now, nothing will happen." "No, who said nothing will happen? Mrs. Shirley is very fierce, okay." Advertisement. The three walked behind the crowd and chatted without listening to him. On Lin Feng's side, he, Asa, and Luo walked in the middle of the team, while Enel, Bardo, and Barry got together. "Enel, which one do you like?" Barry asked in a low voice. "It all looks good, it looks like that." After Enel finished speaking, he suddenly thought of Captain Betty of the Revolutionary Army, shook his head and muttered, "Why did I think of that crazy woman?" Yes, I didn't expect mermaids to be so cute." Barry rubbed his hands with a wretched look. "Senior Barry, I think the one with brown hair looks good." No, Xiao, you are still young and ignorant, and it is normal." Obviously the one with black long straight double ponytails is the best. The two were discussing in whispers, the smiles on their faces were disgusting. Enel walked forward subconsciously. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of Papagu's clothing store and the girls swarmed in. Wow, this dress is so beautiful, come see this. Ah, this is so shameful, which pervert designed it? The 6 men either found a place to sit down or squatted at the door, waiting idly. Smoking? Barry handed Aro a cigarette. Luo glanced at it and said, I don't smoke. And you? Bardo pointed at his nose. Me? I can't. Advertisement, you don't know, I just found out today, didn't you used to be a member of the underworld? Barry was a little surprised. The mother-in-law in my hometown is not allowed to smoke, Bardo laughed. But I can learn. He stretched out his hand to catch the cigarette. At this time, another hand reached out and slapped Bardo's hand off. Won't learn anything, waste. After speaking, Enel grabbed the cigarette, lit it and put it in his mouth. That's right, waste, Barry said with a cigarette in his mouth. Sitting on both sides of Lin Feng were Luo and Asa, both of whom were quiet people, acting like guardians of the Dharma. Luo, how do you feel, life now? Lin Feng said suddenly. Well, it's good. Luo poked his hat and said, don't you feel a little bored? This is a bit. Do something? Luo looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Your current strength is quite good. This time, I will give you a task when you return from the Fishman Island. What mission? Lin Feng reached out and patted Luo and said, keep it secret, we'll talk about it when we go back. Since it is kept secret, why are you talking about it now? What a joke. Luo secretly complained, but he began to wonder in his heart, what could it be? Kill celestial dragons? Do 4 emperors? Or FK that be ******* deed over? Asa, you should also go when the time comes. You have been outside for so long, and your strength has stagnated. Go out and kill a few people to recover. Hey, Captain, okay. For a person like Asa, Lin Feng said that he would do whatever he was asked to do, which was the most worry-free. Chapter 244 Coral Apartment Sayla, Mello, and Ishili came to Lin Feng's side by side arm in arm. Master Lin Feng. The 3 called out softly, hey, it's you guys. You guys are Cammy's friends. The 3 nodded quickly. Yes, Lord Lin Feng, my name is Sayla, Mello, Ishili. Lin Feng smiled and said, oh, what can you do for me? For a while, the 3 of them pushed and shouted, and finally Ishili was pushed out. She cleared her throat and said with some embarrassment, Master Lin Feng, we have something to ask for. Master Lin Feng, can you take us with you when you return to Sabaody? We also want to go to Sabaody. There's nothing wrong with this, but why don't you go by yourself? Lin Feng asked. Yi Shili hesitated and said, we're just going to play for 2 days, we don't want others to know. Lin Feng understood after hearing the words, isn't it just that the child wants to go out to play, and is afraid that the parents will disagree? Sure, who makes himself like to help others? Okay, we'll call you when we leave. Ah, really? Thank you Lord Lin Feng, Ishili said happily after finishing speaking. Sayla and Mello hurriedly expressed their thanks. After an unknown period of time, just as Lin Feng and the others were about to fall asleep, the girls finally bought their clothes. Advertisement, hey, let's go, what are you doing sitting here? Kuina came to Lin Feng with a big bag. Lin Feng was startled. Go. Where? Go to Cammy's house. Saying that, Kuina threw the bag in her hand on Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up and looked, several people and girls were waiting for him with a big bag each. Lin Feng had no choice but to wave his hand, and everything went into the space. Master Lin Feng, if you don't mind coming to my house, Cammy floated in front of Lin Feng using the round air bubble at her waist, and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, okay, but we have so many people, can you do it there? It's okay, just tidy up, and I'll treat you to dinner, Cammy said. Also, I want to go to Sabaody too. At this time, Ishili cooperated with Cammy and said, Master Lin Feng, the dishes made by Cammy are delicious. Let's go. Lin Feng nodded. 4 mermaids happily floated in front of the crowd to lead the way, while Lin Feng and his party were still enjoying themselves. Quickly back above Coral Apartments. After a while, a huge turtle emerged from the water with a huge bubble cover on its back. What's this? Barry asked. Others also looked at several mermaids. This is the turtle elevator. You can take the returning elevator down, and you don't have to worry about drowning in the bubble cover, Cammy explained. This is fun, let's go up quickly, little Betty immediately urged. Let's go. Nia picked up little Betty and jumped onto the turtle's back. The others followed immediately, and Lin Feng walked last and followed with a smile. In fact, magic combat energy is not used at all once it is activated, but it is all here. You must experience the local customs here. Advertisement. The turtle quickly dived into the water with everyone on its back, and what was presented to everyone was a magnificent scene. In the colorful coral apartment of Madara, groups of small fish of different colors swim by. There are still many mermaids swimming around. Judging from the look in Barry's eyes at this time, you can tell that this place is simply paradise. Cammy and Ishili swam around the bubble cover, turning their heads and smiling at everyone from time to time. After a while, the turtle was still sinking. Why haven't you arrived yet? Where do you live? Enel asked. Hearing this, Cammy and the others looked at each other in embarrassment. Finally Cammy said, we live on the bottom floor. Bottom. The crowd said in surprise. Yeah, the rent is cheaper there, Kami showed an awkward yet polite smile. When they came to the bottom floor of Shanhu apartment, Lin Feng and his team found that there was almost no sunlight here. As soon as he was angry, he put up a protective shield and led everyone into the coral apartment. The strange thing is that although the coral apartment is built in seawater, after entering the coral apartment, there is only seawater just below the ankle height. After entering Kami's house, the seawater is gone. As for the journey just now, although there was only ankle-high seawater, Enel and the fruit-capable users still felt a little powerless. I didn't realize until I sat down that it was really crowded. At this time, he came over and said, "Sorry, I forgot to buy vegetables just now, and the ingredients at home are not enough." "Don't worry, I'll go buy it right away." Kami was stopped by Lin Feng just as she was about to go out. "No need to buy, I have some ingredients here." Under the surprised eyes of Kami and the others, a pile of ingredients suddenly appeared on the table, various meats, vegetables, and a lot of fruits, most of which they had never seen before. Chapter 245 million rupees shyly. "That's right, Master Lin Feng, we can't have these." The three of Yishili also said quickly. Hearing this, Kuina wondered, "Isn't it just some food?" "Yeah, what are you doing?" Robin said. "Sister Kami, let me help you do it together." Little Betty ran over and said, holding Kami's arm. Others also looked at Kami and the others in puzzlement. Seeing that everyone looked incomprehensible, Kami said, "Actually, many of these things are luxury goods in the Fishman Island, especially those fruits and meat, which are rarely seen in the Fishman Island. Because the land area on the Fishman Island is too small and not suitable for farming, the fruit and vegetables that can be produced are very limited. There are also these meats that are not commonly seen in the sea, only those rich guys can afford it, hee. To put it bluntly, we are poor." Kami was a little embarrassed at the end. At this time, someone said, "Fake, are you so poor?" Boom. "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Kuina kicked Enel away, a little speechless. "This guy really is, there is nothing to say." Barry clapped his hands and said, "The captain's wife taught you the right thing. The discharger is just a slob, so he should clean it up." Barry was never out of the way of throwing Enel into trouble. "Wooden man, I'll kill you by electric shock." Enel got up and was about to discharge electricity, but Lin Feng slapped him to the ground. "Calm down, it's the sea." After Lin Feng's reminder, Enel remembered the incident and couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Advertisement: if this hurts an innocent person, Lin Feng will have to skin him. "It's so dangerous, walk on the death line." Then he gave Barry a hard look. This guy must have done it on purpose. To use such a low-level provocative method, think Ben Thor will be fooled? Kami and the others watched this scene dumbfounded, it was so cruel. Why do these people fight when they disagree? If you accidentally say the wrong thing, you won't be beaten up, right? Thinking of this, both Kami and his little sister swallowed. Seeming to have noticed Kami's movement, Lin Feng pressed Enel's head with one hand, turned around and said, "Haha, don't worry about it, this guy just needs a beating, you guys go and get something to eat, I'm hungry." "Oh, let's go." After Kami finished speaking, she took Yishili and the others to the kitchen with the ingredients, and little Betty followed behind. After all, Kami and the others might not be very good at handling those uncommon ingredients in the sea. A group of people chatted in a hurry, and it took about an hour before Kami and little Betty finished the meal. This speed can no longer be said to be slow, after all, it is the amount of a dozen people. After eating in a harmonious atmosphere, Lin Feng looked around and saw a few mermaid girls all rubbing their bulging bellies with satisfied expressions on their faces. Smiling, Lin Feng also knew why. The ingredients he provided were not just precious in the sea as Kami said, they were all precious ingredients he treasured. After the break, under the leadership of Kami and others, a group of people played comfortably in the Fishman Island. Yumen Cultural Center, Shuiche Town, the girls took countless photos, but Enel is a tool person. Then I went shopping at the Marin Shopping Center, and when I came out from here, it was dark. Advertisement: the Fishman Island at night has a special flavor. After playing all day, how about taking a break and having a cup of coffee? Kami said to everyone with a smile. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment when he heard the words, he just wanted to sleep well now, shopping was really tiring. Just when I wanted to refuse, I heard the mermaid named Mello say it. "Yes, let's go to the Mermaid Cafe where we work." Mermaid Cafe. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, it seemed that Shirley, who could prophesy, drove it. This is no simple character. Kamito, who predicted 100% correct, predicted the coming of the Great Pirate Era when he was 4 years old. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Let's go, I invite you to have coffee." Walking on the road, Kami excitedly introduced Mermaid Cafe to everyone. "Let me tell you, our store manager is very powerful," Kami said dancing. "Awesome, how powerful? Can we have a fight?" Enel was very interested in this topic. "It's not a fight," Sayla said from the side. "Is that so? It's boring." Enel turned his head disappointed. "HMPH, our store manager is the most powerful fortune teller," Kami said with a grimace at Enel. "A fortune teller?" Barry rushed forward when he heard it, his eyes sparkling. Not only him, but also Konis, Reiju, Robin, Nia. Everyone is interested except Kuina and Asa. Seeing everyone's curious looks, Kami felt that she had finally got her back. Clearing his throat, he raised his head and said, "How about a 100% correct fortune teller, isn't he amazing?" Chapter 246 Mermaid Cafe, that depends on the boss's mood. Enel had a problem with this sentence. It depends on your mood? Little girl, don't you look at who is here.
Be careful that our captain shoots you to death. The tone was fierce, and it seemed that he was still annoyed that the other party would not fight. Kami was stunned immediately. Yes, after playing for a day, she had forgotten the identities of these people in front of her, so she won't cause trouble for the proprietress. At this time, Barry said with a rascal look on his face. Kami girl, although that guy is a bit hateful, but his words are not rough, our captain never looks at other people's moods. Hearing this, Kami and the others looked at Lin Feng in fear, and saw Lin Feng's sullen face without saying a word. Could it be that he turned his face so quickly? Under their panicked gazes, Lin Feng reached out to Kuina's waist, drew out her sword, and walked towards them step by step. Every time Lin Feng took a step forward, Kami and the others took a step back, and their faces turned pale in an instant. Soon Lin Feng walked to their previous position. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised the sword in his hand, and slammed left and right twice. Ouch, Captain. Why did you hit me? Hey, you're sick. Why did you hit someone? Lin Feng looked at the two guys with a dark face. Why? To ruin Lousy's reputation. Lousy can't beat you anymore? Captain, you are so stingy. Barry whispered while touching the place where he was slapped by the back of the knife just now. Also, look at the two of you. You look like human traffickers. The little girl is scared silly by you. He pointed at Kami and the others with his sword. After speaking, Lin Feng said to Kami and the others, don't pay attention to these two idiots, I'll treat you to coffee. At this time Kuina also came up and took his sword and said, don't make trouble with you. As he said, he walked over and took Kami's arm. Robin and the others also stepped forward and held Ishii's arms. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the Mermaid Cafe. Advertisement Lin Feng opened the door first, and a mermaid girl with long wavy green hair, a head flower and 2 necklaces and a coffee shop uniform greeted her. Welcome, may I ask? Before he could speak, a dozen or so people came out from behind Lin Feng. I was stunned for a moment and quickly said, do you want coffee, everyone? Do you want to try the new products in our store? At this point in time, there were no customers in the coffee shop. Although Lin Feng and his party were many, they could still sit down. At this time, Kami and the others also came in from behind. Guy Lien. Kami yelled at Miss Mermaid as soon as she entered the door. Gillian looked up. Kami? Ishii, Sayla, Mello, aren't you resting? Why are you here? Hey, we're here with Mr. Lin Feng, Kami said with a smile. Mr. Lin Feng. Gillian turned to look at Lin Feng who was sitting on the seat. That is Lin Feng. Gillian thought in her heart. Today she heard from the customers in the store that Lin Feng from Sabaody came to the Fishman Island, and she has been recovering all day, but she did not expect the other party to come here. Hurry up, we'll help you, make the coffee first. Kami and the others dragged the door open and entered the counter. After Lin Feng sat down, his eyes kept scanning the shop. If you guessed correctly, Mrs. Shirley should be in the inner room. It didn't take long for the coffee to be served. After taking a small sip, Lin Feng asked, where's your store manager? Guy Lien heard the words and said, Mr. Lin Feng, are you looking for the store manager for divination? Uncertain. Here, let me ask. The store manager hasn't come out for a day. Well, let's go. Advertisement Gillian nodded and went into the inner room, and knocked on the door of Shirley's room, but no one answered. Knocked again, still no one. Guy Lien suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, and shouted anxiously, Ms. Shirley, are you inside? Hearing Gillian's voice, Kami and the others also rushed in. Guy Lien, what's the matter? Ms. Shirley is inside, something may have happened, Gillian said anxiously. What? Immediately, the 5 mermaids knocked on Shirley's door together. Hearing the movement from inside, Lin Feng stood up and said to Kuina, I'll go in and have a look. After speaking, he also walked in, and saw Kami and the others knocking on the door anxiously, tears falling down. After asking about the situation, Lin Feng dispersed his magic grudge, and he could clearly see the scene in the room. What's going on here? Shirley vomited blood and fell to the ground. Step aside. Lin Feng pushed Kami and the others away. The magic grudge was attached to the door, and with a bang, the door opened intact. When they saw Shirley lying in a pool of blood, Kami and the others widened their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. Several people rushed over immediately and surrounded Shirley, not daring to reach out to touch him. At this time, Kuina, who heard the movement, also came in with someone. Konus, I leave it to you. Kuina said to Konus. Konus nodded, stepped forward and stretched out his hands, a great healing technique. Chapter 247 Shirley's divination. Half an hour later, Mrs. Shirley, who had fully recovered and changed into clean clothes, came out. First, he went to Konus to thank him, and then came to Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin Feng, if it weren't for you today, I would be in danger. I'll take the coffee today. Haha, no problem, just don't worry about your affairs, Lin Feng said. Mrs. Shirley pulled up a stool and sat down. I don't know what happened to Mrs. Shirley, why she fainted in the room, Kuina asked. Shirley looked at Lin Feng and said, it's actually related to Mr. Lin Feng. What? Lin Feng stared at Shirley with wide eyes. Don't slander me. After speaking, he looked at Kuina again. Daughter-in-law, she slandered me. Kuina gave Lin Feng a foolish look and asked, Madam Shirley, can you make it clearer? At this moment, Lin Feng put away his joking expression and said, could it be related to divination? Mrs. Shirley nodded. That's right, I tried to divination about Mr. Lin Feng, and then I suffered a backlash and almost died on the spot. As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Lin Feng dumbfounded. The captain can't be poisonous.
Others almost died after divination? Lin Feng was also a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he roughly understood the reason. Then did you get something from divination? Lin Feng asked. Shirley took a sip of coffee and said, this morning, I had a bad premonition in my heart, and then I performed a divination, and the result of the divination also proved my premonition. I have predicted that Whitebeard will die in Marineford in September next year. Advertisement suddenly, there was an exclamation in the coffee shop. Whitebeard is dying? Come next year? Everyone couldn't believe it, it was Whitebeard? Lin Feng frowned, Whitebeard is still going to die. Now, could it be that the wings he fanned were not strong enough? Before he could ask, Shirley continued, however, something happened that I couldn't even believe. Lin Feng hurriedly asked. What happened? Everyone else listened with pricked ears, this is a big deal. Later I discovered that the future has changed. The future has changed? Lin Feng lowered his head and pondered. Shirley stared at Lin Feng with both eyes, as if he wanted to see through Lin Feng. Then he continued. After that, I tried to divination the future of the Fishman Island. Guess what I saw? What? I saw humans and mermaids living happily under the blue sky. And I saw your figure, mine? Lin Feng pointed to his nose and said. That's right. Later, I tried to divination about you, and then I was backlashed, and you all know what happened after that. Advertisement. After listening, Lin Feng thought for a while and said, so, you can't directly divination about me? You can only divination from the side? Like the Fishman Island? Shirley nodded. It's almost like this. I'm also very surprised, it's never happened before. You must have a secret that no one knows, ha ha ha. How is it possible? What kind of secret can I have? Lin Feng laughed loudly. But you said you saw a day when mermaids and humans got along friendly? That's right? Shirley said. Yes, it should also be related to you. Lin Feng drank the coffee in one gulp and said, in that case, I might trouble you to come with me tomorrow. No problem. Shirley agreed, she guessed what Lin Feng was going to do. After leaving the Mermaid Cafe, Lin Feng and his group found a mermaid hotel to live in. In Dragon Palace City, King Neptune waited with a group of ministers for a whole day, but Lin Feng did not arrive, and he did not dare to send anyone to disturb him. At this moment, the ministers dispersed, and King Neptune also received the news that Lin Feng was staying in the Mermaid Hotel. He sighed and said nothing, and could only wait until tomorrow. Waking up the next morning, Lin Feng and the others walked around the area before going to the Mermaid Cafe, took Shirley with them, and walked towards Dragon Palace City. Halfway, a boat wrapped in a bubble envelope and pulled by a huge sea beast stopped in front of everyone. This is a ship from the king's army, Shirley said. Everyone looked up, and there was a male mermaid standing on the head of the sea beast, with a dot on his forehead, sharp teeth and gill slits like a shark, and long wavy blue hair. He looked upright, and the weapon in his hand was a trident. Lin Feng knows this guy. This is the eldest Prince Sharkstar of the Fishman Island Dragon Palace Kingdom, and he is a very upright person. Sha Xing came down from the boat alone, came to Lin Feng and the others and said very politely, Mr. Lin Feng, my father asked me to pick you up. Lin Feng smiled, this old Neptune is pretty good at things. Okay, let's go. Chapter 248. King Neptune. Not long after, a circular passage appeared directly in front of the big ship. This is a passage connecting two bubble covers, a bit like the one when entering the Fishman Island. When the big ship stopped at the entrance of the passage, Sharkstar immediately went down and pressed the button at the entrance of the passage. Soon a voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Sharkstar, Prince Sharkstar said in a flat voice. The person on the opposite side immediately said, Prince Sharkstar, wait a moment, the passage will be opened. Afterwards, everyone saw a long cylindrical passage descending slowly from the opposite side, and soon connected with the opening here. When the ship sailed into the Dragon Palace, Prince Sharkstar also returned to the ship. Mr. Lin Feng, it's full of seawater. This is a bubble coral, which can make a bubble cover. Sharkstar took out a bunch of bubble corals and handed them to everyone. Okay, thanks. Then everyone took a bubble coral from Shark Prince and pressed the button on it. In an instant, a bubble cover was formed, enveloping people. This is really fun, much more interesting than Lin Feng Big Brother's vindictiveness. Little Betty was bouncing around in the bubble, and the bubble cover was constantly deforming with her movements. The others were also playing with it with great interest, and being surrounded by Lin Feng's vindictiveness all the time, everyone felt that the fun was much less. At this time, Little Betty ran to Prince Sharkstar and asked, Prince Sharkstar, can these bubble corals be given to us? Sharkstar didn't have any objection to this. Let's not say that this thing is worthless to him at all. If he can use these things to gain the other party's friendship, it would be a huge profit. Ha ha ha, no problem. If you like it, I will show you other things later. There are many treasures in our Dragon Palace. Prince Sharkstar said with a smile. Lin Feng didn't say anything when he heard the words. He knew what the other person was thinking, but was it a treasure? This Mrs. Dai is really, there are really many treasures in the Dragon Palace. Do you want to go shopping? Advertisement. With Prince Shark's permission, Little Betty was as happy as a cat. No, she was originally Catwoman. Soon a golden door appeared in front of everyone, and the door was already opened. Standing at the door was King Neptune. Behind him, the ministers standing on both sides of the road and 2 rows of mermaid soldiers wearing armor and holding tridents. When the boat stopped, Sharkstar and Shirley got off the boat. Sharkstar took the lead in saying hello to King Neptune, Father King. Well, very good, let's go to the side first, King Neptune said. At this time Shirley also stepped forward and slightly bent over and said, Your Majesty. King Neptune also said enthusiastically when he saw Madame Shirley. Ho ho ho, Madame Shirley is here. After several people greeted each other, Lin Feng took the people off the boat. The moment he saw Lin Feng, King Neptune's eyes flashed a golden light. Ho ho ho, welcome Mr. Lin Feng to the Fishman Island. Hearing this, Lin Feng also said loudly, haha, King Neptune, you are too kind. This is my territory, Mr. Lin Feng, everyone, don't be restrained, you can play however you want. As soon as the words fell, the left minister standing behind King Neptune immediately said, Your Majesty, how can you say such frivolous words again? This is the Imperial Palace, how can outsiders be allowed to play at will? What a... My grass. Advertisement Anil listened to the old man in the tall hat kept nagging and said casually. Everyone looked over after hearing the words, what kind of fool? No, you are rude, Minister Zuo said angrily, pointing at Enel with the cane in his hand. TCH, no matter how much you talk, Ben Thor will kill you. Enel threatened with his hands folded on his chest. Next, a strange scene appeared at the gate, the left minister danced and shouted to retreat, and Enel kept talking and hacked you. People around looked at these two as if they were fools. Lin Feng and King Neptune looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They don't care about such small things. After a while, the two didn't seem to stop. King Neptune stepped forward and said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin Feng, come in with me. Lin Feng nodded and followed King Neptune in. Kuina and others followed immediately. Seeing that everyone had left, Minister Zuo and Enel stopped arguing, glared at each other, and then entered Dragon Palace City. Under the leadership of King Neptune, a giant flounder with a huge bubble membrane appeared in front of everyone. King Neptune said, I have set up a banquet for you in the banquet hall, and now we will go there by flounder. Hearing this, Lin Feng complained secretly, this is the style, and you have to take transportation to eat in the banquet hall. Thinking that he was in Sabadi, eating and drinking in the tavern every day, Lin Feng decided to learn a little bit in the future. Chapter 249. Enel Spray's the extremely spacious and tall luxurious banquet hall has a shell-shaped stage in the center. As soon as Lin Feng and others entered, the beautiful mermaid who had been waiting for a long time began to dance. Lin Feng glanced at the people present, except for King Neptune, several ministers, and Prince Sharkstar, there was only Lin Feng and this group of people. However, it is not surprising that Princess Shirahoshi is not there. At this time, Princess Shirahoshi was in the hard shell tower if nothing else happened. 8 years ago, Princess Shirahoshi's mother, Princess Odahime, was assassinated by Hody Jones in Geelong Cod Square. At this time, Van der Daken Ix mixed into the crowd and touched Shirahoshi with his hand with the ability of target fruit. Shirahoshi has since become his sniper target. Van der Daken learns that Shirahoshi is the legendary mermaid princess who can control the sea kings that the ancestors have been looking for years. In order to obtain this ability, he wanted to marry Shirahoshi as his wife. In order to pursue Shirahoshi, he never touched Shirahoshi's right hand again. In the beginning, Van der Daken would send love letters to Dragon Palace Kingdom at most in a week. After that, it changed from a letter to a postal package, and finally even turned into a threatening marriage proposal, which made Princess Shirahoshi quite frightened. This incident made Shirahoshi's father, King Neptune, furious, so he ordered his 3 sons to lead the army to hunt down Van der Daken. Since then, in order to avoid Van der Daken, he lived in the hard shell tower, and it has passed so far. In 8 years, he was not able to attend even the funeral of his mother Princess Othime. Van der Daken is also the top iron. Even if he is fully wanted by the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Van der Daken will still attack the hard shell tower where Shirahoshi is with a weapon. After everyone was seated, Lin Feng asked, King Neptune, I heard that you have 3 sons. Why is Prince Sharkstar the only one here? Could it be that he is out on business? Hearing this, King Neptune showed a wry smile, and then said, the King Star and the Crash Star are at the hard shell tower, guarding Shirahoshi's safety. Advertisement Lin Feng pretended to be suspicious and said, oh, why is this? Could it be that there are still people in the Dragon Palace Kingdom who dared to attack Princess Shirahoshi? Seeing the two chatting, the others began to feast on their own. The big scallops and clams the size of a human head can't be eaten by ordinary people. There are also fruit wines, fruits and vegetables and desserts in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, which are also hard to put down. Hearing Lin Feng talking about Princess Shirahoshi, some people immediately stopped their big mouths, raised their heads and looked at King Neptune with shining eyes. Princess. He had heard that Princess Shirahoshi was effervescently beautiful, and Barry couldn't wait to see if it was true. Mr. Lin Feng doesn't know. King Neptune then recounted the crazy things Van der Daken did to Shirahoshi. After listening to it, people like Lin Feng who already knew it didn't feel much. Everyone else looked angry, especially the girls. Kuina, let's kill that Van der Daken. Reiju turned his head and whispered while drinking fruit wine. I'll go too. Nia and Konas said quickly, fearing that they would be left behind. So Robin and Betty Jr. also joined in. When the girls conspired, their whispered conversation was clearly heard by everyone present. Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing. King Neptune was expressionless when he heard it, but his heart was filled with joy. Humph, Van der Daken, wait, you're done. Advertisement. This is impossible. If you kill Van der Daken, it will only deepen the conflict between humans and the Fishman Island. At this time, Minister Zuo jumped out again and said, that's right, this will make the Fishman Island situation even more difficult. Van der Daken can only be taken by our king's army. Other ministers also spoke out. The girls frowned at the same time, and then discussed again when and how to kill him, and Konus even said, I can heal his wounds, save him from dying and continue to kill him. Hiss. Lin Feng, who had been eavesdropping, could not help but gasp, why is this Konus so cruel? The mermaid ministers were so frightened that the fish scales dropped a lot. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible, several ministers said with mournful faces. King Neptune hadn't spoken yet, but Enel, who had been burying his head in his food, raised his head and said in a very mocking tone, What, don't kill him and save it for the new year, and I'll leave it to you. The old man said it all, it's been 8 years, if you can catch it, you will catch it. That's right, it's been 8 years. Do you know how Princess Shirahoshi has lived these 8 years? Are you worthy of Princess Shirahoshi and Princess Odahime? Barry also started to quarrel. You guys are so rude, what a waste. Yeah, what a waste, I haven't been able to catch anyone for 8 years. Enel sprayed casually, making several ministers blush. King Neptune was also a little embarrassed, although he also felt that what Enel said was right, he couldn't catch anyone for 8 years, it wasn't trash. It's just that, as the king here, it's really embarrassing for Enel to say that. Chapter 250 Princess Shirahoshi. Suddenly such a sentence came out, and everyone looked at it, and a green-haired man with a large piece of scalloped meat in his mouth said inarticulately, the most I can pee outside is that tower. Well. Lin Feng took a look at Bartolomeo, good guy, you are even better, is this something to be proud of? King Neptune coughed twice, twisted his huge body. Zhao Yi sat down in a comfortable position and said, okay, I really feel sorry for Shirahoshi about this matter. Sharkstar, you go to the hard shell tower now, and take Shirahoshi over, as well as Emperor Star and Crash Star. Mr. Lin Feng is here. No matter how daring that B********** D is, he would never dare to cause trouble at this time. Hearing this, Sha Xing couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Yes, Father Axe. Then he quickly rushed out of the banquet hall and went straight to the hard shell tower. After 8 years, my sister stayed alone in that hard shell tower for 8 years, and finally she was able to come out for a walk. Moreover, according to the intentions of those human women, that B*********** D Vanderdaken may not be far from death, and maybe my sister will no longer have to hide in the future. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and the speed suddenly became a little faster. In the banquet hall, Kuina suddenly said after eating, King Neptune, I wonder if we can visit Dragon Palace City. Ho, no problem, you can play however you want, King Neptune said with a big smile. Minister Zuo still wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Thank you. After speaking, Kuina stood up, winked at the sisters, and walked out together. Lin Feng and King Neptune continued to chat. Advertisement. It didn't take long for the two of them to negotiate a few things. From today onwards, the Fishman Island is not only within Whitebeard's sphere of influence, but also under Lin Feng's protection. At first, the ministers still had objections. It was not until Mrs. Shirley uttered her prophecy that they dispelled their doubts. At the same time, the business relationship between the Fishman Island and Sabadi was open. Lin Feng believes that the special products of the Fishman Island will definitely sell well on land. Not only the Fishman Island, but also Alabasta and North Blue, a large number of transport ships come to Sabadi every day. In Sabadi, the Fishman Island will also have a piece of land belonging to them, which is equivalent to the consulate of the Fishman Island in Sabadi. Lin Feng even plans to open up another area, and all races or countries will set up offices there in the future. We will discuss this with Sengoku later to see if we can trick the island back. The races other than humans living in Sabadi will receive more or less support. This is the preferential policy for ethnic minorities in One Piece world. Just when the two were talking happily, Sharkstar had already arrived at the hard shell tower. At this time, in the hard shell tower, Crashing Star was talking with Princess Shirahoshi, and Huang Xing was guarding outside, for fear that Vanderdaken would throw something over to scare Shirahoshi. On the giant gate outside the hard shell tower, there are all kinds of weapons on the wall. All of them were thrown by Vanderdaken. As a target fruit-capable user, he can turn anything he touches into his target, and can throw the weapon out at any time to automatically track and attack. Unless it is intercepted or shot down halfway, it will hit the target 100% of the time. The target fruit can only mark 2 targets at the same time. If you wash your hands, the marks will be removed. Therefore, Vanderdaken's right hand has not been washed for 8 years, so you can imagine how stinky it is. Seeing Sha Xing approaching, Huang Xing immediately asked, Brother, aren't you receiving Mr. Lin Feng with your father? Why are you here? Ha, I'm here to pick you up, my father said to take Shirahoshi with me, Sharkstar said with a big smile. Advertisement, what? Let Shirahoshi pass, Huang Xing was shocked. Okay, hurry up, the banquet hall is still waiting. Saying that, Sharkstar couldn't wait to enter the hard shell tower. As soon as Shark opened the door and entered, he saw Crashing Star dancing for Shirahoshi to amuse her. Crashing Star's fat body twisted in various ways, causing Shirahoshi to laugh uncontrollably. Seeing Sha Xing approaching, both of them were a little surprised. When Sharkstar clarified what happened in the banquet hall, Shirahoshi had tears of joy in his eyes and could finally go out. Hurry up, I'm going to the banquet too, Shirahoshi said as he opened the door and rushed out. He was quickly stopped by the 3 Shark Stars. The 3 protected Shirahoshi in the middle, surrounded by a group of King's troops. Behind them was Shirahoshi's pet, a 50-meter shark, Makaro. Carefully boarded the boat, and then headed towards the banquet hall. Standing on the boat, Shirahoshi looked around curiously with wide eyes, constantly looking at the scenery that he hadn't seen in 8 years. After a while, we arrived at the banquet hall. When Shirahoshi got off the boat and saw the place where he had been away for 8 years, and these people he hadn't seen for a long time, his eyes were filled with tears. Then I saw Lin Feng and others sitting inside, blinking eyes curiously. Ha ha ha, my little Shirahoshi, come here and let the king have a look. King Neptune was already drunk at this time, and shouted at Shirahoshi loudly. Chapter 251. Van der Daken's Attack, Father. King Neptune's heart was full of joy when he shouted his lovely father. Hey, my little Bakesing, come here, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin Feng. King Neptune pointed to Lin Feng and said. Hi, Princess Shirahoshi. Lin Feng raised his hand and greeted with a smile. And Princess Shirahoshi looked at the human being who was only the size of her palm, her eyes were full of curiosity. Hello, are you human? Princess Shirahoshi asked cautiously. What else can you be if you're not a human being? You're so stupid. Enel leaned on the chair with his hands on the back of his head and squinted and said, It's so pretty, why are you an idiot? As soon as the words came out, tears rolled in Princess Shirahoshi's eyes, and after a while, tears that were bigger than Lin Feng's head fell down. Shirahoshi is not a fool. The entire banquet hall was filled with the cries of Princess Shirahoshi, wiping away tears with both hands. King Neptune quickly comforted, Ouch, my little Shirahoshi. Lin Feng glared at Enel fiercely and said, If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Why are you so sloppy? Seeing that Enel pouted and turned his head, he said, It's the truth. Advertisement hiss. Senior Thunder God is so brave. Bartolomeo looked at Enel with bright eyes, and just missed kissing him. At this time, Barry stood up from his seat, walked up to Princess Shirahoshi who was still crying, raised his head and said, Princess Shirahoshi, don't pay attention to what that B********** D said. In my eyes, Princess Shirahoshi is not only the cutest, yes, the smartest. Princess Shirahoshi of Wenan Station put down her hands rubbing her eyes, and looked at the little man very pitifully. Really? Is Shirahoshi the smartest? Seeing that Princess Shirahoshi paid attention to him, Barry immediately stepped forward. Of course, at least among the mermaids I have seen, Princess Shirahoshi is definitely one of the smartest. Princess Shirahoshi was taken aback when she heard the words, and suddenly said wow, but you haven't seen many mermaids, Barry won't do it right away, neither standing there awkwardly nor walking away. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and said, Princess Shirahoshi, how about I take you to play on land, do you want to go? No. Before King Neptune and Shirahoshi could say anything, the ministers started making noise again. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. If Princess Shirahoshi makes any mistakes, then... Missing. What is it? Do you think I can't even protect a person? Or do you think I'm going to guard myself? Lin Feng took a sip of his wine and looked at the mermaid minister who spoke just now. At this time, Princess Shirahoshi had stopped crying, bent her head to Lin Feng and said, Can Shirahoshi really play on land? Sure. But my father said that the dangerous people on land are all human beings. I'm human too. Do you think I'm dangerous? Lin Feng asked. Advertisement Shirahoshi bit his finger and was lost in thought, which looked really cute. After a while, he said, I think you are a good person. That's right, you can ask your father, as long as he agrees, I will take you to play. Hearing this, King Neptune said, Hey, Mr. Lin Feng, little Shirahoshi is still not suitable to go to land for the time being. Father, Shirahoshi wants to go. Princess Shirahoshi immediately began to act like a baby. Although she has been hiding in the hard shell tower, she has heard of Lin Feng's reputation, and his 3 big brothers on the way here just now gave her a popular science. If it was the past, even if she wanted to go out again, she would control it. This is a very sensible and very poor mermaid princess. But it's different now, with Lin Feng as a guarantee, she feels that she will be safe even on the ground, so let's be willful once in a while. Seeing the grievance on Shirahoshi's face, King Neptune's heart ached like a knife, and his heart ached, and he immediately thought of the passing Princess Odahime. Just when he was about to agree, a sword flew in from the outside with a whoosh, and it was about to hurt Shirahoshi. Before King Neptune could react, the sword fell into Barry's hands. Which B********* D did such a good job. Barry crushed the sword and said cursingly, Damn it, you actually want to hurt Princess Shirahoshi. At this time, the king's army had already rushed in, firmly guarding Shirahoshi's side, forming a circle. Princess Shirahoshi had already hid behind King Neptune at this time, and said tremblingly, Father, Shirahoshi is afraid. At this time, King Neptune and the mermaid ministers all looked angry. It must be that idiot Vanderdecken again, not only attacking Shirahoshi, but Lin Feng is still here. This is not appropriate to beat Neptune King Tun's face. King Neptune comforted him while arranging guards. He had no intention of arresting Vanderdecken. After all, if he could catch it, he would have caught it long ago. Chapter 252 Go kill him. Fortunately, these weapons were all blocked. Lin Feng was speechless for a long time looking at these messy things. He has never seen such a degree of pursuing girls. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and Lin Feng saw Kuina and others running in. Captain, what happened? The girls asked. Then they saw Princess Shirahoshi hiding behind King Neptune. In an instant, he became even scarier than Barry, his eyes glowing green. Soon they rushed to Shirahoshi's side, looking up at the huge but cute mermaid princess. The girls felt their hearts were about to melt.
The best in the world. Reiju said. It's big, said little Betty. It's really big, Nia said, looking down at her toes, then at Shirahoshi. So cute. Konas said while hugging Yunu Sisi. Just when the girls sighed, Robin had already walked under Shirahoshi's body, and raised his hand to touch Shirahoshi's tail. It feels good. Suddenly being touched, Shirahoshi looked down at Robin. Sister, are you human too? Why are you wearing a mask? When asked this question, Robin smiled and said, the more secretive a woman is, the more attractive she is. Shirahoshi didn't understand, but wasn't shocked either. Then he looked at a few girls, his eyes were full of curiosity, he bent down and stretched out his hands. The girls looked at each other and stood on Shirahoshi's palm. Advertisement. Shirahoshi hid away happily with a few people to chat. Meanwhile, in a deserted deep sea near the Fisherman Island. On a dilapidated pirate ship that looked like it might disintegrate at any moment, a mermaid with 4 legs, hair curled up like a spider, wrapped in air bubbles, and many necklaces was dancing excitedly. Because he felt that the weapons thrown out today were different from those in the past, did he feel as if he had been caught? Did Shirahoshi accept himself? What? Van der Dyken immediately became excited, shaking his hands and feet everywhere. He, since Shirahoshi has accepted me, then I should take the initiative. He, I will definitely marry Shirahoshi. At this time, a Murloc on the side said, Captain, what should we do next? Are you going to propose marriage? No, it's not the time yet, we have to wait until that B************** D human leaves the Fishman Island, Van der Dyken said. Let's continue showing love first, Shirahoshi is still waiting for me. After speaking, he picked up the weapon and threw it out. Captain, this direction doesn't seem to be the location of the hard-shell tower? How is it possible? I can't miss it. Shirahoshi is in the hard-shell tower, maybe Shirahoshi came out. As he talked, Van der Dyken became more and more angry. Nipped in the dog day, Shirahoshi and I really love each other, but in order to stop us, Shirahoshi was imprisoned in the hard-shell tower for so many years. Shirahoshi, just wait to become my woman, either become my woman or die, I will never allow you to marry another man. After speaking, Van der Dyken threw out another weapon and stood at the bow of the boat laughing loudly. On Lin Feng's side, just after negotiating with King Neptune to take Shirahoshi to land, 2 weapons flew in. There's no end to it. The magic fighting spirit dispersed and knocked down the bursting weapon. Lin Feng turned his head and said, Kuina, Reiju, go and kill that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Shirahoshi suddenly turned around. Well, no problem. Kuina and Reiju jumped out of Shirahoshi's palm. Wait. Nia followed and said, I'll give you a hidden buff. Speaking of which, Nia adjusted the presence of Kuina and Reiju to the lowest level that can be controlled so far. Then Lin Feng used his magical grudge to open up a space enough for the two to fight and wrap it inside. I'll go too. Enel stood up and said, with this thing, it doesn't matter if I use lightning. With that said, Enel walked into the vindictive space that Lin Feng had made. Nia quickly gave him the ability to use the Fruit of Presence. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, no problem, you are responsible for leading the way, but you can't make a move. Cut, don't do it if you don't do it, let's go. After speaking, Enel turned into lightning and rushed out. Kuina and Reiju, who were also wrapped in the battle chi space, were instantly taken away. At this time, Van der Dyken, who was still throwing weapons on the boat, was full of nympho. Sure enough, the thrown weapon is not in the direction of the hard-shell tower. Shirahoshi came out, must have come to see me. Come on, my Shirahoshi, wait for me, I'll just throw myself over to meet you. After being stopped by the crew, Van der Dyken continued to throw his weapon persistently. After 8 years, he finally had a reaction, which made him so excited that he couldn't stop. Chapter 253 Eliminate obstacles. Seeing the weapon flying in front of him, Kuina drew out the sword at his waist and shot it down with sword chi. Kuina, this Van der Dyken is simply pervert. No one chases girls like that, Reiju said. Well, you're right, so we're going to kill him now. Enel, hurry up, Kuina urged. Soon the three of them rushed out of the Fishman Island and headed straight for Van der Dyken. In less than 20 minutes, the dilapidated pirate ship appeared in front of the three of them. The three of them saw a mouse-like four-legged murloc constantly throwing various weapons. Is that the guy? So obscene. Reiju said, it's disgusting, look at him smiling, can I really not do it? Enel looked at Van der Dyken with disgust, he couldn't understand how there was such a disgusting thing. Kuina drew his sword and stepped forward and said, I can't, I'll do it. However, just as Kuina finished speaking, a thunder dragon rushed out. Van der Dyken, who was still throwing the weapon, was scorched black from the electric shock before he could react. You. Kuina turned her head to look at Enel, only to see that he didn't know anything. Hey, forget it, let's go over and make sure he is dead or not. Because of Nia's ability, the three of them stood on the pirate ship and no one noticed, but the seawater around the pirate ship was suddenly emptied, which surprised the murlocs and pirates. It's dead, Reiju said. At this time, Van der Dyken was surrounded by murloc pirates, trying to rescue him. Advertisement, it's fine if you die, let's kill these guys too, it's not a fun thing, Kuina said and slashed out a few sword chi. This action also made the murloc pirates notice her, and rushed over with weapons in hand. After 1 minute, Reiju stomped the last murloc to death. That's all right, they're all dead, well, let's go back. Seeing that the two girls were about to go back, Enel hurriedly said, "Don't worry, it's not over yet." "Huh? What else do you want to do? Didn't you listen to what Lin Feng said? There was a B********* D named Hody Jones in Murloc Street, and he killed the mother of Princess Shirahoshi, that princess. Let's go and kill him." The two women heard the words and said, "Oh, you just want to fight. Don't speculate about this thunder god casually. This thunder god is doing harm to the people. He, but it's not impossible. You can make a move this time, and the two of us won't do it, but you can't kill people. Take them back and hand them over to King Neptune." Kuina put the sword back into its scabbard and said. Hearing this, Enel said pleasantly, "Really? Sure enough, you are much more talkative than Lin Feng." Kuina was a little speechless. If you call him the captain honestly, he won't bully you. TCH, this Thor will not believe it. At this time in the banquet hall, since the three of Kuina went to sanction Van der Daken, the mermaid ministers began to discuss in a hurry, for fear of deepening the conflict between humans and the Fishmen Island because of this matter. Lin Feng didn't care about this. If he wanted to further cooperate and restore the relationship between the two, he had to remove all obstacles, whether it was humans, mermaids or murlocs. Regardless of their reasons, as long as they hinder Lin Feng's plan, they will die. Advertisement as long as the future is good, it doesn't matter to the dead man now, and he doesn't care about other people's opinions. After all, no one would dare to gossip in front of him. When life on the Fishmen Island gets better and better in the future, these guys will naturally understand. King Neptune has no objection, after all, he has already cooperated with Lin Feng, such a trivial matter can't affect the bright future of the Fishmen Island at all. Just when the banquet was about to end, the three of Kuina came in with several murlocs covered in blood. My god! That's Hody Jones, the captain of the new Murloc pirates. There are still a few cadres, all of whom have been arrested. The ministers were amazed to see the Murloc thrown on the ground. Even Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect the three of them to go out for a trip and bring back a windfall. King Neptune, what are you going to do with these guys? Lin Feng asked. Hearing that King Neptune lowered his head and pondered, he was trying to figure out what Lin Feng meant. Maybe he wanted to see his methods. Could it be that you still want to let him go? He is the chief culprit who killed Princess Odahime. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. They always thought that the murderer who killed Princess Odom was a human being. Mr. Lin Feng, is there evidence for this statement? King Neptune asked. Evidence? What I say is evidence. King Neptune heard that a hash appeared on his head. He knew you were amazing, but he couldn't be so narcissistic. However, King Neptune still said to the mermaid under his opponent, "Put these guys in the prison tower." Yes, your majesty. Chapter 254. 7 people can make one mom. Since Van der Daken is dead, Shirahoshi no longer has to hide in the hard shell tower and is now playing with Kuina and the others. Entering the room, Lin Feng checked his personal panel after a long absence and found that both his skill proficiency and Mangekyo fusion had increased by 3 points, and he nodded in satisfaction to take a rest. On Kuina's side, the girls were not in the mood to rest at all. They were wandering around Dragon Palace held in the palm of Shirahoshi's hands. But as he was walking, Shirahoshi burst into tears suddenly and several girls dodged in a hurry. Shirahoshi, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Shirahoshi cried for a long time before he stopped, looked at Kuina with great aggrievedness and said, I miss my queen mother, Seeing that Shirahoshi started crying again, Kuina was a little confused. Although she often coaxed little Betty before, she really had nothing to do with a crybaby like this. Fortunately, at this time, Big Sister Robin stood up. Little Shirahoshi, stop crying, how about we help you vent your anger? Hearing this, Shirahoshi looked at Robin suspiciously. Exit? Yeah, let's go and beat up the guy who killed your mother. Huh? But Shirahoshi can't beat people. It's okay, my sister will teach you. Advertisement. Seeing Robin's dark face, Kuina hurriedly pulled her back. Well, Shirahoshi, do you have any wishes? My sister can find a way to help you. Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi put his face in front of Kuina. Sister Kuina, I have always wanted to go to a place. I couldn't go before, but now I can. Can you take me there? Where? Kuina knew that Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, probably had a lot of places she wanted to go, and it would be a bit difficult to talk about far away. Shirahoshi blushed and said, the sea, the forest of the sea. The forest of the sea is an undersea forest located in the northeast of Murloc Street. Because many shipwrecks in the sea are transported here along the tide, it is also known as the ship graveyard. And because Sunshine Eve transmits the sunlight on the sea to the Fishmen Island, many beautiful corals grow here. And here stands the historical text of the apology related to Joey Boye. And Shirahoshi wants to go to the forest of the sea because her mother, Princess Odahime, is buried there. Is it okay, Sister Kuina? Shirahoshi's voice trembled a little. Kuina nodded. She still knew about the sea forest. Afterwards, several people boarded a boat and set off for the forest of the sea. Along the way, several people also learned the reason why Shirahoshi went there. What a good boy. Robin thought of his mother as he spoke and couldn't remember what she looked like. Shirahoshi scratched his head and said, I've never been to a funeral, so I'm not a good boy. It's not your fault, after all, you can't help it, Konas said. That's right, now that the big villain is dead, you can go wherever you want in the future. Little Betty turned around and said, when you go to Sabadi with us, I'll take you to eat delicious food and have fun. Advertisement. After listening to Little Betty's words, Shirahoshi said happily, really?
Certainly, yes. Can you tell me what the world on the sea looks like? Can you really see the sun? Are there many stars at night? Also, what do the white clouds look like? Speaking of these, Shirahoshi never stopped along the way. The little girl's curiosity was immediately revealed, and little Betty was very patient. No matter what Shirahoshi asked, she would tell her carefully. The two are similar, the big guy is a good fit. In the end, little Betty touched her nose and said, "You'd better go to the sea with us and see for yourself. No matter how much I say, you won't understand it." Shirahoshi nodded. "I will definitely let my father agree. I heard that humans and mermaids can coexist peacefully in Sabaody now. It's really great. This is also Mother's wish. It would be great if she could see it." As he spoke, he was about to start crying again. Kuina hurriedly said, "What she can see, you are her daughter. If you see what she wants, she will see it too. And Princess Odahime will always be watching you from the sky. She definitely doesn't want to see you crying, so you have to laugh and be happy every day." After talking a lot, Kuina didn't know what she was talking about, but fortunately Shirahoshi didn't cry. Shirahoshi stared at a pair of big eyes and asked, "Really? Mother will watch me from the sky?" "Will do." After talking about the atmosphere among the 7 girls, the atmosphere became quiet because the topic about mother was a bit heavy. 7 people can't make up a mother, so who can ask for an argument? After about an hour, they finally arrived at the forest of the sea. As far as the eye could see, there were colorful corals everywhere, as well as many wreckage of hulks. Chapter 255 Forest of the Sea. Countless fish are swimming outside, and there are even quite a few whales. And within the coral grove, that is, the forest of the sea, the sunlight here is extremely abundant, and it shines brightly on the coral. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shirahoshi was stunned for a while before he said, this is, the forest of the sea? It's really beautiful." Several people got off the boat and entered the land of the sea forest. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, Kuina sighed and said, "It's such a pity, I forgot to bring my camera." "Yeah, Enel should have been called. You can't take pictures anymore, so let's have fun." While the girls were admiring the beautiful scenery, a mermaid man in black clothes and a black hat approached in the distance. If Lin Feng is here at this time, he must know that this person is the younger brother of Tom, the former world's #1 shipbuilder, Dan. Tom is the master of Bingshan and Frankie, the man who built the ship for One Piece Luogia and the sea train of the capital of 7 waters. Dan is also a very good shipwright, and he is also a scholar, specializing in the forest of the sea. Dan saw Princess Shirahoshi's huge body from a distance, and hurried towards this side. You know, Princess Shirahoshi can't come out casually, especially with that B************** Vander Dyken around, it's too dangerous. And looking at it like this, there is not even a guard around. How can this work? Could it be that Princess Shirahoshi was kidnapped? Dan rushed to Shirahoshi with all his strength. "Princess Shirahoshi, why are you here? Did this group of humans kidnap you? Don't worry, I will protect you." "Ah, what are you talking about? I'm fine." Princess Shirahoshi looked at the man in front of her, inexplicably. Advertisement, "Princess Shirahoshi, don't be afraid, I will never let these humans hurt you." Dan looked ready to die bravely. Kuina and the others also looked at him strangely, and they also knew after hearing this that they seemed to be regarded as bad people. "No, the sisters are not bad people, I asked them to bring me here," Shirahoshi quickly explained. By the time Shirahoshi finished speaking, Dan wanted to dig a hole with his toe and slip in, it was so embarrassing. "I'm sorry, this is all a misunderstanding, please don't mind." Dan bent over and said. "It's okay, we don't care," Kuina said. Robin and the others also nodded. Seeing that the girls really didn't mind, Dan asked again. "The princess is here, does His Majesty the King and the prince know?" "I didn't tell them, but I should know," Reiji replied. "Well, I must know. After all, he is a king. It would be too fake if such a big ship left the palace without knowing it," Kuina said. Dan asked again. "But, why are there no guards?" "Because there's no need for it," Kuina said. "We are very strong," little Betty said. Dan looked at these women a little speechlessly. "Are they strong?" At this time, Princess Shirahoshi said, "My sister and the others are really powerful, and Vander Dyken was killed by them." "What?" Shirahoshi recounted what happened just now, and it took Dan a long time to digest it before he recovered. Advertisement, "You guys are really that Lin Fengs." "Well, that's right." Dan stopped talking. Just now he felt that these people were a bit familiar, but he didn't remember it for a while, and now he knew that he had seen it in the newspaper, and they were all ruthless people. Dan looked at Shirahoshi and said, "Your Highness, let me show you the way." As he spoke, he walked in front of the crowd, and soon came to a tombstone. This is the tomb of Princess Eg. After speaking, he stepped back. Shirahoshi looked at the tombstone in front of him at this time, and tears kept streaming down his face. Although Kuina said that her mother wanted to see her smile, she couldn't control it now. Kuina and others watched from a distance, silent. After coming over for a while, Shirahoshi stopped crying, put his fists on his chest, and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Shirahoshi probably won't stop in a short time, Kuina and others walked around to have a look. As Robin walked, she found something that surprised her. It was a huge Lear stele engraved with ancient characters. After being shocked, Robin stepped forward quickly, took off his backpack, and began to translate the records. This stone tablet is exactly the one that records the text of history. The content above is exactly Joey Poe's apology. When Kuina and others discovered that Robin was missing, Robin had already translated and recorded it completely.
After looking at the steel for a few more times, Robin decided to tell Lin Feng when he went back later that it would be great if he could just take the steel away. Back to Shirahoshi, Kuina and others are also waiting for her here. Shirahoshi had finished offering sacrifices at this time, and everyone boarded the boat and returned to the Dragon Palace. Chapter 256 Harassment Blackbeard Lin Feng was a little surprised, originally planned to bring Robin there tomorrow, but unexpectedly they went first by themselves. The next day, after Lin Feng went to the treasure house of the Dragon Palace and took away a large amount of treasure, he took everyone to the Forest of the Sea and took away the stone tablet of the historical text. Then it is time to leave the Fishmen Island, and the cooperation with here needs to be implemented as soon as possible. Princess Shirahoshi also got the consent of King Neptune to follow Lin Feng and the others to Sabaody. Walking to the top of Coral Apartment, Kami and others have already been waiting here. They originally planned to go secretly, but Lin Feng backstabbed them long ago. They told Mrs. Shirley that they wanted to go to Sabaody, and Mrs. Shirley didn't say much after knowing it. She readily agreed and even went to Sabaody. Kami and the others who saw Princess Shirahoshi also opened their mouths wide and couldn't believe it. Whoever breathes loves you feels that Shirahoshi is going too. Along the way, Princess Shirahoshi was surrounded by a group of mermaids wherever she went. Kami and others and Princess Shirahoshi were amazed when they came to the place where the star was parked. They had never seen such a ship. On the shore of Sabaody, after the Shinshin docked, Lin Feng took everyone into the sky and headed straight for the duel field. After arriving at the place, Lin Feng remembered an important question: where does Princess Shirahoshi live with such a big body? Looking back and seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Feng could only ask the system in his mind. Tongzi, the little pills I gave Asa before cost 200 points apiece, right? Open black lens bracket. Yes, I can still cheat you. Close black lens bracket. Have one. Open black lens bracket. Come on, close black lens bracket. Handing the pill she just got to Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi looked at the thing that was too small for her and said, Master Lin Feng, can this make me smaller? Well, that's right, let's eat. Advertisement. After seeing Shirahoshi eat it, Lin Feng no longer cares about it. He brought Luo and Asa to the tavern, and the others dispersed, doing what they should do. Back. Shaki brought over a few bottles of wine and put them on the table. Well, just arrived. Where are Rayleigh and Hawkeye? In the gravitational space, he has been tormented by Hawkeye for the past 2 days. Oh, that's interesting. The three were drinking, and Lin Feng talked about the task mentioned 2 days ago. You two still remember that I said that I will give you a task? Asa and Luo nodded. I remember. What mission is it? Luo asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, let me harass someone. Harassment? The two said in shock. Luo was thinking, sure enough, the captain is going to be a bad person again. Do you know Blackbeard teach? Lin Feng asked. I don't know, Asa said. I've heard of it, Luo said. It doesn't matter, your task is to find him, harass him, fight if you can, and run if you can't. Advertisement, no matter what he wants to do, you have to come out to make trouble for him, anyway, just don't make him feel better. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Luo fell into deep thought. What is Blackbeard doing? It's a bit miserable to be targeted by Lin Feng. This kind of thing with no limit can be done. About the relationship between Lin Feng and Ace, Luo didn't know. He only knew that Whitebeard and Lin Feng had a good relationship. He thought it was to help Whitebeard, but since he wanted to help, why was it just harassment? Lin Feng directly shot and arrested him. Wouldn't it be nice to come back? In just a short moment, Luo thought of many things. Of course, if the two of you can bring Blackbeard back, I have no problem. Well, if you can fight Blackbeard alone, you can do what you want to do. This sentence was said to Luo. As for what Luo wants to do, isn't it to kill Doflamingo? When Yanluo was a little excited, seeing his expression, Lin Feng hurriedly said, but this is unlikely. Blackbeard's strength is not what you can touch now. The main purpose of letting the two of you go is to find a good training partner, improve your strength. Asa is actually just accompanying you. With his strength, although he can't defeat Blackbeard, it's fine to save your life. Luo asked suspiciously. If you improve your strength, aren't there more powerful people here? That's right, but you are too far behind now. It is impossible for ordinary methods to improve you too much in a short period of time. Only by truly facing life and death can your potential be stimulated. Lin Feng then said to Asa, your task is to save this guy's life. It doesn't matter if you can kill Blackbeard or not. It's also good to kill some people around him. Understood, Captain. Luo also said, well, I see. After explaining the matter, Lin Feng said with a smile, you two don't need to worry, wait until Blackbeard shows up before going to find him. During this time, I will let Shaki find his location as soon as possible. On the other side, after Shirahoshi's body became smaller, he clamored to go out to play, and the same was true for Kami and Mrs. Shirley, who also looked at Kuina expectantly. Without Kuina's company, they really dare not go out like this. After all, Princess Shirahoshi is here, and nothing will happen. Chapter 257 Queen, step on me. The sun in the sky, the white clouds, the clear blue sky, and the unique scenery of Sabaody, all of these make Shirahoshi, a mermaid princess who has been hiding in a hard shell tower for 8 years, feel so incredible. Let's go shopping and eat delicious food, Little Betty said while holding Shirahoshi up and down. Even though Shirahoshi's body size has become much smaller now, he still looks very tall standing next to Little Betty, plus Little Betty's jumping appearance. If Shirahoshi didn't look like a mermaid at first glance, others would probably think that this is a mother and daughter. People. A group of more than a dozen women walking on the streets of Sabaody is enough to attract the attention of most people, not to mention that everyone here is stunning. But no matter how many thoughts he had in his heart, no one dared to disturb him. Master Kuina is out shopping again? Master Little Betty is so cute? Ah, Queen Reiju, step on me, let me come. Seeing these enthusiastic people, Shirahoshi couldn't help but raise his hands to say hello, and his sweet smile instantly captured the hearts of many people. Hey, little Shirahoshi, you're welcome too, Konas said. Little Shirahoshi is so cute, it's not normal not to like it. That's right, and it's that big, your one is not too small, Miss Robin. Several women teased and laughed at each other, and Mrs. Shiali, who was among them, couldn't help but touch her forehead. Although she was about the same age as Robin, she really couldn't get into this particularly lively atmosphere. On Lin Feng's side, just as Asa and Luo were sent away, Hawkeye and Rayleigh walked in. Yo, come, drink. Advertisement. As soon as Rayleigh saw Lin Feng, he rushed towards Lin Feng immediately, and Hawkeye couldn't help but quicken his pace. Fart. What's going on with you here? Lin Feng slapped Rayleigh's hand holding the wine and said. What's the hurry? Take a few sips first, young man, keep calm. As he said that, Rayleigh picked up the wine and took 2 sips. Hey, are there no appetizers? If you make more moves, you won't have any alcohol in the future. Impatience. This is not good. Rayleigh looked at Lin Feng seriously. Sometimes you have to wait, don't be in a hurry. At this time Hawkeye also sat down, as usual, sat alone and drank without saying a word. Hey, Eagle. Lin Feng sat down and put his arms around Hawkeye and said, don't you feel bored drinking and practicing sword like this every day? Hawkeye stared blankly at Lin Feng. Eagle? Won't. May I find you something to do? Yes, Hawkeye didn't refuse. After all, he was already on Lin Feng's side, and he also took advantage of it. He really had to do something, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable and it would not be conducive to improving his mood. Lin Feng smiled and then sat aside to talk with Hawkeye. Seeing that the two were whispering behind his back, Rayleigh made a cut and opened another bottle of wine. After a while Lin Feng came back again. It's been so long, can we talk about it? Rayleigh put down his glass and said, we don't have many people at New World, and it's hard to get information. So far, we've only found Ace's whereabouts once, and of course Blackbeard's. And now it's lost track, neither of these two people know where they are. Lin Feng nodded, and let Rayleigh and Shaggy pay attention to Ace's movements before, but Ace and Blackbeard are still in New World, which is a bit unfriendly to Lin Feng's intelligence. It is said that Ace chased Blackbeard until next year, one hides carefully and the other chases patiently. Advertisement, I think, didn't you say that they will come to paradise sooner or later? Let's talk about it at that time, don't pay so much attention now, that boy Ace will be fine, Rayleigh said. Well, you're right, I was too anxious. Right, where are Lu Chi and the others? On the other side of the gravity space, that crocodile is also there. The people on both sides are considered to be on the right track. They put in enough effort every day to compare themselves. Lin Feng stood up. I'll go over and have a look, you can drink here yourself. In Area 50, in the gravitational space, Lock Doll and Lu Chi fought back and forth. Neither of them used the fruit ability, and they only relied on Haki to fight. Kaku was practicing swordsmanship alone, and the others were also practicing on their own. Zhao Feng and Mr. 3Z were chatting and spanking. When Lin Feng came, he happened to see these two people playing tricks there. One kept changing the characters he had come into contact with, and the other was using candles to change characters. Only then did Lin Feng realize that he seemed to still have a S*X changing pill. Smiling, Lin Feng walked towards the two of them. Boss. ×2. Seeing Lin Feng, the two immediately put away their playful thoughts and stood upright. Lin Feng nodded and said, are you too lazy like this every day? The slave family has just rested, leader, me too. Lin Feng took out the transformation pill and said, really? You didn't lie to me? How dare the slave family deceive the leader, every word is true, Xiao Feng assured. Me too. Glancing at Mr. 3, Lin Feng was speechless, and so are you E too? Chapter 258. Xiao Feng. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help sighing, Deputy Emperor, Brother 3 is awesome. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a little strange. Why didn't he see Buggy? Where did this guy hide to dig for treasure? Really, Mr. 3 was surprised. I didn't expect the leader to value me so much, this is so touching. Lin Feng did not lie to him. The upper limit of Paramecia wax fruit is really quite high. If it is well developed, it will not be worse than Katakuri's waxy fruit. But in the final analysis, it still depends on the owner of the fruit. After all, Katakuri has not only the waxy fruit, but also the super powerful Conqueror's Haki, which can predict the future observation Haki. The most important thing is this person's character. Compared with Mr. 3 who is timid and fearful, Katakuri is really a very masculine guy. If Mr. 3 can practice well, not to mention reaching the level of Katakuri, but at least he can deal with some ordinary vice admirals. Well, really, come on. Lin Feng said. After speaking, he looked at Xiao Feng again. I have a good thing here, but I don't know if you are interested. Xiao Feng became interested when he heard the words, and sniffed it in front of the transforming pill. Boss, what is this thing? Well, this is the treasure I have worked so hard to get. It can completely change a person's gender. After being stunned for a few seconds, Xiao Feng suddenly widened his eyes. Turn, switch gender. Is this true, Chief? Of course it's true, do you want it?
Advertisement, I want it very much, Xiao Feng said winkingly. This almost made Lin Feng sick. For the unity of the team and not to see such scary scenes in the future, Lin Feng decided to give him the transgender pill. No, it was her. Hey, take it, eat it quickly, let's see the effect. At this time, everyone who was cultivating in the gravity space noticed the situation here, and when they saw Lin Feng coming, they came out to say hello one by one. Everyone's mouths widened when they learned that Xiao Feng got a S*X changing pill that could realize his dream. Is there such a thing? So they all looked at Xiao Feng curiously and formed a circle unconsciously. Looking at the expectant eyes of everyone, Xiao Feng swallowed the S*X denaturing pill without any hesitation. Soon the effect of the medicine came, and I saw that Zhao Feng's body began to change, from the bones to the skin, and all the internal and external organs were changing. Zhao Feng himself rolled on the ground in pain, screaming continuously. But in order to realize the dream of being a woman, Xiao Feng carried it hard and did not faint. If she knew that fainting would not have any effect, I don't know if she would die of anger. A full half an hour passed, and what appeared in front of everyone was a beautiful woman with protruding lordosis and curvy skin with creamy skin. Pretty little face, slender legs, sexy waist. All this reminds everyone present that the transgender pill is real. Everyone, including Lin Feng, stared dumbfounded. Although Lin Feng would not doubt what the system gave him, he still couldn't believe it when he saw this scene with his own eyes. The most pleasant surprise was naturally Xiao Feng himself. After enduring the severe pain, Xiao Feng stood up slowly, first looked at his hands, and then squeezed the two big lumps on his chest. Advertisement. The joy on his face couldn't be suppressed at all. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Xiao Feng put his hand into his pants in front of everyone. After fumbling back and forth for a long time, Xiao Feng finally made up his mind. It's a ditch. Immediately, Xiao Feng danced a happy ballet on the spot, not caring at all that she was almost naked at this time. Ahem, Lin Feng hastily turned his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to look at it, he really didn't dare to look at it. If the person in front of him was a natural beauty, he would definitely look at it very carefully. But when I think of this beautiful ballet dancer now, half an hour ago was a serious man with hairy legs, I can't help feeling sick. When Xiao Feng finished dancing, all the people present gathered around, chirping and asking. Okay, stop messing around. Drive all these guys from 8 trigrams to practice. Lin Feng said to Xiao Feng. How do you feel? My family is grateful for the leader's reward. My family can't repay you, I can only. Hey, stop, don't say any more. Lin Feng hurriedly interrupted Xiao Feng, lest this guy say anything terrible. There is a task for you next. Xiao Feng nodded and bit his lips lightly and said, my family will definitely complete the task. Hiss. Lin Feng felt that the S*X changing pill was a bit powerful. It not only changed the body, but even changed the consciousness. Compared with the previous transvestite Xiao Feng, the current Xiao Feng has completely become a woman psychologically. You go to join Marine, or become Shichibukai, you can choose these two, Lin Feng said. Chapter 259. Traces of the Golden Lion? Do you want the slave family to be an undercover agent? Xiao Feng asked. Lin Feng nodded. That's right, it's easier to join Marine, but the promotion is slow. I hope you become Shichibukai more, and it will be effective in a short time. But becoming a Shichibukai can be relatively dangerous. Xiao Feng heard the words and said, the slave family is not afraid of danger, but with the strength of the slave family, it is a bit difficult to become a Shichibukai. You don't have to worry about this, I will help you prepare the manpower and so on, and then you can form a pirate group. This is your task. After you become a Shichibukai, you will catch other pirates everywhere. In short, you can do as Marine pleases. I believe you should be fine with that. Seeing that Xiao Feng had no objection, Lin Feng said again, hurry up and change your clothes now, and then continue to practice, don't be lazy, double-color hockey should also practice hard. Yes, Chief. Then Lin Feng left the gravitational space and came to other islands in Sabadi to walk around and take a walk. Unlike Kuina and the others, if they are popular, Lin Feng's situation should be loved. Everyone living here regards Lin Feng as their benefactor, and today Sabadi has become the economic and cultural center of the world. For these ordinary people, there is no need to worry about safety issues, and it is very satisfying to live a happy and ordinary life. Some time ago, Lin Feng also cooperated with Sengoku to set up several large schools in Sabadi, only accepting children under the age of 14, teaching them culture and combat, so that Lin Feng can select good seedlings from them, and can also provide talents for Marine. While Lin Feng was walking, Shaki did receive a call. Advertisement. Half an hour later, Lin Feng returned to the tavern, and Shaki immediately walked over and said, there is something wrong. Lin Feng frowned. What's wrong? Information says that traces of the Golden Lion have been found. Golden Lion. Lin Feng was shocked. This is not a simple character. Golden Lion Shaki has the ambition and courage of a lion to roam the world and swallow the world. He is the captain of the Flying Pirates, the admiral of the Golden Lion Pirates fleet, Flying Pirates, and a lion fruit capable person. In the past, alongside Gore D. Luogia and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, he was the first pirate to escape in the history of Impel Down. Golden Lion Shaki and the current 4 emperors Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were all members of the Lox Pirates. After the Lox Pirates were disbanded, they formed the Air Pirates themselves. 25 years ago, Golden Lion wanted to join forces with Gore D. Luogia for the ambition of ruling the world. After being rejected by Gore D. Luogia, he became furious. the Battle of Artwall. This naval battle has driven the Luojia pirates to a desperate situation. A sudden storm hit, most of the flying pirates' fleet was driven into the bottom of the sea, and the Luojia pirates were lucky to be rescued. 22 years ago, the One Piece King Luojia surrendered, and Marine claimed to have captured him. In any case, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't believe that Gold D. Luojia, who was identified as his opponent, would be arrested, so he entered Naval Headquarters Marineford to confirm by himself. Killed a large number of Marines, and learned from Sengoku and Garp that Luojia would be publicly executed in his birthtown, Rogtown. Shiki was very angry about this, thinking it was the last insult to Luojia before his death. Advertisement: the three then fought. During the battle, nearly half of Naval Headquarters Marineford's town was destroyed before the winner was decided. After Shiki was defeated, he was sent to the world's largest prison, Impel Down, Level 6 Eternal Hell. However, 2 years later, Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, becoming the first person to successfully escape from prison. Lin Feng also wanted to meet this heroic figure. Where is he? Lin Feng asked. Shaki lit a cigarette and said, someone saw him in South Blue before, but you should also know that the ability of Golden Lion, now, is probably in the sky. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Golden Lion's lion fruit is not just as simple as being able to fly. It can allow yourself or objects to float in the air without gravity. Several islands float at an altitude of 10,000 meters all year round. After escaping from prison, Shiki came to an island called Vilmayo. He found that there were many animals on the island that ate plants with IQ ingredients and turned violent, so he used his own ability to lift the entire island into the sky and move it as his own floating island. Since then, he disappeared and hid for 20 years, accumulating strength to seek revenge. In this case, don't worry about him for now. Right, pay attention to the situation in East Blue during this period. Golden Lion may make some moves there, Lin Feng said. Well, no problem. Still no news from Weibo? Not yet, and I don't know where this guy has gone. Lin Feng raised his wineglass. A little strange, is that idiot really dead? Chapter 260. Ace appears. It seems that Blackbeard is also aware of the relationship between Lin Feng and Ace, and does not dare to stay in Sabaody. And Ace appeared alone on the Sabaody archipelago just days after Blackbeard's news broke. At this time, a pockmarked handsome guy with a backpack and a long dragon gun was standing on the street with a smile on his face. Someone in the crowd has already recognized who this person is and shouted loudly, Fire Fist Ace. Why is he here? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates are here too? No way, how is it possible? If it really comes, there will be a big mess. The pirates who knew Ace in the crowd were talking about why the captain of the Whitebeard pirates appeared here. It wasn't just Lin Feng who got the news. Momosagi, who was stationed at Sabaody, had also brought people over. Although she can't do it manually, she will be extra vigilant every time a big pirate lands in Sabaody. This time, he paid more attention to it, leading a small group of people to the place where Ace appeared. At this time, Ace was looking around. The change is so big, it's completely different from last time. Lamenting the rapid changes in Sabaody, Ace plunged into a restaurant. Boss. Hello. Ace shouted while sitting in front of the counter. When the boss reacted, he asked, oh, what do you want to eat? After Ace ordered the food very politely, he sat there quietly and waited. He was not in a hurry to find Lin Feng. Now that he had arrived at Sabaody, he believed that Lin Feng must have known about it. Advertisement. When the boss brought the food, Ace started to eat like a storm. At this time, Momosagi opened the door of the hotel and walked in. He recognized Ace at the first sight, walked to the corner of the restaurant and sat down calmly, ordered a cup of tea and just stared at Ace. But those who stared at Momosagi saw that the Fire Fist Ace, who was very famous in the sea, had plunged his head into the plate. Immediately, Momosagi's eyes widened. This, isn't it funny? Go to sleep? Or is the food poisonous? Momosagi stood up and was about to go to have a look, when out of the corner of his eye, he saw a female marine who was also wearing a marine justice cloak walking in. How did she come in? Momosagi wondered. She told everyone to wait outside when she came in. Before she had time to ask, the woman marine walked up to Ace, who was still sleeping on the plate, raised her fist and slammed it down hard. Boom. The entire counter was shattered, and Ace was beaten to the ground. The most unbelievable thing was that Ace hadn't woken up yet. The restaurant owner looked at this scene tremblingly, but dared not say a word. The girl stepped on Ace's back and looked up and said, I will pay you the money. After speaking, he raised his snow white and slender legs, and stomped them down again. B************ the Ace. Trample you to death. Momosagi stood in the corner, staring blankly at this scene. What's going on? Is there some deep hatred? And Sabaody is not allowed to catch pirates by hand. She came here to monitor Ace and find out his movements. After all, Ace is a big pirate. Who would have thought that this girl, who was transferred here not long ago, would be so brave, and she would beat Ace up when she caught her? This is no ordinary pirate. If this guy wakes up, things will get worse. Momosagi hurried over and grabbed the girl and said, Yisika, what are you doing? Master Vice Admiral, I am punishing this hateful pirate. Yisika stretched out a hand and touched his chin with a finger and said playfully. Advertisement, why didn't you obey the order and come in without authorization? Is there such a thing? I don't remember, While the two were talking, Ace, who was lying on the ground, had also woken up. My food. Seeing a pile of food scattered on the ground,
Ace was heartbroken, and quickly pulled it up on the ground. It's still edible, it's still edible. Suddenly, Ace felt a very familiar murderous look behind him, his back felt cold, and his hair stood on end. This is... Ace turned his head slowly, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. There is a pair of sunglasses hanging on short orange hair, a band-aid on his face, marine cape, shorts, and a sword pinned to his waist. The girl stared at him condescendingly. After being stunned for a few seconds, Ace exploded on the spot. Ghost. After yelling, he ran out of the restaurant in a flash. D. You are being run away. Yisika hurriedly chased him out. Seeing this, Momosagi also followed. Alala, it's really interesting. On a tall building outside the restaurant, Lin Feng squatted here watching this funny scene. Then he came to the restaurant, walked up to the boss and said, the Star Chamber of Commerce is responsible for the losses here. Seeing Lin Feng, the boss was both terrified and excited and said, Master Lin Feng, how can this make? It's okay, I'll get someone to send the money over. After speaking, Lin Feng disappeared into the restaurant in an instant. Chapter 261 Old Woman Ace said with a big distorted face, come and chase me, ahaha, you can't catch me. D. I must catch you, you wait for me. Yisika didn't have the slightest intention of giving up. The two chased after each other like this, passing through several islands all the way. After entering a forest, Ace stopped suddenly, kicking his legs and leaping high. Yisika, who rushed over, saw Ace sitting on the tree trunk and said, D. Why don't you run away? Keep running. Miss Marine, why do you insist on chasing me? Ace said with a smile. I'm going to catch you, also, call me Yisika. Yisika, this is Saboti's place, no hands are allowed, not even Marine, aren't you afraid to provoke the owner here, and arrest us both? Ace joked. Yisika looked at Ace angrily when she heard the words, her small face was swollen with anger. Get down. Don't want. Come down. Don't want. The two were arguing like quarreling couples. Momosagi, who came behind, saw this scene from Unade, and when he wanted to go forward, he found that he couldn't move. A gust of wind blew, and Momosagi disappeared in its original position. Why are you here? Momosagi looked at Lin Feng beside him and said in surprise. Wait, Yisika didn't do it here on purpose, don't mess around. Momosagi thought that Lin Feng was here to trouble Yisika, and quickly explained. Really? Are you sure? Sure, anyway, you can't shoot her? Advertisement. Lin Feng turned to look at her. If you say you can't, then you can't. Momosagi Vice Admiral, this is the rule. It doesn't work anyway, at worst we lose money. Hearing this, Lin Feng said, losing money? Momosagi suddenly became dumb, this guy doesn't seem to be short of money. Is Yisika really going to be beaten up? At this time, Momosagi heard Lin Feng say again, it's really embarrassing, I don't want to do anything to a beautiful female marine. Upon hearing this, Momosagi quickly said, then, let's leave it at that. Lin Feng gave her a blank look. What are you thinking about, anyway? It is a fact that she did something here, so many people saw it. If I don't care, I won't be treated as a joke because I can't do it properly. Then what should I do? It didn't cause much damage. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and pretended to think for a while and said, yes. Momosagi asked, what's there? Here, neither marines nor pirates can do anything or make trouble, you know that. Momosagi nodded, and then Lin Feng continued, but there are exceptions. Exceptional circumstances? Yes, that's right. If it's a family conflict, that's a different story. Momosagi is a little confused now, family conflicts, what do you mean? For example, couples quarrel and fight, father beats son, etc. If something is damaged, you only need to pay for it. Momosagi lowered his head and thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said, this is impossible. You don't want to announce to the public that they are a couple having conflicts. Lin Feng glanced at Momosagi unexpectedly. You woman, you are a bit smart. Advertisement. But Momosagi looked at Lin Feng viciously. Don't even think about it, you are ashamed to use this method. What's so embarrassing? I'm helping you, do you really want me to beat up this little marine girl? It's impossible anyway, absolutely impossible, marine and pirate, what do you think? Lin Feng said sharply. Stupid old woman, as long as there is love, status is nothing. Who are you calling an old woman? Tell me clearly. Several sword lights slashed across Lin Feng's surroundings. Hey, what are you doing? Murder, Lin Feng shouted. My old lady hacked you today, and made you a B***ch. Momosagi raised his sword and chased after him again. The movement here naturally alarmed Ace and Yisika. The two looked over in surprise, and both opened their mouths wide at the same time. At this time, Momosagi was grabbed by Lin Feng's wrist, and the magical vindictiveness condensed into silk and tied Momosagi to the tree. Is this Momosagi Vice Admiral? This is Lin Feng? What are they doing? What play is this? Is this a game played by experts? Ignoring Momosagi's scolding, Lin Feng turned around and showed a harmless smile. Yo, Saxi is not Nadara. Ace raised a hand and said with a smile. Momosagi Vice Admiral. Yisika ran up to Momosagi and shouted. Put me down quickly. Kill Lin Feng, Momosagi roared. Lin Feng glanced back at him, snapped his fingers uselessly, and withdrew his fighting spirit. Don't ask why you snap your fingers, because that's more handsome. Chapter 262 Ace and Yisika.
Didn't you do it first? Lin Feng said helplessly. Are you reasoning with women? Well, I was naive. After speaking, Lin Feng looked at Yisika and said, but you still have to stay. Me? Yisika said, pointing at herself. No, Lin Feng, you can't let her stay here. Ace rushed over and exaggeratedly said in front of Lin Feng, she is a devil, I will die. Lin Feng looked at him speechlessly. I haven't seen you in a few years, why is this so? Well. Ace immediately leaned into Lin Feng's ear and said, you don't understand, this woman has been chasing me for a long time, and she refuses to let me go. Is it because I don't understand or you don't understand, straight man of steel? Lin Feng was helpless, and then put his arm around Ace's shoulder and said, let's go, treat you to something delicious. Are you two going? Lin Feng said to Momosagi and Yisika. The two looked at Lin Feng and Ace in a daze. You? Ha ha ha, I'm his distant cousin, Lin Feng laughed loudly. Eh? Ace tilted his head and looked at Lin Feng in shock. You bum, take advantage of me? Ah ha ha, that's right, cousin, long time no see, ha ha. Ace smiled mechanically. Momosagi looked at the two as if they were fools. Do you think I'm stupid? Advertisement, isn't it? Lin Feng asked. Momosagi almost couldn't hold back and was about to swear again, but Yisika at the side blushed, and said unexpectedly, cousin, uncle. In an instant, the three of them looked at her dumbfounded, this girl must be stupid. Ah ha ha, let's go, cousin treats you to eat. More than 10 minutes later, in a high-end hotel near the duel field. The four of them sat at the same table, and Momosagi felt that he might be crazy to sit and eat with the pirates. It would be worth spreading the news. But in order to figure out the relationship between the two, Momosagi had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow. She didn't say much the whole time, neither did Yisika, but the girl was just plain shy. The only sound in the room was the sound of Lin Feng and Ace drinking and chatting constantly. Lin Feng smiled and put down his wineglass when Ace lay down on the table completely drunk. The reason why she didn't bring it to the tavern was, of course, because there was still Marine here. Although the relationship between Lin Feng and Momosagi was pretty good, there were still some things that she couldn't see. What's more, Lin Feng still doesn't intend to let Ace know his identity as Zhanlong. Lin Feng, what's going on with you? You have an agreement with Marshal Sengoku that you will not join any pirates, remember, Momosagi said. Facing Momosagi's question, Lin Feng smiled and said, it's so obvious, can't you see it? He's my brother. Brother, Fire Fist Ace, Momosagi said in surprise. Mr. Lin Feng, are you telling the truth? Yisika whispered. Hey, why don't you call me cousin, haha, advertisement. One sentence made Yisika blush again. Seeing this situation, Momosagi feels bad. Could it be that Yisika really likes Ace of Fire Fist? When did it happen? Couldn't it be love at first sight after chasing all the way just now, or did the two know each other before? Lin Feng, even if Fire Fist Ace is your brother, as long as he is a pirate, the world government and Marine will not stop chasing him. And then, with your current status, as long as Fire Fist Ace doesn't continue to be a pirate, he can escape unscathed, and the world government won't want unnecessary conflicts. Lin Feng looked at her strangely and said, what, are you trying to convict Marine? Think of a way for me. Come on, you don't need to take care of these things. Some things are not as simple as you think, not to mention what he wants to do is his business. All I can do is protect my shortcomings. One sentence made Momosagi vomit 3 caddies of blood in anger. Then Lin Feng turned the topic to Yisika. Tell me, how did you and Ace meet? Huh? Yisika looked at Lin Feng, then at Momosagi, and finally set his eyes on Ace. In addition to Ace's snoring, the only sound left in the room was Yisika's voice. Back then, when Ace set out to sail towards his grand line with the dream of becoming the One Piece, he met a female Marine ensign who was chasing him. The female Marine's name is Yisika. Marine hunts down the pirates, and the pirates run away from the Marines. However, in the process of Yisika chasing Ace, Ace saved Yisika's life when Yisika was in danger. Later, Yisika developed feelings for Ace, and Yisika continued to chase Ace, because Yisika was very eager to meet Ace, but Yisika would not really catch Ace. The problem is that the identities of the two of them make her feel sad again. She can't express her thoughts directly, and can only use the way of hunting to find ways to meet each other. But Ace, the B**************, runs very fast every time, and always just finds someone, and then disappears in a blink of an eye. Of course, what Yisika told Momosagi and Lin Feng was only the process of hunting Ace, and did not mention his feelings. Chapter 263 Ace's grandfather. I am even more convinced that Yisika is in love with Ace. As for Momosagi, who has been a solo mother for 30 years, Lin Feng wonders if she has heard something different. I see. You were the one who hunted Fire Fist Ace before. No wonder you were so impulsive when you saw him, Momosagi said suddenly. Seeing the serious expression on her face, Lin Feng knew that the woman really didn't hear it. But Momosagi was thinking about other issues at this time. Since Ace and Lin Feng have this kind of relationship, if Marine captures Ace one day, wouldn't it be a big deal? Lin Feng will absolutely tear down naval headquarters. Thinking of this, Momosagi has a headache. Before she could say anything, Lin Feng threw another bombshell. That's right, from the way you look, he probably doesn't know who Ace's grandfather is, right? Hearing that both Momosagi and Yisika stared at him blankly, what do you mean, and are they some big shots? Lin Feng looked at the two with a half smile. The identity of the son of Ace One Piece cannot be revealed,
but the identity of the grandson of Garp can be said. After all, the old Sengoku must know. I really want to see how the two of them will react. Or don't say it, I'm afraid to scare you. Momosagi slapped the table with a slap, slapping Ace who was sleeping on the table, shaking his head, wondering if he would have a nightmare. Ahem, then you have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Momosagi and Yisika immediately became extremely serious. Lin Feng played with the wine glass in his hand and said, Ace's grandpa is Vice Admiral Garp. Boom. Advertisement. The heads of the two girls seemed to explode, and their brains were buzzing. It took a while to react. Lin Feng, are you kidding me? Yes, Mr. Lin Feng, it's impossible. The famous pirate in the sea, Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, turned out to be the grandson of the marine hero Garp. Seeing the dubious looks on their faces, Lin Feng said indifferently, Is this impossible? Have you forgotten? The Revolutionary Army? After Lin Feng's reminder, the two of them remembered, yes, there is another person who is more dangerous to the world government, the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Thinking about it this way, the two felt that the fact that Ace was Garp's grandson didn't seem so difficult to accept. Then I took a closer look at Ace. The more I looked at it, the more I looked like it. I fell asleep after eating, and the character of Ma Da all day long, really. Sighing, Momosagi stood up and said, Even so, Marine will not show any favoritism because of his status. Anything. I'm leaving first. Yisika, you stay and monitor Fire Fist Ace's every move, and report to me at any time. After speaking, Momosagi opened the door and went out. Yi Si turned his head to look at Lin Feng dully and said, Mr. Lin Feng, Hey, don't be nervous, we are all family. Lin Feng picked up Ace and put it on his shoulder. Come on, help him hold the weapon. Yi Sika's mind was still echoing Lin Feng's words that we are all a family, and walked over with a blushing face and took Ace's dragon gun in his hand. Advertisement, let's go. Then he carried Ace out of the restaurant. In the arena, Lin Feng put Ace on the bed in the guest room, turned to Yisika and said, You are in charge of monitoring him, right? Then I will hand him over to you. That's right, I'll get someone to send you a set of clothes later. You change the marine uniform, otherwise it would be too conspicuous here. Yisika still nodded and couldn't speak anymore. Lin Feng smiled and walked out. Yisika took a deep breath, put down the dragon gun, walked to the bedside and looked at the guy who was still talking in his sleep. He couldn't help laughing out loud. It would be great if you weren't a pirate, Yisika whispered. After watching this for a while, Yisika got up to get a hot towel, but when she came back, she stood by the bed without moving. Her delicate face was flushed red, and her head started to smoke. Wipe, don't wipe, don't wipe. Yiska was very conflicted in his heart. Should he wipe it for him, or not? It was dirty and full of sweat. Wipe it. What an embarrassment. This B******************. D. What kind of wine is he drinking? Really? Closing his eyes and doing mental construction for a while, Yisika slowly stretched out his hand and gently wiped the sweat off Ace's body. After wiping back and forth several times, Yisika wiped the sweat from his brow and sat on the chair beside the bed. Looking at Ace with a bubbling nose, I feel extremely relieved in my heart. I finally caught you. Let's see how you run this time. Chapter 264 Special Tune. What about the kid? Rayleigh asked. Drunk and sleeping now. Lin Feng said casually, poured a glass of water and gulped it down. Where is it? I'll go and see. Why are you in a hurry? Don't disturb other girls' good things. Oh, girl? Rayleigh and Shaki instantly became interested. This is 8 trigrams. Even the girls sitting on the other side turned their heads and looked at Lin Feng curiously. Then Lin Feng told everyone about Yisika and Ace again. Rayleigh laughed loudly after listening. Okay. Lin Feng looked at Rayleigh's aunt's smile and said, By the way, you are so old, don't you plan to have a child or something? It's not going to work. As soon as these words came out, Rayleigh's face darkened immediately. Staring at Lin Feng viciously, Brat, don't talk nonsense. Lousy is in good health. Really? Said Bartolomeo, who burst out suddenly. Believe him, at this age, he must die. Enel made up the knife. Poor thing, Barry said. It still works, right? It's not impossible at this age. It varies from person to person. Mr. Rayleigh, why don't I check it for you? Luo said as a doctor. The girls who understood were blushing. Hold on, there are so many girls here. Kuina hit Ace on the road with a hand knife. Why did you hit me? I didn't say it first. Enel rubbed his head aggrievedly. Little Betty and Nia, who didn't understand, asked, Sister Kuina, what are they talking about? Who knew that Kuina, who was always ready to answer her questions, turned her head and glared at her. Why are you asking so many questions? Advertisement Nia was also a little confused, but then she came to her senses, turned her head and glanced quietly at Asa who was silent. After being ridiculed by everyone, Rayleigh drank 2 sips of wine and began to meditate. If he said that he had no children before, he had worries about the future. But now, with the big grievance Lin Feng standing in front of him, even if he dies one day, the child will definitely be safe. Well, think about it. Thinking about it, Rayleigh turned to look at Shaki, and Shaki happened to look over too. The two were in the same mind and nodded at each other. It seems that they will be busy tonight. At night, Lin Feng was going to check if Ace was awake, but he received a call from Garp. Garp. Boy, is Ace in your place? Lin Feng. It's here. Why, can I help you? Anyway, I'm pretty close to Naval Headquarters. Garp. You are seriously ill.
Give him a good beat up, this B asterisk 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 D. A good marine is not suitable, he must be a pirate. Lin Feng. Well, don't worry, I won't keep my hand. Then Garp said. You should also pay attention here, don't do things too out of line, occasionally give the world government a little face, it's easier to pretend to be both sides. Oh, I didn't see it, you can still say such things. Nonsense, you have been living in vain for decades as an old man, right? I don't know what the world government is like. It's just that some things are not as simple as you think. Lin Feng walked to Ace's room while listening to Garp's chanting. It's a pity that what Garp doesn't know is that if you don't go too far, you will offend him to death. After a while, he came to the door of Ace's room. Are you still running? Easy, you lighten, pain? The voice came through the door, even Garp on the other end of the phone heard it. Boy Lin Feng, you're here, don't think about it, it's your great-grandson. Advertisement. Hearing this, Garp was stunned. Ace? No way. Lin Feng didn't push the door open immediately, and chatted with Garp leaning against the wall. I have some breaking news here, do you want to hear it? Related to Ace. Clever. Lin Feng listened to the voice coming from the room and said, there's a little girl in your marine who likes Ace, what do you think about this? How do you see it? The old man sees with his eyes. Don't make trouble, seriously. The old man is serious, it's a big deal. Coincidentally, I thought so too, Lin Feng said. In fact, as long as Ace is not caught and his identity is not leaked, everything will be fine. Isn't it just that pirates and marines fall in love, how exciting. I'm going back to East Blue next month, are you going? Garp asked. No, you fickle boy, Luffy said that he missed you when the old man went back last time. Let him want to go, don't talk, goodbye, beep. Putting away the phone bug, Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked in. He was stunned at the first glance, good guy, there is something. Ace was tied to a chair by Yisika, and Yisika stood by and looked at Ace proudly. When the two saw Lin Feng coming in, their faces were full of astonishment. Mr. Lin Feng, why are you here? Yisika immediately stood up and said nervously. Ace said tearfully, save me, I'm dying. Lin Feng took a closer look, tisk tisk, the sea stone handcuffs are all used. You guys are very good at playing, I didn't expect Yisika to like this tune. Chapter 265 Lin Feng, UB asterisk 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 D plotting on me. He brought Ace and Yisika to the banquet hall inside the duel arena. Lu Chi and K Lokadar were not there, and they all hid themselves so as not to be recognized by Yisika. Kuina and others also came here, and they all looked curiously at Ace, the brother of Lin Feng who had been hearing about it but had never seen the real person. Ace bowed down politely to greet everyone, and everyone responded with a smile. This big boy who is the same age as their captain is also a man of the hour. I've seen Sabo before, now I'm Ace, and I heard there's a rubber man. With Ace's personality, he quickly got along with everyone, chatting and laughing, while Yisika integrated into the small circle of girls. Under the influence of alcohol and the girls ate trigrams, almost nothing left of him. Be careful and say it cleanly. The banquet lasted until late at night. Lin Feng said a few words to those who were still awake, then hugged Kuina who had already fallen asleep on the sofa and left. Waking up the next day, Ace felt like he was dying of a headache. He raised his hand and scratched his hair. What is it, so heavy? After opening his eyes, the glare of the sun made him close them quickly, and then slowly opened them. Only then did he see clearly what was pressing on him. Ghost. Yisika, who was woken up, sat cross-legged on the bed with sleepy eyes, rubbed her eyes and saw Ace who was all stuck to the wall and looked at her in horror. What? Why are you in my room? ×2. This is my room, ×2. After a long while, the two people who had put on their clothes lowered their heads, and neither of them spoke. Advertisement. Yisika is simply shy, and even a little bit secretly happy. Although Ace is a bit slow in emotion, he is not as stupid as Luffy. He slept with the girl frankly and honestly for a night. With his character, it is absolutely impossible to be irresponsible. It is precisely because of this that Ace is extremely entangled. This is a marine, what should I do? Take people away? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a solution. Ace looked up at Yisika, why didn't I find out before, this girl is so beautiful. Well, why don't we go out first? Ace said tentatively. Huh? Yisika nodded shyly in response. Ace remembered that Lin Feng told him last night that he would be waiting for him in Area 50 today. When the two arrived at the place, they saw that Lin Feng was already waiting here, not only Lin Feng, but also other crew members. Everyone is gearing up, because Lin Feng said that anyone can compete with Ace today. So Ace became everyone's prey, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing Lin Feng for the first time, Ace waved his fiery fist and smashed at him. Lin Feng, UB asterisk 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 D is plotting against me. Raising his hand to firmly catch Ace's fist, Lin Feng pretended not to know anything and said, Hey, what are you doing? What is plotting against you? You. Ace was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. How could he calculate? Could it be possible for me to say it myself? Seeing the constipated look on his face, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling secretly, small, calculating? Is that helping you? It's really cheap and good looking. What's more, the real calculation is yet to come. Okay, I called you here today to test your strength. Advertisement, test, strength? Ace heard the words and said, ha ha ha, I'm very strong. Really? Which one of you will go first?
Lin Feng asked the people behind him. I'll do it. Kuina drew her sword and stepped out. Lin Feng nodded. Don't hold back, beat him up, lest he be too arrogant. Kuina looked at Lin Feng speechlessly, wishing it was so easy. Ace's strength is definitely very strong now, although it is not as good as 3 admirals, but it can also be used for a long time. However, Ace is not as good as Kuina in terms of hockey, and during this time, Kuina's swordsmanship has also improved again. After all, he is the one who ate 2 Jianshin seeds, although the second one is not very effective. Soon, the two started fighting, and everyone retreated to the distance to watch. The fire dragon gun and snow sakura collided non-stop, and the confrontation between sword energy and flaying was also extremely fierce. After fighting for less than an hour, Ace was chopped off by a sword. Although they could continue to fight, it was no longer necessary, it was just a sparring, and it wasn't about life and death. But the sword just now surprised Lin Feng. Kuina's talent in swordsmanship is really terrifying. Lin Feng doesn't know when this new move was developed. Lin Feng stopped the two, and after Konas treated them, Enel stood up again. Hey, still playing? Ace said. Of course, let the thunderbolt of this Thor god cleanse you, Enel said loudly. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, a giant dragon rose from Lin Feng's body, restoring the environment destroyed by the battle just now. Ignoring Ace's shock, Enel grabbed Ace and started fighting. Chapter 266 Wheel Battle 1-on-1, even with 3 admirals, Enel has the strength to fight. Then came Asa, who lost again. Ace's armed color is stronger than Kuina's. After using the clone fruit, Ace experienced a righteous gang fight. Now these 3 people, any one of them can cause a lot of trouble for Admiral, and if the two join forces, no Admiral can handle it. Ace, who has lost 3 games in a row, looks skeptical about life, but Lin Feng has no intention of letting him rest. Luo, Barry, Bardo, Little Betty played a dozen games in a row, except for Robin, everyone else played. Everyone used what they couldn't let Yi Sika see, and used what they could show, and almost fought with all their strength. Ace won all but one of the first 3. This made his wounded heart finally get a little comfort. When I played Barry, the scene was horrible. Mara Fruit was facing Mumugo. Barry had no choice but to be lazy in his usual practice. Hockey was poor, and the fruit development was not good, it was almost bloody. Although Bardo's defense was strong, he could only admit defeat when he was directly surrounded by a fireball from Ace. The increasingly hot barrier and the increasingly scarce air almost didn't kill him. As for Luo, it was just another one-sided beating. When the time came to hit the girls, Ace didn't use such a heavy hand, and he also knew what Lin Feng meant, not only to train him, but also to train these crew members. Advertisement after a round of battles, it was almost dark. Ace felt that he had never been so speechless. He should be very tired, but Konas would restore him after each round, whether it was physical or mental. This gave him the illusion of taking drugs to go to work, and he obviously wanted to die, but he couldn't die. No, I really don't want to beat you. Ace sat down on the ground, sticking out his tongue and waving his hands. Everyone found their seats and sat down. Yi Sika was pulled to the girl's side. Lin Feng sat next to Ace and said, "Won't you have a fight with me?" Ace was a little moved when he heard the words. All day long he was thinking about when Lin Feng would come to compete with him, but in the end almost everyone joined. This guy was still watching as steadily as Mount Tai. Even taking out snacks and sitting on the ground while eating and watching, that's too much. Forget it, next time, I really don't want to fight today. Ace thought for a while and refused. Oh why? What do you mean? I played so many games today, I have to digest it carefully. I am serious about becoming stronger. Speaking of this, Ace glanced at Kuina, Enel and Asa. Speaking of which, you really have a lot of masters here, and our Whitebeard pirates are not so exaggerated. Lin Feng smiled when he heard the words. Kuina, needless to say, she has a very high talent for swordsmanship, and she also ate 2 Jianshin seeds. Although the second one didn't improve her talent for swordsmanship much, it strengthened her physical body strength can be regarded as making up for Kuina's only shortcoming. Coupled with the tempering of gravity space, the development and application of hockey is progressing by leaps and bounds almost every day. Besides Enel, this stick is stronger than Thunderfruit. This fruit even Lin Feng wants very much. It's 2F ****** G strong. Advertisement finally, there is Asa. Lin Feng feels that he is really lucky. If he hadn't rescued him at the beginning, I am afraid that this world will lose a strong person. When the clone fruit is awakened, Ace's strength will be extremely terrifying. Want to become stronger? Lin Feng asked. Ace was stunned. What kind of problem is this? Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Showing a signature big brother next door smile, Ace said, of course. That's right, I heard from Sabo before, you have some kind of gravity space here, right? It can enhance your strength. After he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his head and slapped it with a hand knife. What are you pretending to do? Don't you see it yourself? It's over there, so big, I don't believe you didn't notice it. Oh, I'm being polite. Why do you do it? This loving knife directly opened a bag on Ace's head. Lin Feng ignored him, and took Ace's fire dragon gun and held it in his hand. This is a good weapon, but it's a pity that you didn't use it to its full potential. As he said that, he stood up and walked to a place away from the crowd, and waved it slowly. Didn't use any skills, just chopping, picking, stabbing. Even so, every movement of Lin Feng could resonate with the dragon gun, and everyone stopped talking and watched intently. Every move and style seemed natural, without any unnecessary movements. Slowly a fire dragon wrapped around the gun body, getting bigger and bigger. It finally grew to nearly 60 meters long, and after a roar, it disappeared with Lin Feng's final blow. Chapter 267. It can be activated when the user connects with it. If it is injected with powerful fire attribute energy, it will exert even greater power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng looked at the dragon gun and said, "Thank you, old friend." At this time, the people in the distance suddenly applauded. Okay, the captain is amazing. As we all know, Barry is a no-brainer. Boss is amazing, Bardo said. Others also shouted. Only Kuina, seeing Lin Feng approaching, greeted him immediately. That was. Kuina said. Lin Feng hugged it into his arms and said, "You read that right. You can do it too." What Kuina is talking about is a state of using weapons, simplifying the complexity. Every move and style is as natural as Lin Feng just now. Well, I think I can, too. Coming to Ace, Lin Feng threw the dragon gun to him. Start tomorrow, 3 months of special training. Huh? 3 months? No, I still have things to do. Ace immediately refused. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng said disdainfully. I'll call Whitebeard now, and he will definitely agree. Ace stood up in surprise and said, You know Dad? When did it happen? We both know each other and have had several drinks. Advertisement Ace was a little confused at this time. What happened? It seemed that he had not been away for a long time. Why did the two get together? While he was thinking wildly, Lin Feng had already called Conus and dialed Whitebeard's number. Gu la la la, Brad, why are you calling me when you have time? Do you want to buy me a drink? As soon as the connection was made, Whitebeard's hearty laughter came out. Just by looking at the phone bug, Lin Feng knew how happy and presumptuous the old guy was laughing. You can drink anytime, I have something to tell you, Lin Feng said. At this time, the eyeballs of Ace who was standing aside had dropped to the ground. Really? They really know each other. Sounds like a good relationship. What's the matter? Every time I have something to do, can't you just buy me a drink? Whitebeard said, pretending to be unhappy. You can drink at any time. Besides, at your age, don't accidentally drink yourself up that day. Gu la la la. Lousy is Whitebeard. How could he run out of alcohol? You brat can't speak. Okay, I really need you. Your son was kidnapped by me. 2 billion. I will tear up the ticket for a penny less, Lin Feng said. When Whitebeard heard what Lin Feng said, he was stunned for a moment, and then he roughly guessed. Humph, kid, tear up the ticket if you want to. Hurry up, don't delay my drinking. You are really boring. Temporarily detain him for 3 months. You have no objection. I think it's pretty good. Let's not talk about that, kid. So do you have any wine? I don't know how to respect my old man. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Ace and said, Did you hear that? Wine is more important than you. Ace had already fallen into a sluggish state at this moment. He had never seen anyone talking to his father like this. Lin Feng, you be asterisk 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 D. Don't try to provoke me, an Ace. Why are you so dirty? You are dirty. You are a very bad old man. You. Advertisement. You hash hash hash. After the two scolded each other for a while, Lin Feng finally said, Will you come to the party tomorrow night? Don't come. Who cares about your broken wine? Are you sure? That's enough. Here, the old man will reluctantly reward you with face. Really? Seeing that you are in such a difficult situation, why don't you forget it? You're a real dog. B asterisk 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 D. Since the disease on his body was cured, Lin Feng felt that the old Whitebeard had completely let himself go. Although he still had a majestic appearance at ordinary times, as soon as he talked to himself, he became like a rascal, and even learned to walk away. I talk a lot about myself. After hanging up the phone, Ace came up and said with an incredulous face, You guys, how is this possible? It's fake. It's definitely not Daddy. Dad actually scolded someone on the phone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What is true and false? Your brain is broken. Ace wanted to say something, when Lin Feng continued, Old people are always lonely. You people, you are still too reserved. I know you respect him, but the elderly also need friends. When you see him talking to me, he is mad at him, not right. Anyway, it means that I am very comfortable. I don't have so many worries. If my mentality is better, I might live a few more years. If I don't get mad at me. Ace looked at Lin Feng in a particularly speechless manner. The man's words were indeed very annoying. Sengoku. Especially older people. Then a group of people walked towards the duel field. After fighting all day, they had to eat a good meal, especially Ace, who was beaten by Wheels, and hadn't eaten at all since he woke up in the morning. Chapter 268. 3 months. These people are so strong, she feels like she can't beat anyone. Especially the 3 at the beginning, maybe only Admiral can defeat them. Thinking of this, Yi Sika couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng, who was chatting with Ace in front, and this guy. Lin Feng also noticed Yi Sika's abnormality, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In addition to exercising Ace and the crew today, another purpose is to show off his muscles. Tell Marine and World Government through Yi C card that Lousy is very strong here. It's okay, don't mess with me. And everyone still has their whole cards. There is no such thing as being figured out. That night, Yi Sika reported all he found to Momosagi, and Momosagi was naturally very surprised. He still remembered that when he fought with Akainu, Kuina and the others were not so strong, but now they have reached this level. This made her feel that she had really lived for a dog for so many years. As for the conversation between Lin Feng and Whitebeard, Yi Sika didn't hear it. Otherwise, if Marine knew that 4 Emperors Whitebeard was fine and went to Sabadi to drink, he would probably explode. Afterwards, Momosagi reported the information reported by Yi Seacard to Sengoku. That night, Sengoku sat alone in the office, writing and drawing on paper with a pen, not knowing what to think. From the second day, Lin Feng handed over Ace's training task to Asa and handed over the training task to Enel. Advertisement Yi Sika can't follow. After all, Marine can't know about the gravitational space. Even if she saw it yesterday, she doesn't know what it is. So Yi Sika went to work at Marine base during the day, and came back to monitor Ace at night. As for how to monitor, Lin Feng couldn't control it. A month later, Ro and Asa set off to find Blackbeard. Knowing this, Ace yelled to follow, but was kicked back to the gravity space by Lin Feng, and the training task was handed over to Hawkeye, who came back 2 days ago. Hawkeye has no complaints about this, and tries his best to pass on his hockey cultivation experience. The business relationship with the Fishmen Island is also officially on the right track. On the Sabaody archipelago, mermaids and murlocs are becoming more and more common. Princess Shirahoshi moved here directly, just to see the sun and stars every day. Lucci and Kei Lok Dul led people to attack the warships and bases of the world government, casually capture celestial dragons and assassinate those inappropriate nobles. The Revolutionary Army recently liberated another country, and then Lin Feng grabbed Sabo and asked him to practice with Ace. Not only Koala followed, but also the army commander Betty. It was only when he saw Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes that Army Captain Betty reacted, or in other words, confirmed his inner guess. What made Lin Feng the most amusing was that when Enel saw Bello Betty in the gravitational space, he ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. Naturally, there was another banquet that night. With Sabo joining, Ace became more enthusiastic about practicing. Another 2 months passed quickly. According to the news from Luo, within 2 months, since he found Blackbeard, he attacked the other party no less than 10 times. Get people out. Advertisement and Blackbeard was also the one who was messed with. To be honest, he didn't dare to kill this person, otherwise he would be finished if he provoked Lin Feng. He is ambitious, but not stupid either. After so many life and death battles in a row, Lin Feng brought Luo and Asa back. And it's time for Asa's training. Lin Feng also has to admit that Sabo and Asa's talents are really pervert. They both awakened conquerors on the same day, and both awakened their fruit abilities the next day. This made Lin Feng start to wonder whether this gravitational space has any additional attributes. But after thinking about it, Barry, who also has the Logia fruit, immediately denied this idea. Barry may be constrained by his own talent, it is extremely difficult to improve his strength, and this person is a bit lazy. It seems that I still have to do it myself, otherwise when will this product be able to use true several thousand hands? Not only Barry, but also Bardo, also needs to practice hard. This one is even more lazy, and those who steal and play tricks every day know how to roam around the island. The women are practicing together, and everyone is improving very quickly. Needless to say, Kuina, Little Betty, Konus, Robin, Reiju, everyone has made great progress, and Nia was asked by Lin Feng to temporarily focus on the fruit ability development. Hockey put it aside first. There is no shortage of combat power on board now, but if the fruit of presence can be used well, it can play a greater role. As for Koala and Bello Betty who came with Sabo, Koala is with Kuina and others, while Bello Betty has his own way of cultivation and is quite powerful. Apart from practicing, since he knew that Enel was the great sage, this man took pleasure in teasing Enel every day. Chapter 269 I will come back to find you for some unknown reason. Marine announced the global conscription at the beginning of the year, which completely surprised Lin Feng. After all, the world's big conscription should be 2 years later, and I don't know why it was brought forward. In fact, all of this was due to the round-the-clock battle 3 months ago. Sengoku was also worried after learning about Lin Feng's combat power. Although the two sides are not enemies at present, the threat of such a timed nuclear bomb is too great. Moreover, according to gossip, when the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Beast's pirates, Kaido and Whitebeard briefly fought, and Marine also learned that Whitebeard's injuries seemed to be healed. This also deepened Sengoku's idea of adding Marine's strength. After reporting to the world government, 5 elders unanimously approved. So the world conscription began at the end of January this year. It's not over until now. Lin Feng is standing at the top of the duel arena, looking in the direction of naval headquarters, wondering if Marine has recruited 2 admiral-level fighters, Green Bull and Fujitora, this time. As early as the establishment of the Scarlet Tavern, Lin Feng began to inquire about Fujitora's whereabouts. Later, he also asked the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard pirates, and the red-haired Shanks to help, but there was still no news. This guy can really hide, maybe he can only wait for him to appear. Captain, Ace is leaving. Just when Lin Feng was in a daze, Konus flew behind Lin Feng and said, "Yeah, it's about time." On the shore of Sabaody, all of Lin Feng's crew was here, including Hawkeye, Rayleigh and Shaki. Yi Sika looked at Ace who was about to leave at this time, and tears rolled in his eyes unstoppably. The 3 months made the relationship between the two of them almost rocket-like. Just when Yi Sika was thinking about whether to say something, someone had already spoken before her. "Ace, I'll be waiting for you in New World, remember to come to me." Sabo, who was wearing a mask and wearing a royal robe, stepped forward to hug Ace and whispered, "HMPH, I will beat you down next time." Advertisement. Everyone was saying their goodbyes, and in the end only Yi Sika was left. As a Marine, it's not right to hang out with people like Lin Feng every day, not to mention there are pirates in it. And it was this pirate who she fell in love with, even if she had 1,000 words to say, she didn't know how to say it. Seeing this, Lin Feng stepped forward and dragged Ace in front of Yi Sika. "Say a few words." "Eh? Say what?" Ace asked. Lin Feng ignored him, stepped aside and looked at this big fool with everyone. Kuina came over and gently hugged Lin Feng's arm. Koala gently tugged on Sabo's clothes. Nia looked at Asa with a blushing face. Hey. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you despise my old lady? Suddenly Bello Betty's voice came. Everyone looked and saw Enel saying, Woman, don't touch this Thor. Everyone was speechless for a while, this guy was hopeless. Then he turned his gaze to the two people in front of him. Well, Yi Sika, I'm leaving, I have something to do. Ace scratched his head and said. Yi Sika nodded without saying anything. Maybe he still can't accept himself, after all, his marine is a pirate. This is an extremely ridiculous thing, what are you expecting? Yi Sika thought so. Advertisement, bon voyage. In the end, he only choked out these 4 words. Ace scratched his head in embarrassment, his face flushed red. What? Yi Sika asked. I'll come back to find you. After saying that, Ace didn't dare to look at anyone, turned around and jumped into his boat, and disappeared in a flash. Oh, there was a long oh sound from the shore. Yi Sika lowered her head, her face was as red as a ripe apple, but the joy in her heart was greater than her shyness at this moment. After sending Ace away, Lin Feng then sent Sabo, Koala and Bello Betty back to the Revolutionary Army base. Before leaving, Bello Betty also said to Enel, Smelly man, next time I see you, I will convince you. In the tavern, Asa found Lin Feng who was having a drink with Rayleigh, Hawkeye and said, Captain, is it too dangerous for Mr. Ace to hunt down that Blackbeard alone? Of course it's dangerous, Lin Feng said without hesitation. What do you think of Blackbeard's strength? Hearing this, Asa thought about it and said, very strong, I can't guarantee that I can defeat him. That's right, you have to know that your ability is not limited by dark fruit, even if you do that, you can't say you can take him down. Admiral is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. That insidious guy is definitely at the level of Admiral. Ace's trip is indeed very dangerous. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Rayleigh put down his wineglass and asked, that kid Ace has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 3 months, isn't that okay? It's hard to say, it's a big trouble if the fruit ability is restrained, but if he can unleash the true power of the fire dragon gun, he will never lose. Chapter 270 Garp. No martial arts. When Lin Feng got the reward order, there was a thick pile of 20 or 30 rewards, including those from Lu Qi and Lok Dal. The leader of the Zhanlong organization, Shitong, has a reward of 3.5 billion Baileys. After everyone saw it, they couldn't help being speechless, but after calming down, they felt nothing strange. Seeing that everyone wanted to know his bounty, Lin Feng simply threw it on the table. The deputy leader of the dragon slaying organization, Blood Sword Fairy, has a reward of 2.15 billion Baileys. The dragon slaying organization, the Great Sage, offers a reward of 1.2 billion Baileys. Dragon slaying organization Black Fist, offering a reward of 1.2 billion Baileys. Dragon slaying organization Angel, with a reward of 850 million Baileys. The dragon slaying organization Dream Eater has a reward of 600 million Baileys. The dragon slaying organization Sengui has a reward of 600 million Baileys. Robin, Bartolomeo, and Luo, who participated in the operation for the first time, all offered a reward of 300 million Pele. Robin's codename is Senju, Bartolomeo's codename is Ogre, and Luo's codename is Shinigami. I don't know why he chose such a codename, but Lin Feng, the original death surgeon, thought it was pretty good. A bounty of 400 million was also placed on Hancock, who was involved in the attack on the holy site of Mariajoy. Then there are Lu Qi and K Lok Dal who often go out on missions. Dragon slaying organization Rentu, 850 million. Rentu is the codename given to Lu Qi by the world government. This guy has killed too many people, and almost all of them are nobles. As for the former Shichibukai, the veteran powerhouse of Dahai, and the only member of Zhanlong whose identity is known, this bounty is not too much. The only ones who didn't offer a bounty were the newly joined Nia and Hawkeye who had never shown up. Advertisement. It seems that we are quite important in the eyes of the world government. Lin Feng laughed. Hey, Captain, it should be said that the world government is most afraid of you, Konus said while holding Lin Feng's reward order. That's right, 3.5 billion, I really didn't expect it. Okay, put away the reward order, since the world government thinks highly of us, we can't let them down. Lu Qi, Lao Sha, leader, you two do your best to capture all the celestial dragons out there, as many as you can. Yes, boss, what about us? Bartolomeo asked quickly. What's the hurry, everyone else should practice hard and improve their strength, Lin Feng said. After a while, there will be a big one. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words, the big one. Lin Feng never said that when he attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy before. It seems that this time it is really going to shake the world. Knowing that there will be a big action in the near future, everyone will work harder to practice. Lin Feng also informed Hancock that Marine might summon Shichibukai for this operation, so she had to be prepared. A month later, Marine and the world government simultaneously received a notice letter from the Dragon Slaying Organization. The celestial dragons will be publicly executed on April 1st by the Dragon Killing Organization. Suddenly Marine and world government jumped up and down like ants on a frying pan. Naval headquarters, the conference room, where a group of Marine generals gathered. Advertisement Garp, who just got back from visiting his grandson in East Blue, is here too. It's too arrogant, it doesn't take us Marines seriously. Damn Zhanlong, you are so bold, I was still on vacation, but I was summoned back because of Zhanlong. I was so mad. But this time the dragon slaying is really powerful. The public execution of celestial dragons is too shocking. Yes, see you soon. Fart, this is a provocation to our marine. These lunatics must be brought to justice. In the meeting room, the generals discussed and expressed their opinions. Vice Admiral Garp, what do you think? Someone leaned over to Garp and asked. Garp hummed when he heard the words, and said without thinking. Those trash will die if they die, it's none of my business. The meeting room suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at this daring guy in astonishment. As expected of you, you can say such things on such an occasion. This time Garp didn't even activate the ability to withdraw the fruit. Someone already said, ha ha ha, Vice Admiral Garp really knows how to joke, let's pretend he didn't say it. That's right, come on, let's continue talking. Garp. Huh, I haven't withdrawn yet, what are you doing? Steal my lines? Don't talk about Wood. At this moment, Sengoku came to the front and slapped the table heavily, and the meeting room fell silent instantly. Kizaru put down his nail clippers, Aokiji took off his blindfold, and Akainu was puffing from his nostrils. Everyone focused on Sengoku. Only Garp took out a pack of senbei and ate happily. Looking at Sengoku's eyes is like watching a monkey show. Sengoku was so angry that he almost threw the file in his hand, but now was not the time to fight with Garp, so he gave him a hard look, and Sengoku turned on the display. Chapter 271 Ohara. There was only a short sentence on the screen, but everyone watched with a heavy heart. After that, there is a summary of various incidents since Zhanlong appeared, as well as the intelligence investigated by Marine. After reading it, there was another silence. Zhanlong has done so many things, and Marine has no useful information at all. Other than Klokadar and Sabo, the identities of the others are unknown. Moreover, the opponent's ability to come and go without a trace also gave Marine quite a headache. Although we still don't know the location of the other party's operation, we can't do nothing. Since the execution is going to be public, the other party must tell the location, otherwise it will be meaningless. Be prepared and stop Zhanlong. That afternoon, the news spread around the world. Zhanlong will publicly execute the celestial dragons, and Marine summons a large force to stop this crazy operation. At night, Naval Headquarters received another letter stating the place of execution. West Blue's famous archaeological shrine, Nico Robin's hometown, Ohara. Sengoku and others who heard the news became even more anxious. Is this a coincidence or ulterior motives? Ohara is too sensitive a place, and one action in his marine career he doesn't want to mention. Advertisement. Sengoku can attack any pirate, just because you are a pirate, no matter whether you have done bad things or not, as long as you fly the pirate flag, you are a cancer of the world and an enemy of Marine. But Ohara is just a group of archaeologists who study history, and what they are looking for is nothing more than exploring the real history, which is not wrong in terms of reason. Although the study of historical texts that are explicitly prohibited by the world government touched the disgraceful side that celestial dragons tried to bury, this group of scholars deserved to be blamed, and they were already prepared to die at any time. But what are those civilians and children? Innocent. This action is a compromise of his inner justice and a compromise of the world government. Just like in order to clear Luojia's blood, the world government took the initiative and led Marine to capture all the pregnant women on Bataro Island, and even killed them. At that time, Sengoku and others had no choice but to watch the tragedy occur. But compromise does not mean approval. After the Buster Call was launched, Sengoku did not come forward much, and more of the ordering parties came directly from 5 elders. This incident also made him shake the justice he has always insisted on, but not much. Marine has always maintained the peace and stability of the sea, but whenever the interests of the celestial dragons are involved, even if it violates common sense of justice, Marine will choose to take the interests of the celestial dragons as the primary consideration. Later, Aokiji let Robin go, and someone reported to him, but Sengoku kept it a secret. One is for the protection of Aokiji. In terms of military discipline, it is an unforgivable crime to let go of Robin, who is an archaeologist, privately. What is it compared to the value of it? The second is because what Aokiji did, exactly what Sengoku wanted to do but couldn't do, was a sliver of compensation for his unconscionable Buster Call. At this time, Sengoku was not the only one who was emotional. Aokiji, who also heard the news, looked at the moon in the sky and fell into deep thought. The Ohara incident had dealt a heavy blow to Kuzan, who had always upheld justice. At this time, this man full of justice was full of hesitation towards the justice advertised by Marine, and choosing to let Robin go was also his attempt at justice. Advertisement. At this time, there was no trace of human beings in Ohara. Standing on this land, Lin Feng was also quite emotional. 18 years ago, Ohara was reduced to ruins under Buster Call. But now, the island has already returned to the appearance of singing birds and fragrant flowers. Lin Feng feels extremely embarrassed just knowing this history, let alone Robin himself who experienced it personally. As early as a month ago, Lin Feng asked the Revolutionary Army to find the island with the items he marked with the space imprint. At this time, a group of people stood on the land here, all looking at Robin. About Robin's experience, everyone present already knows, so everyone is sad for her. Miss Robin. Little Betty stepped forward and held Robin's hand and whispered. Robin smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Thank you everyone, Robin said to the crowd. Stopping along the way, Robin looked at this familiar and unfamiliar place, but couldn't help being sad. This feeling of right and wrong is the easiest to arouse people's emotions. Came to the center of the island, amidst the ruins, Robin paid homage to the dead ancestors and mother. Then came to the shore where the civilian ships were bombarded. Lin Feng decided to designate this place as the place to execute the celestial dragons. After leaving a spatial imprint, the group returned to Sabaody. In the following time, under Lin Feng's deliberate operation, the truth of the original Ohara incident quickly spread to every corner of the sea. In just a few days, there was an uproar. Chapter 272. At this time Lin Feng was sleeping with Kuina in his arms, and who could be happy when he was woken up early in the morning. What? If you can't handle it, you can still help, Lin Feng said angrily. You're dreaming. Laozi won't make trouble with you. At most, he will see if there is a chance to help you collect the corpse, but Marine has made a big move for you. Some people may not be able to sit still, and want to take advantage of the opportunity. Well, I know, but that's none of my business. Lin Feng knew what Whitebeard meant, that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters while Marine's attention was on Ohara. It's easy for you to say, it's none of your business. Now Kaido and Big Mom have already taken action. Don't you understand the principle that a single action can affect the whole body? Our Whitebeard pirates are also involved. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, Why, are you afraid? No way. Afraid? Lousy is Whitebeard. Then why did you call so early in the morning? Gu la la la, you got involved for no reason, shouldn't you show it? Whitebeard said with a big laugh. I bought a watch last year, for a long time. You disturbed my dreams early in the morning just for this, playing the autumn wind? Lin Feng was speechless. You said that the captain of such a big pirate group, the majestic Four Emperors, was thinking about his little wine all day long. What kind of words is that? It's really a little bull crying for a little cow, so awesome. The two chatted nonsense for a long time, and Whitebeard said, I still know something about Ohara. You just exposed the truth in such a grand manner. I guess those 5 old bastards would like to eat you raw. Advertisement, so what? Don't say they don't know I did it, but they do. Do they really have the determination to deal with me? You 4 emperors are not vegetarians either. Lin Feng didn't care about this, and didn't worry at all. As he said, even if the 5 elders knew, so what, now that the 4 emperors are still alive, can they really use all their strength to strangle him regardless of the threat of the 4 emperors? If you're not doing your best, then there's nothing to worry about. Gu la la la, you boy, I really like you. Hey, don't talk nonsense, my daughter-in-law is still here. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. It's really scary for an old man to say that he likes you. Are you really not considering being my son? Don't make trouble, talk about business. Whitebeard was naturally joking, and then asked, any news about Ace? No, it's hard to manage. B****************** D, isn't he your brother? You're not worried? Whitebeard said at the top of his voice. Hearing that Lin Feng sat up from the quilt and leaned on the bed, he said, Hey, you are not like this usually, you look majestic and calm in front of your sons. Why are you so anxious now, and your character is so cute it just collapsed? Nonsense, that's my son, and who knows what I am now except you. If you co-author it in front of me, you'll be a mess. Besides, didn't you meet him at the last party? That's been months. That's true, but I've been very busy recently, so I really have no idea. I'll let you know when I have news. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Feng hung up the phone. Advertisement. Just as he put the phone bug on the table beside the bed, Lin Feng suddenly trembled all over. Ouch, lightly, I got bitten. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was lying relaxed on the bed, and Kuina leaned on her arm and asked, Aren't you worried about the Marine and World Government making arrangements in advance when you release the place of execution? Lin Feng rubbed her head and said, No, if they do this, then I can change the location at any time, it won't do them any good. At the end of the day, it's an unspoken thing. Kuina nodded without asking any more questions, turned around and said, I have to go back to sleep again, I was just woken up by you. That's not my fault, it's that old thing. Kuina burst out laughing. You're the only one who calls people an old B***************** D all day long. It's strange that he's not angry yet. Forgetting friends, you don't understand. At noon, Lin Feng received a message from Hancock in the tavern. Marine did not summon Shichibukai, and Hawkeye sitting next to him also did not receive the message, which surprised Lin Feng. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that Sengoku called. The purpose of finding him was to use the previous favor to get him to help deal with Zhanlong. I said, Comrade Marshal Sengoku, are you sure you want me to take action at this time? Don't you think it's a waste? As a last resort, the incident this time is really too big. It is impossible to mobilize all the troops on the Marine side, and there are still a few restless guys on the New World side who will move at any time. Sengoku said with a wry smile. Chapter 273 Sengoku's Exploration. Secondly, it's a pity for you to use favors on saving those trash. Don't worry if I tell you, the world government will just sit on the sidelines. They must be taking action. You know this better than me. Sengoku frowned after hearing this, but he still didn't give up. You don't want to play tricks, do you? That's not true. If you really want to use this favor, I have no objection. I'm thinking about you. To put it bluntly, I don't think Zhanlong will fight with you this time, and mobilize too much combat power is also useless. It's the same even if I go. If others don't fight with me, what's the use? Then you will lose a lot. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Sengoku was silent for a while before saying, Let me think about it. Hey wait, Lin Feng said hastily. Anything else? Sengoku asked suspiciously. Lin Feng smiled and asked with a hey voice. By the way, you have been recruiting for so long in the marine world, have you recruited any good players? Sengoku snorted coldly and said angrily, HMPH, you still want to inquire about our information,
Do you think I will tell you? Look at you, you had a good chat just now, but now you are angry, you are really boring and not kind. Sengoku just wants to shoot Lin Feng to death with a brick. Is this the same thing? You, an outsider, openly ask me about the internal affairs of the Marine. If I don't tell you, it's not kind. But I can tell from your tone of voice. It must have been a good harvest. Let me guess. Could it be that you recruited Admiral-level combat power? Lin Feng said very casually. When Sengoku heard this, his heart skipped a beat. How could he know? Advertisement. Could it be that Marine still has his undercover agents? Hey, why are you silent? It can't be true, right? Tisk tisk, it's incredible. I'm really envious of getting such a strong boost for a random conscription. Don't be weird there, and don't try to tell the old man. Goodbye. Sengoku hung up after finishing his sentence with a snap. Lin Feng pouted, looking at the phone bug in his hand. It seems that it is true, and I don't know who was recruited. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said to Konus. Hurry up, Xiao Feng. Let her make a big fuss. After so long, I can't even get a Shichibukai position. Why is this? During this period of time, Ms. Xiao Feng led a group of people to become pirates on the Grand Line and formed a bounty pirate group. They hunted and killed those pirates every day, and their reputation gradually became louder. Even Marine felt baffled. Pirates catch pirates? Then do you want to deal with this bounty pirate group? If it hadn't been for Clock Dar being kicked out, it would still be very difficult to get a position for Shichibukai now. But it's not enough to catch some little pirates and want to become Shichibukai, so after Xiao Feng's fame rises, Lin Feng's backup can play a role. Naval Headquarters. After hanging up Lin Feng's phone, Sengoku looked at a piece of white paper on the table and said nothing. There were two names on the white paper, Shitong and Lin Feng. According to information from the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, K-Lock Doll once appeared from Sabadi, but then lost it. The meaning behind this is intriguing. Is it a coincidence that K-Lock Doll appeared there or? Reminiscing that Lin Feng and Shitong appeared on the sea almost at the same time, Sengoku also had to start to doubt, and Lin Feng also said that when he first came to Naval Headquarters. After having doubts, Sengoku immediately acted, not only stepped up the monitoring of Sabadi, but also called to test it himself. Advertisement. If Lin Feng agrees to take action against Zhanlong, then the suspicion can be reduced, if not. Sengoku shook his head, still unwilling to think about it. If it was true, it would be really troublesome. Or find a chance to try again. In the afternoon, Lin Feng came to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Bardigo. The first time he saw Lin Feng, Drago said, "You are so quiet, you are going to do such a big thing without saying hello. Let me know earlier, so I can make some preparations here." Oh, you also want to take advantage of this opportunity? Don't put it so harshly. The Revolutionary Army's affairs can be called gaining benefits. It's not too late now. I can't believe you didn't do anything, Lin Feng said. Drago nodded and said, "What do you want to do here this time?" "Just make some preparations." Speaking of which, the two came to the place where celestial dragons were held. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and Dorag stood outside, and Dorag looked at Lin Feng strangely. This guy is too shameful, too inappropriate, and too vengeful. Gotta keep Sabo away from him so he doesn't get spoiled. Back at Lin Feng in Sabadi, he kept thinking about Sengoku's purpose in his mind, and it was a bit too weird to let himself go to help at this time. Lin Feng does not believe that Sengoku will not understand what he said. But he still did that. Why on earth was it just a momentary impulse? Because too many things happened recently, and his mind was confused. Chapter 274. Fujitora, the Green Bull. These days, the sea has become completely chaotic, as long as the ambitious guys want to take advantage of the loopholes at this time. From the four emperors to Shichibukai, to ordinary pirates, and the kings of the underground world, all are ready to move. But ordinary people are talking about the Ohara incident 18 years ago, and they are very interested in the truth hidden by the world government. At the same time, they have a huge distrust of the world government and Marine. After all, in order to complete the task and keep the secrets, these executioners swung their butcher knives at the civilians. What kind of secrets made the world government so eager to cover up, and what were they afraid of? Not only the civilians, but even the allied countries are afraid of this, almost to the point where everyone is in danger and panic, and no one knows when it will be their turn. Perhaps sometimes from the perspective of righteousness, it is natural to sacrifice a small group of people and protect the interests of the majority, but who would be willing to be the one who is sacrificed? No matter what it is for, let alone just because the world government wants to cover up the dark history. This incident has deepened the public's fear of the world government and distrust of Marine. In the eyes of many people, Marine is just a knife of the world government. Fortunately, Marine's global conscription was before this incident, otherwise it would be hard to say whether they could have recruited so many people. The Revolutionary Army also took advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate many countries. Under Lin Feng's suggestion, the Revolutionary Army even started a public opinion war. Under the operation of the world government, the Revolutionary Army has been described as the most vicious criminal organization in the world, and the impression left on unsuspecting civilians is extremely bad. Advertisement. This makes the Revolutionary Army always encounter great resistance every time it takes action, resistance from civilians. And Lin Feng's phrase, "from the people to the people," allowed Drago to find a new path, go deep into the people, dismantle the stigmatization of the Revolutionary Army by the world government from within, and at the same time use public opinion to publicize the Revolutionary Army, thought. As for Shanks, he has been trying to maintain balance, but he didn't respond. He just concentrated on running his red-haired dual field, and the business was as prosperous as his hair color.
It is worth mentioning that the dueling field at Whitebeard has also opened, and other economic industries have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Even so, Whitebeard, who has made a lot of money, likes to Street Ute Lin Feng's wine. As the time approached April 1st, Marine's actions gradually became clearer. The night before the incident, West Blue, dozens of warships gathered near Ohara Island, but did not approach. On the Marine side, Akainu and Aokiji led the team. As if by fate, the two came to this place together again after many years. It was also here that the relationship between the two became subtle. But now fate brought them here again. Aokiji stood on the deck of the warship, looked at the island that had influenced his life from a distance, turned his head and said to the people standing aside, "What do you think is justice?" The man has short black hair, a beard around his mouth, and an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, which extends to both eyes. Advertisement: he is tall and tall, wearing a lavender kimono, a black and purple belt, a marine coat, a purple scarf around his neck, wooden shoes on his feet, and a staff knife in his hand. He closed his eyes tightly and said, "Aokiji Admiral, everyone has their own justice in their hearts, and I believe you too." Aokiji heard the words and said, "Well, what do you think of Marine's justice?" The old man dare not lie. "Ah, Fujitora Vice Admiral, you are humble," Aokiji said lazily while leaning on the guard rail and looking at the stars in the sky. "I think you and Fujitora Vice Admiral get along unexpectedly. If it weren't for Marine, there would only be 3 admirals. With your strength, you are completely qualified for admiral's position." Fujitora smiled, and didn't care about this. If the justice in my heart can be implemented, it doesn't matter where the old man is, and it doesn't matter if Admiral has strength. On another warship, Akainu also looked at Ohara in the distance, but was silent for a while. A green-haired man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks behind him said, "Akainu Admiral, this time we must wipe out those bastards and lowly creatures." Hearing this, Akainu sneered, and did not answer this person's words. Since Zhanlong appeared for so long, he has not fought head-to-head. Judging from the known information, it is absolutely impossible to wipe out the opponent. Akainu is fierce, not a tiger, and the green-headed man behind him, codenamed Green Bull, thinks he is the same person as him, but he is not. Not soft-hearted, but not completely without his own thinking. But the Green Bull is a loyal supporter of the world government and celestial dragons, and believes that those who do not stand with the world government are lowly and inferior species, animals without human rights, even in non-member countries. I am different. Chapter 275. The whole army attacks early the next morning. All Zhanlong members gathered in the tavern. Lin Feng, Kuina, Asa, Lil Betty, Barry, Konis, Enel, Robin, Bartolomeo, Reiju, Luo, Nia. There are 12 people in total, plus Hancock, Lock Doll and Hawkeye, one of the whole cards. This time almost all the staff were dispatched. Because he didn't know how much combat power Marine had dispatched, and what the world government's actions were, Lin Feng called Hawkeye and Hancock to be on the safe side, and neither of them would make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. The 2 people wearing the dragon-slaying robes couldn't see their original faces at all, and Hawkeye's sword was temporarily replaced by the big sharp knife Chuya thrown to him by Lin Feng. Hawkeye refused at first, but after finally participating in an operation, he couldn't refuse because of the weapon. After taking Chuya in his hand, Hawkeye couldn't put it down and stroked it fondly. Although it wasn't as good as his black saber yi, it was enough. For this, Lin Feng only wants to say 4 words, the law of Jingzai. As for Hancock, if she can't use the fruit ability, her combat power will have to drop a bit, but she shouldn't have a big problem with Conqueror's Haki. Everyone finished eating leisurely, adjusted their condition, and then set off for Ohara. In the Kamui space, Lin Feng quietly stretched out his head to look at the situation outside. "Hey, there are so many warships, it's really enthusiastic." "Captain, is anyone here?" Barry asked. Wait a minute." Speaking of Lin Feng, Mangekyo turned and took a closer look. At this time on the warship, almost all the strong people felt this feeling of being spied on. "Coming," Akainu said. "Advertisement, it really made me wait, I thought these lowly creatures would not dare to come." The green cow said contemptuously with a cigarette in his mouth. Aokiji and Fujitora also noticed. "Ah, it's really coming, it's really troublesome." Aokiji yawned, looking unmotivated. "Is this the way to kill the dragon leader? It's really not easy. I obviously feel that I'm being watched, but the old man's knowledge didn't detect any movement." On Lin Feng's side, after probing around, he said to everyone, "This time it's really amazing. Marine has 4 admirals and a bunch of vice admirals." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. 4 admirals, where did you get 4? Kuina asked. No, there are 2 admirals here, Akainu and Aokiji, and the other 2 are recruited from the world. Although the rank is vice admiral, but the strength is the real admiral, don't be careless. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expressions were quite solemn. "It's not easy, it's kind of tricky, why don't you withdraw and let them go?" "Don't worry, I haven't finished yet." Lin Feng interrupted everyone's discussion and continued, "This is the case on the Marine side, but the world government is also troublesome." "World government?" everyone said in unison. "Well, I just found out that there is a warship full of people from the world government, and the 2 leaders are not easy." "You can see it all?" Konis was very puzzled. Could he tell if he was strong or not just by looking at it? "Our captain's eyes are so amazing, maybe it's really possible," Robin said. Advertisement. The others looked into Lin Feng's eyes and nodded involuntarily, as if they agreed with what Robin said. Lin Feng looked at the original appearance of the crowd, and quickly explained, "It's not what you think. Mainly because I know people from world government. No, everyone said in unison. Since when do you still know people from world government? You can't be an undercover agent. Kuina raised her eyebrows and said, according to Lin Feng's character, it is really possible to be quiet. Lin Feng smiled. How is it possible? Where can I get someone to go in? Remember the swordsman who rushed over at the end when we attacked Joy? Swordsman? Hawkeye keenly caught these two words, and he didn't feel sleepy when he talked about it. Well, a swordsman with decent strength. At this time Hancock asked. Then you said two people, what about the other? Oh, the other one, standing in front of this swordsman, so I guess he's not simple either. It's that simple. It's that simple. Hey, whoever told you that the one standing in front is stronger? Hancock dismissed Lin Feng's speculation and gave him a foolish look. Guess, not necessarily right. Then Lin Feng introduced the abilities of Fujitora and Green Bull, but the result was another wave of doubts. Why, can you even see the abilities of others? After clarifying the opponent's strength, Lin Feng said to everyone. Everyone be careful later, don't go deep into the battlefield. Chapter 276 appeared. Kuina nodded, she had no objection. Just now she heard from Lin Feng that this man's swordsmanship is extremely strong, and he also has the ability of gravity fruit. She is very satisfied with this opponent. Enel, is it okay to hand over Aokiji to you? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng just asked, but Enel actually said, there is a problem. Everyone turned to look at him. I want to hit that player with fire, Enel said loudly. Akainu? You don't think you can beat it? Barry said. Actually, Senior Thor may not be able to beat that Aokiji. Bartolomeo made up a knife, but Senior Thor dared to say such a thing. It is really amazing. Everyone laughed instantly. Lin Feng patted Enel and said, I know what you think, but you can't be careless today, and you can't use the fruit ability. Maybe something unexpected will happen. The current 3 admirals are all top-notch. With your current strength, you still can't beat them. It's very difficult for you to deal with Aokiji, but with his personality, he won't fight you to death, understand? Although Enel is still a little upset, he can only be obedient, and he is so honest after being beaten up a lot. Seeing that Enel had no objection, Lin Feng said again, there is also a wood player over there, Barry. Exist, you, Bardo, and Lao Sha, the 3 of you deal with him together. Yes, leader. The 3 of them responded in unison. Don't be brave, just hold back. If he wants to risk his life, you all back away. Guhahaha, I'm not afraid of him, Clock Doll laughed. Advertisement. Lin Feng glanced at him, thinking that you are not afraid of anyone, you are 50-50. After speaking, Lin Feng looked at Asa. You and Luo deal with that world government swordsman together, beat him hard. Yes, sir. The 2 replied. Others play by ear. Apart from these people, there are many vice admirals on the other side whose strength should not be underestimated. Pay attention to safety. Hancock, you are responsible for Nia, Little Betty, Reiju, Robin and others. Hancock heard the words and said, I have no objection, but when it comes to killing the celestial dragons in the end, I have to do it. Okay, it's not a big deal, as long as you're happy. Lin Feng agreed to Hancock's request and just killed the celestial dragons. Then Kuina asked, what about Akainu? Leave Akainu to me, Lin Feng said and looked at Hawkeye again. Comrade Mahawk, you are responsible for guarding the celestial dragons. The world government still has a hard bone, and it is very likely that they will take advantage of the chaos to save pigs. You have to keep it up. Hawkeye nodded, agreeing with Lin Feng calling celestial dragons pigs. Let's go, FK them. At this time on the warship, since the feeling of being spied on before disappeared, all the Marines waited for a long time but no one showed up. The Green Bull was cursing and smoking a cigarette. Isn't it because he didn't dare to come, these trash? Akainu glanced at him. What's the rush? At this moment, more than 20 figures instantly appeared on the beach by the coast. There, Morgans, who had been flying through the air, yelled into the microphone. Today's battle is also being broadcast live all over the world. After all, the news has been released for so long, and the whole world is paying attention. If the world government does not allow it to be broadcast, it will tell the public that they are afraid. Therefore, Morgans also brought people over early to prepare the shooting tools. At this time, he was the most excited when he saw the person who killed the dragon appear. Zhanlong has appeared. Everyone, it seems that today we will witness a big battle, witness history. Advertisement. In Sabodi's tavern, Rayleigh and Shaki sat in the room and watched the live broadcast. This Morgans is really energetic and dedicated, Rayleigh said while drinking a small wine and eating peanuts. Shaki looked at Lin Feng and others who had just appeared, and said worriedly, I hope nothing will happen. The world government will definitely not let it go this time. It will be a big battle. New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard duel arena is full of people. Whitebeard and the crew all gathered here, watching the big screen in the arena. Gu la 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 la, this brat really has courage. Dad, they'll be fine this time. Marco whispered next to Whitebeard. What's the problem? If that kid isn't there, his crew really can't handle it, but he's there. Look at that, even though he's wearing a mask, it's definitely him. With that obscene temperament, there will be no one else. Whitebeard pointed to Lin Feng on the screen and said. Marco died speechless. Dad, how did you become like this? The same situation also happened in the red-haired duel arena, and Shanks also took advantage of this opportunity to sell tickets and make a fortune. Boss, that guy Lin Feng is really good at playing. It makes me want to kill 2 celestial dragons too. Legilu said casually, chewing on his big bone.
Ha ha ha, let's go, no one is stopping you, you foodie. Yasop on the side joked. Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and Shanks said, hey, is the plate open? Opened. Ah ha ha ha, I'm going to make a lot of money this time. Beckman looked at Shanks speechlessly. It's a big battle over there, is it really okay for you to open here? What's the matter, we don't care about things over there, just watch it. Chapter 277. On Marine's side, after seeing Lin Feng and others appearing on the beach, the Green Bull was so excited that he wanted to rush out immediately, but was stopped by Akainu sharply. At this time, Lin Feng and his party stood side by side on the shore of Ohara, and the sea breeze made the imperial robes on everyone's bodies flutter non-stop. The 10 celestial dragons were thrown out by Lin Feng and knelt on the ground. They were all naked and wounded. When they saw dozens of warships in front of them, they all screamed excitedly. At this moment, they saw the hope of life. Seeing this, Bartolomeo stepped up and slapped each of them from left to right. The people in front of the screen cheered when they saw this scene. Okay, kill these bastards, it's so cool, well done. Didn't think I'd get to see celestial dragons being abused. Some people were excited, while others cried when they saw this scene. Daughter, did you see that these beasts were cured? On the world government side, when the 5 elders saw celestial dragons being abused like this, they were so angry that they blew their beards and stared, and immediately picked up the phone bug and called Sengoku, demanding that Marine must bring celestial dragons back. On the warship, the Marines reacted differently after seeing this scene, while Morgans explained passionately in the sky. After teaching these celestial dragons, Lin Feng stepped forward, and in the eyes of the whole world, he put his hands into the seawater. What is he doing? Everyone was very puzzled. Ice Age. Lin Feng sealed the sea surface with ice magic grudge, creating a battlefield. The blue sea was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Aokiji swept away his usual lazy posture, and his eyes widened. Advertisement this, isn't this my trick? How could he? Can I still use ice? Am I dead? Not only Aokiji was surprised, but other people also looked at him, thinking, this guy can't be a ghost, can he? But when did you die? HMPH, do it. Akainu has indeed ordered that the marine soldiers jump off the warship and kill Lin Feng and others on the frozen sea. Ha ha ha, I'll go first. The Green Bull laughed and rushed out, and the vice admirals picked up their weapons one after another and followed behind the Green Bull. It's war, Morgans yelled. On Lin Feng's side, after seeing Marine attacking, he said to everyone, attention, open. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's figures disappeared in place in an instant. The Green Bull who was rushing over was immediately stopped by the 3 of them. It was Barry, Bardo, and K-Lock who came. The Green Bull only knew K-Lock Doll, and when he saw the person, he said, you lowly fellows, if you want to die, I'll give you my life. The 3 of Barry were too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and attacked the Green Bull from 3 directions. Sha Lan. K-Lock Dar created a sandstorm, while Barry and Bardo rushed over with their weapons and fists waving. The 3 of them killed without leaving any room, and the Green Bull immediately fought back when he saw this, forbidden hate. In an instant, a large number of plants appeared on the ice, turning into a huge tree man, and the tree turned into a fist shape to kill the 3 of them. Advertisement on the other side, Little Betty, Robin, Nia, and Reiju rushed towards the marine soldiers' camp in a group, and immediately fought. The 4 were surrounded by a group of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral, but they didn't panic at all. Little Betty directly turned into a nightmare and launched a dream attack. Some marine soldiers with low willpower instantly lost their resistance, dropped their weapons, and stood still in a depressed state. Robin, Nia, and Reiju launched a surprise attack before the other party reacted. For a while, they fought back and forth with a group of Vice Admirals. Looking at the battlefield ahead, Lin Feng looked at Fujitora in the distance and said to his side, Kuina, go. Kuina drew his sword and rushed out quickly. Fujitora on the opposite side was also a kind person. When he saw Kuina rushing over with the sword in his hand, he immediately understood. Aokiji Admiral, I'm going to meet him. After speaking, Fujitora took off directly from the warship, killing in the direction of Kuina's rushing at an extremely fast speed. And Aokiji also joined the battlefield immediately after Fujitora rushed over. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded to Enel, who also rushed out immediately. Konus, your task is relatively heavy, Lin Feng said to Konus, because everyone can't reveal their identities, they have to hide when there is a gap in strength. This will be very difficult and dangerous. You must always pay attention to everyone's status and make up for it in time. The people on the marine side have seen Konus's healing and recovery skills, so they must not be used. But Konus knows more than that. She nodded and flew into the sky, her whole body exuding a holy light, God's blessing. Dazzling rays of light fell from the sky. Everyone who was fighting was instantly enveloped in light, and immediately felt that both physical strength and injuries were recovering little by little. So everyone screamed and fought like chicken blood. Chapter 278 Kuina vs Fujitora. The swordsman drew his sword and directly charged at Konus without saying a word. Facing the sword, Konus did not make any evasive movements. Just when the swordsman rushed in front of him, a huge black fist hit the opponent. Room. Asa and Luo walked past Konus, one left and one right, and charged at the swordsman. Lin Feng and Hawkeye still stood there watching, as did Akainu on the opposite side. Hancock has already entered the battlefield, and has been guarding Betty Jr., Robin and others, ready to support at any time. Judging from the situation, both sides had their own advantages in several battlefields. Asa and Luo almost suppressed the swordsman and fought fiercely,
while the three of K Lakadar also cooperated very tacitly, and the Green Bull was in a hurry. Enel had a hard time dealing with Aokiji. It was too difficult for him to fight against Admiral alone because he couldn't use the fruit ability. Fortunately, Konus is there to assist. As long as someone is at a disadvantage and is in danger, the auxiliary skills will immediately catch up. Looking at the light on Marine's side at this time, it is the light of Konus's holy ring. Under the influence of the light of the holy ring, the people on Marine's side all feel that their strength has been weakened, and they seem to be easily hurt. There was only one place in the game that Konus didn't assist, and that was the battle between Kuina and Fujitora. The two competed with each other back and forth in the distance, and each blow caused a huge storm. The little girl's swordsmanship is really amazing, the old man admires it very much. After another confrontation, Fujitora also had to admit Kuina's strength, half kneeling on the ground holding a stick knife into the ice, opened a pair of eyes with only the whites of the eyes and said, "Advertisement, the old man can't feel the malice in you, maybe this is fate." But the old man just joined Marine, so it's hard to justify not doing it. Kuina heard the words and said, "Fujitora Vice Admiral, our leader said that you are a person who has justice in your heart and has your own judgment and code of conduct. If you are so, why join Marine, or come to us to kill the dragon? Marine doesn't do what you set your mind to. Kuina is also a good individual. From the fight with Fujitora just now, the other party just competed with her in swordsmanship and did not use his full strength. Now he said such a thing, but it made Kuina have other thoughts. She still remembered that Lin Feng had told her before that he wanted to recruit the blind swordsman in front of him, but he couldn't find anyone. But now, the opponent has already joined Marine. After the fight, Kuina also felt that it was a pity that such a powerful person was not drawn into his camp. So even if it's unlikely, Kuina is poaching. Fujitora couldn't believe Kuina's words. On the battlefield, the two were still fighting, so they started poaching people? So blatant? Fujitora laughed dryly and said, "Little girl, why bother to talk too much, let the old man come and experience the strength of your deputy leader today." After finishing speaking, Fujitora stepped forward, and the stick knife in his hand followed the black armament haki to chop towards Kuina, gravity knife tiger. This knife slashed with a strong gravity, and at the same time released a huge horizontal gravity to the trajectory of the knife, crushing everything in front of the ice surface and destroying it, and the huge wind pressure generated by gravity knocked the ice chips into the air go out. Facing this menacing blow, Guy looked serious and had no intention of backing down to avoid it. He raised Fubuki in his hand and slashed down with his sword. A sword energy met Fujidora's attack. Advertisement, but it's not over yet. I saw Kuina's sword after sword, and the power of each sword was increasing visibly with the naked eye. Liuyan 100 slashes. As the power of the sword chi continued to increase, the sword chi had become extremely thick and majestic after more than 10 sword strikes. Just offset Fujidora's attack. "This sword is not bad." Hawkeye, who was watching the battle with Lin Feng, said, "It's not in vain today. These two fought very well. Kuina's strength has improved very quickly." "Haha, really? I think so too." Lin Feng laughed loudly when he heard this. He was happier than anyone else when Kuina was praised. While the two were talking, Kuina and Fujitora fought again, and the sword spirit continued to burst out in the field. Just when the two were fighting together again, Kuina felt that the surrounding gravity was suddenly changed, and the strong gravity was pressing on her body. "Hell Brigade." 3 words came out of Fujidora's mouth. Faced with the strong gravity exerted by Fujidora, Kuina lowered his head, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kind of gravity may have exceeded the limit of the gravity space, and Kuina is not very clear about how many times the gravity is. "Fujitora Vice Admiral, I have to say, your gravity is indeed quite strong. But it's of little use to me." As soon as the words fell, Kuina swung his sword and dodged in front of Fujidora. Sword Dance Broken Star. Chapter 279 Blood Pupil? Sengoku? Fujitora also swung his staff and knife to resist immediately. When the slashed sword aura was blocked by Fujitora, Kuina swung his sword again, but the sword aura that had just been blocked dissipated in an instant, covering Fujitora like starlight, and then fell down suddenly. Fujitora had to stand up unarmed to resist. Kuina did not take advantage of the situation to attack, but retreated to the distance to wait and see. She didn't think she could defeat the opponent with a strong attack. It was obvious that Fujitora didn't fight him with all her strength. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. As long as the opponent was held back, there was no need to fight to the death. On the other side of the battlefield, Enel was once again frozen by Aokiji. Konus also had to help Enel again. Just when Aokiji was about to continue attacking Enel, a flame suddenly rose between the two to separate him, buying time for Enel to break free. It is a sacred fire. In the middle of the battlefield, little Betty was about to be hit by a samurai sword in the hands of a vice admiral, and Robin, Reiju, Nia and others beside her were also entangled and unable to rescue them. "Go to hell!" Vice Admiral yelled. At this moment, Hancock, who had been paying attention to the situation here, flew over and kicked him. Kicking the Vice Admiral out, Hancock landed beside little Betty and said, "Be careful." Little Betty nodded. In fact, it was not impossible for her to dodge just now. Just as she was about to make a move, Hancock had already rushed over. "Thank you," little Betty said softly. Lin Feng stood on the beach and glanced at the two battlefields, Enel and Betty, who were most dangerous. Looking at the other party's warship, there are two people standing there. One is a Kainu, the other is a tall and strong man sent by the world government. Advertisement. Lin Feng also doesn't know that the other party is a strength. Is it a person with fruit ability? While Lin Feng was observing the battlefield, K-Lock Doll's side, coordinating with Barry and Bardo's offensive, K-Lock Doll's attack fell heavily on the Green Bull. After spurting a mouthful of blood, the Green Bull immediately jumped away, looking at the three of them with extremely angry eyes. Needless to say, the one who used sand, he knew who it was, but the other two, obviously only using the ability of two-color hockey, still caused him a lot of trouble. Normally, I would be able to deal with these two people very quickly, but it would be different if Clock Doll joined in. Those two would always attack him suddenly when he was fighting with Clock Doll, which was very annoying. So much so that he had to be distracted to deal with it. Moreover, there are marine soldiers all around here, and he can't use moves with a wide range of lethality, so he can only grind slowly with the opponent. This made the Green Bull feel uncomfortable. With a single carelessness, the Green Bull lost the opportunity of its ancestors. The three of them seized the opportunity and beat them up fiercely. Akainu on the warship also noticed the situation here. He jumped up high with a cold snort, and his huge fist burning with hot lava fell towards Barry and Bardo. Lock Doll is not easy to kill, so let's use these two, Akainu thought so, and added a little more force in his hand. But at this moment, a space vortex suddenly appeared in front of Akainu, and then Lin Feng's figure appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as Lin Feng raised his head, a huge crimson arm emerged, firmly catching Akainu's fist, and then another arm suddenly appeared to slap Akainu. After the attack was blocked, Akainu did not panic at all. Seeing the opponent's attack, he quickly pulled back. Advertisement putting away Susan, Lin Feng landed in front of Barry and Bardo and said, "Both of you go help Enel." The two of them turned around and ran towards Enel without asking any unnecessary questions. "Old Shaw, do you have any problem dealing with this stupid cow alone?" Before K-Lock Doll could answer, Lin Feng found that the Green Bull had already charged towards him from behind. At this time, the Green Bull can be said to be furious. He was beaten and played by 3 people before, and he was about to use his real skills to turn the situation around. Akainu rushed out again. Was he looking down on him? But now seeing Lin Feng appearing to repel Akainu, the Green Bull killed him without hesitation. Countless vines emerged, trapping Lin Feng inside. "Got you." The Green Bull was delighted, and then all kinds of plants rushed towards Lin Feng under his control, and soon pierced Lin Feng's body. Then he saw Lin Feng spitting blood, but he was still alive, so the Green Bull rushed over with his fist. A punch pierced Lin Feng's chest. The Green Bull looked at Lin Feng, who had been pierced by his punch in surprise, raised his head and said with a sneer, "That's all. It turns out that you're just a silver gun wax head. I thought you were so powerful." The Green Bull pulled out his fist and smiled triumphantly. Just the next second, he found that there was no one around him. What's going on? Looking at Lin Feng again, the Green Bull's pupils shrank, and the indifferent expression just now disappeared, and he looked at Lin Feng in great horror. He saw Lin Feng's mask fall, and the face that appeared was Sengoku. Sengoku is blood pupil. How can that be? Advertisement chapter 280, Illusion. Suddenly, Sengoku's body became contorted and soon began to swell. Bang. The body exploded, and the flesh and blood turned into crows that filled the sky, hovering in the sky, and then flew away in all directions. All that is left to the green cow is the sky full of black feathers. When the green cow was terrified, a pair of huge blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the sky, and the cold breath covered his body instantly, and the green cow's face turned pale. The Green Bull attacked the eyes of the sky like crazy, but it had no effect at all. After a long while, the Green Bull shouted, "It's impossible, I don't believe it," and his body kept retreating. Suddenly, the Green Bull found that his body could not move. He looked down and saw that he was tied to the cross, and the vines fixed his body. A small knife appeared in front of him, and regardless of how he resisted, it pierced his body one after another. Outside, the moment Lin Feng saw the Green Bull rushing towards him, he flashed to within 5 meters of the Green Bull. The two looked at each other, and the eternal Mangekyo turned. Tsukuyomi. Without any precautions, the Green Bull was pulled into the illusion space by Lin Feng. In the eyes of others, the Green Bull suddenly fell to the ground, and then remained motionless. Everyone looked at each other. K-Lockadar looked at the Green Bull, then at Lin Feng. Hiss. The leader is really too pervert. Although the others didn't know what happened, they could be sure that it was definitely related to the leader of the dragon slaying. Advertisement Akainu looked at Lin Feng extremely vigilantly. It was so weird. What the hell happened just now? He is the clearest about the strength of the Green Bull, and he was dealt with by the opponent in an instant. Lin Feng didn't care so much. Seeing Akainu's unbelievable expression, he almost couldn't help laughing. In fact, as long as the opponent is on guard, it won't be so easy to get tricked. After all, as long as you don't look into his eyes, nothing will happen, and these people are all knowledgeable, and they can fight even with their eyes closed. Or keep a distance from Lin Feng. Tsukuyomi has a relatively short effective range, and keeping a distance is also a way to defend. As for the person who has been hit by Lin Feng Tsukuyomi, unless his mental power is extraordinarily strong, it can also be said that the color of knowledge is extraordinarily strong, and there may be a slight possibility of waking up from the illusion. The level is not that good. Lin Feng looked at Akainu and said with a sarcastic smile, "What, do all of you Marines like sneak attacks so much?" Akainu didn't answer when he heard the words, and raised his hand, and a magma shot towards Lin Feng. "Yo, got it right? You can't be the leader of this non-martial arts atmosphere, right?" Lin Feng stood motionless as he spoke. The magma passed through his body without causing any harm. Akainu squinted his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. And at this moment, the tall man sent by the world government suddenly disappeared on the warship. This person is Wesson, who was stared at by Hawkeye just now, and he didn't dare to act rashly until Lin Feng appeared in the field, and when the green bull fell down for no reason, Hawkeye's attention was also diverted for a moment. And at such a moment, Wesson caught it and quickly activated the fruit ability. The whole person disappeared, and Hawkeye frowned, which was a bit beyond his expectation. Hawkeye immediately felt the changes in the battlefield and surroundings with great concentration. Advertisement: since this person disappeared inexplicably, he either wanted to sneak attack or take the opportunity to save someone. After looking around and finding nothing, Hawkeye closed his eyes. Eyes can be deceiving sometimes. Soon Hawkeye discovered something was wrong with his knowledgeable perception. He drew his sword and slashed over without any hesitation. The sword energy quickly cut to the place where Hawkeye felt something was wrong, and a figure appeared there, and it was Wesson. The armed color blocked Hawkeye's attack, and he didn't mean to fight Hawkeye. Quickly rushed forward, grabbed the celestial dragons in one hand, and immediately retreated. Then all three of them disappeared. Seeing that two of the celestial dragons were rescued, Hawkeye didn't have any intention of chasing them. He just slashed his sword again, and then stood still and continued to guard. This sword also hit Wesson's back, and he had to show up and use his armed colors to resist again. This scene was finally captured by Morgans in the sky, and he excitedly explained it to audiences all over the world. Unexpectedly, the world government took advantage of the chaos to rescue two celestial dragons, which was unexpected by everyone except Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng told Hawkeye a long time ago that if there is a chance, he must let the world government rescue one or two celestial dragons. If there is no chance, he will let him go even if he creates the opportunity. Therefore, Hawkeye didn't follow up to stop the first sword chi when he slashed out. Since the opponent could do it, he naturally wouldn't have any objections. But if he still wants to continue to save celestial dragons later, it will be impossible. Is he really a vegetarian, the world's #1 swordsman? Chapter 281. Susanoo fights Akainu. At this time, the marine side was getting more and more anxious, trying to break through Lin Feng's defense line and rescue the celestial dragons. However, all the high-end combat forces have been blocked. Even if some of them rush to this side, they will be slashed back by Hawkeye's sword, let alone those ordinary marine soldiers. The battle between Kuina and Fujitora was still so ordinary. The two of them fought each other with swords. On Enel's side, with the addition of Bardo and Barry, Konis finally doesn't have to keep staring, and can concentrate on helping Little Betty and the others. On Little Betty's side, more than a dozen vice-admirals besieged the four of them, which can be said to be the most dangerous place. If it weren't for Hancock's constant help and Konis's assistance, something might have gone wrong long ago. Prayer of Hope. A blue light fell from the sky and landed on Little Betty. Among the four, Little Betty, who turned into a nightmare, was the strongest, so Konis used this trick on her. Little Betty, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly felt warm all over, and the physical strength he had just consumed returned, and both his strength and speed were greatly improved. Sister Angel is so awesome. While attacking the opponent in front of her, Little Betty praised in her heart. And Akainu immediately shifted his target after the blow failed. Today's purpose is not to fight against these people who cut the dragon, but to save the celestial dragons. Since the strong attack is not enough, we can only think of other ways. As for the green bull, he was dragged to the rear by the marine people long ago. This guy who just joined Marine and went on a mission for the first time encountered a Waterloo in his career as soon as he came up. Even if I wake up later, I am afraid I will have doubts about my life. This blow is really too great. Seeing Akainu go straight in the direction of Little Betty and the others, Lin Feng cursed despicably, and said to K. Lokadar, "Old Shaw, go and help Asa, and bring back that sword player." After speaking, the figure disappeared directly in place, and appeared on the battlefield of Little Betty and the others almost instantly. Advertisement. A gloomy expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. This Akainu is really, too insidious, even wanting to play the trick of besieging Wei and saving Zhao. If it wasn't for his fast speed, he might have really taken him hostage. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and punched Akainu's dark hound. Susan's huge fist sent Akainu flying straight into the sky. "Boss!" Several girls shouted, looking at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng turned around and smiled. "How about it, handsome?" "Handsome. The leader is so handsome." The girls made exaggerated expressions on purpose, while Hancock snorted coldly and retreated to the shore. At this time, countless magma fists fell from the sky like a meteor shower. The people on Marine's side have already retreated to the distance. Susan emerged in full body, a giant over 100 meters tall with red flames, wings on his back, and two giant swords in his hands. Enveloping Little Betty and the others, controlling Susanoo, he flew towards Akainu against the giant fist of lava that filled the sky. Facing Susanoo's defense, these lavas have no effect at all. Advertisement. The giant, more than 100 meters high, flew into the air, and Amaterasu black flame attached to the giant sword under the action of flame control, and slashed towards Akainu at an extremely fast speed. This scene shocked everyone in the audience, as well as people watching the live broadcast all over the world. Such a terrifying giant is almost like a devil from hell. Great eruption. It was also impossible for Akainu to let the attack fall on him. A giant fist of lava with a diameter of hundreds of meters and bigger than Susanoo spewed out, and this was not Akainu's full strength. The two collided instantly, and after a loud noise, thick smoke billowed, and countless volcanic bombs wrapped in black flames flew in all directions, and the power of each one could easily destroy a super-large warship. The marine soldiers dodged quickly, for fear of being involved. Aokiji had also stopped fighting and pulled away to a distance. A huge ice wall rose out of thin air, protecting all marine soldiers inside. On Asa and Luo's side, after Kay Lokadar came to cut off the swordsman's back, the three of them worked together to take down the swordsman almost immediately before the other party reacted. At this time, Luo had already held the sword in his hand. After being trapped by the sand of Kay Lok, the person sucked out most of the water, and was beaten by Asa. At this time, he was already dying. After noticing the situation in the sky, Kay Lokadar quickly created a sand wall to protect everyone. At this time, Bardo and Barry also came to a few people, hiding under the sand wall. To the surprise of few people, Morgans also fell from the sky and hid in. As for Enel's mallet, how could the proud Thor be afraid of such a thing? He kept dodging outside alone, showing off his body skills crazily. If he used Thunderfruit, these things would never have a chance to touch him. Chapter 282 Hawkeye vs. Wesen. Soon, no matter where the volcanic bomb fell, a huge crater was created. It was just that the volcanic bomb was consumed by the black flame after a while, and Kay Lokadar and Aokiji put away their defenses at the same time. After the violent explosion, the two sides fought together again. Lin Feng and Akainu naturally did the same, put the girls down, and Susanoo swung the big sword again and rushed over. Akainu had already landed on the ground, covered in hot lava, looking at the red giant in the sky with a ferocious expression. It was just such a confrontation, and the code of justice on his body was already in tatters. Looks more miserable than Aokiji and Fujitora, who have been fighting for a long time. Time is running out, and when Akainu was thinking about how to complete the mission to rescue the celestial dragons, Lin Feng from the sky had already started his next attack. Kamui Shuriken. The giant twin swords disappeared, replaced by a single giant shuriken. Infuse the power of Kamui into the shuriken thrown by Susanoo, and the shuriken takes the shape of Mangekyo Sharingan. Arcing in the air and flying towards Akainu with a screeching sound. Absolutely cannot resist. Akainu looked at the huge flying sword and felt a strong sense of danger. The magma erupted wildly, and Akainu retreated extremely fast, not daring to stop for a moment. Not only that, while dodging, countless lava fists flew into the sky, trying to block Kamui's shuriken. But Kamui's shuriken was extremely flexible under Lin Feng's control, and its trajectory was tricky. None of the lava punches hit and intercepted. In desperation, Akainu stopped and stretched out his hands. Countless hot magma rose into the sky. Advertisement: a huge wall of magma directly blocks everyone's path to the Kamui shuriken. After hitting the magma, a huge space Uzumaki appeared, swallowing all the surrounding magma into the different space. Seeing this situation, Akainu couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. This man's attack was too weird. What the hell is it? Without thinking about it, Akainu leapt from the ice, and then the magma all over the sky rushed towards Susanoo. Back to Hawkeye. After letting go of the two celestial dragons, Hawkeye focused on vigilance. The goal has been achieved, and the remaining celestial dragons can only die. The autumn leaves in his hands were not retracted, but just held in his hands. Whenever someone rushed over, they would be greeted with a slash. Soon under Hawkeye's perception, the guy who could hide his figure just now came over again. Although it is not clear what the opponent's strength is, this strange ability is quite curious. It would be great if he could be caught. We must find out what is going on. After Wesen brought the two rescued celestial dragons back to the warship, he quietly touched the shore again, planning to find an opportunity to take the two of them away again. He who hides his figure does not dare to have the slightest carelessness, and he who has always been invincible has been discovered just before approaching. With his own strength and ability, it is impossible for ordinary people to discover him. Who is this sword-wielding god? This is a question that Wesen has been thinking about. The footsteps moved little by little, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, almost. The two ends will be rescued soon. 1 meter. Brush. A sword energy struck, faster and more lethal than before. Advertisement panicked. Wesen stepped back several steps in a row, revealing his figure completely. Come again. Hawkeye looked at Wesen and said, I won't let you succeed this time. After speaking, he swung his sword and slashed at Wesen, and Wesen is not a simple character. As one of the CP chiefs of the world government, he also possesses strong strength. After being spotted by Hawkeye, he immediately stepped aside and at the same time waved his fist and smashed it. HMPH. Hawkeye snorted coldly and slashed down with his sword. But at this time, an accident happened. The sword that was sure to hit actually deviated at a critical moment. Hawkeye frowned. What kind of ability is this? But Wesen's fist had already come in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye immediately dodged sideways and slashed horizontally with his sword. Missed again. How is this possible? When Hawkeye saw that the sword he swung was about to hit the opponent, there seemed to be a wrinkle and distortion in the space. After some confrontation, Hawkeye stepped aside, thought for a while, and rushed over again. After several more rounds of fighting, Hawkeye stopped and looked at Wesen and said, not bad ability, but unfortunately it depends on the person no matter how good the ability is. As soon as the words fell, Hawkeye disappeared in place, and when it appeared, it was already behind Wesen, and with a sword strike, Wesen also disappeared. But the sword that Hawkeye swung didn't stop. He turned around and slashed behind him. Wesen immediately activated his ability, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Brush. Blood splattered everywhere. Wesen looked in horror at the wound on his abdomen and the spray of blood. His face was full of disbelief. Chapter 283 Space. Frozen. Wesen's emotions have gradually changed from shock at the beginning to anger. How many years have passed, and how long has he not been injured? Suddenly Wesson roared, and the surrounding ground and air became distorted. Twisted black hole. Wesson turned his hands to Hawkeye, and after a strange white light flashed, a huge space Uzumaki suddenly appeared between the two, with a black hole in the center. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and plants, as well as the sand on the beach, were all sucked into the different space. Hawkeye also felt this powerful gravitational force, and quickly swung the sword in his hand, aiming at Wesson's body, but halfway through, the sword energy changed direction, became distorted, and was sucked into a different space middle. However, Hawkeye also took advantage of this time to withdraw from the gravitational range of Uzumaki in this space, and then kicked the celestial dragons kneeling on the ground far away. He looked at Wesson vigilantly. He had only seen this kind of ability in Lin Feng, but there were also differences. The person in front of him seems to be able to distort everything, including space. If it is developed to ultimate, it is hard to say whether it can distort time. However, with this kind of ability, it must be very difficult to achieve any step. Although Hawkeye is surprised, he is not panicked. He has traveled across the sea for decades, and has never encountered any kind of ability. Twisting the fruit? Hawkeye came up with the answer based on his guess and the scene in front of him. It is said that more than 20 years ago, the owner of this fruit appeared in the sea, and he was also a pirate. Later, he was caught by Garp and imprisoned and impelled down, but he didn't expect this fruit to fall into the hands of the world government. With the result, the temptation is over. If the other party only has this kind of ability, then stay. 10 minutes later. Advertisement: there are less than 25 minutes left until 12 o'clock. Marine has already started preparing for the final assault. Whether it is Aokiji, Akainu, or Fujitora, they all evacuated from the battlefield, including those vice admiral and soldiers. Lin Feng fell back to the ice, and all the people on his side stood behind him. Looks like they're coming for real, Kuina said. All of you push to the shore and help Hawkeye to keep the opponent behind. Since these two world governments are here, there is no need to leave. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone turned around and rushed towards Wesson. And Wesson also wanted to retreat just now, but it was a pity that Hawkeye didn't give him a chance at all. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Wesson's two-color hockey is not a vegetarian. With the ability to twist the fruit, Hawkeye can't take it down in a short time. Other side. I can only find a way to hold it back first. This person cannot be let go no matter what. With strong strength and strange abilities, it is easy to cause trouble for everyone in the future. If one person can't take it in a short time, then a bunch of everyone. Seeing everyone rushing back, Hawkeye turned into an afterimage and went up again. On Marine's side, after seeing Wesson besieged and the swordsman captured, his expression was extremely ugly. It's just that they didn't make any moves, which made Lin Feng, who had been looking at them, deeply confused. Could there be another way? At that moment, Aokiji and Akainu jumped into the air at the same time, and the two unleashed the strongest attack together. Lava storm. Absolute zero. Advertisement: dozens of lava pillars rose above the sea, and the violent magma filled the sky instantly, as if to swallow the entire Ohara Island. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng also remembered, wasn't this the last move of Akainu when he was in Sabaody? Use it at this time. Celestial dragons can't be saved? Is this going to kill the fish? Rather sacrifice those celestial dragons than kill yourself. It has to be said that Lin Feng's idea is actually quite different. Although the world government didn't want celestial dragons to die, Wesson came to save celestial dragons. Since they couldn't save celestial dragons, they could only say sorry. It would be better to die in the hands of their own people than to die in Zhanlong's hands. In this way, the world government can also save face. As for the leader of Zhanlong, that is, Shatong Lin Feng, both the world government and the marine have done a lot of research. In the end, the world government came to the conclusion that Shatong's ability should be related to space, similar to the Doorfruit ability of former CP9 member Bluno, which can travel through space. And it is more difficult to restrain this ability. After world government research, it may be difficult to trap Lin Feng himself, but Lin Feng is not alone. It also takes time to open a different dimension and take people away. As long as it can influence Lin Feng to display his ability, then the goal of world government will be achieved. At this time, Lin Feng was facing exactly such a situation, and the terrifying magma was a big trouble. And Aokiji's absolute zero gave him even more headaches. The biting cold made his movements slow, but fortunately, the fire attribute fighting energy immediately flowed in his body, so it didn't have any effect. But the space is frozen. Chapter 284 Predicament Akainu, Aokiji. Who did the foul? You hang on the wall. When the screen changed, Lin Feng was facing the combination of Akainu and Aokiji. Attack. When the space is frozen, it is impossible to bring everyone into the Kamui space from a long distance. I had no choice but to go back and get closer. Thinking of this, Lin Feng flew towards the shore. Quick! Forget about that club, stand together, Lin Feng shouted at the crowd who were besieging Wesson. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, no one hesitated and immediately left the battlefield and retreated to the side. After Lin Feng arrived, Eternal Mangekyo started to spin immediately. But at this moment, Wesson laughed out loud. Ah ha ha ha, do you think I'm just here to save people? You're wrong, ha ha ha. Wesson said with a laugh, but his hands have already been raised, twisted turning the sky. In an instant, Lin Feng and the others saw that the surrounding space was completely distorted, and there were faint signs of breaking it. Oops. Lin Feng secretly sighed in his heart. The space is not only affected by absolute zero, but now it has become so unstable that it is completely impossible for people to enter.
Is it possible to just reveal your identity? If it was just him alone, there would be no panic in such a scene, but there are other people present here, and Akainu and Aokiji who are exerting their full strength are not so easy to deal with. Although Hawkeye is also on the side, Hawkeye is not good at protecting people, and in such a situation, he can only guarantee himself. Even if Susanoo is driven to the maximum, it may be barely able to hold it, but Marine is not just Akainu and Aokiji. Although the Green Bull is temporarily abolished, Fujitora is still there. There are so many vice admirals, dozens of warships if they fired together. Advertisement. The most important thing is that this wretched-looking guy in front of him is not only wretched, but also wretched in ability. Right. Give me the weapon. Lin Feng hurriedly turned around and shouted at Little Betty. Although Lil Betty didn't know what was going on, she immediately prepared to hand the Red Lotus to Lin Feng. Although the guy in front of him will see it and maybe reveal his identity, as long as he is not allowed to go back, everything will be fine. However, at this moment, the overwhelming magma and bitingly cold ice had come before everyone's eyes. Lin Feng didn't have time to take the weapon. Susanoo drove to the maximum. In an instant, a giant more than 300 meters tall stood up carrying magma and ice. Amaterasu Black Flame is attached to the exterior, resisting the attacks of the two. It is not only Lin Feng and others who are protected in Shuangwen, but also those celestial dragons who are waiting to be executed. You can't let them die like this, otherwise they will be laughed at by the whole world. Lin Feng glanced around and saw that he was completely surrounded. Susanoo threw a huge Kamui shuriken, churning lava and ice to fight his way. Then Amaterasu Black Flame burned along this road, and the opportunity came. Susanoo immediately flew up, ready to break out from this direction. However, there was a movement, and there was a roar outside. Countless shells fired towards this position. Aim and shoot. We must not let them escape. Fire. Advertisement. Boom. 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 The gunfire kept ringing. Morgan stood on a warship, dancing excitedly. He didn't care who won or lost, but such a big scene is hard to come across. As a news media person, how can the scene in front of him make him not excited? And Lin Feng has no other way at this time. Even if he opens another road, he will still be intercepted. Besides, there is not so much time left. Under the dual effects of hot magma and ice, Lin Feng's physical strength and magical grudge were also constantly being consumed. Looking back at Wesson, who was standing on the ground, this guy was not worried that Akainu and Aokiji's attacks would affect him at all. Facing the strongest blow of the two admirals, isn't he afraid of death? Such a situation also disturbs the space here? Seeing Lin Feng looking over, Wesson smiled strangely, and actually increased the interference to the space again, and then he got into a space vortex and disappeared. This? Lin Feng was shocked. How did he do it? There is no time to think about this. Although the Wessons have disappeared, the distorted space still cannot be restored in a short time. I can only rush. The newly opened channel will be restored in the blink of an eye, and the artillery fire is still bombarding. Susanoo rushed over with countless injuries, but if it was just the artillery fire, it would not be difficult to deal with. A powerful sword energy also cut over at this time. At the same time, Lin Feng also felt an extremely powerful gravity pressing down. Outside, Fujitora has drawn out his staff and sword, and while wielding a powerful sword energy, he also casts the fruit of gravity. It's over, but at this moment, Hawkeye said to Lin Feng, "I'll open the way." Lin Feng nodded. At this time, the world's #1 swordsman is about to show off his skills. It's just that facing 3 admiral levels of combat power, I'm afraid Hawkeye won't be able to please him. Chapter 285. The Nether of Darkness. Lin Feng also made Susanoo swing a sword at the same time. The two attacks like landslides tore apart the magma and ice, revealing a big gap. Just when Lin Feng was about to lead the crowd out, Akainu and Aokiji smiled. Almost in an instant, the newly exposed gap was sealed again by magma and ice. Fujitora on the side also increased the gravity again. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng looked solemn. It seems that the road opened before was deliberately left by Marine, in order to let him think that he can rush out, so as to consume his energy. Hawkeye also showed embarrassment. To be honest, if he is alone, it seems that he can't do it. After all, these are 3 admirals. Fortunately, that green bull fell into Lin Feng's crooked ways from the very beginning, otherwise it would be even more difficult now. Those celestial dragons who were protected by Susan also saw at this time that the world government had abandoned them, and they were all crying. The people in front of the screen looked nervously at the picture. Is it about to end? In the Whitebeard duel field, Marco leaned into Whitebeard's ear and said, "The situation is not optimistic. Lin Feng and the others will be fine." Whitebeard shook his head when he heard the words, and did not speak, although he knew Lin Feng's other identity, and knew that Lin Feng had other means, but he had never seen it before, and could such an offensive really break out? He's not sure. Shanks, who was also watching the live broadcast of the century, also frowned, looking a little worried. He didn't expect the world government to do this to such an extent that they even gave up on those celestial dragons. It seems that Zhanlong's impact on them before was really too great. This is also beyond Lin Feng's expectation. Advertisement. As for the other 4 emperors, they just acted like they were watching a show, eating cakes and drinking. Naval headquarters, the left behind Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru and others were also nervously watching the live broadcast. And to say that among these audiences, the only one who is not worried about Lin Feng's life and death is Rayleigh, who knows Lin Feng the most. He is worried about how to end it if his identity is revealed. The second is the people who followed Lin Feng. Don't worry if they are alive or not, they will definitely not die.
Just when Lin Feng was thinking about how to break through, a golden light fell on him. The magic vindictiveness and physical strength that had just been consumed quickly recovered. Looking back at Konus, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. They were all surrounded like this. Even if he took out his weapon, he couldn't see it from the outside. As long as the magic battle energy is not overflowed, no one will notice the rest. Konus, thanks. Konus was baffled by Lin Feng's words. Just now, she felt that she couldn't see it from the outside anyway, so she gave Lin Feng a big recovery technique. Lin Feng's whole person was different at this moment, but the spear was held in his hand. Everyone saw it. Hey, it's done. So they actually chatted in Susanoo, and even Enel even took out melon seeds and distributed them to everyone. Lin Feng looked at Susanoo, who was constantly being eroded, and said with a smile, "This is the first time." Prestige Suzu. The pitch black, dark attribute magic vindictiveness emanated from Lin Feng's body, covering Susan, who was more than 300 meters high, in an instant. Advertisement: the nether of darkness. Seeing the invisible, listening to the silent, is the ghost, nothingness. The nothingness that devours all. The magma and ice could no longer hurt Susanoo at this time, and the dark attribute magic vindictiveness devoured everything that dared to approach, violent and unreasonable. It's just that, if it's just like this, it's nothing more than mutual consumption. Although Lin Feng has the power bank of Konus, it must beat the 3 admirals outside in terms of energy consumption. But Lin Feng looked down at the time. Hey, it's 12 o'clock in 3 minutes. We are trustworthy people. If we say that we will be punished at 12 o'clock, we will let these pigs die at 12 o'clock. Lin Feng grinned. More black magic fighting spirit was radiating from his body, but the spear was lying in front of him. Looking at this scene, Kuina and others behind him felt that Lin Feng looked too much like a villain now. But the battle spear was erected in front of him. Lin Feng whispered, "Fight to break the mountains and rivers." Susanoo also did the same action as Lin Feng, and countless dark attribute magic vindictiveness poured into the ice surface, spreading beyond the range of magma and ice in an instant. Then it rose into the sky, and immediately dispersed all the magma and ice, setting off a huge explosion. Prestige Shu Zuo also flew towards the sky at this time. The sun shone on his face, his fighting spirit dissipated, and Lin Feng put away his weapon. On Marine's side, the 3 Akainu who had been suppressing Lin Feng inside were also uncomfortable, consuming too much energy. Seeing Lin Feng rushing out at this time, the 3 of them were all shocked. They didn't expect to make it to this point. Is it still useless? Lin Feng rushed out, looked at the 3 of them, and finally fell on Akainu. Damn it, you were the most ruthless just now. Chapter 286 Execution. Akainu, who was still surprised, suddenly felt a terrifying force tearing his arm. Careless, Akainu secretly thought, but he reacted very quickly. With his physical fitness and strong strength, even in this situation, he quickly broke free from the attack range. But there was still something left, half an arm. Clutching his broken hand, Akainu looked fiercely at Lin Feng in the air. The accompanying military doctor immediately stepped forward to stop the bleeding. Aokiji gasped when he saw this scene. It was so weird. He had only heard Kizaru describe it verbally before, but it was still shocking to see it with his own eyes. But Aokiji didn't worry too much. As long as he doesn't die, he can go to Sabaody after returning. Fujitora is a bit regretful at this time. Shouldn't first join Marine, it's too dangerous. Faced with such an enemy, there is really no way. What's more, I don't want to be an enemy of these people. They only target the world government and have not done other bad things. This behavior is a bit like a revolutionary army. After Lin Feng gave Akainu a blow, he immediately returned to the shore, and everyone fell to the shore again. Morgans was already in the air again, camera aligned, looking excitedly at the time. Shu Zuo stood in front, blocking the front like a demon god. The crowd behind them knelt down the celestial dragons on the ground. Hancock took the sword in Luo's hand and walked aside, and put the blade on the neck of the leftmost celestial dragons. This scene was spread all over the world by the lens of Morgans. The people were excited, and the strong watched the show. On the Marine side, everyone kept silent and tried their best. The 5 old pigs from the world government were furious at this moment, spitting obscenities and spitting out pickles from their mouths. 10. The whole world holds its breath. 9. The Marine side moved. Advertisement 8. Susan confronts Aokiji head-on. Hawkeye stopped the wounded Akainu with a sword. Kuina takes on Fujitora again. 4. Everyone rushed to stop the Marines. 3. Wesson appeared again, trying to steal someone, but Lin Feng found out and stopped him. 2. Marine couldn't go any further. 1. The sword in Hancock's hand was raised high, and her heart was extremely peaceful at this moment. After joining Zhanlong for so long, she is not as afraid of celestial dragons as she used to be. Influenced by this team, in her eyes, what are celestial dragons? Not a pig. 0. The sword in Hancock's hand dropped. The head fell to the ground. This scene shocked the world, and everyone knew that a storm sweeping the world would come. Hancock didn't stop, walked behind the celestial dragons, and swung his sword down again. This is Lin Feng's confession. The executions have to be executed one by one, so that it is exciting enough and hockey enough. Except for Akainu and the others on Marine's side who were still fighting non-stop, everyone else had already froze in place. The heads rolled down one by one, and after a while, all 8 pig heads fell to the ground. Advertisement: the execution is over. Lin Feng, who had been paying attention to the execution situation, knocked Aokiji away with one blow and shouted loudly, "Everyone, open up." The people in Marine were startled when they heard Lin Feng's words. Kuina and others struggled to use their current strongest blow, and then retreated one after another. When Marine was only focusing on dodging and resisting, Lin Feng had already disappeared with the others. At the same time, in Saboti's Star Duel field, Xiao Feng, who also watched the live broadcast and transformed into Lin Feng, snickered, then got up and left. The eyeliner placed by Sengoku in the crowd also reported the situation to Sengoku. Putting down the phone bug, Sengoku looked at the picture on the screen and did not speak for a long time. It's not him. Sengoku didn't know what it was like to feel. Logically speaking, this operation failed. He should feel angry and unwilling, but at this moment, there was a tinge of rejoicing. Afterwards, Sengoku felt that he was still in a good mood. The world government had nothing to say about this mission, and Akainu lost an arm. Don't blame Marine for being too useless, just blame the opponent for being too strong. Moreover, those 5 old things are probably not in the mood and have no time to bother themselves now. After today's time, there will probably be problems all over the world. Celestial dragons will be pulled down from the altar, and celestial dragons will also die. Not God. This kind of concept will be implanted in everyone's heart along with this incident, and the world government can't even imagine how much turmoil it will cause. The Revolutionary Army is probably going to take the opportunity to do something. Let's do a good job of dealing with the aftermath first. This time, many people have to be sent to Sabati for treatment. Akainu also has to go, and the green cow. I don't know if Lin Feng can do anything about it. After Lin Feng and the others returned to Sabati, they all collapsed on the sofa. Seeing that they had returned, Rayleigh walked over with a smile and said, "Good job. It's so G exciting. Ha 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 ha. You didn't notice, did you? When celestial dragons died, that Birdman Morgan slapped the camera on Akainu's face. Tisk tisk, that face stinks. I can't bear to look straight at it." Hearing this, Lin Feng said, "Is there a replay of this thing?" "I don't know, but I recorded it." Rayleigh proudly opened a bottle of wine and handed it to Lin Feng. "You did a great job too." Lin Feng gave a thumbs up.